Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us. Welcome to the TCR UK and BRSCC race day. We're here at Thruxton on what is a fairly mild but damp Sunday morning. Bit of overnight rain. Cars on the grid ready for the first race. This is one of the classic Touring Car Racing Cup encounters that we're going to see today. These are the boss cars, Fords essentially, and the Thunder and Classic Thunder. We are getting ready to go racing. So if you are seated comfortably, then we'll begin. I'm Martin Haven. Let's pick up the action with Andy Mackay in the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, a rather soggy morning, it has to be said, with some more pretty heavy rain on the way, we believe. But for now, we are going to ignore the weather forecast. We're going to sit back and enjoy what is going to be a great day of racing that will incorporate 2 more rounds of the TCR UK Championship. But as Martin quite rightly said, we're kicking things off with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club and a first 15-minute race of the day. My name is Andy McEwen here in the commentary box with Martin Haven set to join me for the majority of the racing action today. We'll also be hearing from Jack Oliphant during the Civic Cup and TCR UK races later on, as both of those championships make their first ever visit to Thruxton, this 3.8 kilometre circuit, 11 turns, but really one continuous turn. There is no such thing as a straight line here at Thruxton, and despite that, it has the highest average speed of any circuit in the United Kingdom. Perhaps not on a day like this, though. We've had that heavy rain overnight. There is more rain forecast, although actually that weather forecast a bit more promising than the one that I've seen. So hopefully we'll get a couple of hours into the day before we get another deluge, and the track conditions hopefully will start to improve. We saw yesterday, actually, the track conditions improving quite quickly over the course of the afternoon. Once the rain stopped, it really wasn't too bad at all. So we're hoping more of that today. Now, sadly, we are minus one of the Ford RS500s already by the looks of it. Joey Binks hasn't made it off the dummy grid, and that car going nowhere. Martin Haven joins me in the box.
Yeah, he didn't make it out onto the grid at all yesterday, no. So I was rather hoping that we would see that car, the ex-Carl Jones car. So, yeah. It fired up and it was in the collecting area and it went out, but unfortunately it hasn't got much further, so that's a real shame for them.
It is. So he's into the pit lane there. Won't delay the start to the race, but shame we won't get to see that car. Another fan favourite car, I'm sure. Quite a few hardy spectators are here already this morning. I'm sure many more will appear later on in the day. It's going to be a slightly stop and start morning, really. We have this race, then we actually have an hour and a half's break for the church bells, which is a bit of a Thruxton tradition on a Sunday morning, after which we will go racing from just before 11 o'clock throughout the rest of the day. There is a lunch break scheduled in there in the middle of the day. We'll see how much of that we end up getting, but in theory we have got 11 races to bring you today, and each of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club series will be out at one point or another. So these cars did race yesterday, and it was a very entertaining race. Mike Manning coming out on top in his Sierra Cosworth RS500, but only just. Josh Lawton in that highly modified Honda Civic was chasing him down, was by far the fastest car on the track through the second half of the race as the conditions started to come to him, and in the end he came up just short of the win. However, looking at the front of this grid, it looks as though Josh Lawton is on his own on the front row, so we may well be missing, unfortunately, Mike Manning by the looks of it, and a couple of others perhaps from further down the order as well. So a slightly depleted grid, Martin, perhaps a few of them enjoying a bit of a lie-in, or maybe not wanting to take too many risks in tricky conditions. Well,
they had to start yesterday on wet weather tyres in this race, but then the top 3, and you can see Lawton and the sort of purpley BMW that finished in 3rd place of David Blackie, they were all out with Mike Manning in his Texaco Sierra again later on in an all-comers race, and the same 3 were on the podium, but the Civic basically lapped everybody up to 4th on slicks. So this, I think, is definitely going to be wet weather tyres territory again.
I imagine so. Got David Jefferson off the back of the grid as well. He's one to watch. Here we go then. First race of the day gets underway. 15 minutes of Classic Thunder and Boss Racing, and Josh Lawton in the Civic will hold the advantage through Allard start for the first time. Challenge made there by the pink BMW of David Blackie to hold on to second place, which I think he succeeded in doing so. And Piers Grange in the Escort slotting into third. They're all cleanly through the first corner. Now that Honda Civic, as we saw in the dry conditions yesterday, nothing could touch it. In the damp first race of the day, though, it did take a few laps to get going. Josh Lawton, though, off to a pretty strong start.
Yeah, I think it was still fairly similar to how they qualified, and they were all just being a little bit cautious. The other car the other RS500 is now either AJ Owen, the blue and yellow one that was basically almost on the lock stops all the way around every lap. But looks like Josh Lawton has potentially got the bit between his teeth this morning. He's heading out into the country with what would appear to be already a 2-second margin after about a third of a lap.
Yeah, that didn't take long, did it? So wet weather, dry weather, doesn't seem to matter. That Honda Civic is the fastest thing here at Thruxton this weekend. Looks to me like Ollie Allen in his Mark 6 Fiesta is up there in 4th position, so he's had a decent start there. He is challenging the Escort, and we've got a sideways Civic behind, and that will be Ross Craig. Did he save it? Where did he go? That's not a good place to lose control. He's off into the field, but thankfully appears to be on his own, and the car relatively undamaged. However, a pit lane visit beckons, I reckon, because that radiator grille is full of grass, and even on a relatively chilly morning like this, that's not ideal.
Temperatures aren't actually that low. Oh dear, somebody else is, we got a little bit of a failure to proceed as well.
No.
Of our M3s.
Yes, which one is the question? I can't see the number. 36. Sean Morris. That car was in trouble yesterday, I seem to remember. I think it broke down as well. So
recalcitrance doesn't often go away in a race car, does it? Not on a race weekend habitually. So just saw David Blackie go through in the sort of Cuse BMW in seconds, and then Piers Grange's Escort under pressure from Ollie Allen in the slightly newer blue oval machinery behind. The boss is the Burton Power Systems Ford racing category, essentially. So Ford's, if it's got a blue oval, you can bring it and have fun.
Yes, which they are doing, and as we've said already, cars spanning several decades out there racing at the same time. Yellow flags up Woodham Hill as a result, of course, of the BMW of Sean Morris that's parked at the side of the road, so no overtaking there, which is a bit of a shame because it is a spot where you often see cars going side by side. Into Church Corner, less so, but Ollie Allen was considering it there, had a good run through Goodwood, but I think the yellow flag zone actually starts just before Church, so he wasn't able to capitalise on that momentum.
Escort running out wide over the curbs. I have to say, I'm not entirely sure I'd be in that basket with him, but he knows the grip of his own car. An awful lot of these drivers, particularly of the older cars, have been racing them for a long, long while. I was pondering last night, one of our race winners yesterday has been racing his Ford Escort for 31 years. So since 1997. Goodness, can you imagine, has anybody here owned a car that long, never mind a race car that they've raced consistently? That's remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it is a project of love when it gets to that sort of length of time. They pour their heart and soul and money into upkeeping these cars and getting them out on track so that we get to enjoy them as well, although this car not out on track, unfortunately. Another one tootling into the pit lane. 21, I reckon that might be, which is Colin Voice's
it is.
Mark 1 Escort, and he is getting out of that car, so day done, unfortunately.
Yeah, very early, and an early finish. There is an opportunity for all of these cars to race later, and actually quite a lot of them took it in the all-comers race, which, as it suggests, is open to anybody who's already entered in the race weekend, which started yesterday with the full card of racing. So there is plenty of opportunity to get lots of miles under your wheels. We were talking about not going on the inside of Church. That was very definitely on the inside of Church, and that was a pretty determined move from the silver BMW of David Jefferson. Now, because he didn't qualify the car, he started at the back yesterday and at the back again today, but is making good progress.
Yes, he's done a lot of overtaking, hasn't he, this weekend, coming from the back of the grid, but really seems at home in these tricky conditions. So don't throw it away as I'm saying good things about you, David. Out of the chicane he comes. He is up into 4th position and looked a little bit less comfortable at low speed, but through the high-speed corners, it's a big car. It's got a long, wide wheelbase, nice and stable out at the back of the circuit, and that, I suspect, is where he will challenge Piers Grange ultimately for 3rd place.
Just seen our race leader, Josh, I mean, we haven't seen him, but just seen that he has set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 24 and change. Yesterday, his fastest race lap on slicks was 1 minute 15. How damp is it? It's that damp.
Yes, 9 seconds off the pace then, but getting quicker as the laps wind down. Almost everybody doing personal bests at the moment, so the conditions are improving. If it does not rain during the church bells for an hour and a half, which might be asking for a lot, but if it doesn't rain for that hour and a half, then the conditions could be very different when we reconvene for racing after the church break. But we shall have to wait and see. The back part of the circuit, as we saw yesterday, retaining a lot more water, seemingly a lot more spray being kicked up as they head through Goodwood and towards Church Corner, where the run is building here for Jefferson, but actually not yet hassling Piers Grange as much as I expected.
No, not yet. I don't think they're going to find an awful lot of extra grip. Part of the improvement in lap times is possibly they're just feeling a little bit more comfortable in the conditions. Of course, with a couple of yellow flags out, we're not going to see the ultimate lap time, although Josh Lawton just slices nearly 2 seconds out of his quickest lap on that last tour. And we're probably, if we hold this shot, it's probably not going to be long before we see him, is it?
No.
Because he can't be too far behind after, about half the race. So how far has he got up? I think he has probably got up to the better of the Ford, or the best of the Ford Anglias, which is down in 5th and 6th position.
Now, that was a bit of a close call there. David Jefferson almost got into the back of Piers Grange, who was slow out of Allard, so David goes right round the outside into Campbell, gets the inside for Cobb, and has the move made by the time they get to Seagrave. Meanwhile, this is not the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, but we do have a pair of Civic Type Rs running in pretty close company here, a bit further down the order. This is for 7th and 8th position, so 7th place is Ross Craig's 169 car. That's the car that went looping at Church on the opening lap. The grass actually has cleaned itself largely from the front of the car, which is good news. And behind him, he's got James Allen in his 224 car. Just ahead is the number 27 machine, is it, of Reynolds.
Martin Reynolds in the Zack Speed Escort.
Listed as an Anglia on the TSL's timing screen. I don't think it is.
Not according to the Mark 1 human eyeball, no. He was entered with 2 different cars, but that is the one that he has... although they do have to push start it every time he wanted to move, so the poor marshals in the collecting area were... started their morning sweating trying to get the wretched thing to go. Wretched thing. It's a fabulous piece of kit and absolutely motors. But as you can see, the Hondas now have caught right up to him. Ooh. So Martin Reynolds, a long way round the outside. Well, that's bold, but it works. You keep the momentum. And the tighter line is defensive and a wee bit slower, but he seems to have held the speed up the hill.
Yeah, I wonder if there are still yellow flags there, because it did look a bit like Ross Craig backed out of that, didn't it? He went right round the outside. Very brave at the corner at which he spun on lap 1 as well to go round the outside, but I think maybe didn't want to run the risk of yellow flag infringement, understandably, and so backed out of it. So he will try again. The grip that Civic had out at the back of the circuit there was pretty phenomenal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he knows he will have that advantage next time round as well. Just needs to get the move made a little bit earlier.
And the other thing, of course, that the Civic has is front-wheel drive, which will be just a little bit more predictable in these conditions, because if it starts to build understeer, it doesn't snap understeer, whereas when the turbo and the Escort chimes in, there might be a bit of that. Round the outside, underneath and back up again. Ooh, no, Martin Reynolds is not having it there.
No, please, after you. No, I insist, after you. Well, this is just going to hand the position to Ross Craig, to James Allen if they carry on, because James is right behind them. They were very polite going through the complex there, but that is very much the ethos of this sort of series, isn't it? This is not the hardest of hard racing. They're out there to have fun. They're out there wanting to look after their cars, but still capable, quite clearly, of providing some good side-by-side racing. I think this time, maybe the move has been made. Ross Craig right round the outside. Reynolds will try to use his extra horsepower, though, to hang tough on the inside into Church Corner. It's not quite going to work, so Ross Craig at long last goes through and then nearly throws it off the road again at Church Corner. That's how hard he had to try to outgrunt the Escort.
Well, that's the whole point of it, isn't it? You're not just following around politely, you are actually trying to wring the neck of your own car and get the maximum out of it. So it was a strong move, worked well for Ross Craig. He moves up into 6th, Martin Reynolds in the Escort down to 7th. He'll have to deal with the Civic of James Allen, which is a little less modified, it would seem, but seems to be going pretty quickly anyway. and he's got that flashing rear light going on at the back. So disco fever this early in the morning on a Sunday. Maybe that's a hangover. Maybe he's still out from last night. I'm not sure.
Well, this car went pretty well in the dry yesterday. Certainly was spectacular. James was using quite a bit more of the curb at the chicane and at the complex than other drivers were. Let's see if he does the same again. He's looking up the inside of Martin Reynolds. Might be forced over that inside curb, but in these conditions, I don't think you really want to be doing that. You want all four wheels solidly planted on the racetrack at all times for maximum grip. And so very different lines having to be used. Martin Reynolds hangs on and now, of course, heads onto the part of the circuit where the Escort should have a little bit of an advantage, accelerating up towards the left-hander at Noble. Very bumpy, long left-hander, one of the quickest left-handers in British motor racing. Then they fire it into the right-hander at Goodwood, where the front-wheel drive Civic has a lot more turn-in ability. And does sweep through on the inside line. So through goes James Allen, 2 places lost in as many laps for Ross Craig. Yeah, I think in these conditions, a front-wheel drive Honda Civic is probably a slightly easier vehicle to be at the wheel of. And Martin Reynolds fighting for his life out there, just trying to keep the thing in a straight line. Josh Lawton, meanwhile, has gone through. Now, Josh has slowed down significantly. His last lap was a 1:32.0. That was 10 seconds slower than his and the race's fastest lap. It was also 3 and a bit seconds slower than David Blackie in second place. Now, with 4 minutes to go, is there a concern here that Josh Lawton has maybe pushed that Civic a little bit too hard? It does rather have the look of a car that maybe a little highly strung. If he is running into some mechanical issues, this race win might not be as secure as we thought.
Yeah, it might be that's the case. It might be that the tyres are starting to go off, and it might equally be that he's had a little bit of a scare in traffic and has had to take avoiding action. We haven't seen him for quite some while, as they're going by one of the Fiestas that started towards the tail of the field. Well, there is Josh Lawton, and again, he too going past one of the Fiestas that starts at the tail of the field, so working his way quickly through the field. In fact, he's probably passed the green and yellow car for a second time, I would have thought.
I believe he has, yes. That's the 225, is it not, of Todd Hawkins? So yes, I think he has lapped that car twice. Lawton's last lap of 28.0, so a few seconds quicker than his previous one, but I do think he's probably just stroking this one home, isn't he? He's sort of proven his point, pulled away, 18 seconds to the good, was 7/10 faster than David Blackie that time around. And in a way, not really any point in over-stressing the car. He did this a little bit in the dry yesterday as well, went off like a scolded cat and then sort of just coasted home for the final few laps. But, yep, this car working well in all conditions. The grip it's got, you can just see the way that it turns through the corner. Not a hint of slip at all. No understeer, no oversteer, just perfectly planted. And that gives Josh Lawton all the confidence in the world to really let it rip out at the back of the circuit. He's got another one of the ST150s to put a lap on in a moment or two, but only 2 laps now between himself and another checkered flag.
Yeah, he was saying that in the drying conditions yesterday, the wet tyres went off pretty quickly at the end. They got on so far and then really started to drop off the cliff. I don't think that it is drying in any way as quickly as it did yesterday. Again, right now in this self-engineered machine, he's absolutely flying, and of course all he's doing now is enjoying himself as much as possible, keeping the car in one piece for the 3rd race of the weekend.
Indeed, onto the brakes into the complex, and he is well clear still, 19.6 seconds clear now, David Blackie. The best of the battles, really. Well, there are a couple, aren't there? There's the James Allen, Martin Reynolds scrap, which is still going on. They're only half a second apart, but the other one is Piers Grange versus Ollie Allen, and Ollie Allen in the Mark 6 Fiesta is now on the tail of Piers Grange's Escort, so that for 4th position overall. It's also, though, for the win in the Boss class, to be the best of the Blue Oval machines, so that is a battle of some significance, actually. They have not long, I think, got across the line, only 0.3 of a second apart now, so getting closer. And Ollie Allen, again, front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive, a good few decades in age between the cars, but look how evenly matched they are. The Fiesta right on the tail now of the fishtailing Escort.
As it has been pretty much since the lights went off right at the start of the race. It's been a very close battle, and the Fiesta just doesn't quite seem to have what it takes anywhere. And the problem is, you can see now, it's a little nimbler perhaps, and just a little bit more traction in the slower stuff, but then can't capitalise because it's got a slightly slower Escort in front, and when they get out into the quick stuff, the Escort stretches its legs away, so you spend the rest of the lap trying to catch up at the chicane, and then the whole thing happens again exactly the same next time round. Quite frustrating.
It's very frustrating. It's so difficult to overtake a car that is quicker than you in a straight line, because as you said, you can have all the corner speed in the world, but you can't drive through the car in front of you, so you have to get pretty inventive to make the move stick. They are about to go on to what I think for them will be the penultimate lap of the race, because they're still just about ahead of Josh Lawton, who's probably approaching the chicane for the final time. But I think these two are both catching David Jefferson slightly. Jefferson does a 1 minute 30.7. Yeah, 1.1 seconds slower than Piers Grange, who is 2.1 seconds back with 2 laps to go, so that could get quite close for third position even by the end of the race.
Yeah, David Blackie, David Jefferson, and then this little battle, Piers Grange and Ollie Allen. But the checkered flag had better be ready, because I think you're right. I think the race leader can't be too far away at the moment. He was 23 seconds ahead. Here he comes, going by James Allen, catching Martin Reynolds. Martin in 7th place, so he will have lapped all but the top 6 as they get to the line. Time has run out, but not for Josh Lawton. Another impressive run from Josh.
Yes, I wonder whether he'll be kind here and allow Martin Reynolds to do another lap. I think he has, so he flashes the lights in celebration. Josh Lawton wins in our first race of the day here at Thruxton, the Classic Thunder and Boss Series, and the Honda Civic as dominant as it was in the all-comers race yesterday, really. It's going to be a long wait for David Blackie, who will eventually appear in 2nd position. So this is the final lap, isn't it, then, for this battle as well, which heads up the chicane, towards the chicane for the final time. And Piers Grange has, I think, now seen off the challenge, really, from Ollie Allen. Across the line goes David Blackie. He comes home in the runners-up spot. David Jefferson will hang on to 3rd. And barring a big mistake at the chicane, Piers Grange should be pretty secure in 4th position as well, and the mistake does not come, so across the line he goes. So 3rd for Jefferson, 4th Grange, 5th for Ollie Allen, and Piers Grange wins in the Boss category. Now, there are a couple of classes within the Boss element of the race. The Class S won by Piers Grange, Class D by the number 10, so that is Tim Mizzen, and Boss G won by the 612 of Cliff Pellin. So I think they were the only Boss classes. There are a couple of classes within the Classic Thunder element of the race. So Class B won by Lawton, top 3 cars, in fact, all in Classic Thunder B. Classic Thunder D won by Ross Craig, G by James Allen, C by the 441 of Ian Bauer. I didn't see a lot of Ian in that race, but he had a starring role in a couple of the races yesterday. And I think that's it for class winners, because Colin Voights, who was in a class of his own, didn't reach the checkered flag. So through goes Martin Reynolds then. He's the last car to see the checkered flag. And with that, we conclude our opening race of the day. As I said, we do now go into a little bit of a, let's call it a breakfast break, maybe not a lunch break, a breakfast break for us. It is because of the church bells here at Thruxton, so we'll be no racing for an hour and a half or so, but we've got plenty of content to bring you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be staying live and covering all of the stories from the paddock, so make sure you stick around for that, and then we'll be racing after that for the rest of the day. So first race of the day, and it's a win, another win, a second of the weekend for Josh Lawton. Second place goes the way of David Blackie, with David Jefferson coming home in 3rd. Piers Grange wins the Boss portion of the race in 4th position overall, narrowly ahead of Ollie Allen. Ross Craig in 6th, Martin Reynolds 7th, then James Allen, Tim Mizzen and Cliff Pellin to complete the top 10, all class winners, those 3. Then it's Ian Bauer in 11th, Todd Hawkins 12th, Colin Voice was a non-finisher, and Mike Manning, sadly, a non-starter. There were quite a few non-starters, actually. Manning probably the highest profile one. Well, there were a couple of drivers we were hoping to see in that race, certainly who we saw yesterday, who did not make it out this morning. So the cars then make their way back towards Parc Fermé, where they'll be greeted by Martin Haven, and he's got plenty of time. He can interview the whole grid if he wanted to. I doubt he does, because it's still a bit chilly out there, and it's not raining yet, certainly full cloud coverage surrounding the Thruxton circuit, but at the moment the conditions are not getting any worse, so we're going to cling on to that little glimmer of hope for the rest of the day, and hope that the worst of the rain skirts past us. David Jefferson there turning in, a car that had some mechanical issues at the start of yesterday's first race, meant that it couldn't take the start, but was able to get out in the all-comers race, where it charged through the order pretty effectively. did so again in that race, didn't he, to finish eventually in third position. Piers Grange turns in. There's Ian Bowers' Castrol liveried BMW. We'll see that again, I'm sure, a little bit later on in the day. And I suspect maybe the last car in is Cliff Pellin in the 612. So Cliff Pellin did finish, so I think I might have said that he didn't reach the checkered flag earlier on, but he was there. And the Fiesta heads towards Parc Ferme. In Parc Ferme, ready to go though, is Martin Haven. Let's hear from him and our podium finishers.
Josh Norton, congratulations. That's a good way to start a Sunday morning.
Yeah, definitely. Nice and early. We had a bit of a rush to get the wet tyres put on, and they've made a world of difference. So, yeah, happy.
So compared to yesterday, what were conditions like?
It's very wet. It's hard to judge because I was on the intermediate tyres yesterday and I'm on the wets today. But it wasn't bad. The grip wasn't bad, but there was a lot of spray, so maybe it was just my car. But,
and the car felt balanced as well in all conditions?
It felt perfect, to be honest. I could have pushed more, but I've got the championship to think about, so I just, once I got the gap, I just held the gap. But yeah.
Brilliant. Congratulations. Third race, third podium for this fabulous looking machine. Second place, David, welcome back to the top three. How has your morning started?
It was a good eye. It was a bit wet this morning, so the tyres wasn't going off on the full wets. No, the car worked well. It was a bit vibrate. I think one of the wheels isn't balanced properly, but no, we got there. It's good.
Not too much spray because you were running pretty much in the clear once Josh had disappeared.
We all knew that was going to happen, let's be fair, especially with them wets that he's got on. But no, it was good. Clear race, so no, spot on.
Excellent. Congratulations. Another podium as well for David Blackie and David Jefferson. First time on the podium. Where's he gone? Ah, there you go. So now then, you've kind of made a lot of work for yourself, having to come from the back of the grid every time.
To make it more fun, didn't we? Bring a bit more fun, more action and that, like, yeah, make it exciting and that. Good.
Reverse qualifying should be the way forward.
Yeah, I think so, yeah, definitely, yeah. It makes it more fun. It gives something to work at, doesn't it? So.
Now, the forecast was for hell and damnation and lots of rain. How wet do you think it really is there?
It's not so wet, there's not so much standing water, but it is very greasy. So it just makes it a fun drive, though. Yeah, much fun.
Big smile on his face to start the morning. Well, congratulations. Now, the tradition at Thruxton is that there is a church silence during the morning, and we will be back racing a little after 11 o'clock. But spent a part of the day yesterday catching up with some of our competitors in all the different classes to find out a little bit more about themselves, about their cars, and about the championships they're involved in. We're going to start out with one of our key racing figures in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Jim Pocklington, and learn a little bit more about him and his car. One of the most distinctive liveries in our Super Tourers group is, of course, this classic John Cleland Vauxhall Cavalier. Jim Pocklington, you're driving actual history here, aren't you?
Yeah. I wouldn't say quite the oldest car here, but she's number one chassis Cavalier. So John and Chris Hodgett's first car, the car that featured really its first big race, was in Birmingham Super Prix. Not many people remember that, but yeah, to be driving this actual car, not only because of John and Chris, it's just a wonderful car that everybody, or most people, seem to love, and it's just fabulous to drive.
Now, they always say don't meet your heroes, but does it feel as good as you were hoping it would do?
Oh, for sure. Every time John gets back in it and drives it, which is now and again, he says it even smells the same as it did back in 1990. But yeah, it's just fabulous.
And that's a weird thing. People say, well, how can it? But the way they build cars, with the fuel lines and the oil lines inside, cooling lines inside, insulation underneath and so on, it does have a very distinct smell. And so often the drivers know if it's a real one or a replica, so you know that it's the proper thing.
Yeah, absolutely. This car's endorsed by even Dave Cook that built it. Everybody knows that it's the right car, and it's been restored with as many parts as possible from original era. Obviously not safety parts, but just as many sort of hard pieces that they can to restore it. And yeah, they all carry on from what it was in 1990.
Now, do you have a line of witty one-liners and hand gestures that you employ occasionally as by its previous owner?
No, my only hand gestures is pray.
Now, obviously, this was a British touring car venue when this car was new. Just how scary is it in something like this?
It is. I'm on old rubber today. Last meeting of the season, so we thought we'd come out and do it because we like Thruxton very much. And being on old rubber, you can certainly tell out there that you're on old rubber and have to respect it, because the bend leading up to church, that very, very fast right-hander, oh dear, it takes some hanging on to, and then lining yourself up for church has to be exactly right, just for a lift and carry on in sixth.
And top of Woodham Hill, as you start to come up and you're still seeing sky and you know the chicane is there, that must be another one of those big worry moments.
It is, and I've not got the chicane right yet. I'm braking far too early for it, and a lot of the boys that sort of are behind me are obviously cursing me really for braking too early, because I'm not up to speed with the chicane yet.
Well, look, I'm sure John will tell you he got it perfect every lap. I'm sure he never did, but it's great to see the old girl out, and it's really fantastic to see cars like this still racing. So thanks for bringing it to Thruxton.
Thank you very much for having me.
Pleasure.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Let's go racing! Callum Newsham, the latest race winner here at the TCR UK, and to be honest, Callum, that was a pretty stunning drive, wasn't it? I mean, the first half of the race, you had to fend off Adam Shepherd. The second half of the race, you just had to keep putting in good laps.
Yeah, exactly. The start was, I made a good start, which I'm pretty impressed of. But yeah, Shepherd was putting quite a bit of pressure on me at the start. I was making a few mistakes. Obviously, unfortunately, I had an issue. But yeah, and just kept pumping in good laps, like you say, keeping the tyres somewhat in good condition for when I needed it. But I didn't need it, which is good. And yeah, it was a good win.
I was going to say, I mean, for you though, Championship, we're going to chew your ear off about Championship going into Silverstone. I don't really want to chew your ear off about it now, but it is a good step forward, potentially, on Carl Boardley, and that's the sort of weekend you need. You just need those steps to be in with that shot going into Silverstone.
Yeah, it's just finishing ahead of Boardley, finishing ahead of Carl, and we did that. So we gained a few points on him there. I don't know how close it is now. It's probably pretty close.
It looks pretty close, but with drop scores, it's always very complicated to tell. But going into Silverstone, no drop scores. Do you actually prefer that? Because it sort of clears your mind. Everybody's on a level playing field.
Yeah, everyone's on a level playing field. So what happens, doesn't it? If you have an issue, then that's it. Game over, pretty much.
Well, you probably had the hardest conditions that you're going to have this season with that race, didn't we? I mean, you were the first person always to attack whatever new lap would come at you. How was it in terms of grip levels? How was it in terms of finding that sort of breaking point?
Well, to be honest, it wasn't much different to qualifying, just a little bit more wet. So we already knew where the grip was, and yeah, it was just about managing it from there. And yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, you managed to put it bang on. Callum Newsham, big congratulations on a race victory. We'll speak to Callum a little bit more later, I'm sure.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
One of the most identifiable cars on the classic grid has got to be this ex-Eggenberger Texaco Sierra. Mike Manning, what's the history of this car then? How have you come to have this?
I bought this car 3 years ago off of Mark Wright, and he used it for a few years before that, and loving every minute driving it, love it.
Everybody knows the Sierra Cosworth, but what is a race-tuned Cossie like to drive?
Oh, it's the best. The speed, the top end, I absolutely love it. 160 plus, it's really good.
And you're at the fastest circuit in the UK, so all of that comes into play. And how does it handle the bumps? I mean, this isn't soft and compliant, is it?
No, it's a bit damp this morning, but it didn't spin out at all, and we were still clocking 150 and a bit down. It was really nice. No dramas.
So I'm guessing after this on a damp Thruxton, you're not needing a double espresso this morning?
No, we're all good.
Now, obviously, these raced in Group A back in the late 80s. Where do you race it now? Classic touring cars, and presumably you take it to historic events like the Revival, Silverstone Festival?
Yeah, we go to Silverstone Classic meeting, and also we race with the Young Timers Championship in Netherlands, Spa, Germany, etc. They're really good meetings. Yeah, we like the big events, to be honest.
So, big fast car, big fun tracks.
Yeah, just loads of fun, and the whole team love it, and brilliant, best car I've ever bought.
Now, if you're running a Fiesta, you can go to a Ford dealer. If you're running a Mark 1 or Mark 2 Escort, there are loads of suppliers. What about this? Because this is something a little bit special.
Well, to be honest, I can get parts very easy. Engine builder, he does a very good engine for me, Harvey Gibbs, and the gearbox and the diff, Barra Motorsport, he's brilliant. And yeah, we can seem to get the parts for the car easily at the moment.
Well, long may that continue. Like, I watch these cars in period, and it's just fantastic to see them out, still getting exercise the way they should be. So
yeah, no, we love every minute of it, and yeah, can't wait for the sun to come out and get the power down.
Mike, good luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Cool.
My name's Dave Weston, and I'm a Motorsport UK trainer for Marshalls. Today's training event, we've been planning this for about 6 weeks now in the background, and that's sort of organising the venue, the materials, liaising with different other instructors for different other elements, and then obviously a debrief thereafter to see if there's anything we can learn for next time. Okay, on the day itself, it's making sure that delegates, the marshals, come along and hopefully take away some knowledge from the day. The skills that someone needs to have to get involved is just common sense, knowledge of motorsport, problem solving is also quite useful. Motorsport UK do run sessions for trainers, so if you are interested, then talk to the club, talk to Motorsport UK, and they can put you on the right path for the training that you need to become a trainer yourself. It's important to get more people involved in the role, because a lot of people say that the marshals are key to the sport. We need to ensure that marshals are appropriately trained upon the latest information, the latest rules, regulations, to ensure that they can do the best job they can, whether it's in assembly, start line, on post, or in race control. It's a great weekend out, lovely weather sometimes. It's teamwork, it's friendship, and it's just a great way to put back into motorsport as well. So if people want to become a marshal, they can contact Motorsport UK, or they can contact their local circuit or racing club.
My name's Justine. I've been marshalling for about 1.5 years now. I got into it because my grandma used to be a marshal, so it's been in the family history. We're all petrol heads, all love cars. So the skills that I've learned are communication skills, teamwork skills. I've managed to expand upon them. Today we've done fire theory, which I never would do outside of this, and also a lot of reporting and just knowing how all these skills come together to make a race meeting work. So people should become a motorsport volunteer. It's a great way to get closer to the action. If you've got a particular series or championship you follow, you can get really close to that. You can go around and speak to the drivers. And it's also a really nice community. It's really welcoming, really friendly, and we're just one big family.
I'm Caroline. I've been marshalling for 12 months. I got into marshalling for a love of motorsport and just wanted to put something back into the motorsport, really. The comradeship between the marshals and just the teamwork, and it's something different that you wouldn't normally get to do. I think other people should become a volunteer in motorsport to experience the comradeship and the team, and they'll fall in love with it when they do it.
I'm with second place driver and Goodyear Diamond Award winner, Steve Ladle. Which one of those two achievements are you actually more proud of?
Oh, it's got to be an overall P2, hasn't it? That's the thing. Right.
And especially with racing it that hard against Carl Bordley, the reigning champion as well. We said in an interview earlier that it's an education. I feel like your education's coming to an end here, Steve.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I think the guys who are competing for a championship this year show that kind of performance in every kind of conditions, race week in, week out. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely making big steps forward, and to have a side-by-side fair, on merit P2 against someone of Carl's magnitude is a massive deal. Yeah.
What do you say about the changeable conditions? Oh, well, the different conditions that people pull out those performances? That was probably the hardest conditions that we've had all year, because it was greasy at the start, and then it was starting to dry up, and then the rain came down again. So really, you had 3 types of races in one. So what was the hardest point from you, beginning, middle, or end?
I think it was the last couple of laps. I feel like the tyres had started to kind of get to the natural end of life. I think everyone was having the same. In fact, looking in my rearview mirror and seeing Carl hit the grass on the penultimate lap, I think he was having the same problem. Yeah, especially such a quick track this. But I think trying to manage the car and keep my cool, not overdrive towards the end. And like I say, the team have been really good in trying to educate me and discipline me on that, and it's really worked. Yes, it's been mega.
What was it like going into corners, especially when the rain starts coming down, and finding the braking point? Because obviously every lap it'll be completely different in that race. So what was it like not being able to see Callum in the distance and not being able to judge his braking point and where you should brake?
Man, honestly, the car just felt epic. It really felt incredibly balanced. Callum wasn't too far in front, so I did have a fair gauge.
Didn't mean it as an insult.
No, but I was still able to use him as a gauge, because there was even when it wasn't raining, there's so much spray that to be a little bit further away actually probably gives you a better measure. Yeah. But the whole thing, like the flag was mega.
Awesome. It was awesome as well. You should go and watch it back, as should you at home, because you can find it on the TCR YouTube page, back on the live stream, and all the interviews with Steve and Sam, to be fair, from earlier. It was a great interview, actually, all on TCR social media channels. There we go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out.
Well, I know this is a rare sight, but a very familiar livery for those of you of a certain age and certain disposition. Jaguar XJS in Group 44 colours. That was the colours made famous by US racer Bob Tullius, who was very big with racing Jags in the States. So tell us about the history of this car.
So this car was originally a V12 manual, factory manual. They only made 350 of those. And then it was converted to a racing car by the Pierman brothers in the 1980s. And they raced it through the 80s and early 90s. And then I purchased it from them. The V12 was a little bit unreliable, so we've put a supercharged V8 engine in it from a road car. Andrew Pierman is actually here today. He's come down to have a look, so I've stayed in touch with him. And it's our first year out for about 20 years, so it's good fun.
So it's very different from the Bob Tullius cars that were raced in period. Like you say, they would have been a V12. So what, in terms of its driving experience, has changed from a big V12 to the supercharged V8?
It handles better because the V8 is a lot lighter. I've managed to move it back further, and when I had it on the corner weights, it's almost a 50-50 split, which is quite good for a front-engined rear-wheel drive car. I just need to learn to drive it faster, basically.
And you're quite a long way from the nose. You're quite a long way back in the car. From the outside, it looks quite a well-balanced shape, but there's a lot of bonnet, isn't there?
Yes, yeah, but I've always driven Jags with big bonnets, so I kind of get used to it, you know. Yeah, it's good fun.
And presumably, it's honking on a bit round here.
I don't have a speedo, but I get into 6th gear. Theoretically, the top speed is about 170. But I'm probably doing 140, I suppose, ish. Yeah.
Which feels like it's about enough?
Yeah, fast enough for me. As you get old, you get scared, don't you? So, but no, hopefully it's going to dry out for the race. Obviously, I'm in Historic Thunder and the All-Comers race later on today.
So that's a little greedy, having 2 bites of the cherry, but it all helps when you're learning the car, right?
Yeah, well, the CTRCC offered a second race for £99. So it seems like good value when you put it like that. So, yeah, and it's good to practice seat time with the car, you know. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, it's such a great-looking car and such a distinctive livery. I'm sure everybody will be rooting for it on the way back. So, yeah, Melvin, best of luck this weekend.
Thanks to my dad as well, because he helps me with all the work we do on it.
Lots of dads are team managers.
Well, they have to be, don't they? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
These little cars, they're not very fast, but you need to drive them on the edge to be anywhere near the front.
Yeah, good fun. Still enjoy racing them. Still mega fun cars to ride. Just awesome.
There's some very, very good drivers here. Very good drivers.
They're brilliant cars, you know, great fun to drive, and I really enjoy the championship. That's why I'm back.
That was fun. That was fun.
With Ken.
That was fun.
Gen 1 Cup winner Will Beach. And Will, I mean, we saw you on the live stream for the first sort of third of the race, and it looked like you and Rick Carey were relatively close, but it just looked like you had a bit more pace than him. You've got a lot of confidence in this car, it looks like.
Yeah, at the beginning of the race it was good, the balance felt good, but I just couldn't get the power down towards the end. I just lost front end grip completely, so but yeah, it was a really good close battle.
Is that tyres overheating, or was that changeable conditions, or setup maybe changing?
No, it was just tyres overheated. Just completely went off the cliff, and he was all right on the fast stuff, but when he got into the change, I couldn't get it slowed down, and I couldn't get the power on. Then he was right up me backside. Then he hit me going into the first chicane.
Got to get that in there.
Yeah, because I had to just slow it down, and it was at a acute angle, and we got away with it. So
yeah, I was going to say, because that's actually the closest championship fight we've actually got in terms of like individual championships. The Gen 1 Cup going into this weekend, there was only 9 points in it. Do you feel like that pressure's there, or does it sort of not really feel like you're going for a championship just yet?
No, I just take it each race as it comes. I know what I've got to do. Just go out and win. And
fairly simple when you put it like that. Motorsport's an easy game when all you have to do is that, isn't it?
Yeah. We're in the Gen Cup, and there's only 3 of us. So
hey, it's still a big achievement. It's getting some strong oppositions.
Yeah, well, Rick's a great driver, so
yeah, absolutely is. Will, congratulations on taking that victory, and we'll speak to you later.
Cheers.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
It's quite common to see classic touring cars that you recognise from the streets. Ford Escorts, Minis, Imps, but you don't see too many of this. This is a Vauxhall Droop Snoot Forenza. Moston Rutter, why have you gone so left field with your choice of racing car?
Originally I was a mechanic for the same type of car, and I just felt that I could get into it and have a bit of fun myself. So I purchased this. I started racing this in 1986 and continue to race it up to this present day. Lovely old thing. Struggles a little bit against the Fords, but yeah, it's just nice to be different.
It is nice to be different, and as a Vauxhall fan myself, it's always nice to see a Droop Snoot out. So is that part of the appeal, that it's something that you've got a close personal relationship with?
Well, I was a Ford fanatic up to 86, but I say I was drawn into being a mechanic for this, and yeah, you just get involved and you know every nut and bolt, don't you? And yeah, that's the original. That engine's done 43 races. It's amazing, isn't it, really? And 7,003. No, I love the old thing. Yes, you get attached to them, don't you? Yeah.
You do, don't you? It's kind of your second marriage. So what's under the bonnet? Is it 2.3?
2.3, yes. Do you want to look at it or no?
No, but
yeah, it's 2.3. Yeah, 2.3 slant. Yes, it's the old 2.3. It's the old CF van engine, basically. Yes, big old cast lump, and yes, but. Yeah, we're achieving some good figures, horsepower figures out of it. Thanks to Mr. Ray West, a local guy. Yeah, we'll see how we go today.
And of course, cars like this rallied in the hands of Will Sparrow, raced with Jerry Marshall. So Bill Blydenstein's got a lot to answer for Vauxhall fans, hasn't he?
Oh, good, hasn't he? Yes. I knew Jerry very well because of the connection with the Frenzas. And yeah, Bill Blindstein, I'm still using Bill Blindstein developed camshaft profile. After 40 odd years, you can't believe, can you? I've never improved on it. So that's just a recommendation to Bill Blindstein, isn't it?
No need to reinvent the wheel. Well, listen, I'm sure everybody will enjoy watching you dicing with the Escorts. It's always good to see a little bit of variety.
Yeah, let's hope I can dice with them. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, that's lovely. Right.
The depth of the field's unbelievable in this. Like, it's beyond anything I've been in or seen before.
You know, this championship is really hard. Genuinely is really hard. There's 10 guys who can win races.
The championship's so competitive. Like, everyone's just pushing and pushing and pushing, and we just seem to get quicker every year.
Those drivers could race anywhere. You know, they could race in touring car.
It's so much fun to drive and really enjoying like being in the race environment. I love it. I love this track. It's great.
The way the whole thing is put together, this is really fantastic.
Josh Files, second place in the first race of the Built Export Civic Cup here at Thruxton. I'll be honest, a bit like Max Edmondson, we didn't really see much of you because it was a little bit of sort of dead air really after the first couple of laps. Is it how it felt in the car, or did you feel like you were putting everything into it and you're as stressed as you normally are in terms of when you're in a battle?
I mean, ultimately, no, I was bored. You know, I couldn't keep up with Max. He's just too fast around here. Pulling away from the guys behind, so in the end you're just in limbo, aren't you? But I did say to him, because I knew the lap record around here was quite a lot further behind than what we're doing, and I said to him, I'm taking that with me if it kills me, and I'm pretty confident I just did, and he's really, really mad.
Because I didn't say, he asked me, and that was like the first thing he asked me on the live stream, was like, who took the fastest lap? I'll be honest, I don't know, but was it yourself?
Yeah, that's why we had that little competition before the race.
Here I was thinking it was something to do with the championship, but no, it's just a bit of an inside bet. I mean, he said he can't catch up with Max. Wet tomorrow is likely. Level the playing field, do you think?
Yeah, I think yesterday we had a wet session in our tests, and yeah, it was quite good for me. But then also Liam was very fast yesterday in the wet as well, so I think we got a good wet pace. That'll definitely spice things up, and it should at least make tomorrow's race interesting.
Fantastic stuff. Josh Files, congratulations on second place. Good luck for tomorrow.
can be hard to miss this car in our Super Tourers group. Ex-factory Honda Accord, ex-Tom Christensen Honda Accord. So Stuart White, a big name on the back, but what's it like running a car of this kind of age? What are the major dramas with the Honda?
Just a lot of money and time. You got to be fair, it's a lot of time. You got to spend like taking engine out, take gearbox out, make sure everything's all right, strip your bearings, and just your general maintenance stuff. You've got to look after it because they are a bit. But to be fair, the Honda's been all right for me, so I can't say anything against the Honda.
And do you feel that you've got a real thoroughbred on your hands? Is that what we're saying? Is that everything needs that little bit more attention?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you've just got to take care of absolutely everything on it. Everything's at its, I wouldn't say at its limit, but it's near it. But to be fair, it can. You've just got to look after it, make sure it's all right.
High maintenance.
Yeah, it is high maintenance. It's more time. Every weekend you've got to be at it, preparing it and making sure, trying to find something before it goes wrong, basically.
And then, of course, there's travelling to get here. I'm guessing not Hampshire resident from your accent.
No, up from Stirling in Scotland, so it was about 8-hour drive to get here. So we came down, well, yesterday, and we arrived at 8 o'clock last night and get set up and ready for this morning. So.
So what's Thruxton like in a machine like this? Because these were pretty quick here in period, weren't they?
They're a bit lively. I mean, you've got to watch for the back end. That's until you get heat in the rear tyres, you've just got to wait for it building up and building up. Then it'll just all of a sudden it'll just calm down and sit there, and you know that you can start to lean on the rear tyre because some of the corners your sixth gear just about flat out. So it's moving because Thruxton is kind of a bumpy old track, and you feel it moving all the time. But you've just got to have a bit of faith in the car that it can stick.
And there's no need for a double espresso in the morning when you've got one of these.
No, definitely. It wakens you up, definitely, yeah.
Now, in terms of the racing, obviously everybody around you will have very similar kind of vintage cars, but cars that got the same sort of performance. So does that make it entertaining, good fun?
Yeah, it does. Well, they're roughly 300 horsepower, the 2-litre normal aspirated, and usually all the Super Tourer cars have got the 300 horsepower. But, I mean, there's differences in chassis-wise and all your brakes. Well, this is the last of the Super Tourers, year 2000, so it's basically the last spec, so technically it should be the quickest. Whether I can drive it at its quickest, we'll see.
Well, being here in the paddock and hearing you guys howling around with the 2-litre engines absolutely on the limit just turns the clock back 25, 30 years.
I think everybody remembers the sound of them because they have got a unique sound, and they're just screaming all the time. You're up like 8,500, just especially around Thruxton when you're in sixth gear most of the time and you're right up the top of the rev range. You can hear it inside the car that you're just like hoping it stays together.
And now you're finding out why they don't have a speedo, because actually you don't want to know.
No, I don't have a speedo. I don't know what speed I'm doing. Just a lap timer, and I know when I come over the line. But I can check back to see what speed I was doing. See, that's another thing with you've got to get your gear ratios right, because if you don't get the gear ratios right, you don't get the ultimate performance out of it. You've got to have it just dropping the right amount of revs. So I could probably do maybe a wee bit taller six. I think I'm going to hit the rev limiter in the race just when. Obviously, getting to know the track a bit better, we might go a bit quicker in the race.
Well, the good news with this car is that Dick Bennett's will still have the setup sheet for every circuit, so it's a phone call and a fax away.
Well, the only problem with that is that back in period, they ran Michelin tyres, and we can only get the Goodyears now, and they're just not quite as what they had back then. So the setup-wise, you've kind of got to go with what you've got. So, but I mean, there is setup sheets with it, so you can judge where you are, but it was going all right this morning, so must have got it not too far.
And have you got used to the attention that the car brings to you?
Yeah, there's a lot of people come round and take photos and ask about it, and it's nice for them to come round. You tell them all what they want to know and chat with them, so that's good.
So now you know what it would be like to be married to Claudia Schiffer.
Yeah. I think the car's got the attention here, I think. Definitely.
Well, listen, thanks for making the journey down to Thruxton, and wish you the best of luck for the weekend. It's great to see these old stages back out again.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep it going for the 2 days and get 2 races out of it, and hopefully people can enjoy watching them again.
Brilliant.
It'll be good.
All right, Stuart.
Right.
Thank you so much.
it's now the cars are well evenly matched. You see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
I'm with Adam Durant, and we're generically in front of the Ben Sharp Racing because his car's hidden in the back and we can't really get to it. So, Adam, I mean, you obviously made your debut in the Civic Cup at Silverstone. Now, we didn't get a chance to chat to you then, but we're here now. What was the debut like? What's Thruxton been like? What's the Civic Cup been like?
I'm enjoying it so far. It's been a learning curve for me. Silverstone was my debut. I prefer the Civic to the Fiesta 240.
Oh, that's a line. Phil will love that.
Yeah, just personal reasons, really. I've had a couple on the road prior, so it was a no-brainer, really, moving over to them. The K20 is a strong engine, and we're having fun with it. Just looking to gain some experience this weekend and pick up as much knowledge as possible.
We've had a lot of people come into the Civic Cup from other series and say that no matter what you've driven before, Civics are really difficult to get your head around. Is that something that you sort of found yourself?
I currently drive a Civic anyway as a daily driver. I just sort of got on with it. I had to make some compromises and be flexible in certain places. The 240 is a bit more temperamental. The turbo went wrong, and yeah, it's NA, so one less thing to go wrong, I suppose.
I was going to say there's quite a lot as well. They had ABS. These things don't have ABS either, do they? And all those sort of, did you do a lot of testing to make that transition?
Not really. It was just sort of a spur of the moment thing, really. We rocked up on a Friday, just trying to gain as much testing experience and just get to know the track. It's my first time at Thruxton as well. So
scary, isn't it?
No, enjoyable. Scary good.
I'm terrified of the place. All you guys seem to be absolutely fine with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Just prior to this, I was karting anyway, so it's just sort of a natural move over, really. Yeah, just enjoying it.
Yeah, and what's the ambition then? You obviously come in late in the season. What's the ambition next year?
We're looking to progress to stay with Civics. Hopefully, maybe build another car, maybe an FN2. Who knows? The EP3s are sort of, you see a lot less of them now. I think they will gradually change over to the FNs eventually. So who knows?
Yeah, well, it's amazing to have you here, Adam. Big good luck for the rest of the weekends. Big good luck for Silverstone as well, and we'll see you next season.
Thank you.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
One of the joys of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club is the variety of machinery. And if you're of a certain vintage, obviously, you will have seen Minis competing for decades. Indeed. And some of the drivers probably competing in them for decades. Now, this car's got a lot of family history.
It certainly has. It was bought in 1964, brand new,
from Cooper Cars in Surbiton by my father. He raced it for 25 years. He won 430 trophies with the car. It was prepared back in the day by Downton Engineering, as you've spotted on the rocker box. And unfortunately, when he passed away, it sat in a garage for more than 20 years. And finally, my stepmum said to us, look, boys, you can have the car if you do one thing, that's restore it back to its former glory and go and race it. So that's what we've done. We've got the original Downton engine, but we've now put a KAD engine in for these sort of races, because it would be a bit cruel on the old engine, I think. And yeah, I mean, it's just such a joy to drive. It is, and so original, the car, every part of it.
And the fun with Minis never gets old, does it? They're just such engaging cars to drive. So you and your brother are running the car here, and you're both racing it, but there's no pit stops, so...
So, right, Michael's going to do race 1. He's done race 1 throughout the season, and I do race 2. Unfortunately, that means I have to start from the back of the grid, but that's quite good fun in a way, because the car's pretty capable. We're second in class today, only a little bit behind Barry Syme. So, you know, although the car is full of nostalgia and all the rest of it, it's there to race, and that's what we do. We race it as hard as we can, hopefully without any damage.
So how's the car developed? Because obviously when it came from Cooper's early 60s, that would have been, what, 998, 1071?
No, it wasn't an original. It was one of the first 1275 cars. But just to give you some facts and figures, I mean, back in the day, that was a 73 brake horsepower engine in a 1275 Cooper S. This car now does 70 miles an hour in second gear, it does 98 miles an hour in third gear, and it was clocking about 117 miles an hour just as I brake for the chicane today. So just that same A-Series engine has been developed phenomenally by the likes of Swift Tune and Kent Auto Developments, and we're very lucky. I mean, I drove the original cars. I raced back in Mini Miglia. And the bit I think that's really surprised me is the huge amount of development that's gone on with the engines. They are just astonishing.
Well, Porsche has been building 911s since the Minis were young, and they're still building them. So that sort of 60, 70 years of development in the Mini engine is still bearing fruit.
Yeah, we were just talking to these guys just behind me, and they are Downton enthusiasts of back in the day. Downton produced an enormous amount of top engine people. Richard Longman, very well known for his own racing antics. But yeah, I mean, Downton's was the testing ground and the training ground for race engineers. And that's gone on for years and years. So these people have learned so much about this engine. I can't believe that the A-Series engine is still being developed today. It gets better and better, and they're more and more fun to drive. And
you can still hang 8,000 RPM off it and it doesn't blow up.
My old ones used to, but thank touch wood somewhere. No, they're quite safe to 8 now. This has actually been dynoed before it went in the car. It was dynoed to 8,700. So they were really confident that if you don't go over 8, that the engine will do the whole season, which it has. It's done the whole season.
So Thruxton, you're knocking on 120 miles an hour on 10-inch rims.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, these are the original Dunlop racing tyres that we have to use, but controlled racing tyres. Again, another little development there was that we now have the tyres slightly shaved. That makes them flatter. It spreads the heat evenly throughout the tyre, so it lasts longer. It doesn't chunk up and all the rest of it. Whoever decided or worked out that would work, I have no idea, but thank you for doing that. It makes the tyres better.
Well, listen, it's always great to see these cars out racing, and presumably your target will be not only to beat the other Minis, but take on some of the Lotus Cortinas and the Ford Falcon Sprint and regenerate all those old memories.
Yes, we've qualified ahead of Alan with the Ford Falcon Sprint, which I'm sure he will try and put right later on. But no, Brother Mike will go well in the first race, and yeah, I mean, I'm lucky to still be doing this. I mean, we're both of us, we're actually twins, and we're both of us 70 now. So I think the privilege is to just be still racing well enough, fit enough, and yeah, just to be taking part is fantastic. But we're in with a shout as well, and you can't let that go.
You're only as old as the car you love.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Well, welcome back to Thruxton, everyone. We are partway through our little morning break here before we resume racing a little bit later on. Our first race, when we come back, due to kick off at around about 10 to 11. In the meantime, an opportunity to remind you all of an event that is coming up a little bit later on in the year after the racing season has finished. Well, that perhaps is where you could begin your 2025 season, at least the planning part of it, by making your way to Silverstone on the 16th and 17th of November for the BRSCC Driven by Racing event. This is a fantastic initiative, relatively new initiative of the BRSCC, a live motorsport exhibition where you can start your journey racing here with one of the most popular motor racing clubs in the country. There are plenty of things for you to get up to. There are opportunities to have test drives in proper racing cars, meet the teams, begin that conversation about getting yourself on the grid for next year. You can also have a chat with the BRSCC event staff. Race coordinator recruitment is going on as well. So if driving the cars isn't necessarily your thing, but you want to be involved in the organisational side of it, that's also an opportunity for you to get the ball rolling on that. There are demonstrations for the rescue unit, race officials, training, scrutineering demonstrations as well. So whatever your involvement in motor racing could be going forwards, you can begin that journey at Driven by Racing. You can even take your ARDS test and get your racing licence. So you've got a few months then before 2025 to get yourself a car and a team and out on the grid. But the first thing you need to do, of course, is get that race licence. You can actually take the test at Silverstone itself, and you can leave Driven by Racing a fully qualified racing driver. And there are plenty of exhibits of cars and motor racing equipment that you can go and have a look at as well. So even if you just fancy a day out and have a little wander around and have a chat with a few interesting people, Driven by Racing is the place to do so. You can get your free tickets via the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk. And as I said, the dates for your diary, the 16th and the 17th of November. Driven by Racing is an event that you do not want to miss. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the day, I'm sure. For now, though, let's head back into the paddock and catch up with a few more drivers.
The Paul Winfield Trophy winner for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup Race 1 here at Thruxton is Spencer Stevenson. There's a lot of information to get out there at the beginning. This is the second take we've had of this one. But Spencer, I mean, ultimately, what a race. Yourself, Alex Kite, Dave Marshall, Swain. You could not have picked any of you out of a hat, and then you decided to throw it sideways halfway through church.
Yeah, that was a scary moment. I thought I'd gone, and then I think 3 or 4 of them come by me at once, and then I managed to pick my way back through, and then I had a bit of space towards the end and just managed the gap, and happy with P6. I
was going to say, you did have the pace though, didn't you? If it wasn't for that mistake, do you think you could have maybe threatened some podiums? Potentially,
I think Kent come by me, and then he had too much of a gap to hang on to the back of him because of that moment. So that cost me a bit of time. So we'll have to see how we go in the next one.
Well, we're looking forward to it. In the wet, is that something you're looking forward to before we let you go? Because I know all the cars are now driving out.
We'll find out. I've not done a lot in the wet, so we'll find out.
Fantastic, Spencer. Big congratulations, and we'll see you probably tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good.
Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
One of the highlights of this weekend is going to be the Fiesta Junior Championship. Here with Tom Merritt. Tom, what's the appeal of the Fiesta Juniors for you?
It's really great close racing. We were looking at different junior championships last year and it really stood out. There's great coverage and media involved with it as well. But overall it's great, fair, clean racing and it's a good place for me to start my racing career.
So is this your first time in cars? Presumably you've got karts behind you.
Yeah, main focus now is cars. I didn't actually do a lot of karting compared to other drivers just because of my age and my weight. Couldn't really find a class, but we ended up doing a national championship that was sort of an arrive and drive, which was great for sort of racecraft and just learning the craft. But yeah, no, main focus now is cars, and then can't wait to see where it takes us.
All right, so starting it obviously with touring cars or perhaps GTs as a focus rather than single-seaters. So how old are you now?
So I'm currently 15, and like you say, my main ambition is to get to Le Mans and Daytona and Sebring and iconic places like that. But yeah, 15 now, so next year I'll be able to move up into those adult cars.
So what's it like balancing schoolwork and racing? Is it a relief from racing to get back to school, or a relief from school to get racing?
Definitely a relief from racing. It's quite difficult because obviously I'm having to sort of manage my time quite efficiently because obviously it is my GCSE year and those grades are really important. But yeah, no, obviously want to put in some time as well into the focus of cars on the sim, in the fitness aspect. So yeah, it's quite difficult, but we find a way. Got a timetable, so yeah, it's fine.
And how are you enjoying Thruxton?
It's very, very fast and committed. But yeah, it's one of my favourite circuits. I do tend to suit faster circuits better. So yeah, absolutely loving it. Qualifying was positive. We're inside the top 5. So yeah, let's see where we can go.
All right, well, the sun looks like it's coming out, but tomorrow it's going to be wet. Sunday forecast isn't great. How do you feel about the rain?
We had a little bit of testing yesterday in it. So it's actually quite a grippy circuit because of the abrasive surface. So yeah, looking forward to it. Should be quite good fun with the other competitors. So get today out the way, and then yeah, move into tomorrow.
All right, Tom Merritt, everybody look out for car 12.
Perfect, thank you.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
I'm with Charlotte Birch, returning to the Miltech Sports Civic Cup for Thruxton here. And this isn't your first foray out in the car, is it? But it has been a little longer than potentially we would have liked to have you absent from this championship.
Yeah, I mean, I did the opening round at Brands Hatch. It was good, but I think the car still needs a little bit more work. We kind of just wanted to come away for it for a little bit, just get some more sort of seat time with the car, do a little bit of work with the car, and then come back for Thruxton, which is probably my favourite track on the calendar this year. So
Really?
yeah, I thought it was a good one to come back for. Yeah.
Well, most people avoid it like the plague. That's pretty silly. Do you just have no fear whatsoever?
Well, I work here quite a lot, so
really?
I'm literally I know the place like probably more than I know any track. So
What do you do here?
So I instruct on the school days that they do here. So
Fantastic.
yeah, I'm just lapping around here all the time, really. So.
I bet it's a bit different than the juniors. What do you lap around here normally, in just a road-going Mini or something like that?
So it varies from the days. Sometimes it's in a Ford Focus, or other times you're in a Ferrari. So you know, it's like varies. But when you get in a race car, again, it's completely different. Like I say, these cars that we do for work, they're only on road tyres,
Yeah.
and they're not. Like you say, they are just road cars. So when you get into one of these, it's a little bit different, yeah.
Well, and we've spoken to quite a few drivers, the likes of like Josh Files. He says it a lot, actually, that he's driven all sorts of cars all over the world, as have you. And the EP3 is not like any of them. The Civic Cup is a completely different kettle of fish.
Yeah, me and Josh spoke before qualifying, and he's just said you have picked the hardest car to learn to drive, and I've learnt that pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I thought when we bought the Civic, I was like, yeah, I'll be all right, I'll be straight to the front, and it's not. It's such a hard car to drive, and especially my background, I'm predominantly rear-wheel drive, so moving back into front-wheel drive again, it's just it's a big, steep learning curve for me.
What have you been doing in the interim between Brands Hatch and here then?
So I've put the Civic in a couple of races in track action, which is, there's quite a lot of sort of lower powered stuff there, so you know, it's easy to get a result. And then I've done the G55 and Brick car in British Endurance Championship as well. So yeah, I've sort of dipped my toes back into rear wheel drive again. But yeah, just kind of struggling with the front wheel drive thing at the moment, but we'll get there.
Sprint racing or endurance racing then, which way are you sort of angling as a career goes forward, do you think?
If money wasn't an object, probably endurance racing.
Yeah.
But again, it's no secret, it's an expensive sport. So I think for the moment, it's going to have to be sort of the sprints. But yeah, we'll see if we can go back to endurance racing. Who knows?
Well, sprint racing, TCR next year?
Well, yeah, if we can find the money, if we can find the sponsors, then yeah, absolutely. But I know Stuart Lyons and Maximum Motorsport, they've started this new junior programme, which could be an option. But again, it's just trying to find that extra bit of budget. But yeah, fingers crossed.
We haven't actually spoken to Stuart about that. I'm very curious on it as well. Who do you want to give a shout out to then, who's gotten you here so far? Because obviously there'll be a whole host of people, friends, family, sponsors and everything that have got you to this point. Who's been supporting you the most?
So my dad's always been a massive part of my career in sports, my dad's team. So he's done so much for me. We've got X-Hype oils, we run all their oils in our cars, and we've got Megas Motorsport as well, so all helping us, all chipping in, getting us on the grid. Which is
fantastic. Well, before we let you go, Ian, I want you to come and zoom in on these brilliant liveries and stuff like that, because you're not going to miss. I've just been dripped on, that's horrible. You're not going to miss Charlotte out there on circuit, and that's because you're going to be watching it on the TCR YouTube page for the live stream. The Miltech Sports Civic Cup. You got a race today, this afternoon, and a race tomorrow. You can catch Charlotte and the rest of the crew out there later on.
So we're wandering around the Fiesta paddock, and it's not often that you get collared and say, can I have an interview? But that's exactly what's just happened. So alongside me, we've got two Fiesta Juniors, got Ben and Jensen. So what's the story of your weekend so far?
We've just been really getting to grips with the track, especially with the changing conditions. A bit unlucky with the pace of the car in the quali, so we had to set off P10, but big things are coming, so hopefully we should be better for the races.
So is that an issue between the driver's seat and the steering wheel, or is it somewhere else on the car?
There's always issues between the driver's seat and the steering wheel, but we think the bigger issue is in the car.
What about this track then? Is this the first time you've been here, Jensen?
I've tested here a couple of times. My dad's obviously raced here many years ago, so have all my coaches. But yeah, it's been a really struggle for me, especially when they've added them extra tyre barriers in at the last chicane. I've really struggled with them, especially on practice. I kept hitting them, so not so good.
So in the sim, you've been leaping the chicane quite happily, and then you get here in real life and there's big stacks of tyres?
Yeah, pretty much like that.
And what about the speed? Obviously, it's the quickest track in the UK. Does it feel different from everywhere else?
Yeah, I don't think my right foot's ever been flat to the floor as much as it ever has been here. It's quite scary, but after a few times you do get used to it and it just becomes memory then.
And that is the thing with the speed, isn't it? Is that actually your brain starts to get used to it, and then you... How many laps does it take to sort of catch up and then really think, OK, now I know where I'm going?
Well, in these, because they're not as fast, you can literally flat from straight out of the pit lane. But the main thing is literally thinking, you're not going to run off the track, you're going to be fine. That's literally the main thing around here, that's it.
So it's all a leap of faith. And what about the championship as a whole? Obviously, lots of young drivers, all keen to impress, all keen to go places. Where are you hoping to end up?
Well, we was hoping for a top 3, but issues have set us back. But I'd be happy to climb back up and get in a top 5. That would be a good finish to the season.
And what about you? Where would you like to see yourself racing next?
I think hopefully if we win this year, hopefully we'd be doing something like GT4s out in Europe or minis back over here. But yeah, we don't really know yet, just planning for the future.
And some of it depends on where you can find the finance, doesn't it, and what's available. But you'd like to race touring cars, GTs, something like that?
Yeah, pretty much anything rear-wheel drive, really.
Anything rear-wheel drive, but you're in front-wheel drive cars. Does that, as a driver who's learning their trade, does that actually make it more straightforward to learn a front-wheel drive car?
Yeah, I think starting in a front-wheel drive is a good starting point, but there does come a point where you do have to make the switch to rear-wheel, and that's just how it is.
And in terms of young drivers coming into the championship, is Fiesta Junior something you'd heartily recommend to anybody watching?
I think, yeah, but there's also other options out there. But Fiestas is a really good starting point, especially if you're the first year of junior racing. As there's a lot of new juniors this year, it's been really good racing so far. But if you want to do something rear-wheel drive, there's other championships out there, like Janetta, which is also on BRCC. But yeah, I don't know, just whatever suits your boat.
So far it's been fun and a little bit scary, but you got to grips with it. All right, boys, best of luck for the weekend and for the rest of your careers. I look forward to commentating on you at Le Mans or in something else highfalutin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
The Goodyear Diamond Award trophy goes to Gary Townsend, and I'll say it, Gary, because you just said it to me before we turned the camera on. Oldest driver on the grid as well, and to be standing here, trophy in hand, almost. We haven't done the presentation yet. I mean, that must be a pretty good feeling, pretty smug feeling.
Yeah, I've probably been racing for longer than most of these kids have been born.
How long have you been racing for, though?
38 consecutive years.
Oh, a long way. Yeah, I mean, so what did you used to race in before you came to the Civic Cup?
I did TCR last year in an Audi.
Oh, yeah.
Prior to that, I did MX-5 Super Cup.
Yeah.
Janetta Super Cup as well.
Was that in 2019?
No, 21-22 I did Super Cup.
I thought maybe I shared a grid with you. Did you do GRDC?
No, I did it with touring car package.
Oh, okay, yeah, the 55, yeah, fair play. So you've been around, you've driven all kinds of cars then?
Formula 1 stock car for 12 years. That was a bit brutal, but really good. And mainly Lotus Cortinas prior to that.
Wow.
I've still got one now and done 3 Masters events this year.
Jesus.
Silverstone Festival the other week, so that was cool.
I was going to say, I mean, it's such a plethora of cars probably available to you at any time. Why the Civic Cup? It's fantastic. It's amazing. Yeah. But you, by the sounds of it, got contacts in every single championship going.
I think really good, just good value for money, really. Good close racing. No matter where you are on the grid, you're going to have a good battle with somebody. And hopefully a bit further up as they go on, really. So.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's brilliant to have you. And big congratulations on winning that trophy. Gary Townsend, everybody.
Thanks.
In a Fiesta Junior paddock with Daniela Sutton. Daniela, what's your background? Have you ended up in this series?
So when I was 6 years old, my dad took me indoor karting for my birthday, which I enjoyed so much. I actually didn't want to put the suit on at first, which was kind of crazy considering where I am now. And then when I was 11 years old, I got my Motorsport UK licence to race in the Daniel Ricciardo series, backed by F1 driver Daniel Ricciardo. And I also have one championship win in Total Karting Zero, which is an electric championship powered by Rob Smedley. And then by a dream, by magic, and hard work and preparation and dedication, I managed to win the Fiesta Junior scholarship, the BRSCC Fiesta Junior scholarship. So this is why I'm here now.
So that's a great opportunity for young drivers to get their feet on the motorsport ladder. That's coming up again in October for the 2025 series. So you'd heartily recommend that anybody that fancies going racing gives it a shot.
Definitely, and even if you don't get through to win it, it's still a great experience. You get to go out in these fantastic cars, you get to meet all the teams, and there are prizes not just for the winner, the big prize, but there's also prizes for people who don't quite manage to win it.
So what about the championship itself? Obviously lots of young drivers, which is great because you don't have perhaps some of the pressures that the other drivers might do. But what about finance and running the team? Is it still a family affair?
Yeah, so my stepmom Rachel and my dad, they work as operations managers for Daniela Sutton Racing, and we do marketing, we go and meet all my sponsors, and it's still important to get sponsors. Obviously, if you want to progress your career in motorsport, which I'm sure everyone at the scholarship wants to do, that's why they're there. But it is an amazing experience. The scholarship has enabled me to race this year in the Fiesta Junior Championship, which I wouldn't have been able to do without it.
And what about Thruxton? Have you been finding that?
It's a very quick track. I actually really like it. There's only 2 braking points, actually, which is scary in some ways, but so exhilarating and exciting to do.
As long as you don't look at the actual speed, you're fine.
Yeah, about over 100 miles an hour anyway. It can be quite scary, but...
Now, obviously, the question that half the audience wants to know is, what's it like being a female driver in what is traditionally a male-dominated sport? Lots of the other cars on the grid have got male drivers. You're not the only female driver, though, in juniors. Do you think it makes a difference these days?
I don't think it makes a difference. I think, if anything, once we have our helmets on, we see each other as the cars or the helmet. We don't see each other by our gender or what we identify as. We're all just racers. We're all equal once we're behind the machine.
And the car doesn't know what sex the driver is?
No.
Well, listen, wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend. What is your final goal? Where would you like to see yourself progressing in motorsport?
Anywhere racing in motorsport, really. A career would be fantastic in motorsport, but it takes a lot of hard work from my family, my sponsors, me, and just hopefully we can get there.
All right, best of luck. Hope it goes well.
Thank you.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
Good morning and welcome back to Autumn Watch here at Thruxton. On the autumn equinox, we are in the middle of, or have just started, let's say rather more accurately, our BRSCC and TCR UK race day. Second day of action here at Thruxton, and so far, well, no sign of the umbrella. That's really cursed everything, hasn't it? I'm going to regret that in a minute. So we've had our first race, and hopefully you've enjoyed a chance to chat to some of our competitors here this weekend. Second race, up and coming for the Fiesta Juniors. Now, our winner yesterday, handily just arriving. We'll chat to him in a moment. He'll start on pole position. But let's get over and chat to a couple of our other top three finishers. Mind yourself, Joe. So the deal with today's grid for race 2 is that they start how they finished. And so that means having a good race 1 has the double bonus of giving you an opportunity for a good race 2 as well. Well, while Jensen Mason gets himself into position, let's catch up quickly with the man who finished in second place. Jacob, good morning. How are you?
Morning. A bit wetter than yesterday, but, you know, excited.
Right, tell us about the weekend. What do you do? You stay here at the track? Were you camping here overnight in a caravan, whatever?
No, we're sorry, didn't mean to knock that. We're actually staying in the Premier Inn just down the road, about 6 minutes away, so we come back to track every morning.
Yeah. So close and warm and dry. What about yesterday? Conditions were pretty decent for the race?
Yeah, yesterday the conditions were good. We made the wrong call on tyres then, but I think it's colder, there's more precipitation in the air, you know. It's a bit cold this morning, so I think we're right going on wets. So.
Yeah, I think the weather's leading you in one direction and one direction only. Although it hasn't rained since we arrived this morning, it's still pretty damp on track, isn't it? Do you like the wet? How do you feel about that?
I'm comfortable in it. You know, everyone prefers the dry, but I'm comfortable to race in the wet, so I'm happy to go and give it a good knock. All
right, well, let's look and see if he can end up on the podium for a second time. We'll catch up with yesterday's race winner. So, Jensen Mason came out on top of the pile yesterday. We'll just give you a couple of moments. So what about the wetter conditions today? Are you happy with that? Are you ready for it?
Yeah, I think it'll be fine because we were testing in the wet on Friday, so it should be all right.
And it was quite a lot wetter on Friday than it is at the moment, I guess.
Yeah, it was like pretty bad rain on Friday, but yeah, we've all had to go in the wet around here, so it should be all right.
Tight race yesterday. I expect that you're anticipating much the same again today.
Yeah, I'd hope to have the same again today, but it will be tough because it's wet and anything can happen.
All right, well, we wish you all the best of luck. Congratulations on yesterday. And again, victory yesterday means starting on pole position today, and there is nowhere better because at least as you're heading down to the first corner, you've still got a reasonable view. Third place yesterday, Alfie Garford. And he's just getting himself suited up and ready to go. Right, while you're half-dressed, what are your thoughts about today's weather?
Not different to yesterday, but I guess interesting, and I'm sure it'll be some good racing, so yeah, a bit wet.
No option on tyre choice for anybody, really, unless they're slightly mad?
No, I think it's wet, and that's end of story.
And what about these wets? I mean, it is damp and there is a bit of standing water. They're going to hold up all the way through the race?
I hope so. I hope they hold up. Yeah, I think they're a decent wet, so they should be all right.
All right, well, we'll let you get on with it. Best of luck. And we've heard from some of our drivers during the course of the church break. So everybody arriving in the collecting area. So the deal with this is, for those of you that haven't been to race meetings before, cars don't just magically appear on the grid. They come into the collecting area while the previous session is underway, and they are usually arranged in their grid order. So when you're sent out, hopefully, the first car on the grid should be the first one to arrive at the grid, and the last to arrive should be the last car on the grid. Doesn't always work that way. There's usually a late arrival or two. I have to admit that once upon a time, when I had a racing car, I was often among the late arrivals, but that's just my lack of organisational skills. These guys predominantly run by small professional teams, so they will be organised in terms of counting themselves down where they need to be and when they need to be. Almost everybody is organised. Turn around, Joe, behind you. 1 minute signal to go to the grid has been given, and one of our drivers has not got a car, so there's been a little bit of a lack of communication there between team and driver. So I think the team have dashed off to get the car. But again, that's all about the importance of timing here. Speaking of which, we are ready to get going with the race. Cars are going to leave the collecting area, at least those that have arrived. So let's get back to Andy and pick up with the action.
Well, thank you, Martin. A big drama, because that was not just any Fiesta Junior driver, that was our championship leading Fiesta Junior driver, Jensen O'Neill-Going, whose car, I believe, has now been deposited at the entrance to the assembly area. He sprinted back out of the assembly area to find the car, and I can see this out of my commentary box window. The car is now arriving, but he hasn't got his hands device on, hasn't got his helmet on, hasn't got his breath, I would imagine, after that little jog across the paddock, and this is not the ideal pre-race preparation for our championship leader, so I don't know what's happened there, but anyway, Jensen O'Neill-Going looks as though he is going to be able to take the start of the race, but probably not in the best frame of mind. Anyway, we are ready to go racing again here, well, most of us are, at Thruxton for a busy day now. That hour-and-a-half church break this morning has left us with an awful lot to get through over the next few hours. Our first race of the day, as you might have gathered, is for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, but we'll also have a race for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup later on. 2 races for the TCR UK Championship and a whole host of other support race action as well. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, soon to be joined by Martin Haven and Jack Oliphant later on for all things TCR and Civic Cup related. The 3.8 kilometre, Thruxton circuit, 11 turns technically, but it's all one big turn with a couple of tight little chicanes in there to slow the cars down. Opened in 1950, it has changed remarkably little since then. It is a proper old school circuit. Challenging in the dry, even more of a headache inducer for the drivers in the wet, and it is still damp out there. The forecast, though, is getting better. I'm going to be honest with you, that is significantly less rain than we were expecting through the rest of the day. Supposedly, we are experiencing moderate rain right now, but there is not a single drop of rain falling from the sky as we speak, and we hope that that continues to be the case. The track will be going through a bit of an evolution, I'm sure, over the next couple of hours. Now we get cars back out on track. Hopefully, a drier line will start to appear. And look, Jensen O'Neill-Going is only now getting his car fired up. Now, if he leaves the assembly area at the back of the queue, he should still be able to take up his original grid position, I think. But we'll have to wait and see, because that, remember, is the championship leader with Martin Haven. Not the ideal preparation for his second race of the weekend.
Yeah, a bit of a scramble getting himself in, but at least he was in the car when it arrived. And as you said, yeah, they hadn't quite left the collecting area. That the marshals didn't actually have time to sort of back him into the slot that they'd allowed for him. But yeah, Callie Clifford, car had not arrived at all for the driver, and that's a major issue. So, as they finished yesterday, they start today. Jensen Mason on pole position from Jacob Hotchkiss, then Alfie Garford and Finn Leslie, and yeah, Finn Leslie a little bit further up the order than Jensen O'Neill-Going, so looking to try and capitalise on that as well. He's on row 3 of the grid. Thomas Merritt rather is, and Henry Foote, and then row 4, Jensen O'Neill-Going and George Foxlow. So yeah, the championship leader, just what you want is you want 3 or 4 minutes without some idiot sticking a microphone up your nose, quietly sitting in the car, just collecting your thoughts, getting yourself ready, calming yourself down, and then heading out on the formation lap to go to the grid. What you don't need is to be running around going, where's my car? Which is, yeah, less than ideal preparation. However, it is dry. It felt just a little as though we might be getting the edge of some weather coming through when I was out there, but it is moderately warm. There is a little bit of breeze, not a big wind, so the track's not going to dry quickly. But if it doesn't rain, it's going to be interesting to see actually towards the end of the race, Andy, how their tyres hold up. It is quite damp, but I imagine even so, that 3 or 4 laps in, they might start to feel a difference in the car and start looking for that wet weather.
Indeed so, and with these difficult conditions, that might make overtaking a bit easier. Good news for Jensen O'Neill going, who, as we said, had to start from the 4th row alongside George Foxlow. Then we've got Maggie Webster inside the top 10. Good effort from Maggie. Jack Sant alongside her. Ben Doughty and Jack Burgess are together on row 6. 7th row, Harry Lindley and Billy Blockley. Aaron Beattie and Hayden Gray are next. And then we may be missing a couple of them. Callie Clifford and Daniela Sutton, I understand, will be non-starting. Archie Davis at the back of the grid may or may not be there as well. Got to give a shout out to Daniela Sutton. We gave a shout out to Daniela's dad yesterday because he's recovering from a fairly major operation. Can't be here this weekend, but I know was watching along on the stream yesterday, and I'm sure he would have been a little bit anxious when he saw that Daniela Sutton was off the road and in need of a little bit of medical attention. She had quite a nasty hit with the tyre barrier down at the complex. She's out today with concussion, but I was chatting to her yesterday evening. She's absolutely fine. She doesn't remember a lot about the incident, she says, but that might be for the best. And but yeah, she unfortunately is not able to race today, although I did spot Callie Clifford actually at the back of the grid, so I think Daniela might be the only non-starter, but the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner sadly not able to take to the track for this second race.
I think we have a Jack Burgess-sized gap further back there, just ahead.
Yes, I think
of
you're right.
315 Billy Blockley.
Yep.
And so it looks like he and his car did not get into the collecting area in time to leave, which is really a disappointment, isn't it? That's a bit of a major faux pas there.
It is really, so a couple of them maybe being caught out, but anyway, the ones that we do have on the grid set to put on a show for us. Second race of the weekend in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, a championship still being led healthily by Jensen O'Neill going, although that gap did come down yesterday with Finn Leslie and Jacob Hodgkiss both beating the championship leader, and we'll have to see now today whether or not Jensen can bounce back. He is the grey and pink car that has been allowed, I notice, to take up its 7th place starting spot. Bit of a delay in releasing the cars here for some reason. Now I think we have a green flag being unfurled and waved at the back of the grid, and so we're ready to go racing. It is a 15-minute race this for the Fiesta Juniors. On the inside of row 1 we have the pole sitter and yesterday's winner Jensen Mason. The lights go out and Jensen makes a really good start from the inside of row number 1. Hodgkiss away slightly less rapidly. There is O'Neill going up the inside, battling for 5th with Henry Foote. We've also got Finn Leslie slightly slow away, and Finn dropping a position or two as they head out of the first corner, but they now descend upon the complex for the first time. A damp, greasy braking zone, often the scene of drama, and Jacob Hodgkiss trying to find some grip around the outside line. He'll have the momentum, he'll have the inside line for the middle part of the complex, but he does not have the lead. Does at least manage to split the top 2 and settles into second place with Jensen O'Neill going, Martin, up into 4th.
Yeah, that's a good start from Jensen O'Neill going. He made a good getaway. Jacob Hodgkiss from the outside the front row sort of really quite didn't, trying to limit the wheel spin maybe, and as a result maybe the car bogged down, but he got himself back up to second where he started. So as they head out into the country, top 3 are in grid order, but Jacob Hodgkiss already starting to try and make inroads into the early race lead.
Finn Leslie there was up the inside of somebody through good word. I think that might just have worked as well, so a place being gained I reckon against Tom Merritt there by Finn Leslie. They will be door handle to door handle heading towards Church Corner on cold tyres. They don't really know how much grip they'll have as they head into the fastest corner on the track, but they all keep it clean. Still they are side by side leaning on each other out of the turn, and this will now surely give a run to the car behind Henry Foote, and they could all arrive at the chicane pretty much as one, which is exactly what's happening for the race lead. Look, around the outside is looking Hodgkiss. Doesn't really want to go to the outside though, because that leaves the door open for Alfie Garford, who challenges for second place. He won't make the move stick, but that was the danger, Martin, in hunting around on the outside line.
Yeah, you always leave the door open, and that challenge has allowed Jensen O'Neill going to get right back into the frame as well. He's now not just 4th, but looking actively for 3rd, ahead of Finn Leslie, who stays ahead of Thomas Merritt. In fact, Henry Foote's red car has also gone by the blue and grey car. Thomas Merritt. Merritt on the inside, the 15-year-old fighting back. And Jensen O'Neill going did not get 3rd place down into the complex, but remains a major threat now for Alfie Garford.
And launches up the inside of Garford through the middle part of the complex. That was ambitious. It didn't really work for him, but he he's definitely in the mood for a race this morning, is Jensen O'Neill going. Maybe that was the best pre-race prep he could have had. His blood's pumping, his heart rate spiked, and he is ready for a fight and wants to move into third place before the leaders get too far up the road.
Now, I thought Jack Burgess wasn't on the grid, but he was on the grid, so he's up to 9th place from where he started in 12th. So I'm not quite sure why there seemed to be a gap, but Jensen O'Neill going again, just turning a little tighter there, getting a tighter inside line. And the problem in these conditions is once you've got somebody inside you and with that overlap, it's really hard to convince them not to keep coming.
Oh, Jensen sideways and onto the grass further back will go Thomas Merritt, and that opens the door for Henry Foote. Merritt's just done a little bit of damage to the front bodywork on that car as well, in fact quite a bit of damage by the looks of it, so he may have to head into the pit lane. But Jensen O'Neill going into third place, and the rear end of that car looks very, very lively indeed. But a lot of drivers have said, particularly in front-wheel drive cars such as these, you have, oh dear, well, that's one way of getting rid of the loose bodywork, I suppose. You have to sacrifice a bit of stability at high speed to get the car rotated through the tighter corners, and I reckon that's the kind of setup they've gone with on the Jensen O'Neill going car.
Yeah, I think so, and you just have to get used to it. And essentially in a front-wheel drive car like this, particularly one that's not overly high-powered, is you just keep your right foot on the floor and steer the front, and the back comes with you. But Jensen Mason with a big sideways moment there. Went left, it went right, it went left, it went right, and he gathered it up under braking, and that shows how hard he's having to push to stay ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss.
Finn Leslie there ahead of Alfie Garford as well, so Garford struggling a little this morning compared to the pace we saw from him yesterday. Also, Finn Leslie, I suspect, wanted to go with O'Neill going. Remember, they are up there fighting for the championship along with Hodgkiss, so at the moment the top three in the championship, not in championship order, are running second, third and fourth. Here though comes back up the inside Alfie Garford, trying to reclaim the position from Finn Leslie, who was having absolutely none of it. Slammed the door shut in his face, and that gives once again the momentum to the 6th place car, Henry Foote.
But Finn Leslie runs out very wide, and that is going to leave him vulnerable. Foote comes past Garford and moves up a spot, and at the moment it looks as though Finn Leslie has hung on there, but he's in 5th from 6th place on the grid, whereas the championship leader, Jensen O'Neill going, is up into 3rd place from 7th on the grid. So it's not worked well so far for Finn Leslie this weekend.
And Jensen O'Neill going has caught the leading 2 as well. Look, so it's 3 for the lead, 3 for 4th position. Finn Leslie somehow hanging on. They hop and skip over the curbs, and Finn Leslie then back up into 4th position. Garford 5th, Henry Foote 6th, and then it's Tom Merritt, Jack Sant and Jack Burgess, I think, the next trio of cars behind. But the leaders are getting closer together because Jensen O'Neill going has set the fastest lap. That's worth a bonus point in the championship as well, but right now he has his eyes on the big prize. He's the fastest driver on track, the car clearly working well, and Martin, he's almost with the leaders.
Yeah, he's right with them, isn't he? That's a gang of 3, then a gang of 3 for 4th place. Ooh. And the pair behind, Tom Merritt and Jack Sant, for 7th. Then there's a little gap back. George Foxlow just moved to the head of the next chasing pack, head of Jack Burgess and Billy Blockley. But the battle for the lead is not settling down any. Jensen Mason just in front of the blue and white car of Jacob Hodgkiss, and then the grey and pink of Jensen O'Neill going right behind them. So Jensen leads, Jensen in 3rd place. That's a neat trick if you can do it, but the 3 of them going very quickly indeed, and the man at the back is pushing them along. He has set the fastest lap of the race, and so he's going to do that again probably this lap, picking up a tow from the blue car in front of Jacob Hodgkiss, and this might predicate a move up into the chicane.
Oh, and again, the back of Jensen's car fishtailing around, but you could see the lead gap shrinking on the approach to Church, couldn't you? That slipstream taking effect, and now Hodgkiss has the run, but once again is presented only with the outside line. Jensen O'Neill going, tries to go around the outside of both of them. 3 abreast for the lead. Surely they're not going to make it through the chicane 3 wide. Jensen backs out of it. Hodgkiss does not, though, and he's going to clatter almost into the side of the race leader, who has to go the wrong side of the tyre stack. Jensen O'Neill going, getting so frustrated, nowhere for him to go. It is still then Jensen Mason, the leader, by a significantly larger margin than it once was.
Yeah, unfortunately he gained a lasting advantage by going off track, so that might not stay. In 2nd place, Jacob Hodgkiss was so compromised through the chicane actually that Jensen O'Neill going in 3rd ran into the back of him as he picked up the throttle, and O'Neill going had no option but to go 3 wide. There was nowhere else to go, and he was going quicker than the cars in front. I think he dealt with that really well. He knew that he had to make space for himself and then cut back in tight, but while Jensen Mason has broken away, Jacob Hodgkiss does seem to be the stopper in the bottle now. Jensen O'Neill going has got Finn Leslie, Alfie Garford and Henry Foote behind. So that's the 2 red cars with Alfie Garford, the green car in the middle. That's 4th, 5th and 6th. So Jacob Hotchkiss losing ground to the leader as Jensen Mason had to straddle the curbs. Now, Mason, it's a fine art, but he's going to need to try and allow them to catch. Right, he doesn't have to hand a position back because he was already the leader, but he definitely gained an advantage at the chicane by going straight through it last time round.
I would tend to agree with you, and I don't think that gap's coming down all that much, is it? And it won't come down as long as these two are battling, which is exactly what they're doing. To the outside goes Jensen O'Neill going once again. Now this time, will he commit to the move? He might have made it before they hit the brakes, actually. He's got almost a full overlap, and I reckon Jensen O'Neill going will get into second place. There's a bit of paint traded as they turn into the chicane, but Jensen is through, then has to get it stopped to avoid the tyre stack, and that will compromise his exit speed. Hotchkiss sees the opportunity to get back up the inside, and they're almost dead level as they go across the line behind. Look, Finn Leslie and Henry Foote getting into it as well. It's still Finn in 4th position, but it's all elbows out racing here as we move into the second half of the race.
Yeah, Henry Foote in the second of the red cars got ahead of the green and black machine of Alfie Garford, car number 88. So Garford down to 6th, but he has been at the back of that little group before and fought his way back in. Then behind them still what remains of Tom Merritt's car, but Jack Santa's got in front of him, got alongside him as Merritt comes back. There is Finn Leslie. He can't allow the group in front to get away. Jensen O'Neill going, the pink and grey car is already 2 cars in front of him. Tom Merritt back in front of Jack Sant once more. Their onboards, if they're carrying them, will be highly entertaining, as will everybody's here, I think. Certainly the cars we're watching, and just about everybody behind has got their own battle going on as well.
Alfie Garford nipping up the inside of Henry Foote, but Foote had the momentum from the wide turn-in, and look, not only successfully defends that position, but actually almost got up the inside of Finn Leslie's car towards Church. He now tries the outside line. It's a brave person who tries that move, but it looks like Henry Foote is up for the challenge, goes right round the outside line. There's a bit of a touch on the apex, and almost another touch on the exit, but generally speaking, that was really good, clean racing. So difficult to go side by side at that part of the circuit, and still they are wheel to wheel up the hill. Alfie Garford giving a shove, I think, there to Finn Leslie, though. Bump drafting up Woodham Hill, and it worked well for the 2 cars on the inside line because actually Garford gains a spot.
Yeah, with not as much power as their big cousins in the ST240 Championship, these cars really benefit from that slipstream, and that's why the second of those red cars, the one with the twin white stripes up the bonnet of Henry Foote, has looked quicker all the time than the cars in front. That's because he's been hoovered along in their tow. Jensen O'Neill going in second place ahead of Jacob Hotchkiss, who comes back around the outside, but O'Neill going has 1 more car to catch, and the gap has come down fractionally from Jensen Mason. Bits flying in the air from whom, I'm not quite sure.
That was Alfie Garford's wing mirror, I think, which now appears to be pointing the wrong way. He launched up the inside of Finn Leslie, who's trying to close the door on him towards Noble. This is all getting very touchy-feely at high speed into the left-hander. Round the outside for Garford, that might just work, you know, it gives him the inside for Goodwood, and we know that's the much shorter run through the corner. Hotchkiss was doing the same thing to O'Neill going up the road, so Garford goes 4th. He may bring Henry Foote with him, but what's going on for second place between 2 of the championship contenders? It is still side-by-side, Martin, as they head for Church.
Yeah, Jacob Hotchkiss with the inside line as well, so he'll have the shorter run round, but he'll be compromised on the exit of Church. Jensen O'Neill going will have all the momentum, and basically the wider open the steering is and the more your foot is buried in the throttle, the faster you'll speed up the hill, but he's giving away the tow. They are not really catching Jensen Mason, the race leader, and the Hotchkiss on the inside. And again, Jensen O'Neill going around the outside, another little touch. I have to say the 2 of them have been very good under brakes about those touches, because the slightest of an impact on the rear quarter of a car and the driver in front of you is going to have a big accident. So they've been very careful with that. Alfie Garford stays ahead of Finn Leslie and Henry Foote's red cars. So Garford in 4th place, finished 3rd yesterday, don't forget. Started 3rd on the grid. So the interloper among these top cars is Jensen O'Neill going, who started from 7th position and is now, well, battling again for that second place with the blue and white of Jacob Hotchkiss.
Indeed so. So as they head out of the complex once again then, this is the 8th lap of the race, 3 minutes still to go. The lead gap 1.3 seconds at the end of that lap, so you're right, they're not catching Mason, and Mason certainly isn't assisting them in catching him, so I wonder whether maybe he might find himself in a spot of bother post-race. He will argue his case, I'm sure, but I'll have to wait and see if we get an amended result. If, that is, he hangs on to the win, of course, now that Jacob Hodgkiss has shaken off Jensen O'Neill going, he might be able to start bridging that gap to the race leader himself. Side by side between the two red cars there. That's Henry Foote up the inside of Finn Leslie again. These two have been side by side into church on a number of occasions. This time Leslie's on the outside line looking in, and I suspect that might lead to him losing the place. Well, they're still side by side. Very impressed with the amount of racing room that's being left at Church Corner. You've got to show that corner respect. You've got to show each other some respect if you're going to go through their door handle to door handle. There's been no leaning on each other, no squeezing to the edge of the road, good clean racing, and Henry Foote didn't really need to squeeze Finn Leslie because by the time they reached the top of the hill, he's gone through anyway.
Bouncing across the curbs, stays ahead of Finn Leslie. This is going really in the wrong direction for Finn Leslie. Alfie Garford in front of him, Henry Foote in front of him, and Jensen O'Neill going is another second up the road. He needed to outscore the championship leader in every race this weekend. He did in race 1, but narrowly, and does not look like he's going to in race 2.
That lead gap's come down, has it not, Martin? Yes, 0.8 of a second now. So on the previous lap, half a second quicker than the leader was Jacob Hodgkiss. So yeah, now that he's not worrying about watching his mirrors and defending from Jensen O'Neill going, Hodgkiss suddenly the fastest driver on the track. So is he going to be able to challenge for the race lead after all? You'd have to say on the current evidence, the answer is yes. He's got a lap and a half left to do it. He's done most of the catching. Now just the tricky business of doing the passing.
Did Jensen Mason then slow down?
No.
He did. He was slower than all the cars behind him.
True.
Did he just breathe it a little bit off the throttle out of the chicane to try and give that place back? It might be a little bit too little too late, but it does at least mean that Jacob Hodgkiss is pretty much where he was when Mason straddled the chicane and gained that big advantage. And for the penultimate time up Woodham Hill, there is a genuine challenge from the lead from the blue and white car of Jacob Hodgkiss.
Yes, but can he outbrake Jensen Mason around the outside? He's trying to, stands his ground. Can he make the left-hander into the chicane? Oh, just about there's room. He now has to cut the chicane. Oh, and so does Jensen O'Neill going as well. Alfie Garford just goes the right side of the tyre stack. Now, how did that all shake out? Well, the gaps are much the same as they were going in, I think. It is 0.7 of a second between Mason and Hodgkiss. O'Neill going is only a couple of tenths clear of Alfie Garford, so I don't think anyone really gained a lasting advantage there, but that once again displayed, didn't it, Martin, how tricky it is to go side by side through there.
And look at the red car of Henry Foote as well. Now he's dicing for that final podium spot. He comes up the inside of Alfie Garford, turns him around. I hope the stewards had plenty of tea and biscuits during the church break, because they are going to need it after this one. There's a lot to pick at the bones out of this. Luckily for Alfie Garford, Henry Foote kept it going, and Finn Leslie right behind him now is threatening for 5th position. But yeah, Alfie Garford making contact there in the complex, not ideal.
Yeah, shame that, because Henry Foote's had a really good race up until that point. So he just set the fastest lap actually on the previous lap, which is of some significance because it takes that bonus point away from the championship contenders. It was O'Neill going, I think, wasn't it, that had it earlier on. That point has now gone, unless, of course, he can improve on it on the final lap. For the final time, then, they head towards Church Corner, and look at this for the race lead. Jacob Hodgkiss will have one more opportunity here. Tried to get to the inside, the door was closed. He's still got the momentum, though. Picks up a bit of a side draft. They lean on each other up the hill, but Jacob Hodgkiss has his nose in front. Can he clear the inside car? Not quite. They hit the brakes. Later on the brakes is Jensen Mason. Surely Hodgkiss can't stand his ground. Again, round the outside, he tries to. He's got the inside line for the left-hander. There is inevitable contact. They both go across the grass, and Jensen Mason will hang on to the win. No harm, no foul. No one gained an advantage. They both went across the grass the same, and it is Mason that hangs on. It is Hodgkiss in second, and Jensen O'Neill going, tapping the roof of his car in celebration of a very, very hard-fought 3rd place. That was fantastic Fiesta Junior racing, and Jensen Mason picks up the race victory. That is Jensen's second win of the weekend, of course, isn't it? Now, I think that's only his 3rd win of the year. He had a victory back at Snetterton, and I don't think he'd won since. So 2 wins on the bounce for Jensen Mason. He's obviously found his happy place here at Thruxton. But my word, did he have to work for that there. Jacob Hodgkiss threw everything at it, but they just couldn't make it through the middle part of the chicane. And, well, to be fair to them, they did well not to clatter into each other through the chicane there on a number of occasions. That was really good, hard, clean racing. So Jensen Mason then is the race winner. And Jacob Hodgkiss, in the end, 7/10 of a second back. Doesn't really tell the full story, does it? With Jensen O'Neill coming home third. Henry Foote held on to that fastest lap of the race, although may have to have a conversation with the clerk of the course after the collision with Alfie Garford, which cost Alfie 2 places in the long run because Finn Leslie also got through into the top 5. So points scored for Finn. But it's Jacob Hodgkiss who's scoring the best this weekend. I reckon Jacob will now probably be ahead of Finn Leslie in the championship for second place. So provisionally, at least, I think we might have had a change there, not for the championship lead, but for second place at the very least. So, a fantastic second Fiesta Junior race of the weekend sees Jensen Mason picking up the race win and Jacob Hodgkiss having to settle for second despite his very best efforts. Jensen O'Neill is third, ahead of Henry Foote and Finn Leslie. Alfie Garford 6th, Tom Merritt 7th, Jack Sant, Jack Burgess and George Foxlow complete the top 10. Ben Doughty was 11th, ahead of Billy Blockley and Carly Clifford. Harry Lindley in 14th position and 15th spot for Hayden Gray, 16th Aaron Beattie, and Maggie Webster, who was given a black and white warning flag for driving standards early in the race, did manage to keep things calm and brought the car home at the back of the field. Well, fabulous racing from the Fiesta Juniors. We expect nothing less, really, from the teenagers. They always put on a show, and they will do so again later on in the day. 3:45 is the time scheduled for their third and final race of the weekend. And after that, they head to Silverstone for the decider, and a champion will be crowned, but I think it's becoming increasingly less likely now that Jensen O'Neill will win the championship this weekend. I will try and get some confirmation of that from the team or the championship, but we will move on to that a little bit later in the day. For now, though, let's head down into Parc Fermé. Let's hear from Martin Haven and 3 rather excitable, I suspect, podium finishers.
Well, here is the car of the second place man, Jacob Hodgkiss. Damage on the front on the right, damage on the front on the left. The left-hand passenger mirror is missing, and that's an indication of how tight the racing is in these single-make championships. And the juniors are no different. Behind him is Jensen O'Neill and we're waiting for our race leader, Jensen Mason, to come in. That looked like as busy a race as we've seen from you guys so far.
Yeah, we should have had the lead multiple times, but you know, we'll see what happens in the clerk's office, because it should have been our lead, and you know, sometimes he would go off track and gain a second, and we would have to catch the back up. But you know, it was a fun race overall, but disappointing because people can't keep their cars on track.
Too wide into the chicane is always going to be the pass here, and it's always hard to control. Last lap, you and Jensen were side by side, but neither of you made it through.
Yeah, neither of us made it through because I wasn't awarded any racing room, so we'll see what happens, honestly. I'm just a bit annoyed.
Yeah. All right, passion's running high. Congratulations, second place for the moment. I'm sure that the stewards will have plenty to say. So, well, it was a bit of a panic. You were in the collecting area and the car wasn't. Not the ideal way to start the morning, but it got your adrenaline running, Jensen.
Yeah, and that whole green flag lap, I was just shaking and like so out of breath, and then my windscreen started fogging up, so I was like, oh, brilliant. But no, I was like, this is probably one of the best races so far this year. And like Jacob, we've raced each other for this whole year. That was the best racing between me and Jacob. It's brilliant.
Well, you made up great ground from 7th on the grid. It'll all go to the stewards' room. I'm sure there'll be a long queue, so, well, not the best way to start your race, but a good way to finish it.
Yeah, it's really good.
All right, congratulations, well done. Now let's find Jensen Mason, our race winner. Well, we always expect entertainment from the Fiesta Juniors, and there was plenty of that.
Yeah, before I say anything else, can I say a massive thank you to my sponsors, Weira, Alliance Racing, World Rubber, Tool Maniacs. Without them, I wouldn't have been here.
Tell us about conditions. Obviously very greasy. You have one lap round from the collecting area to try and build a bit of heat into the tyres. That doesn't really happen. So you're leading into the complex for the first time. How much do you dare push?
Well, I was a bit careful going into there in the first place. Rolled off the brakes loads into there, but I still got a slide and had to miss the chicane. I thought I was going to go straight into that tyre barrier, but yeah, it was very tricky because it started raining towards the end. But yeah, it was a good race.
All right, congratulations, well done. Exciting action as ever. Now, as you can hear, cars already leaving the collecting area for our next Classic Touring Car Racing Club. So this is pre-66 and pre-83 cars. So fantastic selection of mouth-watering classics, and they are going to enjoy this slightly greasy Thruxton circuit.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, I'm looking forward to this one. Greasy is the word, I think, isn't it? We saw that really in that Fiesta Junior race. It's not wet. There isn't really a lot of spray being kicked up. It is just very, very slick out on circuit. And these are just the kind of cars that can really take full advantage of that. The pre-1966 and pre-1983 touring cars making their way out onto the circuit then. Again, they had a race yesterday, which was won by Stephen Promet in his Mark 1 Ford Escort, and only just there was a really good battle between Stephen, Nick Williamson in the Rover, the Datsun of Jonathan Corker, which we're hoping is out there after it was involved in a shunt in the All-Comers race yesterday. It is Promet then who has the pole position. Nick Williamson will be starting alongside him, and then Jonathan Corker should be third in the Datsun ahead of Mark Chollerton. And it's Graham Smith and Phil Waller on row number 3. Row 4 for Martin Rutter and Carl Shreve, who also ended up in the barriers. He clipped the tyre stack at the Club Chicane early on in yesterday's race, broke the steering on the Triumph Dolomite, and off into the barriers he went. So again, hopefully they've got that car fixed up. Then we move back into the pre-66s, and Jack Riddell, Civic Cup racer Jack Riddell, starts on pole position, having won in his Ford Mustang yesterday, but he'll have Piers Grange in a similar car, starting alongside him on the front row of that grid. Barry Syme and Alex Thistlethwaite are next. Thistlethwaite, a real star of the show yesterday in his Ford Mustang. Then you've got Alan Greenhall and Ian Thompson, the next row of the grid, followed by Kevin Swan and Jake Swan, the two Swans together on row 10. Brendan Rooney and Ant Astley are next. Then it's James Ibbotson and Ed Crosley. With Pat Keneally, he survived a high-speed spin at Church Corner yesterday in his Cortina. He will be starting next alongside Michael Loveland, with Nathan Beresford and Jeremy Dice on the next row of the grid together. Then it's Richard Bateman right, with John Davis at the back of the field. Well, Martin Haven, this was one of the real highlights yesterday for me. I do like a pre-66 touring car grid. Any time that we get the Anglias and the Cortinas and the Mustangs and the Minis battling each other, you know you're in for a show. But actually, the pre-83 cars towards the front of the field sort of stole the limelight. It was a great race, wasn't it?
It really was, yeah. Very entertaining, and I think it's going to be equally tough here as well. The Avenger that you can see there at the back didn't really have much of a race yesterday. Phil Waller sort of went backwards. The Datsun is there on the grid. You can see the Droop Snoop for Andrews-Rell, the red car that's just moving to the other side of the grid. That car driven by Mostyn Rutter, and that dropped out earlier in yesterday's race as well. Didn't complete the full race distance. But the big Rover, now that's going to be entertaining, isn't it? Because it is sort of another generational step ahead of the sort of late 60s, early 70s cars around it as a sort of an 80s machine, and went pretty well in the dry conditions. I wonder what the SD1 is going to be like in the damp, though. And behind, well, the Mustangs and the Falcon Sprint have got to fear the Minis, definitely in greasy conditions like this. So the white and blue car of Barry Syme. Oh, where's the... okay. So the red Mini with the black roof that featured so strongly yesterday starts from the back of the grid, because the other of the Davis brothers is driving it, so he starts last. We'll look for progress from him as well.
We will indeed. Right then, red lights go out. We're away in racing. And who's going to get the best of the starts? Looks to me like it's Corker in the Datsun. He finds a gap up the middle of the front row starters. The Rover will hold on to the lead. But look at Corker go. They've got that car repaired well overnight. It went off into the barriers at this very corner in the All-Comers race yesterday. But they've repaired it, and it's clearly running well in the early stages. The pre-66s looks like it is still Jack Riddell at the front of that group just about. We'll sort that out when they get out of the complex, though, because the first of that the Minis may be able to challenge through this more technical sequence of corners. There you can see them all jockeying for position, and there's a tap in the tail, and around goes the 77 in front of the pack. They have miraculously all missed Alan Greenhall. That, Martin, could have been an awful lot worse.
It could have been. That's like having a spinning 747 in the middle of the track, isn't it? John Davis in the red and black Mini there at the back had already made up a couple of spots and had to really take to the off area there on his driver's left. But he survived that as well. Alan Greenhall gets going, and yeah, it was very busy there for a moment. There you can see the first of the two swans. The black machine is son Jake, so he's got ahead of dad Kev in the white Anglia. So they both race identical, well, not identical, one's black, one's white, but they're both racing that pair of Anglias. But it is the Rover out front of Nick Williamson, and right behind it's Jonathan Corker and Stephen Perrott. Jonathan Corker in second in the Datsun, Stephen Perrott third place in that Mark 1 Escort car number 1, ahead of the RS 2000 right behind of Mark Chollerton.
Yeah, so Promet, yesterday's winner, didn't get a great start, did he, from the inside of row 1, but now reclaims second position up the hill. The Datsun's strength yesterday really lay in the exit of the tight corners, not necessarily top speed, so lose it out at the top of Woodham Hill, but may be able to challenge again coming off the chicane. The leader, though, Williamson, already across the line, 1.4 seconds his lead over Promet in second position. So the Rover, I would say, performing better than I expected maybe in these slightly tricky conditions, but Nick Williamson's got a setup working on that car and obviously has some confidence in the car, and he is scooting off into the distance.
Just seeing the Anglia of Kev Swan with one of the Alan Mann Racing coloured Lotus Cortinas for company. Barry Syme in the top Mini in 7th place behind Graham Smith, but Mark Chollerton has got ahead of him. Piers Grange is ahead as well, and the red Cortina taking to the curbs. Not ideal. You can see the Avenger there in Mopar factory colours, and right behind the second of the Mustangs. So a classic Mustang and Mini battle underway.
It may have been Ed Crosley's Mini, I think, that got into Greenhall's car on the opening lap, because look, he's got a little bit of that trim poking up on the right front corner. They did start quite close together as well, so I think it may well have been the Mini that was the cause of the spin for the Falcon. All the cars to tip into a spin. The Ford Falcon, not the best one, is it, on the opening lap? They all did a really good job to avoid him. There's more close quarters racing now out at the top end of the circuit as well. But you've got to be a little bit cutthroat, because if this is the part of the circuit where your car excels, you don't want to lose momentum for any reason.
Yeah, the all-imp battle here just ahead of John Davis in the red and black Mini. So 2 of our 3 imps. There's the Singer Chamois in there as well. But here is that Mustang and Mini battle steaming up the hill. And this is the section of the track really where the Mustang absolutely comes to its fore uphill. And then soon the Minis and the imps will be on the brakes. And again, you can see the Mini on the inside. Started last, John Davis in 20th place in a queue behind the Avenger, which, as yesterday, doesn't quite have the pace. It certainly looks the part, but it doesn't quite have the pace of the cars running behind it.
Yeah, Stephen Promet's got some pace, though. He's just set the fastest lap of the race and was 4 tenths quicker than the leader that time, so the lead gap coming down as this battle continues to rage on. Really good stuff, this, from John Davis. You're absolutely right. Starting from the back of the grid, making up a good number of places into the top 20 overall now, which means he's well into the top 15 or so within his group, and there are classes within each group, so the pre-66s and the pre-83s, 2 separate races going on in a way at the same time, but then there are different classes within there as well. So actually the race leader, Nick Williamson, is in a different class to Stephen Promet behind him, but Stephen will want to win the race overall if at all possible. This then the battle for third, Jonathan Corker and Mark Chollerton. So Corker not quite as rapid today as he was yesterday either, although maybe still feeling the car out after what was a fairly hefty whack into the barriers yesterday.
Well, he might be suffering a few aches and pains as well. It wasn't a big high speed off, so I don't think he'll have sort of broken anything apart from the car, but he might be feeling a little bit stiff and jaded. Up the inside, Mark Chollerton, beg your pardon, in the RS 2000. He got a much better exit through and up into Woodham Hill, and that was very straightforward, which makes me wonder about the Datsun, actually, because that looked like far too straightforward a pass. Is he going to come into the pits? There's the challenge for the race lead, though. Nick Williamson ahead of Stephen Promet in the car that he has been racing, that white Escort. Stephen's been racing that for 31 years. That's absolutely insane.
You do get to know a car after that amount of time, don't you? You get to learn all of the little tricks, what makes it tick. And Stephen Promet, that's why he's won so many races in this category over the years. But this win is not going to come easily. Nick Williamson has 9 minutes and 20 seconds left to try and defend the lead. And that big Rover is not an easy car to overtake because it fills a lot of the road and it's got a fair amount of grunt when we get out to the back end of the circuit as well. So Stephen Promet will have to be patient here, use his car's strength to try and make the move. Because we did see, didn't we, yesterday after the restart, even when in the lead, actually, Promet was not the fastest car on the track. Weirdly now, he does appear to be faster than the Rover, but getting past is going to be another challenge altogether.
Absolutely right. And for a car like the Rover that looks so much like a road car still, I know that the Ford Escort is in a production road car Escort colour, but it looks like a competition car. But the Rover looks like a road car. It's not. It is very highly modified, but it doesn't have, you know, sort of BL factory livery or anything to make it look the part quite so much, but it absolutely, it's not just its speed in the straight, it's the way that it's handling as well. The Escort just can't find a way by, even in the twisty stuff. This time though, into the chicane, Stephen Promet with a chance of the lead, and he grabs it with both hands.
Yeah, slipped through nicely. Cholerton, having got past Corker as well, has set what looks like a really fast lap. He's on the tail of the leaders too now as they come out of the chicane. So 3 for the lead. Escort in the lead. Cholerton's car was all out of shape coming off the chicane. It looks like it's really greasy on that patch of tarmac coming out of the chicane, and that is not helping matters. A black and orange flag being shown for somebody on the pit wall as well. Can't see the number from here. So someone perhaps leaking a bit of fluid, bit of bodywork loose maybe after the lap 1 shenanigans. But Mark Cholerton is on an absolute mission. If he can get past Williamson quickly, could he present a bit of a threat to Stephen Promet?
I think he definitely could. Whether he gets past Williamson quickly or not remains to be entirely seen, and he is very sideways. I wonder whether we're now starting to see, I mean, it looks to the naked eye as though parts of the track are quite a lot drier than other parts, and perhaps if you come wide out of the chicane or some of these other corners, you make that transition from relative decent grip to relatively not decent grip. And that could have been exactly what happened to Mark Cholerton in that blue and white RS2000, because he was almost on the lock stops coming out the chicane. And
Wow.
again,
and again, yes.
Nice drift.
Not an abundance of grip out the back of the circuit, but you can see that new bit of tarmac there through Goodwood. The driver's saying that's very grippy in the dry, the exact opposite in the wet, because it isn't as abrasive as the rest of the circuit around it. So Promet definitely was avoiding that as he went through the right-hander. Promet then still leads the way, getting away now from this fight for second position. The Rover keeping Mark Cholerton's Escort RS2000 at bay for now as they head up towards the braking zone at the top of Woodham Hill. The Rover has to brake earlier, but it's pulled a bit of a distance by the time they get there, and they've all of a sudden caught up to Promet. Promet was much further ahead than this a couple of corners ago. Has the leading Escort run into some sort of drama? He seemed very slow at the top of Woodham Hill, does not come into the pit lane, but that lead gap is not what it once was.
No, it's not, is it? And so we still have the lead trio just about within touch of each other. Jonathan Corker, a little lonely in the Datsun in 4th, ahead of Piers Grange. Piers Grange in the Mustang, the dark blue car, 65. He is the lead pre-66 car and seems to be just easing away on his own. In fact, his only target now, it would appear, there he is with the headlights ablaze, is to catch the 4th place Datsun.
Yes, indeed so. So they come out of the complex then. So what happened to Jack Riddell? Jack Riddell has slipped down the order, hasn't he? Because he was leading the pre-66s early on. He won yesterday, started at the front of that grid, has slipped down the order mid-race for whatever reason, and he is out in the very next race as well, the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. The timetable not really working in his favour this weekend. He's a busy boy as this fight per second continues to rage on. Headlights ablaze now for Mark Cholerton. That just proves he means business. That's worth an extra 3 or 4 tenths of a second a lap at least.
Well, the only problem is it's taking power out of the alternator, which is taking power out of the engine, which means it's actually probably worth -1 hundredth of a second a lap. But yeah, it's all about trying to distract the driver in front. Anything you can do to grab his attention when he's trying to do something like steer or brake or pass a slower car has got to be worthwhile. That blue and white Escort Cortina rather going very slowly round the back of the circuit. I think perhaps just easing off the throttle to allow the quicker cars to get a clean run into Church. Mark Cholerton in 3rd place. The blue and white RS2000 with the flat front of competition RS2000s rather than a sort of droop snoot of the road cars. And there is the red Mustang. That's the lead Mustang now, Piers Grange. So there's the Datsun with the blue nose in the background. The Mustang hasn't really closed, but the battle is still on for second place. 4.5 minutes remaining. Another this lap plus at least one more.
Yep, into the braking zone. Gap went back out again to 2 seconds between the leaders, so it was only a blip for Stephen Promet. What caused it, I don't know, but back on the pace again now as Mark Cholerton tries continually to find a way around the Rover SD1. But Nick Williamson, again, playing to his strengths. He defends where he has to, but then knows that he's got the performance out the back of the circuit. Cholerton trying to keep the thing wound up. Just a lovely little drift out of Seagrave, and it worked. Look at the momentum that he carried towards Noble, but then nowhere to go with it as they go through the left-hander. Another back marker ahead. That's the lone BMW, isn't it? The Nathan Beresford's car, which we haven't seen a lot of, actually, but it's a very pretty thing. It's sort of right on the apex of Goodwood, though, as this second-place battle has to slide its way to the outside, and that wasn't the best run through there for Nick Williamson, so Cholerton could find himself a length or so closer going into Church. That gives him maybe half a chance of an attack into the chicane.
Yeah, great work by the back markers, trying to stay out of the way as much as they can. They realise what the jeopardy is for the faster cars if they're forced offline and out wide. And there's Mostin Rutter in the pit lane with his Droop Snoot Forenza. Again, it hasn't quite played the game here. Battle for second under brakes. Nick Williamson controls the inside line, if not the understeer. He's, whoa! I was going to say he's just got enough done, but he hadn't quite. There is going to, I think in these conditions, hold on baby, he's having a lot of fun with that Mark Cholerton. In these conditions, I think there are going to be a lot of visits to the, or lots of stewards examining why cars didn't make it all the way through the chicane. And in that case, it wasn't contact, it was Nick Williamson not quite gathering it all up correctly.
Yes, now Nick just set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap because he invented a new line through the chicane.
A shorter lap, didn't he? Yes.
Significantly so, yes. He was only a 10th quicker than Promet, but he was quicker, and that has now put a bit of a gap between himself and Cholerton. Here comes Piers Grange, or there was Piers Grange anyway, leading in the pre-66s, and within that grid, still some great side-by-side battles to be had. Anglia versus Cortina here, and the Imp for good measure as they head towards the complex together.
Yeah, Jake Swan attacking the red and gold Cortina of Ian Thompson, car number 71. That's in the historic racing colours of Alan Mann Racing, the Cortina, and the Imp right behind as well, 11th place, James Ibbotson. So giving chase, plenty of action between these guys. And it's really nice as well to see them enjoying themselves so much. At this sort of edge of grip, the car just moving around, essentially, particularly there with the Cortina and actually with the Imp as well as the Anglia, you're just holding the steering and guiding the front and the back's doing what it does, and that's it's a really nice sensation when the car's up on the edge like that, and yeah, it's just steering, but no, I've got the steering, that's fine, you just control it with the throttle inputs. Nice work from young Jake Swan, excellent stuff in the Anglia, getting alongside the Cortina, looking to try and make the move.
Or is he going to make it into Church? I don't think so. No, they all settle back in line single file, but the Cortina a little bit wayward. Lots of different lines being taken through Church Corner. Who has the run up the hill then is the next question. Well, they're all pretty evenly matched in a straight line. It then becomes a battle on the brakes, and I don't think we're going to say, oh, well, hang on, this might complicate matters. The BMW being
really
lapped, and that does now allow the move to be made around the outside. They have arrived on the tail of the back marker at the worst possible moment, and that has led to a couple of positional changes. The 71 there does now go through. Ian Thompson in the Cortina finds a way ahead of the Swan-driven Anglia, and actually he continues that momentum now at the inside of the 201 car into Allard Corner, which tries to close the door. They almost lean on each other. Fabulous stuff, and there will still be wheel to wheel, I think, up the hill, but that was fairly aggressive defensive driving there. I don't think it's quite going to work, but very close quarter stuff.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Pat Keneally in the white car, with the traditional Lotus Works colours, the green stripe down the side, as so familiarly seen with Jim Clark racing the cars and many others. Little matte black patch across the bonnet. But the Alan Mann Racing car, that's Ian Thompson. He got the best of that traffic, really, just got around the outside of the BMW. So he then got the run on Pat Keneally. Jake Swan in the black angle box right behind him, lost out. He was ahead of the red Cortina coming up the hill, but the traffic just in the wrong place. And the Imp right behind him, the Ibbotson in the Imp, Right now, time's run out. The leader is out of the chicane for the final time.
Yeah, the race got away from us there. I didn't realise we were on the final lap, but Stephen Promet does, because he sees the checkered flag and claims the victory once again here at Thruxton. But that one he really had to work for. Nick Williamson holds on to second place. Mark Jollerton not quite able to get him at the line. And Promet and Williamson class winners as well. Right, let's see the resumption of this battle. Keneally's lost another spot then, hasn't he, early on in this lap to one of the Angliers. He's going to try and get that back, though, as they head up the hill. The Anglia in question, of course, is Jake Swan, isn't it, who tries to get back up the inside of him into the final chicane. He's not quite going to get there, though. Desperately late on the brakes for Keneally. He makes the corner. Actually almost had a little bit of a stab there at the car ahead. A huge fishtail for James Ibbotson. Did he keep that one together? Maybe not, actually. Oh, yes, there he is. Almost in the pit wall, so exuberant was that run off the final corner. He had enjoyed himself there. But some fabulous racing, some great displays of car control, particularly amongst the pre-66 cars. And the pre-66 class, incidentally, was won by Piers Grange in the Ford Mustang. But Barry Syme coming home in second position, 7 seconds or so behind him in the Mini. So the Mini, in the end, even with the slippery conditions, not quite able to take the fight properly to the more powerful Mustangs, but a second place finish within the pre-60s for Barry Syme, and he wins in Class C as well, so that's all good. There goes Alan Greenhall's Ford Falcon, the car that was tipped into the spin on the opening lap of the race. And we were very lucky not to lose more drivers and more cars from the race at that point with the big Ford Falcon. Big doesn't really do it justice, does it? Enormous Ford Falcon spinning around in front of the pack. But thankfully, major contact was avoided and everyone able to bring it home in one piece. So great racing, and Stephen Promet picks up a second win of the weekend then in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's pre-63 category, and wins in Class C as well. Class B within the 83s won by Nick Williamson, and Mark Jollerton comes home in third place overall ahead of Jonathan Corker's Datsun and Graham Smith in the Escort. Piers Grange's Mustang is the pre-66 winner. Barry Syme second in that category, but they both won their classes within the pre-66s, as did Ian Thompson in the Lotus Cortina, winning in Class F ahead of Pat Keneally. So that was for a class victory, that battle, and Ian Thompson just about able to hang on in the Alan Mann liveried car. Then it was Jake Swan in 10th, 11th James Ibbotson. Ibbotson also a class winner in Class E by 10 seconds in the end over Brendan Rooney in the Imp. Kevin Swan and Jack Riddell was next. Now Jack will be scrambling now to get into his Honda Civic, which is lining up in the assembly area for the very next race for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Antastley was next ahead of Ed Crosley and Alan Greenhall, with John Davis, Michael Loveland and Phil Waller completing the top 10. Philip, the first car, one lap down. The Singer Chamois of Jeremy Dias also a lap down in 21st. So too Nathan Beresford's BMW, Keith Wright's Lotus Cortina, and Mostin Rutter brought the Droop Snoop Forenza into the pit lane. I think he might have been the driver receiving the black and orange warning flag, but he did eventually heed that warning, came into the pit lane, and I don't believe ever returned to the track. So the cars are back in the Parc Fermé area. We'll shortly be able to hear from our overall winner, certainly, and possibly even Piers Grange may be the winner of the pre-66 category. Let's see who Martin can hunt down and head over to Martin Haven in Parc Fermé.
I wish you had smell-o-vision, because the odours of hot classic racing cars, all part of what it's all about. Well, 31 years of racing this car, and another success for Stephen Promet. Congratulations, the old girl has done you proud again.
Yeah, it's 21 years actually, but yeah, it's done me proud, man. Man, that was great. We were on dry tyres, and it had to be on dries, but it was greasy.
It's interesting because we were looking at the track thinking it does look like it's much drier than it was earlier. So you went slicks anyway?
We couldn't go on our traded tyres, you know, so you know, it was spot on, but it was moving all the time. So yeah, very enjoyable.
It did look enjoyable from the outside. Right, let's catch up with our third place man, Mark Jollerton, in his RS2000. Mark, you did quite a lot of dangling on the lock there, didn't you?
I don't think my steering wheel was ever straight. It was sideways one way or the other. Cracking fun.
I mean, from the outside, it always looks like an adventure, but how much of it is a sort of brown trouser moment and how much is, oh, yep, I've got this?
There's never brown trousers, to be fair. The Escort just talks to you. It tells you what it's going to do before it does it. You just drive it, and you just drive it sideways. It's cracking. Yeah, the car just puts a smile on your face every time you drive it. Yeah, there's no brown trousers. It's just cracking. Yeah.
Brilliant. Great race with the Rover as well. Thoroughly entertaining. Let's go over, where have we lost him now? Let's go and find Mark Williamson. Ah, there he is. You always look like you've had a double shot of adrenaline when you get out of this car.
Feels like it driving this, yeah. Particularly I was on full wet tyres, virtually road tyres. So, and when we were queuing up in the assembly, I saw that Steve was on the dries. We went out on the green flag lap, and I thought, oh yeah, he's right. But it did start to spit a little bit in the middle. There was a bit of rain coming down, so I thought maybe I can I had Mark on my case actually quite badly as well. I think he's on dries as well. So. It was quite a handful, more than usual on these tyres.
I was saying in commentary, for something that obviously it's a standard road car colour, it's not like a racing livery replica. It looks like more of a road car than either the two Escorts, but the handling doesn't give that impression at all.
No, I mean it's well sorted for the handling. Yeah, I've worked on the handling rather than the livery. Yeah, that's right. It turns in well and it brakes well, and yeah, it's fairly good for the big car.
Yeah, it does.
Into the chicane, actually, on once I outbraked myself when Mark was on me. I went through the thing. I don't know if that's going to be a bad one, if I'll still keep second, but we'll see what happens.
We'll see how we go. All right, congratulations. Another entertaining day. So, classic touring cars are done for the moment. There'll be lots more from the classes later on, but heading out right now, heading out right now are the Honda Civics.
Well, that, Martin Haven, is easy for you to say. Yes, the cars are heading out right now onto the grid for the second race of the weekend in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. And this should be an interesting one because, as always with Civic Cup and with TCR UK, the middle race, or the second race of the weekend, there are only two races this weekend for the Civics, yes. The second race is the partially reversed grid, so the top 10 finishers from race 1 are reversed, and that puts Harvey Caton on pole position with Alex Kite starting alongside him. Wesley Swain, with his career best starting position of third, will be alongside Dave Marshall. He could go well in the slippery conditions. Spencer Stevenson and Lewis Kent together on row number 3. Fourth row, Liam McGill and Alistair Camp. Then the top two in yesterday's race, the top two in the championship. Josh Files needs to beat Max Edmonds in this race realistically to bring that gap down in the championship going to Silverstone. It's Jamie Petters and Jordan Brennan together on row 6. Jack Riddell from a Ford Mustang to a Honda Civic, the second time he's made that transition in back-to-back races this weekend. He starts on row 7 alongside William Butt, then Aidan Hassan and Charlotte Birch, with Gary Townsend and Simon Welch together on row 9. 10th row, Owen Hillman, Daniel Petters alongside him. Harry England is down there on row 11 with Adam Durant alongside him. And Josh Bromley starting 23rd on the grid. And Harry England's car will be sporting some slightly different front bodywork this morning from what we saw yesterday, Jack Oliphant, because I believe they had some drama overnight. I don't know, have you heard the story about where they've got the new bodywork from?
Yes, yeah. I mean, apparently, basically, they were doing some work on Harry England's car, and they took the front end off it. They left it outside of the awning, apparently in some vicinity within a mile of the bins, and apparently, according to someone, they probably thought, oh, well, that means it's fair game. So they took the front end of his car home. They went out to fit it back on. It had disappeared. So they bought a street-going FN2, drove it up here, and overnight have been fixing that car. So they've been absolutely frantically trying to get that car roadworthy and track-worthy after replacing it with a road-going FN2 front end. Just goes to show they're basically Lego, these things.
Yeah, exactly, and just how road car based they are as well. But I believe they bought the new FN2. The current owners of the FN2 drove the car here. They're really? Here today watching and watched as their car was taken apart upon arrival whenever it got here, last night or this morning. All they needed really was that front body bodywork, but it is literally, you take it off the road car. These are road cars, basically. They start off life as road cars anyway, and the bodywork, certainly, that is still the case. So he will be sporting a red from, in fact, he was just coming into shot there at the back of the field. We might pick him up as we get into the race. There he is, look, so that, I think it quite works, actually, the red with the fluorescent yellow.
It means we can tell them apart as well, which is really useful, because often the Pro Alloys cars all look the same.
True, yes. Indeed, so, and the Aero Motorsport cars as well, as we've discovered too. Right then, Harvey Caton, you didn't think you were going to get away with that one, did you?
I didn't. I was hoping I would, but no, never miss a thing, do you, Andy?
Well, that's not quite true. Harvey Caton on pole position then, Alex Kite alongside, 15 minutes the distance, and a really important race this in the context of the championship. Keep your eye on the two cars, starting on the 5th row of the grid. Josh Files on our left, headlights ablaze for all of them, but Max Edmondson's headlights seem to be turned up to 11, didn't they? He wants to make his way through the pack as swiftly and efficiently and crucially cleanly as he possibly can. 5-second board then is shown. Harvey Caton eyes towards the lights, as will be the case for all of the hopefully 23 starters. And when those red lights go out, we're away and racing once again in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. Off they go. Harvey Caton with a decent start, but I reckon Alex Kite had slightly less wheel spin on the slightly drier outside line, and he has got his nose ahead. In fact, gets his whole car ahead, pitches the car into Allard's corner, slides into the lead, and Dave Marshall might now come with him as well. Look at the two title contenders leaning on each other up the hill. Max Edmondson versus Josh Files. It's kicking off already as they now head towards the complex for the first time. Hold your breath, everyone. Do they all make it through? No, Marshall is sideways, gets it gathered. No, he's still sideways, up over the curb. 10 out of 10 for car control. What else would you expect from Dave Marshall? Jack, how on earth did he keep that car pointing in the right direction?
I genuinely have no idea. And over the background is Lewis Kent as Josh Files is trying to make it 3 wide with himself and Spencer Stevenson. Lewis Kent is on the inside. Josh, you're surely not going to throw away a championship by going around the outside here, are you? No, they all managed to keep it together just about. Josh Files is squirrely on his rear end, as Max Edmondson may well have just given him a little bit of a touch and assistance on his way through Spencer Stevenson. Alistair Camp is in there as well. This is all getting a little bit too close to call. They're still sideways, Andy McEwen.
And they're 3 abreast towards Church Corner. Camp on the outside, and Edmondson, I think, backed out of that. That was really smart driving from Edmondson. Did not want to be in that position going into Church Corner on the opening lap. Cold rear tyres, remember. But Josh Files has been a bit punchier on this opening lap and has put a couple of cars between himself and his big title rival. Up the hill they will go then. Somehow all still there after that very exciting run through the complex. Edmondson does now pull to the outside of Spencer Stevenson. He's late on the brakes into the complex, and I think he will go through. So, breathe, everyone. Remember to breathe. It's only 15 minutes, but this race is going to go by in a flash, I think. Already it's action stations, and the race lead held by Alex Kite. Dave Marshall is still in second place. He was quicker than Alex Kite over the second half of the lap, and he may be about to challenge into the corner where he almost threw it all away on lap 1.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's pretty good at a highway code quiz as well, is Dave Marshall. Yeah, you can catch that on the Civic Cup socials. We were doing, and he's still sideways. He just, I think maybe he found himself a quicker line. He's trying to recreate it by going sideways through every single apex. Now as they're still mounting curbs, left, right and centre. Is that Swain? It is. In fact, Swain was sideways half of last race as well, wasn't he, yesterday? We gave him some great entertainment. I also did the highway code with him. Bit unfair, he's only 16, but he still wasn't the worst, embarrassingly. Josh Files going around the outside of him through Noble. It's bumpy there, it's squirrely. No wonder people are starting to get sideways, but Josh Files seems to have got it done.
Yep, he's got the inside line. What's happening for the leaders? They're side by side, and Dave Marshall is sideways up the inside of Alex Kite. That is outrageous from Dave Marshall. Kite hangs on to the lead. The rear of Marshall's car is on casters at the moment. Drivers do say, don't they, around here, you have to sacrifice the stability at high speed so that the car will turn through the low-speed corners. I think Dave might have overdone it slightly.
Sacrifice? I mean, he's almost sacrificing himself here. It's ridiculous. It's a race win on the cards for Dave Marshall. If he can keep it pointing in a straight line, which is something that he's slightly struggling to go. I think he was looking up the inside there of Alex Kite, who's, by the way, just driven his race perfectly. He could be pretty intimidating by someone literally throwing it sideways and every left, right, which way and centre at you. But Alex Kite has done exactly what he needs to do. He's still in this race lead, driving brilliantly. You got Liam McGill. He's sort of flown under the radar with a fastest lap, or he had the fastest lap, but in 3rd place. Now, he's a driver that probably does have race-winning pace around Thruxton. He's been keen all season to try and replicate race-winning pace, as we see 73 coming out of
Durant.
it's Adam Durant, unfortunately, who had a pretty bad starting. Andy, what have you seen?
Alex Kite got it wrong this time. He runs wide into the complex. This is Marshall's opportunity round the outside through Cobb. That's the inside for Seagrave, but McGill is there with them as as well. They almost lean on each other coming off the corner. Marshall goes through, and finally it was actually Kite that made the more telling mistake. Now, can Dave get away, or are Kite and McGill going to gang up on him out on the back of the circuit?
Dave Marshall cannot be getting away with this. So the amount of mistakes he's made, and yet is still winning, well, is now winning those races. Liam McGill gets through Alex Kite. Alex not necessarily used to winning races in the Civic Cup. It does take a lot of practice. He'll have learned a lot in the last 5 minutes, alone, or 4 minutes in the lead of this race, to be honest. But Dave Marshall now, he's hoping for a gap. He's hoping that Alex Kite can be just as hard to be passed by for Liam McGill as Dave found it a couple of laps ago. So Liam looks like he's got a good run through Church, though. As they go down towards the last complex, he's going to have the inside line.
Yes, he will, but is he brave enough on the brakes to make the move stick? McGill really seems to be high on confidence at the moment. He sails through, visibly later on the brakes even than Dave Marshall. I'm not surprised, really. Dave must be terrified to turn that car into a corner. It's sideways again, but so was McGill, who has to cut across the final part of the chicane. Now, he'll hang on to second position. He was ahead anyway, but had he made his way round the tyre stack, would have been significantly slower off the corner. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. Josh Files here up the inside of Harvey Caton. They're all coming together, aren't they, as they head towards the 1/3 race distance?
Yeah, Josh Files is crucially scoring some important points on Max Edmondson as well, and as he carves through Harvey Caton, I just wonder if this is the race where he's starting to think, I'm bored of being questioned about catching Max. I'm bored about being questioned about second in the championship. Let's actually start putting some pressure on. And he is piling that pressure on. Harvey Caton, who had a fantastic Silverstone, remember, really coming of age at Silverstone. Thruxton, maybe just a touch harder than he was hoping. He hasn't quite got the knack of the circuit like he did last month. But he's still performing well, but with Josh Fast falling over the back of you, it's no mean feat to keep that position.
Edmondson's in this group as well, though. Look behind Wes Swain, who got his joint career best finish yesterday. That's not the way to repeat it, though. Another huge slide. Those FN2s look very leery through Goodwood, don't they? And he was well off the more slippery inside line there, too. That will open the door nicely for Max Edmondson, and the reigning champion will gain another position heading into Church Corner. He is now only one place behind Josh Files, who needs really to be getting on with this, doesn't he, and finding his way into the podium places.
Yeah, he does. It's honestly, it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Oh, is there a safety car? You just pointed at your screen. It does appear that the safety car boards have come out. Yeah, we can see it scrambling, so the drivers will not be overtaking each other into the final couple of complexes. In fact, hopefully they'll all be doing the orderly thing, which is exactly what we're seeing on screen right now. Now, we don't know why the safety car has been scrambled. Andy, have you seen something on the bottom of your screen, potentially? There's nothing on TSL at the moment.
Who didn't come through? Well, no one, as far as I can tell, really. Owen Hillman hasn't, but he was in the pit lane, and Adam Durant is showing a lap down. Oh, there we go. It's Jamie Petters, and that's the exit of the first corner. You're going a lot quicker through Allard than you realise, aren't you, Jack? It's not a nice place to get it wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're almost flat out through Allard. It's even in the greasy conditions yesterday, actually. So it genuinely is terrifying. Now, there is a big issue here. You're already starting to see people try and combat it. Heat in the rear tyres. It's a you'd be forgiven for thinking we pre-recorded this race last night at about 7 o'clock. No, this is genuinely coming up to lunchtime on Sunday, and the drivers with headlights ablaze, darkened skies. It's a cold day out there, Andy, isn't it, really? It's not like brutally cold, but the moisture on the track doesn't seem to be dissipating, and that means everything is cooling down pretty quickly for these drivers.
They're in a difficult position because you don't want the tyres to overheat as the track dries out, of course, but then at the same time, the rear tyre temperature is key, and we've seen them all be very rear grip limited, I think it's fair to say, some more than others. You need to keep that temperature in the tyres. They're flinging the cars sideways, dragging the tyres across the tarmac, and Dave Marshall in particular trying to keep the temperature in those rear tyres. Dave has not won a race this year, I don't think. He did get a couple of victories in 2023. I vaguely remember one at Cadwell Park.
That does scream as a Dave Marshall circuit.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah. He only ever wins at proper old-school circuits, it seems, but I can't remember where his last win was. I'll dig out the points in a second and have a little look, but Dave Marshall, certainly it's been a while since he won a race. Is he going to win this one, though, Jack? We are just past half race distance. The safety car is giving everyone, including us, a chance to catch our breath, but it's also giving Liam McGill a chance to formulate a plan here. He will have seen Dave Marshall, particularly on cold tyres, was a little bit weak out at the back of the circuit. Is that how McGill gets the job done?
You were saying that Dave Marshall's trying to fling his car around to try and find some, keep some temperature in his tyres. He's been flinging it around all race to try and find some in the first place, to be honest. He hasn't been able to do that at all. As we see a lovely picture-in-picture Alpha Live stepping up the game this weekend. It's great to see. On the bottom right, now that is the situation we're in, so don't expect the safety car lights to go out at any point. But I do think that Liam McGill smells an opportunity here. I think he sniffs a race win from Dave Marshall. If Dave Marshall wins this, it'll be one of the most incredible race wins that we'll have seen, based on the fact that he was sideways for 90% of the first 3 laps. But Liam does seem to be the one with the pace. He was able to get through Alex Kite a little bit easier. He's been able to pull up to the back of Dave Marshall pretty quickly as well, before even the safety car. So this is his race. And with the likes of Josh Files and Max Edmondson in 5th and 6th place, so Max did get past Wesley Swain in the end before the safety car got scrambled. They've got quite a big buffer, Liam McGill, to try and get this sorted out before he has to really worry about going backwards. I don't think that's any disrespect to Alex Kite, but we're not necessarily expecting a retaliation, shall we say, for the race lead from him, are we? And Harvey Caton doesn't seem to quite have the pace here at Thruxton in these conditions that maybe some of the other drivers do.
Yeah, I think the most frustrating man, really, in a way, will be Josh Files here, because he caught that lead group a couple of laps ago and didn't really do anything with them. And, of course, at the time, he had a bit of a gap back to Max Edmondson. That gap will now disappear. So Max Edmondson is right back on the tail.
He's just chilling, isn't he?
Yes.
He loves his job.
I've just spotted the seats on the back of the... yes, that's the best seats in the house, those, aren't they? So away goes JB Petter's car. But, yes, Max Edmondson will now catch back up to Josh Files. Doesn't really have to beat Files in this race, just has to try and stay within a position or so of him, and he'll be in a very good position going to Silverstone. Max Edmondson came into this race, for what it's worth, on 476 points. That was 34 points ahead of Josh Files, but which sounds like a lot, but remember, you can't drop any scores from Silverstone. There are 3 races at Silverstone. Sorry, 2 races at Silverstone, and so there are not that many opportunities, I suppose, for things to go wrong, but the last race of the year, it will be a reversed grid race. If Josh Files could go into that last race of the year within 20 or 25 points of Max Edmondson, anything could happen. We've seen it before in this very championship.
Yeah, I was going to say, you and Paul were commentating a finale at Snetterton, weren't you, where it all just changed within the space of about 2 laps from the checkered flag, didn't it? And that's what we love about the... That's what we love about the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, and I cannot wait to see how Silverstone unfolds, but to be honest, this is enough excitement for me right now. I don't really want to have to think about Silverstone. Let's just get the drop scores out of the way, Andy, because me and you both know they're the nightmare of a commentator, aren't they?
Exactly. So just so you know, you are on calculator duty at Silverstone.
Paul's going to be here next time. He's going to do it.
Oh my word, we're in trouble. Right. We'll worry about that when we get to Silverstone, but this will set the scene for the Silverstone showdown, and the lights out on the safety car means that we're about to go racing. It will be a bit of a sprint to the flag here. We're going to have, under 3.5 minutes to go. Dave Marshall backing the field up. Let's hope he has kept the temperature in those rear tyres.
He didn't have any in the first place.
He didn't really appear to have any, did he? But he's been weaving around pretty vigorously behind the safety car. Still hasn't accelerated. Now he accelerates, just going into the braking zone. But Liam McGill went with him. So that was... Oh, and Marshall already is out of shape. He hasn't even got to the start yet. Now remember, McGill can't pass him yet until they get to the timing line. So if you're going to have a moment, that's a good time to do it. McGill pulls to the inside.
Alex
Crucially, has to be behind at the line, which he was, but Kite then makes it 3 abreast at the inside line. Marshall, can he hang on around the outside? McGill is the one who is sideways, and Marshall somehow, Jack, is still in the lead.
Yeah, I thought Josh Files was going to stage exit left as well, but he's right on the back of Harvey Caton, and Dave Marshall screwing up the last complex has really left this up to anybody to come in and take a podium position. As Alex Kite tries to go around the outside of Liam McGill, it's not happening for the time being. Dave Marshall holds on to this cork in the bottle situation that he's found himself in, and McGill cannot find a way round. Marshall's still sideways. McGill must be able to go around the outside, going through Noble, and it's now a race lead for the area motorsport driver.
Yes, it is. Alex Kite trying to go with him, but Dave Marshall, we know, won't back down. The car might be... lively, let's call it, but he's going to be committed as ever into good when he's at the inside line. This has worked for him before, but will he be able to keep the car in a straight line? They are side by side for the lead. The grip and the momentum surely lies with McGill on the outside line, and he will hold on to the advantage. They are 3 wide nearly behind, by the way. That was Harvey Caton, I think, going past Alex Kite for 3rd position. So Marshall loses a place, Caton gains one, but I would not write Dave Marshall off just yet.
No, Harvey Caton's off the circuit. I was about to say he's going to have to carry some good momentum, and he'll have an opportunity, but he's well off the circuit. He has rejoined. He's all safe. He's all good. As I think that's Kite, but we'll focus back in a minute, because look at Dave Marshall trying to go around the outside of Liam McGill. He may well have the track position. McGill rubs on him, and he just about holds off the position, but Josh Files into 3rd place.
Josh Files into 3rd place, took full advantage of the Caton moment. I think Kite lost some momentum in that as well, and through into 3rd goes Files. Marshall peeks to the inside. We've got 2 more laps of this race to go, I think. It's going to be touch and go, actually, 1 or 2. It depends depends how much they battle on this lap. I hope, though, someone hides the checkered flag, because this has been by far the race of the weekend so far, and Dave Marshall will need every opportunity here to try and get back ahead of Liam McGill. He's to the outside into the complex. McGill is sideways. Marshall will have the inside line for the left-hander, but he doesn't have enough of an overlap. So for now, the Area Motorsport car stays in front, and the arrival of Josh Files on the tail of Dave Marshall will not be pleasing Dave, because Josh Files is on a mission. He needs to go through. I'm not really convinced Marshall's using his mirrors right now, though.
No, I don't think he needs to. As Josh Files tries to look at the inside of McGill, it's not happening. Marshall's in a different postcode, but he's going to have the inside. He's going to have the race lead. Look at Max Edmondson. He's overtaking Josh Files now, as well as McGill is sideways.
It's McGill sideways, trying to get the switch back, but Dave Marshall is back in the race lead. I repeat, Dave Marshall is back in the race lead, and now here comes Josh Files up the inside into Church Corner for second place. He goes past his Area Motorsport teammate, and he's sideways. Josh Files sideways at Church Corner, gathers it together, loses his momentum, and it's Edmondson who will benefit. He gets the run on the lot of them and may now move into second position. That opened up perfectly for the championship leader, who goes from 6th to 2nd in one lap. Max Edmondson second position. The checkered flag may or may not be racing this time. Marshall sideways, surely has to cut across the grass. Edmondson could win this race if things carry on this way. The last lap board is out. There is one more time around Thruxton to go, and Max Edmondson unbelievably is challenging for the race lead. He's got the race lead, but he too is sideways, Jack.
This is unbelievable stuff. The media centre behind us is all watching our stream as Marshall runs on. Is that Liam McGill? He still wants a race victory. Liam McGill up the inside into the first complex.
Got it.
I think Edmondson's probably got this one not in the bag. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it by the base of how this has gone. But McGill is still just missing apexes. They're all struggling. Doesn't matter what calibre of driver you are here, Andy, in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. This car is a handful. This championship is hard fought.
You've got to say that if Max Edmondson hangs on to this win, that is championship defining. How he has got his way from 6th to the lead, I do not know, but he's checking out now. McGill is busy defending second place. Marshall had 2 wheels on the dirt, but not only is Max Edmondson now only half a lap away from a race victory, where is Josh Files? He's down in 5th or 6th as Marshall appears to be slowing.
Yeah, he smashed the curb. I don't know whether he hit it a little bit too hard, and I don't know whether there was potential damage early on in the race, which is why he's been so sideways. We haven't really thought that. It's just been Dave Marshall being Dave Marshall, to be honest. But it does look like Edmondson's got this in the bag. And where has Alistair Camp come from, by the way? He's in 3rd place. I think he's in 3rd. Yeah, that is 3rd on the road, isn't it? And Dave Marshall's just disappeared back down to 7th.
Caton up the inside of Alex Kite here. He is trying to make it an Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Kent trying to make it a 6th Area Motorsport car at the front of the field. It is going to be, though, somehow the reigning champion and current championship leader, Max Edmondson, who picks up another win. Caton is sideways. Here comes Lewis Kent up the inside. Edmondson gets the win. McGill 2nd, Camp 3rd, Files 4th. Who will be 5th? It is Alex Kite, I believe, by a nose over Lewis Kent. I don't know what happened there with Harvey Caton on the last corner. He ends up dropping down to 8th, and Dave Marshall's 7th place is not what he deserved. That was an incredible performance, that, from Dave Marshall. Will Butts has had a spin at the chicane as well. Oh my word, that was Miltech Sports Civic Cup racing at its finest. There is a reason that this is becoming one of the most closely followed championships in the United Kingdom, and we just saw why. That was impeccable driving in clearly very, very tricky conditions. Also worth making a mention, I'd missed this, I will confess, that Wesley Swain has just picked up the Paul Winfield Trophy win, his first in that class, we believe. And Wesley Swain, where did he end up in the end? He was somewhere outside of the top 10. We'll figure it out in a minute. Right then, everyone, let's catch our breath. Let's take a look at how they finished that extraordinary second race of the weekend for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. It's Edmondson the winner, Liam McGill in 2nd place, and Alistair Camp in 3rd, with Josh Files in 4th position, making it an Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know where the area cars came from then, but they somehow locked out the top 4 positions. Kite comes home in 5th, ahead of Lewis Kent 6th, Dave Marshall 7th, Harvey Caton 8th, Wesley Swain in 9th, as we said, Paul Winfield Trophy winner, and another top 10 finish. He's racking them up now in the second half of the season, with Spencer Stevenson coming home in 10th. Jordan Brennan 11th, Jack Riddell 12th, Aidan Hassan 13th, and Josh Bromley coming home in 14th position. 15th Daniel Petters, 16th Harry England, 17th Will Butt ahead of Charlotte Birch, Gary Townsend and Simon Welch, whilst Owen Hillman, Adam Durant and Jamie Petters all had their dramas. Hillman and Durant to the pit lane a couple of times, and Jamie Petters brought out the safety car after a trip into the barriers at Allard Corner. Well, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? That was a fantastic race and sets us up nicely for the finale, although Max Edmondson's going to go there with a healthy lead, isn't he? He will pick up the maximum points from that race because he had the fastest lap as well, so he really has taken a serious chunk of points back out of Josh Files. It is Max's 8th win of the season, and that is quite clearly more wins than anybody else. There were so many people at the start of the year who were questioning whether or not Max Edmondson had what it took to beat someone of Josh Files' calibre to the championship. I think we may have just seen our answer. Right then, let's head out to Parc Fermé, give everyone else in here a chance to catch their breath. Let's hear from our race winner.
I have just about got my voice back. It's not as high as it was for 90% of that, but here is Max Edmondson coming out of the car. What was one of the championship dividing races for me, as Andy McEwen was saying in the commentary box. A big well done from Alistair Camp, who had probably the best view of everyone as he carved through and took advantage. But Max Edmondson, wow, oh wow. I mean, Liam McGill played his part as well. That was sensational stuff from all of them. Liam's probably going to be slightly disappointed he didn't get that race victory, but what a race. And as Max puts his helmet back into his car, I'm going to slap the Goodyear hat straight on him and get chatting. Max, I mean, I can't believe it. You don't look out of breath. That must be, your heart must be racing 120 beats a minute.
It was racing 120 beats per minute when I've seen Josh's slides this weekend. He had monstrous slides in testing and then caught and then slammed the other way.
That was incredible, wasn't it?
I always thought he was going to shoot into me. I think it was just obviously pot luck which way I was and which way Liam went. And then the same with Dave. Dave had a slide going into the chicane which messed up his run going out of it, and then luckily it was the last lap by then. Because I don't think I was the fastest guy on track, to be fair, but yeah, it was a good race. It was really fun.
It was sensational to watch from our perspective, but you had probably one of the best seats in the house. I mean, from what we could see, you weren't the one sliding, but just watching the people ahead of you.
Every time I was going into a corner, someone ahead of me was going side by side, so I was just basically seeing where they were or where they could have come out the corner and just basically trying doing the opposite. And most of the time, it luckily worked.
When you see people sliding like that ahead of you, do you go into a corner thinking, oh, I'm not sure if there's actually the grip here for what I want to do as well?
Well, no, because I think, if I remember correctly, that line I took was the normal one I always take. But I think Josh was on the outside, am I correct?
Probably, yeah. I think he was always on the outside, inside, everyone was everywhere.
I think at church, if you don't hit the apex, or if you hit the apex too much, it bounces you.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he was scared Liam was going to do, and I think he obviously, touched the water and had a slide.
Well, speaking of water, it has literally just started tipping it down now. Are you relieved to get back without this rain coming down on you? I mean, I know you're finished for the weekend now, but would you rather it have been this wet that it's about to be?
No, I prefer, no driver will probably say this, but I prefer either dry or like half-y-half.
Really?
Yeah.
You're an enigma, honestly, the way you drive it.
Well, some drivers either prefer obviously fully dry or fully wet, but I prefer either dry or in between.
That's sensational, to be honest. I mean, massive congratulations, Max. I want to try and get a chat to Liam McGill if we don't have to wrap up quite yet. If we can find Liam McGill, that is. I wish I brought my umbrella out now with me because I am getting absolutely soaked. But Andy McEwen's probably feeling very smug in the commentary box. I can't quite find McGill, but Campy, Alistair, come over here. I mean, what a race. My hair, he's so kind. No, that's yours. I can't. Otherwise, sponsors will shout at me. I mean, what a race that was. Honestly, until the last 3 corners, we didn't even see you in 3rd place. How did you get there?
I just got a great drive out of Goodwood, and then Josh had a moment down at church, and then obviously Max went through. I went through with Max, and then Harvey had a moment. So I was just picking. Like I said, just managed to keep it on the black stuff and kept picking moments where I could.
The FN2 of Dave Marshall looked the hilarious thing I've seen it on track ever. It looked like he was doing rallying half the time. What was your FN2 like?
Yeah, a bit similar, but like I say, I think Dave was on full send, mate. When you're in that position where Dave is, you don't want to lose it, so you do everything you can to keep going. And I was just watching from behind, like with my popcorn on lap. I was thinking, oh my God, Dave, you're doing well to hold that. But then I got the moment with Dave round the outside at Goodwood, and I was like, do I, don't I? Because that looks Larry, that FN2, and he's just going to collect me if it gets. But Dave's not daft, he knows how to control the sliding car, and I thought I'm just going to put my nose in. The drive I was getting off there every time and everyone was immense. So.
One of the most enjoyable drives of the week? Not the weekend, obviously, it probably was, but of the season is my point.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, it's been really good. So it's nice to be in that position. When you're in one of these and you're in the front, you do nothing but watch mirrors. So when you're from behind and you can see everything else happening, it's almost nice to see, because it's like, yeah, I've got my moment here, I can pick this, I can do that, whereas normally you're a sitting duck and just waiting and just thinking, holding on for dear life.
How clenched were you when you saw Josh Files going fully sideways through Church? Did you get a good view of that?
Oh yeah, full camera shot of that. I'll put that on you being framed for you all. But yeah, it was good, mate, but just glad we didn't get collected by anyone, so no, really good.
We're glad as well, Camby. Congratulations. Right, we've got more action on circuit, I believe. We're going to throw back to Andy and Martin with a PO3 and Super Tourers, I believe it is.
Thank you, Jack. Right, that gave me just enough time to climb down from the ceiling and prepare myself for the next race, which, as Jack quite rightly says, is another Classic Touring Car Racing Club event. It's the Pre-93, Pre-03 and Super Tourers race. So basically, 90s touring cars with an Astra Sport hatch out there for good measure as well. And these cars, we really enjoyed seeing them out yesterday in the dry conditions. These conditions, though, rather different, because as we saw, it started to rain as Jack was conducting those interviews in Parc Fermé. So track conditions getting worse now, not better. It is Stuart White in the Honda Accord, though, that starts from pole position. Alongside him will be Jason Hughes in the ex-Jason Plato Vauxhall Vectra. Jim Pocklington and Roger Stanford together on row 2 with Stuart Kay and AJ Owen hopefully on row 3. We did see some mechanical issues for them yesterday. I'm not convinced they made it out for race 2. Then we get into the Pre-93 lot with Stuart Waite and Will Davison's BMWs at the front of that grid. Ian Bauer and Gary Preble are next, ahead of Kevin Wills and Oliver Owen, the third row of the Pre-93s. Then row 4 for Joe Dorrington and Graham Myers. Anton Martin and John Hillier are next, with Ian Knight and Michael Harris rounding out the top 20. Mike Seymour and Michael Collins on row 11. Row 12, Simon Mann and Byron Aldous, with Kevin Granger and Jamie Sturgis hopefully bringing up the rear of the field, although the last car I saw there I think was Kevin Granger's BMW. I'm not convinced, if I know that's not Kevin Granger, is it? Not sure which of the BMWs that is at the back, but we'll figure it out when we get to the cars on the grid. A slippery grid because the rain is hammering down here on the pit straight. This was promised, wasn't it, at midday, that we were going to get some pretty heavy rain. Martin, for once, unfortunately, the forecasters got it right.
They have, unfortunately. 12:05, it started to rain quite heavily. Well, there's yesterday's race winner in the red and white ex-Tom Christensen Redstone Honda Accord, running period by West Surrey Racing. That's Stuart White from Dumfries in Galloway. He's come down all the way from Scotland to race, as did the man who used to drive the Cavalier behind him in period. That's James Pocklington in the ex-John Cleland Cavalier GSI, genuine Dave Cook car, so one of the very original 2-litre Super Tourers. And as you can see, well, we certainly heard from our drivers in the last couple of races that it was more intermediates than wets. It is now definitely not a question. However, these cars went to the collecting area before it started raining, and there weren't hosts of tyre trolleys. So I suspect there may be a few cars that are on very much the wrong tyre for the situation. So it is Stuart White on pole position. Jason Hughes in the Masterfit Vectra should have been alongside him. Now, did we see that, or was that the Masterfit Cavalier? So scratch Jason Hughes, I'm afraid. James Pocklington on row 2, the ex-John Cleland Cav, and alongside him Roger Stanford in the Astra Sport hatch. There is a gap there as well, so the Sport hatch hasn't made it out, which means there's no Stuart Kay's red and grey Masterfit Cavalier either, but AJ Owen in that Ralph Sport Mondeo, the ex-Paul Radicic car, that is there. The Cavalier is at the back of the field. 44/144, that is Stuart Kay's car. Now, for reasons best known to itself, it's a long way further back than where it did ought to be.
Yes, because they split the grid, don't they? So the Super Tourers are at the front, even if they were slower than some of the Pre-93 cars, which that Cavalier was. But yes, what it's doing back there, I don't know. Whether it might be waved through at some point.
Yes, there is a degree of martial consternation is going on, because he's actually in front of that purple Jaguar XJS, but he should be on row 2 or row 3 of the front back. In fact, he should be behind that John Cleland Cavalier. I think he is being waved through.
Oh, no. That's Ian Bauer actually being waved through.
Okay.
But he was where he should be, so
he
is he
was
being
where
waved
he
off the
should
grid?
be. Yeah, now they're getting 44 and 441 confused because he's 44 with a bit of green gaffer tape. Now, as you were, mate, back you go. 44 is the Masterfit Cavalier with the door open. That's the one that should be further forward. And
Jason
there's
Hughes.
the Vectra. So Jason Hughes, no sign then of... no, I can't see a sport hatch out of place. I was thinking further back on the right, but it's definitely not. The grid is considerably curtailed to the 27 cars that are on the grid sheet because the Alpina BMW, you can just see at the back, that's the Motul livery car, that's the 535i, that is Jamie Sturgis, and he should have been on the back of the grid, but in between him and the Jag, which he is immediately behind, should have been Sean Morris, Simon Mann, Byron Aldous and Kevin Granger. So at least those 4 would appear to be missing and probably quite a few more.
I wonder, Martin, whether Jason Hughes' car was in the assembly area and then wasn't in the assembly area because they took it back to the awning to change tyres, perhaps.
Possibly so.
In which case, he could be absolutely flying when the race gets going if that car's on wets and some of the others towards the front are not. We don't know for sure, really, what tyres they all went out on, but Jason Hughes has at least had more time, potentially, to get the car on the correct tyre. Stuart Kay is now finally guided into his correct grid slot. But, yeah, keep an eye on that Vectra. If he's on wet tyres and some of the others aren't, he should be noticeably quicker.
Now, some of these BMWs are going to be, and the Honda Civics as well, are going to be trying to get in amongst those Super Touras early doors here. And of course, the difference is that most of the cars in our second group, the pre-2003 cars, and pre-93 cars actually, are built from road cars, whereas the connection with road cars of a Super Tourer is nominal. It will have been built from a very, very bare shell, which will have been comprehensively reworked. But away they go. Come on, come on, come on. Stuart Kay, there we go. He's gradually moving. Unfortunately, of course, if you do start from the pit lane, as Jason Hughes is going to do in the Masterfit Vectra, you don't have a warm-up lap, so you go out there on absolutely stone-cold tyres and stone-cold brakes, 10 seconds or so behind everybody else by the time you get up to speed from the pit lane, and then you've got to try and catch them all up as well, so they're already a little bit of heat cycle ahead of you because they've got this formation lap to try and do a little bit of that, and to get a view of the track as well. Now, when these guys qualified yesterday morning, it was similar. The rain has stopped. The puddle of indicator is still as smooth as a mill pond. So that little shower has passed through. And I'm going to say this out loud now. It does look quite a lot lighter in the sky than it did when I was out in the collecting area 25 minutes ago. So that might have blown through, hopefully. Can't see weather radar, so we're just crossing our fingers and hoping.
Well, I was thinking that. I wasn't brave enough to say it out loud, but I think you might be right, actually. The skies look a little bit clearer, but brighter now, definitely, than they did 10 minutes ago.
There's more glare in the window in front of us, making it even harder to see the monitor.
Which is our excuse for missing anything, if we do, over the course of the 15-minute race to come. A very leisurely green flag lap, this, isn't it? Particularly for the second grid of cars, led by the BMWs of Stuart Waite and Will Davison. Gary Preble's Honda could be a factor in this one as well. Front-wheel drive, damp, greasy conditions. That's probably the car I would choose to be in if I had my say. And he's starting fourth on the grid. And Gary is no slouch anyway. He's a very experienced driver. He's in a great variety of machinery, front and rear-wheel drive. But yes, the Honda Civic is in perhaps line for a pretty decent result here.
Yeah, definitely got the opportunity to revel in these conditions. I wonder whether Stuart Waite in his BMW, leading this field around, the sort of dark blue car with the black highlights. Are black highlights or are they low lights? I'll have to ask my wife and her hairdresser. He seems to be dropping back quite a long way. Now, obviously, the perhaps unintended consequence of that is the Super Tourers will be sitting there with temperature going out of their tyres and temperatures rising in the cooling systems.
However, it is a rolling start, so they are going to now be released, actually. So the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and it will be Stuart White who leads the Super Touring element of the grid away. Off they go, and the Honda should be the favourite, really, in that group. Jason Hughes, of course, will not be released until after the second grid of cars have gone through, so he's going to be a long way back. That is happening now. He's still sat there watching as the second grid accelerate through Allard Corner. The Star Wars liveried Civic there making some pretty bold moves up the middle, but it's Stuart White that leads the way, and into second position then is the Ford Mondeo. So that is AJ Owen, isn't it? AJ Owen up into second position, and the Mondeo looking pretty racy in the early stages. What about the BMW Brigade? Well, there's Bauer. He's not leading the class, though, which tells me there that it is Will Davison. No, Will Davison third, actually.
Yeah, Will Davison third in the yellow car, number 17. He got jumped by Ian Bauer's kind of livery car, but around the outside comes the Honda Civic. So Gary Preble already starting to try and make moves, looking for third place. I think he's made it his own. So again, I think because of the way the rain arrived and because of where people were, i.e. in the collecting area, I do think we're probably going to see a lot of not quite on the tyre that I would have chosen, given an extra 15 minutes head start into a slightly wetter track. But it is out front in the Super Tour. Stuart White was leading and remains so, but hang on a minute, that's 441, that's Stuart K in the Masterfit Cavalier. Now, the car did the same yesterday, basically went backwards, did not have anything like the race pace that he had in qualifying. Another challenge coming up here.
Yep, side by side, Davison up the inside line there, and under threat, actually. Davison doesn't look quite as quick as I perhaps expected him to be, and that was the number 91 BMW of Oliver Owen trying to find a way through. Lead gap 2.9 seconds, by the way. Stuart White back to AJ Owen. Big gap that then to Jim Pocklington, but I'm waiting to see where Jason Hughes has got himself up to. I just heard the Vectra go through. 16th position, 23 seconds off the lead. We'll watch his lap times with interest.
And James Pocklington losing third place to Stuart White, and has already done, and losing fourth place there to the second BMW of Ian Bauer. As we look at this battle again, and these guys are closing in. So overall, Will Davidson here is, car number 17 is in 7th place, and Gary Preble has got ahead of him. We didn't see that happen in the Civic, did we? Did, yes we did. So got ahead of him in the Civic and is now chasing off after Ian Bauer's BMW, but Bauer is already 3 seconds up the road from the Honda, so we'll wait and see how the conditions change. Wipers on. Our puddle is still dry, so it may be splashing out the back. It may just be that twiddly hands. Will Davison has caught the wiper switch and is rather preoccupied with keeping the car on the island.
I can see a few spots of rain outside, though, actually, so I think it is drizzling again, perhaps worse out at the back of the circuit. That's the direction, really, from which the weather seems to be coming from, so it will hit that part of the track first. Great, the fastest part of the circuit becomes the slipperiest part of the circuit.
Very, very much wetter up Woodham Hill than it was last time round, and everybody responding to that. Will Davidson in his number 17 BMW M3 just gingerly getting onto the brakes, but up to third place now is Stuart White, the lead BMW, the lead car from the pre-2003 group. And you can see there Jim Pocklington, the ex-John Cleland Cavalier. He is being cautious with that car. He's not out here to prove anything and wants to make sure this is, I think it's actually the car's last outing of the season, so he wants to make sure that it's not its last outing.
Indeed so. Now, the other Vauxhall in this group is Jason Hughes. He's in the top 10 now. His last lap was 2 seconds slower than the race leader. That doesn't sound great, but he's in traffic. Stuart White is not. So you do have to feel that if Jason Hughes can make some rapid progress through the worst of the traffic, he might then be able to start setting lap times quicker than the race leader. There he is, look, headlights ablaze, and that car just looks like it's got more grip. I know he's up against not super touring cars here, but still, that car is pretty much on rails. He's carving his way past the BMWs, and by the end of this lap, I think Martin will have a little bit of empty racetrack ahead of him.
And of course, you pointed out that he's not going quite as quickly as the leader, but he is going comprehensively quicker than every other car apart from the Honda. So that's why he's carving his way through the order. He's just gone by Will Davidson for 7th, Jim Pocklington's Cavalier. That's the difference in from the first of the Super Tourers to the last from Vauxhall, the Cavalier to the Vectra. What a different looking device it is. Much lower, minimal ground clearance. In fact, that's running probably quite a lot higher than it would have done in period, but with a greatly extended aero. So Jason Hughes already up into the top 5, top 6 with the fastest lap of the race that time round.
Yes, so only 2/10 quicker than the leader, but again, in traffic. Now he's in clean air. He should be able to pick up a couple of seconds a lap from that. Now he's 26 seconds off the lead. I'm not convinced he'll have time to catch Stuart White, but second place is definitely possible here for Jason Hughes. He comes up against now the Honda of Gary Preble, who doesn't really put up too much of a fight. About waves him through there as they head into the last part of the complex. But this Vauxhall, I am convinced, is on wet tyres. I do think that's why he was late to the assembly area, had to start from the pit lane, but it might not matter.
Well, and the entertainment value for him will be absolutely enormous. It'll be like a PlayStation game where you've just turned up and are going pot hunting, but that's not quite the case. In the dry, this car was very competitive, didn't quite have the pace of the Honda, but in the rain, he's on the right tire. I think everybody else is on probably on an intermediate of some kind, or a cut slick, but he's absolutely romping away here.
AJ Owens off from second place.
So that's second then for the Vectra.
Yeah, well, actually, AJ Owens, Stuart Waite and Ian Bauer were actually between AJ Owen and Jason Hughes, so he's been off there for quite a while. He has, I think, torn the front splitter off the Mondeo as well, which is a bit of a shame. So he may well be about to retire to the pit lane, but this is the lap time I want to see. It's the first lap of the race that Jason Hughes hasn't had any traffic, hasn't had any spray being kicked up in his face, and hasn't had to overtake anybody. It's a 1:28.8, so it's a second and a half quicker than the leader. He needs more than that to win the race, but he should make pretty easy work of Waite and Bauer, and then we'll see what he can do in the second half of the race.
Yeah, Waite and Bauer right in front of him. Stuart Waite with the green, I beg your pardon, Ian Bauer with the green and red, and Stuart Waite with the blue and black. The two BMWs, both E36 M3s. And the Vectra gobbling them up, as you would expect.
Yep, out onto the back part of the track then. Windscreen wiper is working overtime in these conditions, but the Jason Hughes car, the Vauxhall Vectra, always a very, very competitive car at Thruxton. It just seemed to be well suited to the high-speed sweepers here. Well, they only raced this version of the car for a couple of seasons, 99 and 2000, but both years it was competitive. Both years it really looked like the pace setter here. And Jason Hughes now, perhaps with a tyre advantage, yes, but he is rolling back the clock, isn't he? I'm sure there are people here trackside who were here at the end of the 90s, and for them, a very rapidly driven red and white Vauxhall Vectra, a very familiar sight.
Yeah, in period it would have been Jason Plato, but right now it's just dancing in the hands of Jason Hughes. And it's, you know, it's a lot of car. It is a lot of car for a non-professional driver to be driving in very greasy conditions. And out front, Stuart White as well in that Tom Christensen Honda Accord. Again, not for no reason were the drivers in this era of Super Touring particularly absolutely on top of their game. They were, you know, ex-Formula 3000 drivers, ex-F1 drivers, the very top touring car drivers from around the world were the big stars in Super Tourers, because the cars demand a lot from you. And it's really, really impressive the speed that Jason Hughes is getting out of that, and Stuart White out of the Honda as well in some pretty mixed conditions, bearing in mind that if they go off and bend it, they don't just hand it back to the team and there's a brand new one the next time they turn up. They've got to A, fix it, and B, fund fixing it. So that's all part of the jeopardy, if you like. And again, you can just see that it's not as dry as maybe you might have thought. Kevin Willis dancing on ice in his M3.
Yes, rear-wheel drive M3 as well. We don't see this sort of fishtailing around from the Super Tourers necessarily, but the BMW's a real handful in these conditions. Oh, that's Bauer. That's Ian Bauer going slowly.
He's just coming back on from the grass, isn't he? Picking up speed. He's had a bit of I wonder if he spun or just had a bit of a moment.
Well, how much time has he lost? That will be the indicator. It's teeming with rain up at Church Corner, and he's really struggling to get the car through the right-hander there at Church. No obvious damage to the car, at least, so he's not hit anything or dug in too much onto the grass, but that was clearly a costly error.
I think he's been around. I don't think he was off rally crossing. I think he's had a big looping spin, which is why he was going so slowly, but it doesn't seem to have done much damage to the car. Gary Preble in the Honda Civic hops over the curbs, not too much here because A, that reduces the amount of friction for keeping you out of the barriers, and B, paint is slippery, so you don't want to be on it if you can avoid it.
Bauer, by the way, Martin, lost about 12 seconds. So, yes, that screams spin rather than run onto the grass, doesn't it?
It does. And I mean, we saw what happened to the Mondeo when it went off. It lost a lot at the front. And even here on the Cavalier, the sort of second generation of Mark II Cavalier, you can see there's a lot of bumper, a lot of splitter there that will get torn off by the grass. But it looked as though Bauer's car was A-OK, and there's the purple Jag XJS. Just wagging its tail out of the chicane. When you've got 5.3 litres of V12 and it's going through, what are those, probably 8-inch wide rears, that's an awful lot of torque trying to spin them up and succeeding.
Yes, that was rather leery, wasn't it? And it nearly collected the Cavalier as it came through, but thankfully contact was avoided. Jason Hughes, by the way, set another new fastest lap last time around, a 28.0, although White has now responded with a 28.2, his personal best lap of the race, so either conditions coming to him, I doubt that's the case, or just a little bit more confidence growing behind the wheel of the Honda. And actually, that time, Hughes slow, perhaps in traffic, dropped 6 seconds, so with 4 minutes to go, it does look good this for Stuart White, doesn't it, who is getting quicker as the conditions get worse.
Yeah, it's really raining hard in the pit lane here now as well, outside our window, so there is the race leader, Stuart White. Just under 4 minutes to go, so it'll be this plus one more. And when things are going well in the car, you're always just hoping that they sort of forget what the time is and just leave you out there. Obviously, these will run dry because they'll have been fueled properly, unlike me, who just topped the tank up basically and when racing. But I'm sure that they are enjoying themselves, particularly Stuart White and Jason Hughes having a heck of a good time. So Stuart White still third in the number 1 BMW, the blue and black car, and Ian Bauer, despite that, spinning fourth ahead of the Honda Civic of Gary Preble. But it is the Honda Accord that leads. A car that is no longer a UK market car in any way, shape or form, the Accord. They haven't imported them to the UK for several seasons, several years. But at this time, a four-door saloon was still meat and drink for most car manufacturers.
Indeed so. How things have changed now in touring car racing even. It's all about the hatchback now, isn't it, these days? Cars getting smaller, actually, as the years go on, which is sort of the opposite of what we see with road cars. But, yeah, Stuart White in the Honda Accord again, a pretty underrated car, I think. It never had quite the success in period that maybe you would have expected with the team that were running it. And, you know, West Surrey Racing, they know what they're doing, don't they? And they won a few races, but were never able to win the championship, ultimately. But if this is the ex-Tom Christensen car from the back end of the year 2000, then this is the car that won the last ever Super Touring races in the UK. A rather soggy Silverstone, I seem to recall.
Whatever happened to him? What did he go on to do, that Christensen kid? No, just nine other major race wins after that, really.
Oh, only
so
9.
That was pretty much the end of his career, I think he still does things like the Goodwood Revival.
Oh, does he? Keeps his hand in, yeah. Well, fair enough. He was such a talent, Tom Christensen. And again, one of those drivers who did not necessarily come from a touring car racing background, and yet did manage to achieve some success, was only ever in the championship for a couple of years, as was often the case with the big international stars, but did have a pretty impressive hit rate. And the Redstone liveried Honda splashes its way back across the line. Stuart White, in fairness, has won more races in this car, I think, than any of the Works drivers did in period. He's been campaigning it in Super Touring racing for a good number of years now. Often going toe-to-toe with John Cleland, actually, when John used to go out in his Vectra a few years ago. We don't see him out in it all that often these days, but Stuart White, with no real competition in this race, just out there enjoying himself and trying to keep the thing in a straight line. But you can tell, can't you, from the body language of the car, he is driving not even close to 100%.
And I think part, from what the drivers are saying, you know, part of why they bring these cars out is the enjoyment of driving it. And the other part of it, that's Oliver Owen pulling off in a very steamy cloud. That's not just because he's been on the wet grass. I'm assuming he's blown a heater hose there. The other part is that they do understand that they are driving history and that the fans love to see these cars being driven in anger. I mean, the success of the Super Touring revivals at Brands Hatch has shown that. The more cars that come out of garages and collections are out on track, the greater number of fans that come to see them. And yeah, Stuart White, Jason Hughes, both very keen that these cars are exercised in the way in which nature intended.
Indeed so. So up the hill comes Stuart White. I suspect a checkered flag may be waiting this time. He's got 10 seconds left on the clock in ever worsening conditions here at Thruxton, although for the time being, at least, not too much standing water that I can see around the circuit. The clock is going to tick down to 0 before he gets here. So it's a checkered flag and a second win of the weekend for Stuart White in pretty dominant fashion in the end. White claims the checkered flag. Jason Hughes is the long way back, but he will eventually come through to finish in second position. Will Davison goes through there, so too has Joe Dorrington. Both of them running in their BMWs. Then we get Jason Hughes here coming through the chicane and, well, started from the pit lane, comes home in second position and set the fastest lap en route as well. Not a bad afternoon's work for Jason Hughes, who finishes in the end 21.8 seconds back from Stuart White, but he was a lot further back than that at one point before that string of fast laps mid-race in some cleaner air. Stuart Waite will eventually come through. Well, here is Stuart Waite. Now, that's Ian Bauer. Ian Bauer has caught Stuart Waite on the last lap of the race, and there's a back marker in front. This is for the winning class, remember. Oh, and on the inside goes Bauer. Clatters almost into the side of Jamie Sturgis. That will give Stuart Waite the run to the line. There's contact off the corner, and somehow Stuart Waite is able to get the win back again. That was a frantic finish between the BMWs, and it was for the win, remember, in the pre-93 element of the race, as Stuart Waite, in a slightly battered BMW now, managing to hang on despite losing the lead partway through the final sequence of corners. But that was a very, very exciting run to the flag, which Stuart Waite was able to come out on top of. Through will come the Cavalier of Jim Pocklington, 6th position overall, second of the cars within his class. First of the cars within his subclass, I suppose. The third of the Super Tourers home. And the last car to cross the line was the number 95 car just behind him of Kevin Willis. But it's Stuart White who wins, and he had, in the end, a pretty relaxed run to the checkered flag. And Stuart White then, through the chicane, will peel into the pit lane, and the Honda Accord, which, as I said, was a bit of an underrated car in period, but since Super Touring racing has been a part of the classic and historic racing scene, this particular car has had an awful lot of success, and Stuart White peels once more into Parc Ferme, the first car home. So we can take a look then, can we, at how they finished that second Super Touring and Pre-93 race of the weekend. Victory for Stuart White. Jason Hughes comes home in second, ahead of Stuart Waite and Ian Bauer. Gary Preble was 5th, ahead of James Pocklington. Kevin Willis, Joe Dorrington and Will Davison. Then Stuart Kye was 10th, Michael Harris 11th, Ian Knight 12th and Mike Seymour in 13th place, with Graham Byers coming home in P14. Then John Hillier ahead of Anton Martin and Simon Mann, with Oliver Owen, Jamie Sturgis and AJ Owen at the back. Unfortunately, AJ Owen a non-finisher, but he was the only non-finisher in the race, actually. Pretty impressive. So he did not... we didn't have quite the attrition rate you might have expected in those conditions, which is what we like to see. So the cars then are arriving down in a very wet Parc Ferme, and we very shortly can hear from a very wet Martin Haven, who we've kept standing out there for a few minutes to wait to chat to our race winner. But he is now going to have the opportunity to do so. Stuart White hopefully will be there, ready and waiting, and we will have our podium interviews any moment now. Let's head over to Martin Haven then, shall we? And here, once again, from Stuart White.
Well, welcome back to the top step of the podium. Very different conditions than yesterday's race.
Yeah, pretty bad out there, actually, quite slippy, and I was on an old set of wets. I didn't bother buying a new set for this meeting, so just had to wait for them to come in. Then obviously it started really coming down. My window wiper stopped working, and but nah, good fun.
And does the car still feel composed? Is it still stable in these conditions?
Yeah, it's still stable. You've just got to watch your back end. It can give you a wee twitch now and again if you just Take the wrong line, but as long as you follow your lines, it's pretty planted.
It certainly looks well under control. Well, congratulations, another good result, and just great to see the car out.
Yeah, it's good to bring it out, let everybody see it and hear it as well, so it's good.
Fantastic, well done, Stuart. Now then, let's get down to our Vectra, and let's find out what the story was. Starting from the pit lane, was that a last-minute tyre choice change? Did you come here on inters and go for wets?
We went for we have a rubbish wet, so we call that the intermediate, and we put them on. And the next thing it just went. Doof. So, all right, put the wets back on. So even if we start from the back, because we know we've got good wets, and yeah, did what we did, and that was it. Race is over.
Well, it looked good from the outside. You're carving through the field like a knife through butter. From the inside, it must have been even more enjoyable.
Yeah, it was blind half of the race. I couldn't see through the window. So it's just that, it's here somewhere. Oh, it's this way.
See, professional teams don't like demisters. Drivers have to be Superman as well.
No, I've got steamed up glasses and steamed up windows, so it's like...
And in driving rain, all that considered, it wasn't a bad old outing, was it?
No, it was good. No, car went well. Obviously, we had the problems yesterday with the power steering, got all that fixed. Thanks to everybody, because they've all helped out and everyone's done a good job, and that was it. Just a shame that we just didn't quite get to set off where we should have. Otherwise, we'd have had a good one, really good.
It would have been really good, both of you on wets. It would have been a proper ding-dong fight.
Yeah, it would have been good.
All right, well, congratulations. I'm sure the onboard will be pretty enjoyable. Now then, there was all sorts going on. There was all sorts going on in the chicane, and because you caught the Motul BMW that had just come out of the pits, and there was nowhere for anyone to go, was there?
No, I was catching because I spun coming out of Village, I think it was. So, and I was catching. And then we came to the back marker, so I had an opportunity. So I went round the outside, got past him with no contact, which was good. And then got the power on, and the car just went sideways. And then obviously Stu and I had a little coming together. But yeah, it was a fun race.
It was a fun race, dramatic ending as well. All right, so Ian in 4th place. Where did Stuart disappear to? He is off over here. Yes, he is. All right, let's see if we can find him. You're right there. Well, that was a dramatic last couple of 100 metres, wasn't it?
Yeah, with a few laps to go, and I saw that there was nobody behind me. I thought, just keep it on the island. And then last lap to go, I thought those headlights looked familiar, and had to keep on it a little bit longer.
And the back marker in just the wrong place.
Yeah, I was being cautious because I didn't want to overshoot into the chicane, and yeah, a bit of eagerness coming out, and but we still got to the line first, so that's all that matters.
Justice was served. What about the conditions? I mean, it was pretty wet and then got a lot wetter in the middle of the race.
It was pretty good to start with. You could lean on the car a reasonable amount, and then more rain appeared on the windscreen, but that's not necessarily a telltale sign of how wet it is. But then it really started to come down, and you just had to tiptoe around and keep your wits about you.
That's where you find out how rubbish your wiper really is, isn't it?
It was steaming up. It was hardly clearing. Yeah, any more laps, and I would have been not being able to see much.
All right, well, congratulations. Great entertainment as well, and a class win. So that's it for this lot. Next up, Audi TTs. Now, they did not practice in the rain. They were out in the dry. They raced in the dry yesterday. So for all of the guys in the Audi TT Cup, this is going to be a real voyage of discovery. And as a result, there's going to be an extra formation lap for them. So let's get back into the dry and pick up the action there.
Thanks, Martin. Well, conditions only worsening here at Thruxton, I am afraid. But yes, the Audi TTs, I think, are about to be sent out of the assembly area. They've just been shown a board, and I didn't see what it said on that board. I think it was the 1-minute board. So yes, we will have cars out onto the track very shortly for, as Martin said, 2 green flag laps. And the drivers will need them because these are the wettest conditions that the TTs have been out in. Haven't had that many wet races this year for the TTs, actually. So, yeah, they won't have a huge amount of wet weather experience. Maybe some test days, obviously. But, yes, the The drivers will be on a bit of a voyage of exploration here in the 2 green flag laps that they're going to be sent on. So, yes, could be a lively start to the race, and a significant race as well. This championship extremely finely poised coming into the weekend. It was Bradley Burns who had a 3-point lead over Matt Luff and Carl Swift, who were tied for second place. Well, yesterday, Burns got a win. Matt Luff was second, though, so it was an extension of the championship lead for Bradley Burns rather than a reduction, but in the wet conditions, that could all change around again here in race 2. The grid then, as I said, is based upon that result from yesterday, so Brad Burns, who won, will be starting from pole position as well. And Brad Burns looking to try double up on race victories. Luffy starting alongside him, Sam Heading and Carl Swift are together on row 2, with Ross McCarr and Andrew Dyer on the 3rd row. Row 4 for Luke Handley and Richard Former. Ryan Edgecombe and Charlie Budd complete the top 10. Then it's Sean Smith and Brad Kaler. Oliver Divine King is 30th alongside Daniel Budd. Then you've got Mark Grice and Steve Foden, with Jonathan Williams and Patrick Booth on row 9. Row 10, Jason Pelosi and Ruby Smith, Paul Savage and Morgan Root on row 11. And Sam Meager and Paul Luty will bring up the rear of the 24-car grid. Well, the conditions, we keep talking about the weather, that's because it's getting worse and worse and worse by the minute. This is by far the heaviest the rain has been. Now, according to the weather forecast, it is as heavy as it will get. It is going to improve through the afternoon, so we've just got to battle on through the conditions for the time being, but race control will very much be monitoring this situation. They've given these drivers 2 green flag laps. By the end of that 2nd green flag lap, I'm sure they will assess the conditions. You know, rain coming down, Martin, isn't the issue. Spray can be the issue. The big problem is when that water starts to collect on the track. I'm not seeing too much of that right now, but if this rain continues like this, that could start to happen.
Well, looking out of our window, our indicator puddle, which was probably the size of an average coat, would now fill a bath.
Yes.
So there's, not only is it coming down in absolute stair rods, but it is really sitting on the ground as well. The whole of the paddock is sort of under an inch of water. So for these guys, those who were testing here on Thursday, it was pretty wet, the drivers were saying yesterday when they'd been out. But then you're testing and you're not taking the sort of chances, making the sort of decisions that you need to make to race, and not always necessarily in quite as much close company. Of course, the big problem with the race is that they will all start jammed together in a big lump, and then it will be basically a ball of spray, and it will be navigation by feel and dead reckoning using the stars rather than anything you can see out in front of you. And that's where periphery is really important. So more experienced drivers will be sort of looking to be to the left or to the right on the edge of the track so they can see what's going past them, and therefore try and judge a little bit more closely what they're approaching at speed. And of course the other issue here is it's not Monaco. The speed here is going to be pretty high as well. So they will be trying to keep some heat in the tyres, keep some heat in the brakes for the first lap and the run down into the complex. But really, the key area is for the drivers, is in terms of information, is to try and figure out where the standing water is, where the little rivers of water might be running across the track. And that's going to change. Every lap it will change. And so, perversely, although you've got better view when you're in the lead, you're the man who discovers that there isn't the grip that there used to be on any particular corner. So it is a bit of a poison chalice in conditions like this.
Doesn't look too bad, though. I know it's easy for us to say from the comfort and safety of the commentary box, but I'm just not seeing a lot of standing water. Spray, yes, but not those puddles or the rivers across the track. I know a lot of work will have been done over the years, particularly as they've resurfaced parts of the Thruxton circuit to make sure that the drainage is strong enough to deal with this. And I think so far it most definitely is proving to be.
And also to take out those low spots, you know,
Yes.
little where the ground has moved and the tarmac has sunk over the years, just to take out those little low spots and to try and not leave a cavity in which water will collect. I mean, there's not much spray, but then they're doing about 70 miles an hour up the hill, not 140. So, yeah, that's definitely going to change. And they're also quite spread out. So I think there is definitely going to be a little bit of trepidation amongst these drivers, because this is going to be venturing into the unknown. The man on pole position there, the red and blue car, yesterday's race winner Bradley Burns, That's the place you want to be because you have got that view. What he can't do is fluff the start because then he's going to be subsumed like everybody else. In conditions like this, it is really a golden opportunity starting on the front row because you've got visibility, and what's more, not only do the people behind you have less, but as soon as you start spinning your wheels, they have even less.
Yes, and I would argue maybe being on the inside is better in these conditions because we know that the traditional racing line, the rubbered in line, gets very slippery when wet. Well, that's the outside lines. That's where Matt Luff and Carl Swift are starting. Good news again for Bradley Burns, you would have to say, but they will have to approach this race with trepidation, those championship contenders. Remember, there's still next to nothing between the three of them. They're all there at the front of the grid, and they all know that the tiniest lapse of concentration could spell disaster not only for this race but for their championship hopes as well. So a big race this in the context of the championship, the Demon Tweaks Audi TTs, and as the green flag is waved at the back of the grid, the 15 minutes about to get underway. Bradley Burns on the left, Matt Luff on the right. The red lights will go on, they will go out now after quite a long hold, and who gets the best traction? I think it's Matt Luff actually from the outside of row one. He draws level with Bradley Burns. Can he find the grip on the outside at Allards though to challenge for that all-important lead? Heading up the hill, Burns slips out wide, actually blocks the road, and then you really can't see anything. It's a wall of spray that heads towards the complex, but it's a wall of spray being headed by Bradley Burns. So the pole sitter hanging on, the championship leader then is the race leader, and crucially Carl Swift into third. So the top three are the three title contenders, with Sam Heading there slipping down to fourth.
Yeah, Sam Heading didn't get the best run away from the grid, did he? And just got boxed out a little bit. Everybody else jockeying for position further back. But so far clean. Luke Handley coming through on the inside. Car number 51. Just squeezing by Ryan Edgecombe, who started behind him and is now alongside and in front of him. So a gain of 1 row of the grid there from Ryan Edgecombe in 4.54. And behind them, yeah, it's anybody's guess who is where. And for the drivers as well, not quite sure exactly where the line is. Now, in these conditions, as you pointed out, being on the perfect racing line is imperfect because that's the area of tarmac that will absorb less water or hold less water. It'll be a little bit more slippery. So slightly running wide and being offline is not necessarily such a bad thing. But as they come up the hill, you see the Martini car of Ross Makar was in 5th place. Where is he now? Up to 4th place, Ross Makar? Yeah. No, he's still in 5th place. But there's a little gap behind him. He's closing in on the 4th place car.
I think he's actually 6th. I think that's Andrew Dyer ahead of him. Yeah, Dyer's leapfrogged ahead of him off the line, and the gap coming back down between them at the end of the lap. At the end of lap 1 then, it is a 0.6 second lead only for Bradley Burns over Matt Luff. That was the story yesterday, wasn't it? Luff could stay with the leader, but just couldn't find a way through. On the inside there goes Charlie Budd, though. That is going to be a place gained at the expense of Luke Handley, but he's sideways at Allards. I think that we've had someone drop out of that group, haven't we?
Yeah. Didn't see who, but he had indicators on and was pulling very much to the left-hand side. And I wonder whether he's actually just parked it on the grass by the marshal's post.
It's Ryan Edgecombe, I think. I don't think Ryan Edgecombe's there anymore in the 4.54.
Yeah, I think it was multicoloured enough to be him. Yeah, you're right. I think you're probably right there. 78.27, Mark Grice losing a spot to Bradley Kaler, who runs out onto the grass. Don't come back, baby, come back. Look at that, very little steering input at all, and that's absolutely critical. No matter how dangerous it feels, the more you steer, the less it's going to respond.
And you could see just how waterlogged the grass is out there as well. So that was an indicator that you really don't want to go out there. Obviously, he drops down the order as a result of that little slip-up, just understeered off the road, carried a bit too much speed into the corner. Probably didn't feel like it was a big mistake, but you really can be punished in these sort of conditions where the grip is at such a premium anyway. Up the hill we go then. End of lap 2 approaches. Is Bradley Burns getting away from Matt Luff, or is Luff starting to build a challenge? Well, I think it's pretty static, really, between these three. The one big difference in this race, though, compared to yesterday, Martin, is that Carl Swift has arrived at the party. He just did not have the speed of those two yesterday, did he? Had to settle for a pretty lowly 4th place, 10 seconds off the winner in the end. But Carl Swift is, for now at least, sticking with them.
What do they say about rain? The great equaliser, because any traction advantage you might have engineered into the car pretty much disappears in conditions like this. So, and again, this is exactly what the TT Cup and one-make series like these are intended to provide, which is a shop window for driver talent. Not that anybody's coming, you know, hunting from Formula One, looking in the Audi TT Cup for the next young superstar, but it does mean that you can't necessarily spend your way to victory.
Just spotted the safety car, which has been scrambled to the exit of the pit lane with its lights on, but we haven't yet heard any notification of a safety car. Maybe it's just there as a precaution because the conditions are getting worse, obviously. So race control wanting to be able to scramble it very quickly if that ever becomes the case. But we'll wait and say, oh, now this might be a reason for a safety car, though. We've got a car in and slightly on top of a barrier. Not sure. Safety car is now scrambled, but I didn't quite catch the number of that car.
That just looked like the sort of his yellow and black. He's gone off backwards anyway, so a looping spin has ended up in the barriers. Safety car is out with 10 and a half minutes to go of the race. And that's sort of, that's a bit precipitous, not of the race director, but because it wasn't Faulber, in fact.
It's Oliver Devine King.
Oliver Devine King.
Yeah. I think that's the chicane. I think he's gone in backwards at the chicane, maybe. There, by the way, is Edgecombe in the pit lane as well, Ryan Edgecombe, so he was slowing, we suspected, with mechanical drama. But, yes, this is the reason for the safety car. Car in a dangerous position. If one car can end up there, as far off the circuit as it appears to be, there is always a chance another could end up in there, especially in these conditions. So, sensible decision made by Peter Daly, clerk of the course. Very experienced man in that role is Peter. And he will have been monitoring the conditions as well. The trouble is now they're going more slowly behind the safety car. They're clearing less water off the track.
And closing all up together as well. And that's going to make the restart a little bit more precipitous. And in conditions like these, you know, while they were racing and spreading out, visibility was universally better for almost everybody. Now they're all going to be back behind the safety car, so we're going to release them again. And then it'll be like the start of the race. Everybody will be bunched together. Although they won't be, from a standing start, as close together. So there is a degree that visibility will be better. And that's the real worry, actually, is not that it's raining any more heavily. It is still raining heavily, but no more heavily. But gradually the track will get wetter, and so the spray will be more of an issue.
Yes, well, it's hopefully won't be a particularly lengthy safety car period, but Bradley Burns probably won't mind because he was under a fair bit of pressure there from his championship rivals, Matt Luff and Carl Swift. He has a chance now just to catch his breath and reassess the situation, with a couple of drivers also having pitted. Richard Faulber is out of the race, I can tell you. He's pulling into the paddock area. Edgecombe also went into the paddock, so he's not going to be rejoining the race. So we're losing a couple to mechanical issues. That's something else you tend to see in wet conditions, because water does rather have a habit of getting everywhere, including where you don't want it.
Yes. The guys in the Super Tourers were saying particularly that everything was steaming up inside. Of course, that's another issue, because you don't have blower fans, you don't have a heated front windscreen like you would do in your own car, and these guys have definitely been working up a sweat. So they'll be very hot. The air inside will be full of very hot, very humid breath, and of course it's cold and wet outside, and the rain on the windscreen just lowers the temperature of the glass, and so you do have a major issue with demisting. And when you're not moving quickly, any air vents that you might have aren't going to help with that either. So misting up inside the car is going to be a bit of a visibility factor as well. Having mentioned Richard Faulber, obviously, I think it might have been him that had gone off at the chicane, not Oliver Devine King. He's suffered the curse of the commentator and has had to withdraw from the race. But there is Oliver's car, and you saw from the earlier shot that actually he'd gone into the barriers and it had ridden up the barriers, so the rear wheels are off the ground, but the wrecker is there. And your guess of the chicane as being his point of residence was absolutely spot on.
He's gone off early as well, hasn't he? Now, he may have had some assistance. We don't know. We didn't see it. But to go off that early in the corner does rather suggest to me that it was the track conditions that caught him out. Maybe there is a bit of standing water in that braking zone, because he's obviously lost it a long way before the chicane to end up that far over to the right.
Or a wheel on the wet, a wheel on the paint, or a wheel just edged onto the grass, because you try and, especially when you're coming up the hill, towards the top of the hill, you'll be trying to stay as close as you can to the edge of the track. But either he's hit some standing waters, he's hit the brakes and it's just skated straight on, or actually he was in trouble quite a long way before the normal braking area. And because he's actually, it's half spun, or it's spun halfway around and got him backwards, but there didn't seem to be an awful lot of tyre wall disruption. So I'm sensing that actually he might not have skated that much further past, even if the tyre wall hadn't been there. So I think that was probably the end of quite a long major moment for him.
Yes, I tend to agree. So we have lost a few. We're down to 21 cars at the moment, but still a very healthy grid for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, coming towards the conclusion of its first season as a championship. It ran as a series last year, immediately had a grid size of mid-teens, and that continued to grow through the year. We were promised that there were in excess of 30 cars being built at the back end of last year. That proved to be the case. We had capacity grids for much of the first part of the season. Inevitably, a couple of drivers have slipped away since then, but hopefully we'll have them back again next year in what is already becoming one of the most popular one-make championships in the country. And it's popular because the racing's good, the cars are good, but also it is, in motorsport terms, very, very affordable indeed. You can get a donor car for not very much, and then you take that donor car, you go to SW Motorsports, Sean Wood's company, you give him 8,000 of your hard-earned pounds, and he will give you an Audi TT Cup racing kit, which basically is the suspension, it's the aero bits and pieces on the car. You also get the roll cage as well. All of that fitted by SW Motorsport, and then you take your car out onto the track and you go racing. Now, £8,000 is not pocket money for you or I, Martin, but in motor racing terms, a very affordable way of going racing. And these are proper bits of kit. They're already being marketed as sort of mini touring cars. This very much a feeder series to something like TCR UK, and all for significantly less money than you could go and spend elsewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely affordable. It is sort of bottom end of the second-hand car market territory, isn't it, really? And the Audi TT is a good-looking car. It's a well-proven product. The engines are powerful enough and very not resourceful, what's the word? Resilient. That's the word I was looking for, the R word from today's box of R words. Came out in the wrong order. Yeah, so it's a really well-known package as a road car and the competition kit. I mean, £8,000. Some of it is a professionally fitted roll cage. That's going to be £3,000 towards £4,000 of anybody's money anyway, just for a comprehensive cage to be professionally fitted. So it is a well-priced competition pack, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly captured the imagination of many a club racer in the UK. It's a grid stacked with talent drivers who have had success in lots of other series. Brad Burns, we've mentioned already his European experience. Matt Luff is a former Civic Cup champion. Carl Swift, a race winner in TCR UK. Sam Heading having had success in Mazda MX-5 races as well. Charlie Budd, who's done some Mighty Mini and Mini Melia racing and has won in them. Paul Luty, who's an extremely experienced racer in the UK. The list does rather go on. Steve Foden, the reigning Mazda MX-5 champion within the BRSCC as well. So, yeah, lots of driver talent out there, and that makes it a difficult championship to win. And it's why it's so nice that we do have a close championship battle as well between Brad Burns, Matt Luff and Carl Swift, because it really is a series fitting of a proper championship showdown, which I very much suspect we're going to get when we go to Silverstone next time out. They're scheduled to have 2 more races this weekend, this one and one later on this afternoon, and then 3 to settle it on the Silverstone International Circuit. Quite likely in conditions very similar to these, because you go to Silverstone in October, you're not normally there wearing shorts and t-shirts, are you?
I am, but then my middle name is Postman. Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with the conditions here, and yeah, Silverstone could be cold and dry, could be absolutely awful. I was about to say actually that the rain had sort of pretty much abated here, but the puddle tells me otherwise. It has now started raining more heavily again, and we are sort of towards the end of the period of rain that we were expecting. But the spectators and a lot of the marshals have all got their hoods on, spectators all got the umbrellas up, so it is definitely still coming down pretty firmly, and that's indicated again on this, you know, relatively slow procession around behind the safety car, that there is still lots of moisture in the air. You're not seeing great big rooster tails coming off the cars because, of course, they're front-wheel drive, so a lot of the spray generated by the wheels is trapped underneath the car, but there is a lot of water in the air, and that is all coming up off the track and not going anywhere in a hurry, so it goes straight back down and the track remains just as wet as it was. This is as wet, I think, probably as it was on Thursday when they were out testing, most of them. So conditions not uncommon to most of them, but yeah, less than ideal. After a good dry race yesterday, I'm sure they'd love to go back racing again, but the checkered flag beats them to it. Sort of suspected that might be the case.
Yeah, it's the barrier, isn't it? Barrier needed to be repaired, so there was no point continuing behind the safety car. They would have run out of time anyway, so the checkered flag flies, and Bradley Burns claims another win. Not the way he would have liked to have done it, but it is a win nonetheless. It's worth the same number of points because they did at least get past half race distance, so Bradley Burns will further extend his championship lead, with Matt Luff and Carl Swift joining him there on the podium. Hopefully race 3 later on we get the full 15 minutes in to give us a proper showdown in the TTs, because as I said, we've been teeing up this very close championship fight. Didn't really get to see them going at it in that one, but hopefully that will be the case a bit later on. So Burns the winner, Luff second, Swift comes home third. Top 3 in the championship are the top 3 in the race result in the end. And you score 50 points for a win, 47 for second and 45 for third. So Burns will take another 3 points out of Luff. Yesterday he took just 2 out of Matt, I think, because Matt had the fastest lap, which is worth a bonus point. This time around, actually none of the championship contenders picking up the bonus point because the fastest lap went the way of Sam Heading in the end, in 4th position. They only really had 1 or 2 flying laps anyway, didn't they, before the safety car was scrambled. So it's another win for Brad Burns. Took him a while to win his first race. He got a couple at Croft. They were his first 2 wins of the year, but then he hasn't really stopped winning since. That is now win number 6 from the last 7 races of the season. And Brad Burns, therefore, will now have probably a championship lead in the double figures. Matt Luff second. Carl Swift comes home in third, ahead of Sam Heading, Andrew Dyer, Ross McCarr, Charles Bird and Luke Handley. Sean Smith, the Masters winner, in 9th. And Mark Grice completes the top 10. Then it's Bradley Kaler and Paul Luty, Daniel Budd 13th and Jonathan Williams in 14th position. 15th place for Morgan Reet, with Jason Pelosi, Steve Foden, Sam Meager, Ruby Smith and Patrick Booth to complete the top 20. Paul Savage 21st, and then Richard Forbert, Ryan Edgecoombe, Oliver Devine King were all non-finishers, Oliver having slipped off up at the chicane. So the rain still hammering down, showing no signs of lessening in intensity, you'd have to say. We've got 1 more race scheduled before lunch, but I'm looking out of the commentary box window. We have 4 cars in the assembly area for this next race, which is supposed to be the all-comers race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've had to tell a lie, 2 races before lunch, because we're supposed to have that one and then the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, but we have got, as I said, not a huge amount of takers for the all-comers race. Wonder whether they might decide to just wait things out a little bit here, see what's going to go on with the conditions. There are now a few little puddles forming, look, on the start-finish line. That's just in front of our commentary position. So the puddle that myself and Martin keep on referring to, you can just see the drivers driving past it on the way into the Parc Fermé area. Well, that puddle at the start of the day was rather small. It now spans the entire width of the pit lane and is getting bigger by the minute. So that, if that's happening in the pit lane, that kind of thing will be happening out on track as well. And we will potentially have a bit of a delay to proceedings, but we'll wait and see. In the meantime, back out into the rain has gone Martin Haven, and we can hear from him now with our race winner.
Well, here is our race winner, Brad Burns, the top 3 in the Audi TT Cup race here, stepping out of a hot and steamy car into the nice heavy cold rain. Brad Burns, win number 6 in 7 starts. You're really hitting your purple patch.
Yeah, it was a good race. Just a shame that the safety car went on for like 10 minutes. Yeah, apart from that, it was had a few moments, and but yeah, it was good.
Pretty tricky conditions. How much standing water's out there?
There was a lot of standing water. If you didn't get the right bit off the track, there was lots of moments, like even turn 1, the beginning of the race, I came across front of Mac because I was on a bit of a new tarmac. But yeah, as long as you're on the right line, it wasn't too bad, but just unfortunate about that crash that made 10 minutes worth of safety car. I'd like to have a few more laps.
Well, you have to get it at the next time. All right, congratulations, well done. Let's catch up with Matt. He's disappearing round that way, so we'll chase him down. Yeah, you'll be needing an umbrella as well.
I will.
Pretty grim out there.
Yeah, I should have brought some oars. That'd have been a bit handier. Yeah, I mean, most of it was safety car. So it's kind of trying to keep the tyres warm, trying to see when they're going to clear that crash up fast enough for us to get going again. Same as yesterday, really. P2, I mean, it's frustrating that Brad's got another win, because I think at the minute he's the guy that we want to be. He's the guy that's leading the championship. But yeah, I mean, I can't complain. Do you know who got fastest lap? Who got fastest lap?
I didn't see who got fastest lap, no. Okay. But it wasn't either of you two.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking forward to the race later on in the day. Fingers crossed it stays like this, because I think these conditions make it a bit more interesting. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right, spectators, you know who to blame now. That was Matt's. Right now, so where are we going? We're going to find Carl. Congratulations, third place. Half a race, I guess, but was that enough to deal with the conditions?
It'd have been enough to have a P1, but I wanted some more laps. You know, it was safety car restart in that condition could have got spicy, and we're all three of us in top three are the championship contenders. So I needed a restart, really. I've lost the lead since last round. I need some luck my way to get it back.
All right, another race to go. So what's the plan?
Well, I think the forecast, believe it or not, looks all right for after 3 o'clock. So there's a chance it's either drying or dry. So I'm going to go half a dry setup, and then I can go either way, depending on the weather at the last minute.
So you're going to get the boys to bring 2 sets of tyres, one on the car and one as a choice?
No, it's the same tyre no matter what. It's the rest of the setup. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations. Let's see what the afternoon brings for us. All right. Well, the good news is that our top 3 are safely on the podium. The bad news is that the rain hasn't really stopped in any way, shape or form. In fact, it's running down my sleeve right now, so I'm going back inside.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
My name's Dave Weston and I'm a Motorsport UK trainer for Marshals. Today's training event, we've been planning this for about 6 weeks now in the background, and that's sort of organising the venue, the materials, liaising with different other instructors for different other elements, and then obviously a debrief thereafter to see if there's anything we can learn for next time. Okay, on the day itself, it's making sure that delegates, the marshals, come along and hopefully take away some knowledge from the day. The skills that someone needs to have to get involved is just common sense, knowledge of motorsport, problem solving is also quite useful. Motorsport UK do run sessions for trainers, so if you are interested, then talk to the club, talk to Motorsport UK, and they can put you on the right path for the training that you need to become a trainer yourself. It's important to get more people involved in the role, because a lot of people say that the marshals are key to the sport. We need to ensure that marshals are appropriately trained upon the latest information, the latest rules, regulations, to ensure that they can do the best job they can, whether it's in assembly, start line, on post, or in race control. It's a great weekend out, lovely weather sometimes. It's teamwork, it's friendship, and it's just a great way to put back into motorsport as well. So if people want to become a marshal, they can contact Motorsport UK, or they can contact their local circuit or racing club.
Welcome back to Thruxton, everyone. Well, it's raining. It's definitely raining. It is very, very wet out on track at the moment. There is a lot of standing water starting to gather. This was always the fear at about this time, that the rain was going to arrive with a vengeance. The good news is it's expected to pass within the next hour or so. So we're hopeful that will be the case and that we will have a resumption of racing shortly. But they are going to go to an early lunch break. We've just heard the announcement. So we are now into our lunch break here. We're going to continue at around about 1:45, we believe. So 1:45-ish, weather permitting, we will get racing resumed, and it will be with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's all-comers race that was due to start when the rain really started lashing down after that Audi TT race. Then we'll have the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, and then it will be TCR UK Race 1. Now, that race hopefully will therefore be able to go off pretty much on time, 3 o'clock-ish, maybe even a little bit earlier. But there will be no grid walk, because the grid walk was supposed to be on lunchtime entertainment, but we are going into the lunch break now. So no TCR UK grid walk, but we should hopefully have that first TCR race coming your way in, what, an hour and a half or so, 2 hours maybe. And yes, hopefully we will have slightly more favourable conditions by that point. After TCR, it's the Fiesta Juniors back out for their third race of the weekend. The Audi TTs will hopefully get a full 15 minutes of racing for their third encounter, and the ST240 Fiestas will be out again before at about 5:20. The TCR UK Championship drivers will venture out onto the circuit again for their third and final race of the weekend that will set us up for the Silverstone Showdown in a few weeks' time. So frustration here, but we are still faring better than some other racetracks in the country where racing has had to be cancelled altogether. So we are optimistic we'll get more racing in a little bit later on. But for now, let's check in on some of the drivers that we caught up with earlier on in the weekend. We'll be back with racing at the end of this early lunch.
Taking a look at the Fiesta ST240 Championship, got James Pope and Zach Lucas here, a couple of teammates and a couple of rivals. Zach, teammates actually, or are you just run by the same group of fellas?
I suppose a bit of both. We're definitely teammates. Everyone in here is teammates. But yeah, there's obviously always a rivalry still. But we'll just keep it all on track and have fun outside of it.
And James, what about the championship? I mean, obviously everybody's got essentially the same equipment, which means that anything you discover that makes the car better has to stay secret, does it?
Yeah, definitely. The championship is definitely important for me. I was first on points, but I'm still third on drop score. Anything secret, yeah, I'm going to keep it to myself.
So what about that with the drop scores and the points? You've basically just got to go out and race and let the points sort themselves out, have you?
Yeah, I mean, you just see how it goes at the end once the drop rounds have come into play, but yeah, basically.
If you win everything, then it doesn't matter what you drop, right?
It all adds up in the end. It's a bit difficult at the end. For example, me, I'm currently on first on points, but not on drop score. I'm now third, so you have to work out, see how it comes to play in the end. So, yeah.
So what about multiple race weekends? How do you go about that? What really gets you focus?
Sim, definitely a bit of sim practice, a bit of fitness, time to time, but just planning the track, definitely learning the track before qualifying, because that's my biggest weakness, I think, personally, myself. So just planning.
So you don't want to leave yourself too much to do in the races. And what about the rest of the championship? What's the kind of atmosphere like away from, on track obviously, visor down, everything's deadly serious, but away from the cars, away from the track?
Yeah, away from the track, we'll have a good bit of fun together. We had a barbecue last night outside here and a couple of beers and yeah, have a good laugh.
And does being in the same boat make a difference, that everybody's got the same equipment, the same problems?
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own sort of problems with their own cars, with stuff that they don't feel that's right with it, but the team are really good and they seem to get it all sorted whenever we pull them up on anything, so hats off to them.
And what about Thruxton as a circuit? How does that feel for you?
It's different to all the other circuits. It's like Brand, Sneston's 100% different. Big learning curve, definitely the power and stuff, just learning how the track operates. It's a lot different, but we bounce back off each other's teammates and learn different things. Like Simon's a bit more experienced, learn off him. It's good, it is good, yeah.
And is it the scariest place you race?
Yeah, it's definitely the scariest place. Yeah, definitely in this country. It's the fastest track. Do you not think?
I think Cadwell Park. I think that is a driver's track. That is definitely scarier than this. Yeah.
I think at Cadwell it's not going to be quite such a quick accident.
No, it's tight racing there, isn't it? So, but yeah, a bit more speed here.
All right, gentlemen, wishing you the best of luck for the weekend. Have at it, as they say, and enjoy the racing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
My name's Justine. I've been marshalling for about 1.5 years now. I got into it because my grandma used to be a marshal, so it's been in the family history. We're all petrol heads, all love cars. So the skills that I've learned are communication skills, teamwork skills. I've managed to expand upon them. Today we've done fire theory, which I never would do outside of this, and also a lot of reporting and just knowing how all these skills come together to make a race meeting work. So people should become a motorsport volunteer. It's a great way to get closer to the action. If you've got a particular series or championship you follow, you can get really close to that. You can go around and speak to the drivers. And it's also a really nice community. It's really welcoming, really friendly, and we're just one big family.
I'm Caroline. I've been marshalling for 12 months. I got into marshalling for a love of motorsport and just wanted to put something back into the motorsport, really. The comradeship between the marshals and just the teamwork, and it's something different that you wouldn't normally get to do. I think other people should become a volunteer in motorsport to experience the comradeship and the team, and they'll fall in love with it when they do it.
It's the Highway Challenge with Brad Hutchison. Highway Code Challenge. Oh. What's that mean?
Can't park there, mate. No, you can park there. Don't fall off the curb when you park there.
It's like catchphrase. Yeah. Nearly. I'll give you one more chance.
It'll say, be careful, because you're on the edge of a curb or something. I don't know. I've never seen that before in my life.
Okay. Yeah. What if I told you it was, you can park on the verge?
Oh, on the verge of what?
Probably losing your car. Next. Right, what's that one?
Dead end that way. Don't go up there unless you know what you're doing.
I'll give you that. The official title is No Through Road on the left.
Okay.
All right. Next.
Close.
What light comes after that?
No, that means absolutely hammer it, because it's going to go red.
Ooh.
And the gambler and that. No, I shouldn't say that, actually. That's probably, yeah, no. I mean, that means slow down, be prepared to stop, or launch control on, depending on which way it's going.
Because which light's going to come on after that?
Is it one or the other?
That's the question.
Green. No, red.
Final answer?
Red.
Yeah, you got it, mate. Honestly, Rick Kerry got that wrong, and he drives a truck, I think.
Oh, does he? I thought he comes on. Does he not come on before green as well?
Let's move on. What's this?
That means it's a nice twisty B road and a national speed limit.
How many different speed limits are on this one?
Oh, there's trucks, cars, trailers,
Let's say you're in a car.
A car, 60 mile an hour on a dual carriageway, 70 mile an hour on a dual carriageway, 60 mile an hour on a B road, and yeah, 30 mile an hour if it's got street lights on it. Is that right?
Nope. But anyway, do you know what? I don't actually know what's officially answer on that one, but
Take that one.
last one.
30, I guess. 20 zone ends.
Yeah.
So I didn't read that.
No, it's okay then.
Yeah.
20 mile zone ends 30. And that is the final one. Well done.
I guess that's 100% correct then, yeah?
Absolutely not. Can I keep these glasses?
You can have a borrow, yeah.
Nice.
My name's Justine. I've been marshalling for about a year and a half now. I got into it because my grandma used to be a marshal, so it's been in the family history. We're all petrol heads, all love cars. So the skills that I've learned are communication skills, teamwork skills. I've managed to expand upon them. Today we've done fire theory, which I never would do outside of this, and also a lot of reporting and just knowing how all these skills come together to make a race meeting work. So people should become a motorsport volunteer. It's a great way to get closer to the action. If you've got a particular series or championship you follow, you can get really close to that. You can go around and speak to the drivers. And it's also a really nice community. It's really welcoming, really friendly, and we're just one big family.
I'm Caroline. I've been marshalling for 12 months. I got into marshalling for a love of motorsport and just wanted to put something back into the motorsport, really. The comradeship between the marshals and just the teamwork, and it's something different that you wouldn't normally get to do. I think other people should become a volunteer in motorsport to experience the comradeship and the team, and they'll fall in love with it when they do it.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Talking about the Audi TT Cup with Bradley Burns. Now, Bradley, with drop scores taken into account, you are effectively the championship leader, but it's a convoluted scoring process, right?
Yeah, I think it's only a couple points at the moment on drop scores, but yeah, it's going to be close at the end of race at Silverstone, I imagine, but yeah.
So how's the championship going? Competition close? Obviously the point scoring is.
Yeah, the point scoring's close. All the times are quick. I had a bit of an incident yesterday, as you can see. I had a bit of a tyre barrier, so I'm on the back burner today. I had a few problems yesterday, but just going to qualify and see how it goes, really.
So Thruxton is pretty fast and pretty intimidating. How much experience you've got of this place?
I did it maybe like 3 years ago. Only one race weekend here, and then did a test before I came here. But yeah, it felt good the first session, and then went downhill after that. But hopefully it'll be right today.
So yesterday was kind of wet and dry. Today is dry, and tomorrow is expected to be wet. So I guess you don't really know what's coming.
No, you don't know. It's obviously, it could rain still yet. I've just looked at Civics and they're going a bit slower, so it's obviously still damp. So it just depends what time we get out, because they're running behind for what it's like out there, really. But it could be a bit damp even when we're out.
So when you're a tight championship battle like this, what's the focus? Do you just try and do everything the same, or do you have to think about points as well?
No, just do it the same. Just go out, have fun, and then end of the weekend, you are where you are. As long as you have a good weekend, that's all that really matters.
All right, so you might have got your bad luck out of the way already. That's the hope, at least.
Fingers crossed, hopefully, yeah. Hopefully this one just goes upwards from now.
Now, what about people who are watching this who fancy a go? How affordable is the TT Cup?
Oh, really affordable. Like, you buy the base, just buy a base car, and then you buy the kit, you get it built, you can build them, or teams build them, like area build them, and then, yeah, you're limited tyres, only 16 tyres, so it just keeps the cost down. Yeah, really affordable, good championship, and a lot of cars.
And obviously you hate all your competitors, particularly the ones standing behind the camera making signs at you.
Yeah, those ones over there making signs, but no, it's all just, we'll get on, we're good friends, have a laugh in the evening, that's what it's all about, really.
That's exactly what motorsport should be all about, isn't it? Close racing and fun off the track.
Exactly, that's it, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're in TTs. You weren't cut out for single-seaters. Best of luck this weekend. Hope it goes really well.
Well, thank you. You too. Cheers.
I'm Stephen Butler. I'm the crew chief for the BRSCC Run Your Fleet rescue unit from the northwest of England. I've been involved with marshalling since 2007, and I've been the crew chief from the start of this season with this particular unit. There's quite a lot of responsibility that comes with it. As we've just seen there, we've managed an incident. I would be the incident commander for that particular incident. I'd have to coordinate all the activity of the crew with the patient's best interests at heart. But outside of that, there's a lot of involvement with administration, with planning events, which also includes recruitment, training, and certainly maintaining the equipment that we have, which in itself is quite a costly venture. But the skills, I'd like to think, will be very, very similar to the emergency services that we all know and love, whether that's from the medical side or the fire and rescue side. But very importantly, there's got to be a certain character for the individual. A really good day for us is actually a quiet day where we do nothing. And that can be quite a challenge for some people. We would busy ourselves with training, sharing knowledge. A bit of banter as well is sometimes important. But at a flick of a switch, we've got to respond to any such incident that happens on the circuit, and we wouldn't necessarily know what that might be, so we have to be able to adapt very, very quickly, so that sometimes can take a certain character. It's important to have people involved. Firstly, it's sharing the love of motorsport that we're all here. We all play a very significant part in motorsport, regardless of what sort of activity we do. We like to think that motorsport will continue in this country in the way it has for so many years and how strong it's been. And we have that pipeline of people that will come through and also, develop with us and ultimately take on when we retire from the sport. To get involved with motor racing or in marshalling, there's a number of websites. Of course, there's Motorsport UK website, which has a wealth of information on there. And there's various motor clubs, such as BRSCC, where we are actively encouraging volunteering and marshalling, and are doing a lot at the moment for marshals to support them. And the day-to-day with the training and everything is just testament to that.
Carl Boardley, let's just ask him some questions. Only a couple, mate. Do you know what that means?
No. We'll go for a left-hand dead end. I don't know.
No through road on left.
Oh, that's what I said, wasn't it?
You did.
Pretty much.
Oh, what comes after this light?
The red one.
Good answer. Lovely.
That's the national speed limit. I should know that.
Okay, and?
Well, I won't go into anything more why I should know that, but...
Well, there's two things. There is two things, because there can be two different speed limits.
Oh, yeah, but on a dual carriageway is 70, on a single road is 60.
Perfect.
There you go. 20 zone ends and 30's the limit.
I had to check that one then. You're right. That's it. Well done. I think you got like 3 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it?
You drive a truck?
No.
You should know a bit better though. You race cars.
Yeah, I should know a bit better.
I mean, the through road one doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Pit lane's closed.
Dead ends doesn't matter, does it? Yeah. Pit lane, red light, stop. Dead end bit, nah, carry on.
Dead end, like my job. Have a good one, mate.
Cheers.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Well, you hear a lot about dads and lads racing, but a father and daughter racing together is an unusual combination. Sean, you're racing with your daughter Ruby, and that was kind of your idea to bring her into this championship. What's your background in motorsport?
So I come from legends, oval legends and circuit legends. So I finished up and then Ruby done some oval racing, and then I wanted to do a season with Ruby. So we decided, chose on the TTs, do a season together on them, and it's been quite good fun actually, doing it together. It's been good.
Well, she's saying that having your experience is great for her because she can look at what you're doing, compare it with what she's doing. So you've got a proper two-person team. What about when you're at home and away from the racetrack? Do you have those kind of conversations about racing as well?
Yeah, we do as such. We do chat about it. We would argue, me and her, so we try and steer clear of each other. She takes advice from other people, I think, more than me, and Jason as well, who's in here. So we all sort of do it together, but she don't want to listen to me too much, but she is watching, I know.
So what's it like having a family member on track at the same time? Are you often aware of where she is, what she's up to, or are you mostly just looking ahead?
No, I do actually spend a lot of time looking to see where she is, which is probably not good for my own racing, I think. So I think one season together, that's fine, and I'll probably stop at the end of this year and just let Ruby carry on, I think.
So hang up the helmet and into team manager mode, or just assistant in the back?
I'll probably do the cooking, to be honest. I'll do a bit of cooking and just let them carry on what they're doing.
Brilliant. So what about Thruxton? What's your feeling about this place?
First time here, so we done 2 laps in the wet last week, and it was too bad to carry on, to be honest. It's quick and it's good fun. I think it'll be very spread out today. Qualifying is just see how far forward we can get, really, and then get a bit of luck in the race, I think.
And maybe a bit of luck with the weather as well, but coming from dirt ovals and the shale, you're used to getting a bit sideways, possibly not these kind of speeds.
No, it'd be completely different. I've never drove front-wheel drive really until this year, so it's all still learning this year. But I think Ruby prefers it a bit more in the wet than what I do, to be honest.
And do you find the car forgiving? Because obviously coming from ovals and from hot rods, everything's rear-wheel drive. Is this forgiving, or have you had to completely relearn how to drive?
Completely relearn how to drive. I've not, like I say, not done front-wheel drive. Never had to do qualifying in a Legend. Never had to do a standing start in a Legend. So literally everything's been brand new. So it's all been learning all year.
So you're not really teaching her that much, is what you're saying?
She's got a good instructor with Jade Edwards, so I don't think she needs anything from me.
No, once you've got Jade, you've got everything covered. All right, well, listen, we wish you both the best of luck and enjoy the rest of your season.
Excellent, thank you. Cheers.
These little cars, they're not very fast, but you need to drive them on the edge to be anywhere near the front.
Yeah, good fun. Still enjoy racing them. Still mega fun cars to drive. Just awesome.
There's some very, very good drivers here. Very good drivers.
They're brilliant cars. You know, great fun to drive, and I really enjoy the championship. That's why I'm back.
That was fun. That was fun.
Good pin.
That was fun.
You rely on the lights. How can we see it flashing on a still picture? When does it ever flash? It flashes when it goes to green. No, it doesn't, so doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Yeah. What are you trying to hide? Nitrous. Right, we're ready to rock and roll. It's the Highway Code Challenge. Darren Lewis. What's that mean? Park your car on top of someone else's.
Typical TCR UK answer.
Don't know, mate. Park car. I don't know. Do you know what I find with a lot of you lot? Luke Sargent just said VIP parking is double yellow lines. I don't know. You can park on the verge, apparently. Next. It was Will Powell. It wasn't Will Powell parked on the verge. Can't say that. The poor lad's still got a bruise on his head. What's this one? He's all right. Dead end. On the left. I'll give you that. No through road on the left. What light comes after this? This one's hard. Green. No, red.
No one's got it right yet.
Red.
Typical racing drivers. You rely on the lights.
How can we see it flashing on a still picture?
When does it ever flash?
It flashes when it goes to green.
No, it doesn't, son.
Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. I love how the mechanics.
My test it did. Maybe that was just in black and white.
I think you're on the yellow flashing ones are when the safety car comes out if you've crashed into someone.
See, I've seen the safety car.
Right, okay, so it's a red light after that one. Right, okay.
National speed limit.
What speed limits will apply for a car?
On a dual carriageway or a motorway?
Both?
70.
70 for dual carriageway and 70 for motorway. Yeah, but what about something else? There's a different speed limit for that as well.
50 mile an hour.
My God, have you got any points on your licence?
Told you, mate, when I took my test, didn't have none of this.
You have to bleep that.
Yeah, you have to bleep that.
He's going to have to bleep it loads now. So, when is it 60 and when is it 70? National speed limit, 60 on a single.
60 on a single carriageway.
And 70 on a dual.
Dual carriageway.
Perfect.
And a motorway.
Last one. Last one.
30 mile an hour, you're ending the 20 mile an hour zone.
Job's a good one.
So I know that one, not?
We should give that to Will Powell.
I'll drive. Is there a picture of a car upside down?
My God, right, that's enough now.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Back in the Audi TT Cup paddock with Ruby Smith. Ruby, first time here at Thruxton, or have you been here before?
First time here.
So it wakes you up in the morning, right?
Yes, definitely.
What's the biggest challenge with a circuit like this? Is it the speed, the bumps?
Definitely the speed. Yeah, it's definitely the quickest track I've been to.
And is this your first season with the Audi?
Yes, it is.
So what's the connection? How did you get into the Audi TT Cup?
Just my dad, really. We thought it was going to be quite a quiet championship because it was quite new, but it's not.
So there's you and your dad, so two cars in the family. And who's having the better season?
My dad. I'm definitely learning, though.
And does that help, having obviously a group of teammates run by the same team, but somebody that you can actually talk to at home? And is he helping you? Is he able to give you advice? And
Yeah, he gives me some good advice, and I'm able to like watch his onboard and everything, which helps a lot.
especially when you're trying to learn circuits. So what's your background? What were you doing before you came into the Audis?
So I did go-karting for a while, and I raced on oval tracks, doing stock cars for a while.
So they don't approve quite so much of contact in the Audi Cup, do they?
No, not at all.
But stock cars is a really good learning device because you get to balance a car on the loose, you get to race very close with other drivers in a very confined space. So when you come to somewhere like Thruxton, that's a bit of an eye-opener.
Yeah, I've got a lot of experience with racecraft, but it's so different.
And when you've got all the other cars around, do you watch what they're doing as well, or do you have your head down with your dad, kind of looking at your data and looking at your championship alone?
I definitely learn a lot from other people, and it's good when I'm on the track to follow someone because I learn a lot better that way.
So what would you say to somebody who's watching the racing here at Thruxton this weekend and fancies starting? Is this a good place to start?
Definitely, yeah.
So the rivalry between the drivers is pretty close on track because the cars are so similar, but quite relaxed off track?
Yeah, everyone's so lovely and really friendly, and everyone helps out a lot.
So for all the girls out there, come and play.
Yeah. Show the boys how it's done.
Thank you very much.
The depth of the field's unbelievable in this. It's beyond anything I've been in or seen before.
This championship is really hard. Genuinely is really hard. There's 10 guys who can win races.
The championship's so competitive. Everyone's just pushing and pushing and pushing, and we just seem to get quicker every year.
Those drivers could race anywhere. They could race in touring car.
It's so much fun to drive and really enjoying being in the race environment. I love it. I love this track. It's great.
The way the whole thing is put together, this is really fantastic.
It's quiz time. It's Rick Kerry. What does that mean?
Parkin? I don't know. Ain't got a clue. Don't read signs to me. I would say
on the verge.
You can park on the verge.
Never knew it, did you?
No, I didn't know that one. Dead end. Dead end road. Yeah.
On the
left.
That'll do. No through road on the left.
No through. Yeah, same as dead end, isn't it?
What light comes after that one?
Be green.
Mate, that is not a good answer. That is a worry.
Everything's green.
Wow. Actually, as my old teammate James Thompson used to say to me, red just means have a good look. Don't try that at home. Next one.
National speed limit.
What two different speed limits would apply?
60 or 70.
On what?
Single or dual carriageway.
70 on?
All of them. Both of them.
fast, Ron. You're terrible.
I know. Yeah, 30 mile an hour speed limit as the 20 mile an hour ends.
We'll give you that. Mate,
my number, so I prefer it.
I reckon you got like half out of 5.
Yeah, well, I'm that old. I passed my test so many years ago. Have I ever looked at a book since?
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
I'm with Jack Finland, Championship Manager, and we're going to talk about not only Thruxton, but we're going to go into the Silverstone finale. Then we're going to have a potential look into a little bit of 2025, see if we can get any gossip out of Jack about that. But first of all, that first race for TCR UK, I mean, stunning, wasn't it? I mean, the weather just added to it. It's almost like another character.
Yeah, what a story the whole race was, from arriving to the grid on slicks to having to make the quick change to wets, which is exciting as it is, to just a phenomenal race and a really good drive from Callum at the front to take the race and close in on that championship a little bit more and take some points out of Carl. But then Steve Ladle, that battle with Carl Boardley, that will
epic, that.
Yeah, he's gonna, I think he's got the biggest smile in the paddock at the moment, hasn't he? So just a fantastic race all round, and I'm really happy with how it went. It was fantastic.
I think if we end up with 50,000 views, half of them will be Steve Laidlaw watching that back, to be honest. I mean, realistically, though, going into race 2, it looks like the sun's coming out once more. I was actually out there interviewing drivers. I almost feel like I'm getting sunburnt, to be honest, which is incredible. Race 2 is obviously tomorrow, but the Civic's going into that one. Obviously, you're the championship manager for both, so we're going to chat about both. But the Civics, I mean, it's going to be another changeable condition, isn't it? I mean, I'm hoping we don't get more rain, because the weather, the sun will just make it all the more interesting.
Yeah, well, this looks similar to what it looked 10 minutes before the start of the TCR race, didn't it? So I'm not going to make any predictions of the weather, but what I will predict is a fantastic race, because how good is the Motorsport Civic Cup this year? How competitive is it? It's just phenomenal, isn't it? So I'm just looking forward to getting all the cars on the grid and we can get racing, because it's going to be brilliant. There's
a lot of championships out there all over the place, isn't there, that have sort of struggled for the participants, struggled for big grids. The Motorsport Civic Cup is constantly over 25 drivers, isn't it? Which is astounding, to be honest.
Yeah, it's testament to how good the regulation is to keep the cars so close in performance, isn't it? At the end of the day, there's never a dull race in the cup, is there? So it just makes for fantastic racing all the time, and a fantastic atmosphere as well. I mean, the paddock and the atmosphere people create is awesome, isn't it? So no wonder people want to come and race in the Motorsport Civic Cup.
I have to say, actually, having come into this job and interviewing people, I mean, they're the nicest people you'll meet in motorsport. Not only the Civic Cup and TCR, I know that's a pretty generic thing to say, but if you say, oh, I need to come and have an interview, in a lot of other championships, they'll just wave you off, whereas these guys are like, oh yeah, where's the dartboard, and we'll start playing. It's brilliant. Going into the finale, Silverstone, for TCR, I'm going to have to press you a little bit on which way do you think is going to go? You've got a reigning champion who is currently leading, but only by a smidge, and then you've got Callum Newsham, who's chasing and looks like he's finishing the season very strongly.
It's really difficult, isn't it, to say, and I'm not going to give...
That's why I keep pushing at you.
And I'm not going to give you any predictions, but it will come down to the last race. I genuinely believe that last race, someone will have to get a result to win the championship, and that's what we want at the end of the day. People can talk about grid numbers this, grid numbers that. It's almost irrelevant when you have that many good drivers at the sharp end that are capable of putting in performances like they just have. So it's going to come down to the last race, and I'm really excited.
I was going to say, because then you've got people that maybe aren't even involved with the championship who are also getting quicker. Steve Laidlaw, we just mentioned. Sam Laidlaw qualified well. Adam Shepherd's probably not really involved with the championship anymore because of mechanical gremlins. that he's just as quick as anybody out there. He looked like he was potentially going to win the race in before he ended up with a fuel pump issue. So, I mean, you add those sort of components in, and Boardley doesn't just have to think about Newsham.
You never do you, in a race of that level? Like you say, Adams there or thereabouts. I know, obviously, little mechanical issues have halted him there, but he's going to be back front running in the remainder of this weekend and the next weekend. So you have to look around you. Steve's only getting quicker, Sam's getting quicker, plus the additions of the Gen 1 boys that are always pushing to be there or thereabouts. It's just going to make for really good racing to the end of the year. Plus anyone that we manage to drag out to come and have a go at Silverstone International, which I think the grid number is going to be good, and it's looking like it's going to be healthy there. So we're in a good place going into the final round.
And on a similar ilk, we won't dwell on it too much, but Max Edmondson or Josh Files in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. I mean, toss a coin between those two, surely.
No comment, officer.
Right, I'm going to try and press you a little bit more harshly now. Is there any gossip you can give us about 2025? Because, of course, we're coming to the end of 2024. That's really where a lot of drivers will start thinking, OK, am I wanting to enter this championship? What's it going to look like?
Yeah, listen, we're still in the process of confirming a few things for 25. A few little things need ironing out before I'd be willing to go on camera with any.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask, though.
But we're proud of the calendar that we're putting together for next year, and we're proud of the package that we're going to try and put together. And we just want to create the best environment for these people and teams to go racing, and that's what I think we're going to deliver in 25. So keep your eyes peeled, because there is announcements coming. Just bear with us, we're just ironing the last few bits out.
I think the environment's key, isn't it? We already mentioned that the fact that it's such a nice atmosphere, and the people will enjoy that. They don't want that to change, so that is absolutely key. Take your time with it by all means. Right, Jack Finland, Championship Manager for Miltech Sports Civic Cup and TCR UK. We'll have a chat with him at Silverstone. I'm sure he'll want to put his 2 cents in about how this one's going to finish up.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
This should be TCR UK, to be fair, in the Highway Code Challenge. Darryl Wilson's here, doesn't drive at TCR anymore, but he still has a bit to do with it. Luke Sargent, Brad Thurston, right. Gentlemen, what does that mean in the Highway Code?
You can't park there. No parking on the pavement.
No park on the pavement? Wrong, 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 wrong. It means you can park on the verge.
I've never seen that in my life. Oh, yeah?
I park on the bit of lines most of the time. Have you got driving licences, any of you?
Well, it's the same as parking on the pavement and a verge,
absolutely not. No, it's not.
WR lines what I use.
No, that's VIP parking. VIP parking.
This is so bad for TCR. Right, okay, what's that one?
Well, that's where I was in race 2.
Dead end.
Dead end.
It's a dead end.
Dead end?
Yeah, I'll give you that. No through road on the left. Last one. Well, it's in the last one, sorry.
Speed up.
No, you can't say that.
If we're doing 10 mile an hour faster, you'd have made it when it was green.
Yeah. What light comes next after that?
Green.
Red?
Yes.
Yeah, red, yeah.
Oh my God.
I never see it, mate. I'm going through regardless. I never see it.
Who drives an Audi?
Well, yeah. Could be a BMW.
Right, yeah, no, can't say that. Cut.
The best brand in the world.
Exactly that. What light appears after, so there you go. Right, okay. What is the speed limit for this in a car?
70. 70. 60. 60.
60.
70.
You're all right.
It depends what road you're on.
What have you got to be on to do 60?
Dual carriageway. A road. Oh, A road. Oh,
so a single
road, yeah.
And a dual carriageway is?
Double lane? No. Dual carriageway is only 70 if there's a hard barrier in the middle. If there's no hard barrier, it's 60.
That's a guide.
Done.
That's a guide anyway. That's what a guide That's not a speed limit. That's a guide.
Yes, but do you know what? That was Brad was actually. I think he was right. You've got to have. If it's a dual carriageway, it has to have something in between the traffic.
Man, look, it's Big Jeff.
Jeff will tell you.
Should we get
Jeff on every single one of these?
Jeff? We've got a highway challenge. So what is the what speed limit?
National speed limit.
Yeah, but what defines national speed limit? What speed limit?
70 mile an hour on a road and 60 mile an hour on a single carriageway.
What defines a dual carriageway?
A dividing centre.
And there you go. Brad was right. It's a dividing centre.
Yeah, I have done a speed awareness course recently.
Oh. Yeah, he actually takes the speed awareness courses. Last one, lads. What's this?
It's the end of an hour after the sign.
That is 30 mile, like, because the 20 zone ends.
Yeah.
Well done. You scored probably hardly anything. Nice one, lads. Well done.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blighton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
In a Fiesta Junior paddock with Daniela Sutton. Daniela, what's your background? How have you ended up in this series?
So when I was 6 years old, my dad took me indoor karting for my birthday, which I enjoyed so much. I actually didn't want to put the suit on at first, which was kind of crazy considering where I am now. And then when I was 11 years old, I got my Motorsport UK licence to race in the Daniel Ricciardo series, backed by F1 driver Daniel Ricciardo. And I also have one championship win in Total Karting Zero, which is an electric championship powered by Rob Smedley. And then by a dream, by magic, and hard work and preparation and dedication, I managed to win the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship. So this is why I'm here now.
So that's a great opportunity for young drivers to get their feet on the motorsport ladder. That's coming up again in October for the 2025 series. So you'd heartily recommend that anybody that fancies going racing gives it a shot.
Definitely, and even if you don't get through to win it, it's still a great experience. You get to go out in these fantastic cars, you get to meet all the teams, and there are prizes not just for the winner, the big prize, but there's also prizes for people who don't quite manage to win it.
So what about the championship itself? Obviously lots of young drivers, which is great because you don't have perhaps some of the pressures that the other drivers might do. But what about finance and running the team? Is it still a family affair?
Yeah, so my stepmom Rachel and my dad, they work as operations managers for Daniela Sutton Racing, and we do marketing, we go and meet all my sponsors, and it's still important to get sponsors. Obviously, if you want to progress your career in motorsport, which I'm sure everyone at the scholarship wants to do, that's why they're there. But it is an amazing experience. The scholarship has enabled me to race this year in the Fiesta Junior Championship, which I wouldn't have been able to do without it.
And what about Thruxton? Have you been finding that?
It's a very quick track. I actually really like it. There's only 2 braking points, actually, which is scary in some ways, but so exhilarating and exciting to do.
As long as you don't look at the actual speed, you're fine.
Yeah, about over 100 miles an hour anyway. It can be quite scary, but...
Now, obviously, the question that half the audience wants to know is, what's it like being a female driver in what is traditionally a male-dominated sport? Lots of the other cars on the grid have got male drivers. You're not the only female driver, though, in juniors. Do you think it makes a difference these days?
I don't think it makes a difference. I think, if anything, once we have our helmets on, we see each other as the cars or the helmet. We don't see each other by our gender or what we identify as. We're all just racers. We're all equal once we're behind the machine.
And the car doesn't know what sex the driver is?
No.
Well, listen, wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend. What is your final goal? Where would you like to see yourself progressing in motorsport?
Anywhere racing in motorsport, really. A career would be fantastic in motorsport, but it takes a lot of hard work from my family, my sponsors, me, and just hopefully we can get there.
All right, best of luck. I hope it goes well.
Thank you.
No, now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
Callum Newsham, the latest race winner here at the TCR UK, and to be honest, Callum, that was a pretty stunning drive, wasn't it? I mean, the first half of the race, you had to fend off Adam Shepherd. The second half of the race, you just had to keep putting in good laps.
Yeah, exactly. The start was, I made a good start, which I'm pretty impressed of. But yeah, Shepherd was putting quite a bit of pressure on me at the start. I was making a few mistakes. Obviously, unfortunately, I had an issue. But yeah, and just kept pumping in good laps, like you say, keeping the tyres somewhat in good condition for when I needed it. But I didn't need it, which is good. And yeah, it was a good win.
I was going to say, I mean, for you though, Championship, we're going to chew your ear off about Championship going into Silverstone. I don't really want to chew your ear off about it now, but it is a good step forward, potentially, on Carl Boardley, and that's the sort of weekend you need. You just need those steps to be in with that shot going into Silverstone.
Yeah, it's just finishing ahead of Boardley, finishing ahead of Carl, and we did that. So we gained a few points on him there. I don't know how close it is now. It's probably pretty close.
It looks pretty close, but with drop scores, it's always very complicated to tell. But going into Silverstone, no drop scores. Do you actually prefer that? Because it sort of clears your mind. Everybody's on a level playing field.
Yeah, everyone's on a level playing field. So what happens, doesn't it? If you have an issue, then that's it. Game over, pretty much.
Well, you probably had the hardest conditions that you're going to have this season with that race, didn't we? I mean, you were the first person always to attack whatever new lap would come at you. How was it in terms of grip levels? How was it in terms of finding that sort of breaking point?
Well, to be honest, it wasn't much different to qualifying, just a little bit more wet. So we already knew where the grip was, and yeah, it was just about managing it from there. And yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, you managed to put it bang on. Callum Newsham, big congratulations on a race victory. We'll speak to Callum a little bit more later, I'm sure.
One of the most identifiable cars on the classic grid has got to be this ex-Eggenberger Texaco Sierra. Mike Manning, what's the history of this car then? How have you come to have this?
I bought this car 3 years ago off of Mark Wright, and he used it for a few years before that, and loving every minute driving it, love it.
Everybody knows the Sierra Cosworth, but what is a race-tuned Cossie like to drive?
Oh, it's the best. The speed, the top end, I absolutely love it. 160 plus, it's really good.
And you're at the fastest circuit in the UK, so all of that comes into play. And how does it handle the bumps? I mean, this isn't soft and compliant, is it?
No, it's a bit damp this morning, but it didn't spin out at all, and we were still clocking 150 and a bit down. It was really nice. No dramas.
So I'm guessing after this on a damp Thruxton, you're not needing a double espresso this morning?
No, we're all good.
Now, obviously, these raced in Group A back in the late 80s. Where do you race it now? Classic touring cars, and presumably you take it to historic events like the Revival, Silverstone Festival?
Yeah, we go to Silverstone Classic meeting, and also we race with the Young Timers Championship in Netherlands, Spa, Germany, etc. They're really good meetings. Yeah, we like the big events, to be honest.
So, big fast car, big fun tracks.
Yeah, just loads of fun, and the whole team love it, and brilliant, best car I've ever bought.
Now, if you're running a Fiesta, you can go to a Ford dealer. If you're running a Mark 1 or Mark 2 Escort, there are loads of suppliers. What about this? Because this is something a little bit special.
Well, to be honest, I can get parts very easy. Engine builder, he does a very good engine for me, Harvey Gibbs, and the gearbox and the diff, Barra Motorsport, he's brilliant. And yeah, we can seem to get the parts for the car easily at the moment.
Well, long may that continue. Like, I watch these cars in period, and it's just fantastic to see them out, still getting exercise the way they should be. So
yeah, no, we love every minute of it, and yeah, can't wait for the sun to come out and get the power down.
Mike, good luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Cool.
My name's Peter Daly. I'm the chairman of the BRSCC. I've been involved in motorsport, or passionate about watching motorsport since I was a youngster. About 12 years ago, I was persuaded to take up and train as a clerk of the course. And the reason why I did that was that my work-life balance. I couldn't take a lot of time to prepare a race car, and I wanted to remain in the sport. I now look after BRSCC championships, I look after British GT, I do some GT World Challenge Asia, and I'm very proud to be the clerk of the course for the Formula One. So when someone says, what is a clerk of the course? I'm going to use the word being in charge, but you don't feel like you're in charge, you feel like you're a captain of a team. And you've got to put together a team, and that happens on the build-up through the winter. And you're going to work with like-minded people, and your goal is to deliver a great race meeting where all of your competitors, who ultimately are customers, paying a lot of money to go racing in club sport, they're all satisfied that you're running to the rule book, a bit like a referee and the linesman and everything else that goes into a football match. The role involves organisation, management, a lot of camaraderie. Of course, you need to know the rules, and of course you get training from Motorsport UK, and that training is online. It does wonders for your CV as well, especially if you're in the early part of a professional career, because it's just another skill that you get outside of your workplace. The reason why we need to bring new people in is to keep the sport vibrant. There's a lot of new skills required. We do a lot of data analysis when we're looking at races. We do a lot of video analysis. And generally, we only have so much social time. For me, motorsport provides me with a passion. It provides me with social interaction with people, like-minded people. And of course, this time of year, we have lots of nice dinners where we could all meet, go to the pub and things like that. What we need to do to get people involved and train up is get people to go onto the Motorsport UK website, which is the central hub for British motorsport, but also look up some of the clubs. So BRSCC, we take from the regions. We've got the North Western region, we've got the Central Midlands region, we've got the East Anglia region. We will identify the skills, we'll work with you, and then we'll allocate different roles for people. And the great thing about it is the camaraderie. I can't stress that enough. You look forward to Friday afternoons going to the racetrack. Sunday nights, you look forward to having a good pint before you get home.
I'm with second place driver and Goodyear Diamond Award winner, Steve Ladle. Which one of those two achievements are you actually more proud of?
Oh, it's got to be an overall P2, hasn't it? That's the thing.
Right. And especially with racing it that hard against Carl Bordley, the reigning champion as well. We said in an interview earlier that it's an education. I feel like your education's coming to an end here, Steve.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I think the guys who are competing for a championship this year show that kind of performance in every kind of conditions, race week in, week out. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely making big steps forward, and to have a side-by-side fair, on merit P2 against someone of Carl's magnitude is a massive deal. Yeah.
What do you say about the changeable conditions? Oh, well, the different conditions that people pull out those performances. That was probably the hardest conditions that we've had all year, because it was greasy at the start. And then it was starting to dry up, and then the rain came down again. So really, you had three types of races in one. So what was the hardest point from you, beginning, middle, or end?
I think it was the last couple of laps. I feel like the tyres had started to kind of get to the natural end of life. I think everyone was having the same. In fact, looking in my rearview mirror and seeing Carl hit the grass on the penultimate lap, I think he was having the same problem. Yeah, especially such a quick track this. But I think trying to manage the car and keep my cool, not overdrive towards the end. And like I say, the team have been really good in trying to educate me and discipline me on that, and it's really worked. Yes, it's been mega.
What was it like going into corners, especially when the rain starts coming down, and finding the braking point? Because obviously every lap it'll be completely different in that race. So what was it like not being able to see Callum in the distance and not being able to judge his braking point and where you should brake?
Man, honestly, the car just felt epic. It really felt incredibly balanced. Callum wasn't too far in front, so I did have a fair.
Didn't mean it as an insult.
No, but I was still able to use him as a gauge, because there was even when it wasn't raining, there's so much spray that to be a little bit further away actually probably gives you a better measure. Yeah. But the whole thing, lights to flag, was mega.
Awesome! It was awesome as well. You should go and watch it back, as should you at home, because you can find it on the TCR YouTube page, back on the live stream, and all the interviews with Steve and Sam, to be fair, from earlier. It was a great interview, actually, all on the TCR social media channels. There we go.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Well, I know this is a rare sight, but a very familiar livery for those of you of a certain age and certain disposition. Jaguar XJS in Group 44 colours. That was the colours made famous by US racer Bob Tullius, who was very big with racing Jags in the States. So tell us about the history of this car.
So this car was originally a V12 manual, factory manual. They only made 350 of those. And then it was converted to a racing car by the Pierman brothers in the 1980s. And they raced it through the 80s and early 90s. And then I purchased it from them. The V12 was a little bit unreliable, so we've put a supercharged V8 engine in it from a road car. Andrew Pierman is actually here today. He's come down to have a look, so I've stayed in touch with him. And it's our first year out for about 20 years, so it's good fun.
So it's very different from the Bob Tullius cars that were raced in period. Like you say, they would have been a V12. So what, in terms of its driving experience, has changed from a big V12 to the supercharged V8?
It handles better because the V8 is a lot lighter. I've managed to move it back further, and when I had it on the corner weights, it's almost a 50-50 split, which is quite good for a front-engined rear-wheel drive car. I just need to learn to drive it faster, basically.
And you're quite a long way from the nose. You're quite a long way back in the car. From the outside, it looks quite a well-balanced shape, but there's a lot of bonnet, isn't there?
Yes, yeah, but I've always driven Jags with big bonnets, so I kind of get used to it, you know. Yeah, it's good fun.
And presumably, it's honking on a bit round here.
I don't have a speedo, but I get into 6th gear. Theoretically, the top speed is about 170, but I'm probably doing 140, I suppose, ish. Yeah.
Which feels like it's about enough?
Yeah, fast enough for me. As you get old, you get scared, don't you? So, but no, hopefully it's going to dry out for the race. Obviously, I'm in Historic Thunder and the All-Comers race later on today.
So that's a little greedy, having 2 bites of the cherry, but it all helps when you're learning the car, right?
Yeah, well, the CTRCC offered a second race for £99. So it seems like good value when you put it like that. So, yeah, and it's good to practice seat time with the car, you know.
Brilliant. Well, it's such a great looking car and such a distinctive livery. I'm sure everybody will be rooting for it on the way back. So, yeah, Melvin, best of luck this weekend.
Thanks to my dad as well, because he helps me with all the work we do on it.
Lots of dads are team managers.
Well, they have to be, don't they? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Welcome back to Thruxton, everybody. Good news, we are not that far away from getting a resumption of racing here after that extended and early lunch break because of weather. Things starting to improve a little bit more now. We will shortly have cars out on track. In the meantime, another reminder of an event that's coming up in November, the 16th and 17th of November specifically. It is the BRSCC's Driven by Racing event at Silverstone. And if you are interested in getting involved in motor racing, in whatever capacity, as a driver, as a coordinator, as an official, a scrutineer, whatever it is, if you want to get yourself on track or trackside, working or competing in the sport that you love, then you need to get yourself to Silverstone on the 16th and 17th of November. You can get your free tickets at the BRSCC website, brscc.co.uk, and when you're there, you can meet with coordinators of all the different BRSCC championships, teams that compete in the championships as well. You can get that conversation started about getting yourself out on track. You can even take your ARDS test, so you could leave Silverstone as a fully qualified racing driver ready to hit the grid at the beginning of 2025. So get your tickets from the website, and we will see you at Silverstone on the 16th and 17th of November.
Yeah, that one. Welcome back to, actually, a sunny Thruxton. The sun's in the sky, there's blue sky overhead, but We had an early lunch break because of barrier damage and also because of heavy rain. And since we stopped about an hour ago, the marshals have been working ceaselessly to try and get the track ready. The sweepers have been out, there's a bit of standing water, but actually it's really quite nice. First of all, thanks to everybody, all the boys and girls in orange who have been working all weekend to keep the drivers safe and to keep the track safe so that we can operate. We are just about to get ready to go racing. The all-comers race may have a thin grid, but you only need 2 cars to make a race, which is probably just as well. We've got at least 2. And the Jag is starting from the pit lane. Let's pick up the action as the afternoon continues here at Thruxton in the BRSCC.
Yes, thank you, Martin. Well, still a little bit of circuit maintenance going on, just getting rid of the worst of the puddles out at the back end of the circuit. But yes, a huge shout out to the Marshall team, the circuit staff. Pat and his team have done a splendid job of getting us going. There are many other race events around the UK that have been cancelled or massively delayed at the very least. And actually, we're not really running that far behind time, all things considered. So really, really well done by everyone here at Thruxton to get the track ready to go. And we hopefully have seen the worst of the rain now. All of the weather forecasts seem to be suggesting that we should be okay from here until the end of the day. In fact, Stuart Lyons says he'll be on slick tyres for the 3rd TCR race at the end of the day. So if he pulls that one off, it will be well worth sticking around for. TCR racing to come later on. We've got 2 races from the TCR UK Championship, plus another race apiece for most of the supporting categories. But it is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's all-comers series that, or all-comers race that is going to take centre stage. Now, we did have a bigger grid of these cars yesterday. I think lots of drivers deciding that, do you know what, actually better to try and avoid getting involved in any on-track skirmishes, which are far more likely to happen in conditions like these. They're going to save their cars for the main races to come either later in the day or indeed later in the season. So we might not have that many of them out on track, but hopefully we'll still have some decent battling. A 15-minute race this. Then we head into the Fiesta Seniors, Fiesta ST240s, and then it's TCR time. No grid walk for TCR UK, unfortunately, because of the amended schedule, but we will hopefully have a couple of good TCR races to bring you a little bit later on. Right, 2 cars have made it to the grid. Martin, you sent 3 of them onto the track.
Yes.
Where's the 3rd one gone?
Ian Knight's Type R is currently at the complex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's been a failure to proceed there. Now, I'm not going to necessarily throw the curse of the commentator over this, but that Motul liveried Alpina BMW has started 3 races already this weekend. And how many has it finished?
It's not a high number.
No, it's not a number at all. So I think this is in the hope that they have cured its various ills rather than necessarily the expectation. However, there is a car waiting to join from the pit lane.
Yes.
So the purple XJS, which we've seen in very sideways action just before the lunch break, is ready to join as well. And actually they've sent a couple of sweepers out there, not just marshals with brooms, but a couple of sweepers to try and empty that puddle. I did say it's just as well we haven't got a single-seater race coming out of the collecting area because the drivers would be in danger of being swamped like an ocean-going yacht. However, it is actually remarkably dry considering how wet it was 30 minutes ago.
Yes.
It was biblically the end of the world. Have we got Noah on the hotline weather? And there are the sweepers there clearing out the lake. It used to be only Elton Park that had a lake. That has changed during the lunch break. And the good news is that the Jag is going to join from the back because the clock has started, Andy. It is a safety cutter. Hello. He's sitting there leaning back in his seat with his arms folded. It did escape the nose of both of us, but neither of our viewer that the clock has started. So the race is in effect underway. So now all we got to do is identify our 3 cars.
So that, well, I can help you a little bit with that. That is James Allen.
It is indeed.
In the Honda Civic, as it's written down on our result sheet, but the Civic EP3. Then we've got the BMW is Jamie Sturgis, is it not?
It is Jamie Sturgis,
Yes.
car number 87, the Motul liveried M525i.
Easy for you to say. And Mike Seaborn is the Jag.
He is indeed.
Running as 24 by the looks of it now, although did start off the weekend as 124.
Indeed.
But that's because we did have a car 24, which was Josh Lawton, who dominated the first all-comers race, of course, in his highly modified Honda Civic. I think he's proven his point this weekend. Doesn't feel the need to go out there and put any more miles on the car.
Has he not got one more race to do this afternoon? Maybe not. So.
No, he would have done it this morning.
He
So he is not back out. David Blackie not back out either, who finished second yesterday, and likewise Mike Manning. Well, Mike Manning left early this morning, didn't he? So Mike Manning, who was on the podium yesterday. So James Allen finished fourth in the Civic.
That would seem then to be a shoe-in, given that the three drivers that beat him yesterday in the all-comers are no longer available for play.
Indeed so. I will give you the hope of a good race here, though, between Jamie Sturgis and Mike Seaborn, because they were 11th and 12th respectively. They were half a minute apart, but they were at least reasonably evenly matched. So we'll see if Mike Seaborn is on his toes at the start here, whether he might be able to take the challenge to the Motul liveried BMW. Right, speed building. Safety car, I think, has headed into the pit lane. Yes, it has. And we are now going to go racing. Away goes James Allen. The battle will be behind him. And the BMW keeping the Jaguar at bay for now. We've got 12.5 minutes left on the clock. And the Jag, Mike Seaborn is on his toes, drives around the outside of Jamie Sturgis and into second place.
I worry about the Jag, actually, because is it just me, or can you actually not see into it? And that might be a slight issue. I mean, no, it is a little better. I think that Mike Seaborn might be going to have probably the most fun dozen minutes he's ever had in a car right about now, because I think that he's not being caught out by those slides. I think he's just having a whale of a time.
Yeah, and why on earth not put on a show for us as well? So, round the left-hander at Noble he goes, the car lurching to the left, then lurching to the right again as he avoids that strip of new tarmac in the middle of the road, because that's very grippy when dry, but extremely slippery when wet, because it's nowhere near as abrasive as the rest of the circuit, and you are hunting for the grip and the traction where you can find it.
I want to hear the engine from the onboard. I don't think there was much lifting there. And you wouldn't dare, actually. If you're committed like that and the car starts to meander at both ends, you've just got to keep your right foot nice and steady and not lift off, because that is a guaranteed trip into the scenery. As he steams up Woodham Hill, he's absolutely left the BMW of Jamie Sturgis way behind him. I think Jamie perhaps being a little bit more circumspect. And actually, it seems to me that Mike Seaborn might rather fancy his chances of running down the Civic if things dry a fraction.
Oh, huge slide that time off the final corner. Almost overdid it. What's his gap to James Allen? 5.5 seconds then. I think he's closer to James Allen, though, than Sturgis is to him. There is Sturgis coming out of the final corner. Very pretty car, isn't it, though? Jamie Sturgis's E28 BMW in an iconic livery as well. Immaculately presented, that one.
Yeah, and again, you know, while you want to have fun, the other thing you realise is that if you just get a little bit beyond your own limits, then there's a lot of very nice car going to be considerably rearranged. So, yeah, it's lovely to see these cars out, and the period livery works really well. And it was good in period, and it still looks good on the car now. Really handsome-looking machine.
It does look rather skittish, though, doesn't it? Very stiffly sprung. There's not a lot of body roll, which usually means that the cars can be a bit snappy, maybe, especially in the wet. So I think Jamie Sturgis doing the right thing, really, in just sort of taking his time over this. No need to rush it. Jamie, a pretty experienced driver, as I said, has raced TCR machinery in the past, not in TCR UK, but a couple of other series around the country, and also raced some GT cars, GT4 specification cars, I seem to recall, at one time. So Jamie, a pretty handy peddler. Don't know how long he's had this car for. I certainly haven't seen him out in it before, so might be that this is the first year that he's had the BMW. And still figuring it out. Now, from a very cautious Sunday afternoon drive to the exact opposite. Mike Seaborn lurches out of Church Corner, just about still in control.
I tell you what, I bet that's fun from the passenger seat. I know Tiff does the big tyre smoking rides in the BMWs here, but that would be an entertaining passenger seat ride as well, alongside Mike Seaborn in the Jag. Yeah, this is a good-looking livery. Actually, I was looking at the door plates, trying to figure out what they are. If they're relatively recent door plates, or whether they are in period. Decker, of course, for a long time, sponsor of the German Touring Car Championship. But I think this predates DTM. That was certainly more E30 M3s and Mercedes 190Es when it became DTM, as we know it. It was the DRM before, Deutsche Rennschaftsmeisterwagen. Oh dear, Rennwagen Meisterschaft, and that appears to be Mr. Seaborn facing in the wrong direction.
I'm not terribly shocked to hear that news, if I'm honest, especially at that part of the circuit. He got close to doing that a couple of laps earlier, didn't he?
Yeah.
So and now he's got to find first gear, or get the car fired up potentially. There we go. He's got some life in it. Then get it turned around.
I think he might just have clipped his right front headlights actually, because there didn't seem to any. It doesn't have the big headlights that the car would have had in period, but it looked like there was a bit of a kink in the wing just behind it and ahead of the tyre. I think little ripple of applause there from the marshals and from the crowd. He's certainly been entertaining and continues to do so. Under 8 minutes now to go.
Yes, and he crosses the line 47 seconds behind Jamie Sturgis, and he's immediately sideways again at the first corner, but his lap times have been 11 seconds a lap faster than Sturgis. He may still catch Jamie. We could have a bit of a grandstand finish here.
Yes, we might well do, because the BMW having slipped through, he only just avoided the leader catching him while he was getting back underway. So through comes James Allen in the Honda Civic. There we go, dial it in. A lot of problem when you're racing, in club racing, in the UK particularly, is that there's always that possibility you're going to need wet weather tyres. The problem is that rubber doesn't maintain its integrity while it's being stored or not used. All rubber goes off, all tyres go off, particularly racing tyres. So if you buy a set of wets, you might barely use them in an entire season. And you've barely used them, so you're actually not really that prejudiced towards going out and buying another set of wets that you're probably also going to spend, 200 quid plus a corner on and barely use. So an awful lot of club racers, and I definitely counted myself in this when I had my Mini 7, have tyres that came with the car and were sold with the car, and in the intervening period, I owned the car for nearly 20 years, and I sold the wets that I bought with it, which was second-hand then, and felt like mahogany when you were trying to use them. So that is really, although you're saying, okay, he's on wet tyres, they're appropriate for the conditions. If they were brand new wet tyres, they'd be a whole different proposition to tyres that he might have had 2 or 3 seasons even.
Oh, that's more like it, Mike. That was beautifully done. I was a bit concerned that there was an issue with this car. I think he knows he's attracted everyone's attention, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's on for a podium anyway, so it doesn't matter where he is. And he is just out there having a whale of a time, isn't he? And that was clearly a ripple of applause from everybody on the pit wall there. He was responding to that much in the same way that Statler and Waldorf and co at the back of the press room here have been enjoying your Civic commentary earlier on. I don't think they even bothered looking at the screens after halfway through the race, but Mike Seaborn really enjoying himself. And yeah, showboating is perhaps exactly the right word for a land yacht like the XJS, isn't it?
Indeed so. He's about to be lapped by James Allen. If I were James, I would, yes, there we go, he's being waved through. I was going to say, if I were James, I'd just sit behind Mike and enjoy the show, but Mike waving by and waving at James Allen as he goes through, and James, I think, even slowing down to return that little wave, and accelerates off on his way.
Yeah, not using the approved John Cleland finger, obviously. that was the please pass on that side digit.
Indeed so. On the previous lap, what did Seaborn do? A 50.3 on the last lap. Now he's actually catching James Allen now through Church Corner. He will be significantly quicker in a straight line than the Honda, and may well be back on the tail of the race leader by the top of the hill.
Well, as long as he doesn't get over enthusiastic and think that the Jag is going to stop as well as the Honda does, because he's probably carrying a good half ton of extra weight compared to the Civic.
Ooh, very vigorous through the chicane. Now, go on, here we go. Oh, not quite as much angle as the previous lap, but not a bad effort, not a bad effort. I'll give that a 7 out of 10.
Very good. 4 minutes remaining, so this plus at least one more, and they're probably going to get this plus 2 more. At least James Allen will. James Sturgis And Mike Seaborn might still be going around this time next Wednesday.
Minute 37 for James Allen last time, so just over a minute and a half. So yeah, 3 more laps, I reckon, including this one. The Honda hopping and skipping over the curbs as it was yesterday. It's certainly was one of the more excitingly driven cars in yesterday's race, and very much enjoyed James Allen using all of the Thruxton circuit that was available to him, and even running the curbs in the wet conditions, which is certainly a brave thing to do. And again, very much a modified Ford Civic. Honda Civic here, missing the rear bodywork, but this is a car that he will have been tinkering on for years and years and years to get it as quick as it is now. This car, hardly anything done to it since it raced in period, though, as it turns up through the club chicane. I do vaguely recall seeing a car that looked a little bit like this racing in the classic DTM historic series that they've had running over the last few years, and I think most of those cars ran with the Decra sponsorship, so I wonder whether maybe that's where this car originated from. Jamie does go through his touring cars quite quickly, so he'll drive this for a year, sell it on, go and drive something else maybe for a bit.
It does seem familiar. I'm not sure whether I've seen it at the Silverstone Festival or at Goodwood Revival a couple of times, but it has been around and about for the last couple of seasons, I think. The 5 Series, the 525i, was the basis of the County Challenge in the late 1970s. They were sponsored by a sort of regional BMW dealer per car. BMW organised the championship, and Tom Walkinshaw and TWR were very successful in that. In the end, Walkinshaw ended up winning the county championship and developed the sort of race fettling side of the business that obviously grew and grew as TWR into all sorts of successes across the globe in sports car and touring car racing. But the County Challenge was one of the early sort of one-make championships that became very popular in the UK. So Jamie Sturgis hanging on in second place. What is the gap? It was 26 seconds on the last lap, which means that Mike Seaborn probably spent almost as much time getting the car restarted as he has been actually driving it since.
Yes, but he was. Now, how's this for excitement? He was 13 seconds faster than Jamie Sturgis on the last lap. He is 26 seconds back, and I reckon had 2 more laps to go at that point. Now, 26 divided by 2 is 13. You see where I'm going with this? It's a bit of a handicap race almost. He may well have just judged this to perfection.
He might have done. Did you think he intentionally threw in the spin just to make to affect the handicap? Well, the race leader, James Allen, is now coming up behind the second place man, Jamie Sturgis. If Allen's not careful, he's in danger of lapping himself by the end of this one as well.
Oh, and that was a rather closer call than it needed to be. So he starts the last lap. That means there is 1 more lap left for everybody, basically. And what is this gap going to be from Sturgis back to Seaborn? If it's come down by another 13 seconds or more, which I suspect it has, yes, it's only 11.6. So I think Seaborn is going to get there around Church Corner-ish on the last lap.
Yeah, there could be a bit of a sort out at the chicane, couldn't there? That could be highly entertaining.
It may well be. Well, let's wait and see. Through the entrance to the complex comes Mike Seaborn, who is still... I don't think he's necessarily pushing for quick lap times, but this car is going quite quickly, even when sideways. And that may well be the fastest way to drive it, actually. It's the only way to coax it through the corners, but he is coaxing it very effectively and is not going to be that far behind Jamie Sturgis. He'll be able to see Sturgis now, probably. Maybe now he's taking this a bit more seriously because he's realised, actually, he could catch the BMW before the end of the race, pitches it into Goodwood, and as the camera pans round, we may even see Sturgis off in the distance. No, not quite. But I think he probably has a good chance of getting there before the flag. James Allen, though, must be close to the club chicane for the final time. And whilst he hasn't had any real opposition in this race, I'm sure he's enjoyed himself. And, oh, here we go. Seaborn, he's going to get there, isn't he? The Jag surely will out-grunt the BMW up the hill. And as long as he gets it stopped for the chicane and doesn't loop it on the exit, I think he will be in second position. Here we go.
He's got 3 times the cylinders and twice the horsepower of the BMW. Twice the cylinders and twice the horsepower. As James Allen wins it in the Honda Civic, it is a battle under braking, and the big Jag goes around the Beamer. So, yeah, well-timed recovery. And so all of that time, he was just waiting for the time to elapse so that he'd have a grandstand finish. Mike Seaborn ahead of Jamie Sturgis.
Did you see the crowd in the grandstand on their feet cheering as Mike Seaborn sailed round the outside of Jamie Sturgis into the chicane? That was really nice to see. I think Mike Seaborn has gathered himself a few more members of his fan club here this afternoon, because he very much put on a show in that race and was rewarded with second position as well by 1.2 seconds at the flag. He was again consistently 13 seconds a lap faster than Jamie Sturgis for the last 2 or 3 laps of that race. Right, well, that was rather more entertaining than it could have been, I have to say. And James Allen then coming out on top with a dominant performance in the Civic, I should say. A full lap clear in the end of Mike Seaborn, the spectacular Mike Seaborn, who was by far the star of the show in the Jaguar XJS. Then Jamie Sturgis in the BMW E28 M535, probably the prettiest car on the grid. Wasn't the fastest, but he was in second place for much of the race after the spin, of course, for Mike Seaborn, exiting the chicane early doors. So the all-comers are done. We may see a couple of those cars out later on, though, in some of the other Classic Touring Car Racing Club races. Next, though, we go rather more modern, because we are now moving to our second, yes, Fiesta ST240 race of the weekend. And after that, it is TCR time, so the TCR cars will be heading out just after this. Now, the updated timetable that we were sent, which I think we are still more or less running to, I reckon, there it is, the TCR race due to kick off at, drum roll please, 3:35. So 50 minutes time. We may be slightly earlier than that, actually. The cars are due to be released onto the track at 3:35, which is in 50 minutes time. So I think we will very shortly be heading down into Park Ferme to hear from Martin Hayden. But yes, we should be a little bit ahead of that timetable, I think. Right, Martin, over to you.
Well, in the collecting area, we're going to interview the entire field of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club all-comers race. James Allen victorious in the Civic. Mike Seaborn without a clutch, it transpires, in the Jag. So he's had to stop it a bit short. And in the BMW, Jamie Sturgis. So there are actually more family and friends watching here from the collecting area from Park Ferme than there are drivers and cars, which is not normally the same way around. So who's out first? Well, Mike Seaborn in the Jag. If he has a more fun race this season, I would like to see the video of it, because that looked like one heck of a fun drive. Well, out front, James Allen. How entertaining is this circuit when it's damp and slippery like that?
Definitely entertaining, yes. Very, very slippery. But it's good seat time.
It was good, and the car was faultless all the way through. You were very quick.
Yeah, the car was mega. Yeah, mega all weekend, so yeah, can't complain. Yeah, it's mega.
Excellent, congratulations, and a win. Let's catch up with the Jag. Now, no clutch, so he's had to jam it in gear so it doesn't run away. Mike Seaborn, you were waving to the crowd and to the marshals for their rounds of applause. How entertaining was that?
It was great, yeah, it was great. I mean, I'd already broken the car in the races yesterday, so today was just, well, to be fair, yesterday I went a bit sideways as well. But yeah, it was never going to go quick. It's got no clutch at the minute. The box has got problems, so it was a real sort of, so it was just like, well, I'm not racing anyone. Let's go have fun, and that's what we did.
Well, sometimes you've just got to put on a show, and you sure put on a show.
Yeah, I was actually trying to keep it in a straight line the whole time. These XJSs are a bit of a handful, if I'm honest.
Well, if you were trying to keep it in a straight line, you definitely failed significantly there. And finally, in third place, Jamie Sturgis. Jamie, congratulations on your podium in a packed field. Seriously, though, I mean, to bring the car out, there were a lot of cars in the collecting area before the rain who decided it wasn't going to be a great idea, but you decided to go and have a race anyway.
Yeah, we'd put the most extreme wet tyres we had on, which were road tyres, and thought that was, when there was an inch of standing water around the track, that might have been the right answer. But I think I'd have preferred the race wets by the end of it. But no, it was a lot of fun. And at the end of the day, there were 20 odd cars at the start of the weekend for this race, and attrition and crashes and people bailing out early has left us with as hardened criminals at the end, prepared to go out and race. So yeah, you got to be in it to win it, haven't you?
Well,
I didn't win it, but
I think you had your 99 quid's worth of value out of that, didn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. That's the best thing you'll ever get in motor racing for 99 quid.
Congratulations, well done, putting on a great show for the crowd as well. So, cars are ready on the green flag lap. Let's get back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Martin. Well, a slightly bigger grid now heading to the track. Hopefully they'll put on as exciting a show as the all-comers drivers did. It is the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship there. Second of 3 races this weekend, and they're going to have 2 green flag laps because of the change of conditions, because you may remember what seems like a long time ago now, last thing yesterday evening, these cars were last on track. It was bright, it was sunny, it was dry, and now it is none of those things. So 2 green flag laps, they've just become the second of those, so that gives us time to go through the grid, which is based upon the finishing results from yesterday. Alistair Kellett, championship leader, extended his margin out in front with another race victory. Joseph Knight will start alongside him. Henry Howarth and Simon Horrobin, row 2. Horrobin came charging through from the back end of the top 10 on the grid to finish in 4th place. Archie Johnson and Morgan Kidd were next. Then it was Charlie Ellis and Sean Reynolds on row 4. 5th row of the grid for Caitlin May and Lucas Hayden, with Connor Blackburn and Luke Waugh on row 6. Luke starting from the pit lane yesterday, made it to 12th. Then Gary Miller. So Gary Miller, second in the championship, 13th only on the grid after a mechanical retirement yesterday, and he will have Christopher Blackburn alongside him on row 7. Row 8, Harry Hayes and John Cooper, another to watch for, should move through well from the back. Dan Lewis, likewise, started at the front of the grid, didn't finish. James Pope alongside him, and Zach Lucas as well. So there are quite a few quick cars at the back of the grid here that we need to be keeping an eye on when the race gets underway. I would particularly say the red number 4 of Gary Miller, the sort of white and green and red 88 of John Cooper, 19 Dan Lewis, the white and orange machine, and then Zach Lucas's green machine at the back of the pack. So they should be coming forwards. The question is, how far up the grid can they get? We then have this partially reversed third race grid to come a little bit later on in the day as well. So if they can get themselves into the top 10, they've got half a chance of a decent grid position for the third race. So track conditions, Martin, I have to say, not looking too bad at all. Not a huge amount of spray, virtually no standing water. I think 2 green flag laps should be more than enough time for the drivers to more or less wrap their head around the conditions, and I think we're in for a pretty interesting race.
And they haven't got 5.3 litre torquey Jag V12s and rear-wheel drive to deal with either. So there is definitely a degree that this will be more manageable in terms of the machines out on the track, now, although not necessarily the amount of water. You can see they're still leaving very distinct tyre tracks through the chicane here, particularly on this sort of polished new bit of surface. And is that going to pull off? No. So Sean Reynolds keeps going. It just looked for a moment or two as though he was going to be pulling off.
Yeah, I think just very slowly heading towards his grid position then. Here comes some of the quick guys from the back. There's John Cooper coming through the chicane. That's Alistair Kellett. That was Alistair Kellett at the back of the grid, Martin. He is not on pole position. See in the background, the fluorescent yellow machine, the championship leader, is going to be starting from the back of the grid, if at all. Has he got a mechanical issue that may take him out of the race? That is Zach Lucas, who, of course, we lost before the race even started yesterday. And here is yesterday's winner.
Well, in theory, having started the formation laps, he should be able to drive through the field and take up his pole position spot, but he's coming into the pit lane. That car will not race, at least not from the front of the field. So Alistair Kellett, a good spot there at the back, which leaves Joe Knight in the Delphi car on the right-hand side as we look at it, on the left-hand side as the drivers look at it, as the sole car on the front row. Henry Howarth, the lilac car, and then the pale grey car of Simon Horrobin alongside him. So there are 2 cars on row 2. But that's a big, dramatic moment for the man on pole position.
And straight into the paddock, Martin, so he's not even attempting to fix the car. So the championship leader, who's had one non-finish already, remember, last time out at Silverstone, this is his last chance for a drop score. So if he has any dramas now at Silverstone next time out, it could realistically cost him the championship. So green flag ways, none of the championship contenders then are at the front of the grid. We need to have our eyes trained on Gary Miller and Zach Lucas from the back. Oh, one or two creeping in the middle of the grid, and then they go away, but the front row starters don't go anywhere. Joe Knight is slow, Simon Horobin's slow, and Henry Howarth gets the lead, but that was a very bizarre start to the race. They are 3 abreast through Allard Corner in the spray towards the complex they head, but Howarth it was who had the advantage as far as I could tell. Who will arrive at the complex as the race leader? Yes, it is Howarth, and that's Morgan Kidd. Morgan Kidd, well, was second, but then doesn't really make the corner, drifts out wide, loses second place, but Morgan Kidd in genuine contention here for a podium.
Yeah, she might have had a little nudge from behind from the blue and silver car of Joe Knight, but he's up into second. Morgan Kidd down to 4th place. She's just losing a spot there in the magenta car. I did notice right at the tail of the field, Daniel Lewis, who was in front at the restart yesterday and went off, I think almost stalled, or did stall. He was absolutely left for dead at the back, so not going well for him either. There's the Delphi car, so that started alone on the front row, Joseph Knight, and he's now down to, what, 7th place, 6th place? Not a great start for him. This could be a real mixed bag.
Well, something weird happened at the start because someone crept in the middle of the grid, and then the top 2 on the grid just didn't go anywhere at all. So we're hearing there might have been a glitch with the lights where they went out and back on and then out again. So possibly some water getting into the electrics there. That'll need to be looked at for the rest of the day. But that has created an even more jumbled up order as Morgan Kidd has locked up and he's going straight on. Morgan Kidd now from 3rd position, crunch into the tyres. And that is a big, big hit that for Morgan Kidd. And that was a mistake that we see quite a lot in these conditions. A big lock-up going into the chicane. And from there, you just can't get the car turned.
I think that is going to leave the race director with little choice but to throw the red. That car is not going to move, and the barriers are damaged as well. I'd be very surprised if we go safety car. With 18 minutes, I'm not sure that they'll get the barrier repairs affected. And of course, we went to lunch early because of damage to exactly that same end of the barriers. So we do know that it was safely repaired. Yellow flags are out, safety car. So safety car it is. And that means that it is Henry Howarth in the lilac car who leads Charlie Ellis and Archie Johnson. It's a real jumbled up bag. Sean Reynolds, the 777 car, coming from 8th place to 4th. Well, the good news is, although that has definitely knocked the wind out of her sails, that Morgan Kidd is out of the car and seems to be okay. The medical crew will examine her, and absolutely rightly so, but it did look like, and she got out under her own steam. And the one thing, of course, that happens when you've got the harnesses over the frame of the hands device is that that's something else that gets pushed into your chest when you have a big stop like that, and that will have come down from, I don't know, what, 60 or 70 miles an hour to 0 in within a foot. So it is a very severe retardation, but hopefully she will feel no ill effects of that.
And what a shame, because she was on for it looked like a really good result there, or at least a chance of a really good result, but sadly that is not going to be the case. So the safety car is out then. No sign of a red flag yet, just a safety car period for now. Have just had some news, by the way, from Alistair Douglas, one of the circuit commentators here. Alistair Kellett broke 5th gear on the green flag lap. Now, his priority now, of course, is to get that fixed for race 3. So they're already in the process of extricating that gearbox, putting a new one in, but they haven't got a huge amount of time to get that done. And as I said before, he's already using 1 drop score with that non-finish from Silverstone last time out, another non-finish here. If for whatever reason he can't start race number 3, that has enormous championship implications, especially if Gary Miller and Zach Lucas can score well out of these races. Well, Miller is 9th at the end of the opening lap, and Zach Lucas into the top 10 as well. So if we get much more racing out of this one, they've got a real opportunity here to do some big damage in the points.
That's a heck of a first lap from Zach Lucas, isn't it, to get himself into the top 10 from starting back in 19th place. He was last car on the grid. He wasn't the last to arrive, actually. That was Harry Hayes, car number 26, arrived quite a long while after everybody else was stationary and getting ready to go. Saw him arrive in his grid spot at the back of the shot, but yeah, very solid effort indeed from Zach Lucas. He's obviously shaken off the commentator's jinx of me chatting to him yesterday. Did James Pope do the same? Yeah, but not quite to the same extent. He's up to 12th place from his 18th starting place. And Dan Lewis, yeah, that slow getaway, he's only 15th. He didn't make up much ground.
Yes, you spotted that, didn't you, that he was slow away again, probably caught out by the lights. So he'll be grateful for the safety car, I guess, because everyone butches back together, but he needed every lap of racing possible to try and pick up any significant positions. Well, coming into the weekend, Alistair Kellett was the best part of 60 points, 58 points clear of Zach Lucas after dropped scores. Well, this non-finish for Kellett means that he will score back one of his drops, which was a 38-pointer from Brands Hatch. So regardless of what happened in this race, Kellett was always going to score 38 points, even if he didn't enter the race. So he'll get 38, but there are 50 points for a race win, plus the bonus points for things like fastest lap. So might be a bit of a stretch here to say that Zach Lucas or Gary Miller could win the race, but if they can get anywhere near the podium or the top 5, they will genuinely then start to take some points out of Kellett. So, and then after that, Kellett's next worst finish will be a 3rd place, so 42 points. He's had a few 3rd places through the rest of the year, so if he were to non-start race 3, that's what he would then start to score back. But this is an opportunity. The last thing really that Miller and Lucas need is an extended safety car period here. They need this race to go green as soon as possible, but of course that will all depend on the state of the barrier.
Yeah, I fear that might be a little bit of an ongoing issue, actually, for these Fiesta drivers. Certainly Morgan Kidd was out of her car, and it looked as though she was okay. She will be examined by the medical crew. I don't suggest that the car is necessarily going to be ready to go for race 3, but hopefully she will be A-OK. Already had a couple of concussions, or one concussion at least, in yesterday's racing. That's not necessarily what anybody needs at any stage of any season, but not when you're getting into the tail end of it as well. You want to complete your year on a high. But Henry Howarth leading the field around behind the safety car. So we just lost the 2 cars. Alistair Kellett, the poleman, who pulled off on the formation lap, having lost 5th gear. Now, if that was a very different sort of circuit, you might perhaps be able to live with that at Thruxton. No, that's just not happening. The other problem is when the gear won't select anymore, that means that something is moved inside the gearbox. That normally means that something is broken inside the gearbox, and it hasn't come out of the gearbox. It's still in there. And of course, the first thing that happens when you then try and race it and somehow live without 5th is that the broken bit of gear or hub or whatever it is will find its way into everything else and totally destroy the gearbox. So I think that was very good thinking by Alistair Kellett, straight through the pit lane, straight down towards the team, and immediately, before everything's really red hot, try and get the gearbox out and fit a replacement. And then Morgan Kidd's incident up at the chicane. As ever, big crowd down there. It's a really great place to view at Thruxton. You can walk all the way around from the top of Woodham Hill, the chicane there, all the way around past the complex till the cars go out in the country. So lots of spectacular viewing from the banks around the outside. And yeah, the chicane is one of those key areas in British motorsport where you see an awful lot of real daring do, because it's a very high speed approach and the variety of lines is as wide as the day is long.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite places actually to watch racing from, because you know you're guaranteed action. It doesn't matter what the championship is that's racing, that is the overtaking opportunity here at Thruxton, really. And as soon as cars start going wheel to wheel into that braking zone, you know you are in for a bit of a show. So Henry Howarth leads Charlie Ellis and Archie Johnston at the front of the field. All 3 of them are AM class drivers as well. So this is not a reversed grid race, it's just that they've outlasted some of the pros, the best of whom is Sean Reynolds in 4th position. There, by the way, on the inset is the barrier repair work ongoing. So actually doesn't look too significant. I think once they put the front on the cover on the front of the tyre wall, we might be good to go. We could get half a race in here, Martin.
I think so, and they will get full points, at least if they've covered 50% of race distance. So 11 minutes on the clock. It was 20 originally. And of course, these safety car laps, they do count, so it's not like we've stopped it and then restarted it with fewer laps to go. So there's no overtaking, no passing, no chance of making up ground. If you like, the red car there, the driver Gary Miller, 9th place, but that's again a pretty decent gain from the first green flag lap. He started in 13th and has taken advantage of whatever gaps he could find. Meanwhile, everybody trying to weave around. Even at speed, we saw much, much less spray from the start of the race than we had from the middle part of the all-comers race that preceded it. So the track is drying. There's not much wind. There is a little breeze, as there was this morning, but the track is definitely drying, and the forecast is not for further rain. So hopefully the day will continue to get better, and we've had our big downpour around 11 o'clock. It stopped pretty much again then at midday, and then there was a bit more during the lunch break, but the track is dry. Morgan Kidd's car coming past us behind the wrecker, actually not quite as badly damaged as I thought it might be. I don't see it going out again today, but it does look more as if there is bodywork damage rather than it's moved the engine and transmission at the front of the car. Of course, those all are going to be lined up to millimetre perfection before the car hits the track again. You don't just sort of hope that it's straight, you make sure it flipping well is straight, because otherwise the car starts to drive itself, which is less than ideal.
Yeah, absolutely so. But as we saw, she was absolutely fine. Taken to the medical centre, I'm being told, for a routine checkup, but she got out of the car under her own steam. Safety car, I'm also being told, is coming in this lap. So one more lap of safety car. 7 minutes we're going to have? Well, maybe less than that. They're lapping in 3 minutes behind the safety car, so 6.5 minutes maybe of racing we will have left. Also, I mentioned the AM drivers at the front of the field, not only to give them a little bit of recognition for doing a very good job, but also to highlight what is a much closer championship battle than the pro class and the overall championship fight, because coming into the weekend, James Pope led the AM Championship by just 7 points over Charlie Ellis after drop scores. Well, yesterday, Charlie Ellis finished third in the class, and James Pope was a non-finisher. So James Pope, that will count as, again, one of his dropped scores, his second non-finish of the season, that will be. So he will have scored back a few points, but definitely did lose points to his big championship rival, Charlie Ellis, and may well have lost the championship lead. So Charlie Ellis is up there in second position, and in a position now to, if he hasn't already, move to the top of the AM Class Championship standings. James Pope, of course, all the way down in 12th position, and you do score points based upon your overall finishing position, so it's not your position within class. Every single driver out there is fighting for the same points in the same point structure, but for 2 different championships based on your driver experience. So James Pope really does need to try and make the most of this 6 minutes or so of racing that he'll have to try and limit the damage being done by Charlie.
Well, the safety car will pick up the speed towards the end of the lap and disappear into the pit lane, trying to get everybody back into a decent long queue. There you are, lights off on the safety car. There's the queue for our leader, Henry Howarth, to just slow the pace of the field a little. What he wants to do is back everybody up so that the car in second place, Charlie Ellis, has company behind, and that's going to just sort of limit his options when it comes to trying to make a move on Henry Howarth. And Howarth then also, as the race leader, has the decision of when he's going to go. He doesn't have to worry about how quickly he goes, because he's not got anybody to pass before the start line. Everybody behind will be aware that they don't just get to pass as soon as the leader goes. They have to wait until they've crossed the start-finish line at the end of this safety car lap. So you have to judge these things pretty well. If you get a run out of the chicane, you've got to make sure that it's not too much of a run.
Yes, and if the leader gets it all wrong through the chicane, as we saw in one of the races earlier on, that can cause a little bit of confusion, but it looks like a good restart here from Henry Howarth. Fires the car through the chicane, and we are racing again with 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship bursts back into life here at Thruxton, and Henry Howarth already with an 0.8 of a second lead over Charlie Ellis. That's a bigger gap than he had actually at the time of the safety car, so very impressive stuff. There, look, is his AM Championship rival, number 41, and that is, 47, James Pope, who's up the inside of Connor Blackburn. Again, James needing every single point that he can score. Up towards the complex they will go. John Cooper there looking up the inside of Simon Horrobin, so this is for 7th position. In fact, Horobin going past Cooper, I should say, and then Cooper coming right back at him at the final part of the complex. They lean on each other slightly, and here come the two title contenders, Gary Miller and Zach Lucas, either side of the delayed Horobin. And this, Martin, is a really important battle. Zach Lucas past Gary Miller, and these two both need to make as much progress as they can.
And they're absolutely flying, aren't they, past these guys. Simon Horobin in the grey car with the little yellow sills, orange sills. He started 4th on the grid, and he's just been shuffled back down to the tail of the top 10 as the quicker cars or the more successful championship scoring cars come through. So it was a really good run through from James Pope out of the complex. He's sort of left the red car of Gary Miller trailing in his wake a little. There is Pope, and there is Gary Miller. So they're trying to make their way up the order further.
This is for the lead. This is for the lead. Charlie Ellis on the outside of Henry Howarth. So Howarth, despite that really good restart, Martin, is now under pressure. And Charlie Ellis sees an opportunity here to claim a first ever victory in the championship. Although for Howarth, it would be the same. So both of them now with a golden opportunity. But of course, for Charlie Ellis, the point situation is significant as well.
Archie Johnson keeping a following brief in 3rd place. I said James Pope, I meant Zach Lucas coming up the order. He's up to 7th. Simon Horobin still holding off Gary Miller on the way up the hill, but the leaders battling side by side. Ooh. Yeah, there's no easy way round the long way in the complex. Getting yourself inside, though, is also fraught with disaster because you then run out of road. He did really well, I think, Charlie has to hang on to that. But here comes Archie Johnson, seeing the main chance, drafts by into 2nd place. It is a 3-horse race.
And none of these 3 drivers have ever won a race in this championship either. They've got Sean Reynolds behind them. Sean is the first of the pro drivers, remember, and Sean Reynolds also perhaps in line for a good result here. Then round the right-hander they go at Goodwood. Again, Sean's not won a race this season in the championship either, side by side for 2nd position. Ellis there defending really now then from Archie Johnson.
But the way Ellis's car was bouncing, I think he was on the grass on the inside there. But you can see all 3 of these leading cars with their rear wheels cocked up in the air under braking. These are all running full dry setup but with wet weather tyres. Henry Howarth is clear, and Archie Johnson up to 2nd place as they get onto the brakes at the chicane.
Yep, through the right, through the left, through the right, onto the pit straight they will come. What about Zach Lucas? He's making good progress and may yet get on turns with this group. There he is, look, behind Joseph Knight. So Zach Lucas up into 6th position past Lucas Hayden on that lap. What further progress can he make then? Across the line they go. 3.25 minutes to go. Probably 2 more laps of racing then. And Henry Howarth, who a lap or so ago was under real threat for the lead, is now all of a sudden enjoying once again a 6 or 7/10 of a second cushion. But I think Archie Johnson fancies his chances here. He's closing in all the while, as there Joe Knight does run a little bit wide. Zach Lucas just needs to keep on picking them up and putting them down, past people as quickly as he can. But Joseph Knight is not making life easy for him.
No, Zach Lucas, 2-3-4, really pushing hard here. He knows that he's got, or at least he believes that he's got title rival Gary Miller very close behind him. What he doesn't know is that it all went wrong at the chicane for the red car of Gary Miller, and he's now down to 11th place. So every spot Zach Lucas makes now is putting more daylight between himself and Gary Miller, but he is going to struggle here, isn't he, to get by Joe Knight. Joe, 2nd yesterday, his best ever Fiesta result, and I'm sure he would love to make sure that he hangs on here in the top 5.
Yeah, well spotted, Martin. Hadn't seen that with Gary Miller, so he's outside of the top 10. Zach Lucas is all over the place. Out of Church Corner, fires the car across to the right-hand side of the road. That was full commitment, but actually I think he was a bit too sideways. Lost some momentum up the hill and hasn't yet made the pass. That was Charlie Ellis battling Archie Johnson for 2nd. You don't know where to look, do you then? Out of the final corner we will go. I'm going to correct myself, actually. We're going to have time for 2 more laps, aren't we? 1:50 to go. So 2 more times around the Thruxton circuit then. And Henry Howarth with a 1.5 second lead now is loving seeing all of this battling going on behind him.
Yeah, the Archie Johnson-Charlie Ellis battle at the chicane held them both up. And again, Joe Knight holding off Zach Lucas. Lucas now looking to the inside as they head down towards the complex, but that's going to leave on the outside of the first element as they turn into Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Oh, outbraking himself, Joe Knight, and that was the gap that Zach Lucas needed. He sneaks through. Absolutely on the metal there. He saw that the car in front was just running a little deep and changed his line, cut through on the inside. Looks like Lucas Hayden was trying to go by there as well. There is car number 4. So Gary Miller up to 10th place now. He was in 12th. He's got ahead of James Pope. He's got the sort of martini stripes on his car, so he has moved up the order of fraction. I think James Pope's moved up the order of fraction, so maybe they both got by Gary Miller and are chasing Simon Horobin. But Zach Lucas is clear now, and look at the break that he's made, and that mistake by Joe Knight has dropped him a couple of spots. Lucas Hayden has gone by as well, and so the Delphi car now down to 7th place, I think.
A significant move that for Zach Lucas. It puts him in 5th position. You score 40 points for finishing 5th, but more importantly, the score that Alistair Kellett is now regaining because of this non-finish was a 6th place, 38 points. So now Zach Lucas is outscoring Alistair Kellett, if any of that made sense. Gary Miller here trying to do the same, but he's going to have to go some to achieve that. Does go steaming round the outside of Simon Horobin and John Cooper. Can he get the car stopped? Rather predictably, I'm afraid the answer is no. He sort of files his way back onto the road, but having nearly gained 2 places, he ends up back behind the pair of them again at the line. One more lap to go, 1.7 seconds the lead for Henry Howarth. No mistakes, Henry, and your first ever victory in the championship is just 90 seconds or so away.
Had it been dry for the red car of Gary Miller, that would have worked. In the rain, it didn't. Now, this is the battle for second. The blue car and the blue and silver car, Archie Johnson ahead of Charlie Ellis, the red and yellow car. Then the yellow car of Sean Reynolds, 777 there. He is in 4th. Zach Lucas with them now. So Zach Lucas currently 5th, but can see 2nd and 1st place, not too far ahead. Now that is ambition above his station, but he could make up more ground.
Always going to try and go around the outside of Sean Reynolds is, cuts back to the late apex to get the inside line on the way out of the corner. Oh, didn't quite have the grip though, did he? On the front of the car, drifts out a little bit wide, so that probably means he might have another chance to get past Sean Reynolds, but 4th I think is as high as he will get. That's a decent result nonetheless. Out of Church Corner there goes Henry Howarth. It looks like we might end up with an AM 1-2-3 as well. I mean, I can't remember the last time that ever happened in the Fiesta ST240 Championship, and Henry Howarth, a first win then, is on its way potentially. What about 2nd place though? Charlie Ellis needs the points, remember, for the AM Class Championship. James Pope has not really made any progress, only 11th at the moment, so Ellis definitely will be leading the championship after this race, and looks like he'll have to settle for 3rd. But it is the checkered flag and a maiden victory for Henry Howarth. It's a land rush for 2nd place, but Johnson hangs on, Ellis 3rd, Sean Reynolds 4th, and Zach Lucas will be a tad frustrated, I think, with 5th position. That safety car, really, the elongated safety car, didn't actually do him that many favours, really, but ends up in a solid, if unspectacular, 5th position. 6th position, I should say, the first time, 5th place, Zach Lucas, 6th Lucas Hayden, 7th Joseph Knight, then John Cooper, Gary Miller and Simon Horobin behind. So Miller, whatever happened to Miller at the chicane there, 2/3 race distance, really did scupper his chances of a good points haul, and actually he won't have gained any points at all there on Alistair Kellett. In fact, will have lost some, because Kellett, although he non-finished, he gets to score back the points he had previously been dropping for a 6th place finish in the reversed grid race at Brands Hatch. But really the big story with Kellett is, can they get that gearbox changed in time? Because the 3rd race for the Fiestas due to kick off in 2 hours. 2 hours for a full gearbox change, that is pushing it, I would have thought. So we'll have to wait and see if he makes it out onto the track, and of course they might well get the gearbox changed, but can they get it fitted properly? They're not going to be able to take the time over that they ordinarily would, and so as a result, will everything be working in conjunction with each other as it should be for that 3rd race? Well, we'll find out in a couple of hours' time. For now, though, it is celebrations for Henry Howarth. Henry Howarth, a winner in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship by nearly 2 seconds in the end over Archie Johnson 2nd and Charlie Ellis in 3rd. Sean Reynolds came home in 4th position, 5th place Zach Lucas from the back of the grid, and valuable championship points scored. 6th position Lucas Hayden, 7th Joseph Knight, 8th for John Cooper, 9th Gary Miller, and 10th in the end for Simon Horobin. Then it was James Pope, only 11th, so he's losing touch a little bit now in the AM Class Championship battle. Harry Hayes 12th ahead of Dan Lewis, and Luke Waugh in 14th. 15th for Connor Blackburn, 16th Caitlin May, and Chris Blackburn in 17th place. Alistair Kellett we lost on the green flag lap with that broken gearbox, and Morgan Kidd, well, we saw her demise, unfortunately, up at the chicane. Morgan Kidd ending up in the barriers and out of the race, but she is okay, and that is the main thing. So Howarth then heads to Parc Fermé. And the rear bodywork actually a little bit loose on Henry Howarth's car, but it'll be worth catching his reaction, I think, when he gets out of the car, because that was his first win in the category, and the Jam Sport team will have a lot to celebrate at the end of that race. A hard-fought race in tricky conditions, and the youngster came out with a really, really good result there. Into Parc Fermé, they all trickle. Martin Haven will be standing by. And we should now be able, I think, to head over and hear from Martin. So Martin will have 3 AM drivers to chat to on our Fiesta podium.
Huge celebrations from Henry Howarth with his first win in the Fiestas. He doesn't need to get his helmet off. You can see the smile on his face. This is a major, major moment for Henry Howarth. Well, congratulations, young man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That was an amazing race. I'm speechless, to be honest.
Tell us about the pressure of being in front and always having to watch the mirrors. That's new, isn't it?
That was definitely a new experience. I honestly, I don't know why I'm going to start. The lights came on briefly, went off, came back on again, and it confused the front too. So I went down the inside, took the lead, safety car came out, and I was just egging on that safety car to stay out as long as I could, because I did not want to restart that race anytime soon. But I managed to keep the lead, but yeah, it was certainly a big pressure for my first safety car restart.
All right, well, congratulations. You had it all to do, and you did it, so congratulations. First win in the Fiestas. Well done to you. Second place, Archie Johnson. Let's just grab a quick word with Archie. Archie, that was a busy old race.
Oh, yeah, it was. Getting a good start, getting into second off the start, but I think I lost it a couple of corners later through a slide. But, you know, the safety car kind of helped with the tyre preservation, because towards the end, the tyres really went off.
All right, well, congratulations. Second place. It was an all-AM podium. Let's see if we can grab Charlie Ellis as well. Charlie, look at you. That looked easy. What do you...
I don't know what to say. I mean, what do I say? That's the question.
It was insanity, wasn't it? That was a busy race. That's why people go racing.
Exactly. That's why the Fiesta ST240s are one of the best championships in the UK. I mean, yeah, that was really, really fun. I mean, I got to battle out with some of my best mates. You know, you can't ask for much more, can you?
Well, you go and get a trophy and stand on the podium as well. Well done, young man. Congratulations. Right, the TCR cars are on their way. So let's get back to commentary and pick up the action from there.
Thanks, Martin. Well, cars released from the assembly area then finally for our first TCR UK race of the day. The poor TCR UK drivers have been sat around all day. It's 3:20 and it's the first time they've been out on track, but we're actually not running massively behind the original schedule, about 20 minutes or so. So this was kind of always the plan, really. A very quiet morning for TCR UK, but then a very busy afternoon. 2 races to be run now this afternoon, and this is the race with the partially reversed grid. So the championship, I've always said before, championships won and lost on reverse grid races historically, and in these tricky conditions that is especially prevalent. Yesterday's race, if you didn't join us, well, it was certainly a dramatic one, because it again saw trouble, I'm afraid, for Adam Shepherd. That's been really the story of his season, hasn't it? Mechanical issues, a fuel pressure issue this time, we think it is, that took him out of the race. But Callum Newsham was able to pick up the race victory. Now, that win for Newsham and only a 3rd place finish in the end for Carl Boardley means that the championship leader is still Carl Boardley, but only just 5 points, we reckon, now separating the top 2 in the championship coming into this second race. Boardley after drop scores on 461 points, Callum Newsham 457, and they are now just starting to edge away slightly from Brad Hutchison on 413. He's not out of it by any stretch, especially considering you can't have any drop scores at the final round at Silverstone, but it is looking now more and more really like a head-to-head between Carl Boardley and Callum Newsham. Cars then making their way around to the grid. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. Alongside me is Jack Oliphant. And Jack, yesterday's race really took place in very similar conditions, I'd say. It's damp but not wet. It is greasy, not grippy, definitely. And there were some drivers yesterday who seemed to enjoy these conditions quite a bit more than some others.
Absolutely, yeah. You said that at the beginning of this little show that you felt sorry for the TCR drivers. I don't think many people are going to reciprocate that because, one, they're out there driving a TCR car, and two, they're probably getting the slightly better end of the weather as we get later into the day. They're two races, obviously. This is the first of the day, and then they're the last race of the day as well, which means as long as, touch wood, we don't get any more rain, they should probably have the driest race of the day. Now, Darren Lewis was one of the drivers that really enjoyed the weather yesterday. He was absolutely clattering all over all the curbs. It was really exciting to watch. We see Stuart Lyons lining up on the front row. There's Rick Kerry as well. Rick's in a good spirits. I've been chatting to him quite a lot. He's looking forward to this. He just loves the circuit. He says he's probably got the pace on Will Beach, but he couldn't quite get ahead of Will when the tyres were at their peak, so he couldn't quite do it towards the end. But Rick is very much keen to try and sort of make his mark on the Gen 1 Cup, which is something we have to think about. I mean, you obviously have spoken about the actual championship and 4 points the difference there. It's 4 points the difference in the Gen 1 Cup as well, so it's a nice little symmetry there.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them nip and tuck, really, aren't they? Rick Kerry is dropping a lot more points than Will Beach, it must be said, because Beach has had a couple of non-finishes, but Rick Kerry, this is really the penultimate race now that you could drop anyway, so all of that consistency means nothing if it all goes wrong at Silverstone next time out. But yeah, Will, despite two non-finishes, still breathing down the neck of Rick. There is Will Beach, who will be starting this race fourth on the grid. So crucially, one place behind Rick on the grid now. So Rick reckoned he was faster, but just couldn't find a way through. Well, it's kind of money where your mouth is time now, isn't it, for Rick Kerry? Because now he does have that slight track position advantage. Little bit of fresh rain starting to fall as well. Only a couple of drops for the time being, but it is just starting to drizzle a bit. There are some dark clouds heading our way, but the track, I think, is probably wet enough that there's not really going to be too much conversation about tyre choice here.
No, I don't think so. It is just wet. Brad Hutchinson's going swimming instead. I think it's a tyre. His racing probably wouldn't do too well in the pool, but he's probably hoping for his swimming shorts out there. Now, Brad, he's got a different setup on the car, apparently. He's hoping, he didn't tell me what the setup was, but he's very much hoping that he's going to be a lot faster in this race compared to yesterday. So he wasn't very happy with how it went, but more importantly, in terms of changes and setups and everything like that, Adam Shepherd has got an inkling that he's finally found that gremlin.
Oh, good.
He was very quick, Adam Shepherd. If no one actually watched the race yesterday, you're probably wondering why he's starting at the back of the grid. He was a DNF, I believe, but he was basically fighting Callum Newsham right at the front end, wasn't he? For about 3 laps, 4 laps maybe. And then all of a sudden, the mechanical gremlins that have been plaguing him since Silverstone and since Croft came in, and he ended up having to come in and try and change a load of things, which they think they've finally managed to locate. Apparently it was some kind of wire that was part of the ECU or something like that. I don't know. It all got very complicated when he tried to explain it to me, and it's well above my pay grade. But there was a wire that was basically about 70% frayed, and he thinks maybe there were signals being crossed there, and they've replaced that, and he's hopeful.
Okay. Well,
I'm hopeful.
I'm hopeful.
I'm repeating what he said to me. I don't understand it, but it's there.
Well, I'm hopeful as well, because he really deserves a bit of good fortune, does Adam Shepherd. He's probably the unluckiest driver. Well, no, let's face it, he is the unluckiest driver on the TCR UK grid. He's out of title contention realistically now. Best part of 100 points now he is back from the championship leader. Mathematically still possible, sure, but realistically we're looking at Fordley versus Newsham here, I think, unless anything goes horrendously wrong for those two. So the green flag lap then gets underway. The grid, as I said, is the top 10 from yesterday's race reversed. So we have some drivers at the front we don't often see at the front, some drivers at the back who will have a lot of overtaking to do, and actually Adam Shepherd lines up right behind Carl Bordley and Callum Newsham. It's almost as if he won the race yesterday after all, and is just back there because of the grid reversal. It's Mark Smith then who inherits pole position, and Stuart Lyons alongside in the Hyundai, and then those two tussling drivers at the top of the Gen 1 Cup, Rick Kerry and Will Beach. Remember, it's Kerry with that 4-point advantage over Will Beach, and he starts 1 place ahead of him on the grid here this afternoon. Sam Ladle and Darren Lewis then are together on row number 3. Darren Lewis, remember, the 4 Winfield Trophy runaway leader at the moment. Then we have got Brad Hutchison and Carl Boardley. So we start getting into our type of contenders here, really. Hutchison and Carl Boardley, row 4. Steve Laidlaw should be starting 9th, but you can see in the background there, his car is going nowhere. He's stalled on the grid, so Callum Newsham might have row 5 to himself, with Luke Sargent and Adam Shepherd on the 6th row of the grid together. That's a shame that for Steve Laidlaw, though. Second yesterday, that was another podium finish for Steve, and was his second or third podium, I think, in his TCR UK career. And his third podium that was, but chances of a fourth one now looking a little bit remote.
That's a bit of a shame, because he was definitely one of the talking points of race 1 yesterday, wasn't he? He was sensational to watch it. Him versus Carl Boardley. Obviously, he's mixing it with some really strong drivers now, Steve Laidlaw. This isn't how he was hoping to wait around all day after that was such a high yesterday. We can see him being pushed in front of our commentary box. If he does get it started, it looks like he's going to have to get it started and start from the pit lane, which is a bit heartbreaking for him, because as I said, he was on such a high yesterday. He was absolutely loving it. You can find the interviews on the stream and on the TCR social pages, but it doesn't look like he's going to be on such a high this time round.
No, that is a shame. The Area Motorsport team running over to try and diagnose, and if they can, fix the problem. There you can see them, Rob Baker leaning in, the boss man of Area Motorsport, who knows a thing or two, it has to be said, about how to prepare a quick TCR car, but this one unfortunately giving them a little bit of trouble. So that car there may or may not be a late starter, certainly won't be starting on the grid. This car will be, though. Mark Smith from pole position, and in these tricky conditions he'll need to have his wits about him, because there are some quick and committed drivers coming from further down the order, and you really do feel, don't you, Jack, that, or I do at least, that in these conditions you look at the likes of Boardley and Newsham and Shepherd, you kind of feel that whichever of those drivers can hit the front first probably has a really good chance of winning the race, because those three quite evenly matched, and it's not easy to overtake in these conditions unless you've got a big performance advantage.
Yeah, well, I think everybody's hopefully going to obviously keep it on the track, but Callum Newsham will probably be thinking, oh, there's just going to be a little bit of assistance, maybe some door-to-door action, leaving some gaps so you can just squeeze through and everything, make it a little bit easier for him, because you're right. Overtaking around this circuit in these conditions is not the easiest thing in the world. We saw that in the Middlesex Sports Civic Cup earlier on, although it was a sensational race. It was very difficult to make moves and make them stick as well. So I'm hoping for an equally exciting race as we have in the Civics. Just not as eventful, maybe.
Well, yes, and whilst Callum Newsham might be hoping for a few things to happen in front of him, he doesn't want to be involved in those things, does he? Nor do Carl Boardley or Brad Hutchison either. Right then, here we go then. Penultimate race of the day for TCR UK. The reverse grid race is underway now. Mark Smith does not get a great start from pole position, it has to be said, but there is nowhere really for the others behind him to go. Stuart Lyons will challenge for the lead then, round the outside into Allard Corner. And what of the title contenders further back? Boardley still ahead of Newsham for now. They both go to the inside line, interestingly, as they head towards the complex for the first time. It is Stuart Lyons who's got the lead, actually. Mark Smith in second place. Laidlaw on the grass up the inside, slithers into third, and that is Newsham into Hutchison, into Mark Smith, and Callum Newsham, 5 points off the championship lead, is off at the complex, and that car, Jack, is going nowhere.
Yeah, I think that is going to be heartbreaking for him. Brad Hutchison was the other driver stricken. That's both of them. Here comes Carl Boardley trying to go through Will Beach. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a safety car, but Carl Boardley gets the job done before the safety car gets scrambled. We haven't seen any safety car indications apart from those yellow flags and the fact that there's safety car written all over our TSL timing. So just as I said that, by the way, I am trying to look at the screens, but that is absolutely heartbreaking for the Newsham Nutters. Brad Hutchison as well.
Yeah.
It's a big hand to Carl Boardley, really, isn't it?
Yes, well, both Newsham and Hutchison have had one non-finish apiece so far this year, so this will count as a drop score, but that's now damage to the car, repairs that need to be done before race 3, and that's less than 2 hours away. It's a very short turnaround. They have to get that car out for race 3, otherwise it's realistically championship done.
And every minute counts as well. They have to get that car to the infield to start working on it now. They can't have it being just left on the outside of the circuit, because that would be 20 minutes, half an hour probably, that they'll be wasting in comparison to when we're supposed to get race 3 underway. And you know, they can gaffer tape the front bonnet together or something like that, but they need the engine to be happy. And we didn't actually see what happened well, we did, like, I couldn't quite see whose fault it was, whether it was someone out braking themselves. I don't know if we've got a replay, but overall it's a big we absolutely do have a replay, is what Rob says from Alpha Live, so we'll be able to catch up with that. There's Brad Hutchison
Yes.
Hutchinson's got back going. Adam Shepherd hasn't moved forward, has he? That's quite interesting to see.
I think Hutchison's okay. I will see a replay now, but I don't think the contact was in the wheel. I think it was more in the door. Here's the replay. Watch in a moment or so Sam Laidlaw. Sam Laidlaw in that white, black and green Hyundai, I think is going to be the catalyst for all of this. Possibly because Mark Smith, just ahead of him, brakes quite early. Lindsay goes through into the lead. Rick Kerry into second place. And then I think Mark Smith is quite early on the brakes. He sort of squeezes Laidlaw onto the grass. Newsham tries to go with him. Yeah, you're right. Newsham tried to go with him, lost control. Oh, that's done a lot of damage to the front of the Norscott liveried Hyundai. I would be amazed if that car is out for race 3, unfortunately. But no, actually, I stand corrected. Laidlaw made the move cleanly. Newsham tried to follow him and lost control.
To be honest, I've absolutely no idea what either of them were thinking. I mean, they have been at Thruxton today.
Yeah.
They have seen the weather. They know full well the amount of water that's fallen onto that grass. You touch it and you are gone. And not only did Callum watch someone else get away with it, he then tried to replicate it. And you just think,
You're beginning to see, though, aren't you now, Jack, how easy it is to pass judgment as a commentator?
Yes.
Because actually all of that happened in a flash. And it was all triggered by Smith, I think, braking quite early. It stacked everyone up, and you just have to react, don't you? So wherever you see a gap, you've kind of got to go for it. Once you're on the brakes, as you will know as a driver, there is very little you can then do to alter your trajectory.
Absolutely, yeah. And to be fair to Mark Smith, we're saying he's early on the brakes. He's got every right to be early on the brakes. He's trying to defend a position. He's also going into territory he doesn't know where the grip is. He doesn't know how early he has to brake, how hard he doesn't want to lock the brakes, or anything like that. You know, he's just braking where he needs to be. Everybody else, obviously, a little bit too keen to try and go to that inside. I think ultimately that's what we're saying here, isn't it? And yeah, it's a big shame. I'm honestly heartbroken for Callum Newsham because he's been so fast this weekend. Yesterday he drove so well as well. And obviously he's the closest thing we've got to a championship contender with Carl Boardley. So I think even Carl Boardley would be very disappointed with that one because he loves a race. He's here to enjoy it. He's here to get his teeth stuck into some proper action. And well, Callum was easily the driver that was giving him the most action. So yeah, that is heartbreaking to see. But we have to focus on the rest of the race, Andy. And Stuart Lines is leading it, isn't he? With Rick Kerry, Sam Laidlaw, Carl Boardley, and Will Beach, the top 5.
Just a quick point on the championship then. So as I said, that will become a drop score for Callum Newsham, which means he scores back one of his 2 5th place finishes from Snetterton. He had 2 5th place finishes. Amazing to think, apart from the 2 non-finishes, he's never finished out of the top 5 this year, Callum Newsham. So whatever happens, he will score 24 points out of this race. It means that if Carl Boardley is not in the top 5, Newsham will actually still outscore him, ironically, in this race. So, well, actually, mind you, that would then become a drop score for Boardley. It all starts to get a bit complicated. But the point is, all is not lost. Newsham is still going to score something out of this race. And
it's just the next race, isn't it?
It's the next race that is the concern, absolutely, because you get 2 drop scores. He's had 2 non-finishes now, 2 zeros, so that is it. He has no more drop scores to fall back on. Now, Adam Shepherd got a piece of that as well. I think there was a bit of damage, bodywork damage, hopefully only, to the right front corner of Shepherd's car. Hutchison likewise. I wouldn't mind getting a look at the right rear corner of Hutchison's car to see how bad that damage is, but he's not pitted, so obviously isn't feeling anything in the car. And Jack, even at low speed behind the safety car, how much can you feel the car out and try and figure out if you have got any damage?
The problem is, on most circuits, you probably can get a good idea of what everything's going to do. The thing is with Thruxton, though, obviously about 90% of it is spent flat out. So you cannot get an idea of how the car's going to feel as soon as you go through Church or Noble or Goodwood. And they're the bits where it is obviously the scariest. So, yeah, you might have an idea on going in through the complexes. To be honest, is that a bit hanging off there, Andy? Just in front of the rear right. We might have a better shot of it just there. Something flapping around, the side skirts flapping around, isn't it? Hopefully that's not something on the floor. It might just be the side skirts. That will hurt him in terms of aerodynamics, but fingers crossed it's only sort of surface damage, really.
Yeah, the damage is just in front of the right rear wheel. Now, ironically, that's exactly the same kind of damage that he had at the end of that Silverstone race after he tangled with Callum Newsham at the first corner. So now that was the incident for which Brad was initially penalised and then had the penalty rescinded yesterday morning. So yeah, twice now in the last couple of events, those two have tangled on the opening lap.
Oh, of course, it was the first corner, wasn't it?
Cox corner,
of course it was, yes, of course.
Now,
I was watching, I was there, ladies and gentlemen, I was watching. There's been a lot of comings together in the TCR UK this year. But no, you're absolutely right, and you just hope that if he doesn't hit a curb big enough. But the lights are out, and I believe I thought we were going actually, but of course it's.
No, well, we are. It's just this is a Stuart Lyons restart. And he's overtaking the safety car before it goes in the pit lane. I'm not convinced you can do that, but anyway, for the sake of my job, I won't point that out. But Stuart Lyons does get the race back underway then. There is Carl Baldley. Now, he's come out of all of this laughing, hasn't he? Yes, he'll be disappointed that Newsham's been taken out in that way, but he is now in a really good position to score some serious points. A race win surely on the cards here for Baldley, as Rick Kerry defends his second position from Sam Laidlaw. That opens the door, does it, for the championship leader. In the background, Will Beach was dicing away with Darren Lewis too. Will Beach, remember, needs to try and chase Rick Kerry for that Gen 1 Cup battle.
He does indeed, but Will Beach obviously took the Gen 1 Cup victory yesterday, but Darren Lewis, and look, here comes Adam Shepherd with that damaged front right. He gets past both of them in one go. Darren Lewis goes behind Adam Shepherd, but Will Beach seems to be a little bit off the pace here. He doesn't seem to quite have the confidence in the car, does he? Unlike, say, Brad Hutchinson, who's seemed to not really be fearing any damage as he throws the car through the Thruxton curves for the first time under real anger here.
Brad Hutchinson described the Thruxton circuit as eventless when he first drove it in the dry. This race has been far from that, has it, for Brad, who is very much in the thick of the battle. Right, at the head of the field, Stuart Lyons still leads the way. It is no longer Rick Kerry second, it's Laidlaw second, Baldley third, and Sam Laidlaw wants the lead. The two I-30Ns go side by side. To the outside goes Laidlaw. So much later on the brakes. That was absolutely perfect. Definitely got the Jack Oliphant seal of approval, that move.
Yes, it did. I sort of feel a bit sorry for Stuart Lyons. I've been overtaken there exactly the same way in the losing third place, to be honest. So not exactly the same, because obviously we wasn't in the race lead, but it's a good move there by Sam Laidlaw. He had on the brakes. It looked like maybe there was a touch of a little too late on the brakes. Maybe he's going to potentially even lock up and skid a little bit, but no, he got it absolutely nailed. I think we're going to have Carl Baldley potentially going past Stuart Lyons before we know it as well. In fact, there we go, in front of your eyes. Carl Baldley goes into second place, and the heartbreak for Callum Newsham even gets harder. Yeah, now this race is probably going to boil down to another Baldley versus Shepherd showdown, I think, isn't it? Now, those two have put on some great battles in the past. Shepherd's championship hopes may well be sort of on the rocks, but he sees an opportunity to win a race here. Needs to get past Lyonsy quickly, goes to the outside at Noble. That's the inside for Goodwood, and the Cupra sweeps past the Hyundai and sets off after Baldley. Now, Baldley, of course, first has to catch and pass Sam Laidlaw. That, I don't think, will be the work of a moment. Sam will be rather enjoying his spell out in the front of the field, and I don't think he's going to care too much that the championship leader is the one about to challenge him. Well, why would he? I mean, Sam Laidlaw is there on merit, isn't he? He's got up there nice and clean. He did it well. He's, you know, why wouldn't he want a race victory? He's seen his dad on the podium. He wants to prove that he can do it as well, and even if he does slip back from first, maybe goes to second, maybe even goes to third, he's still had a great race. As Darren Lewis versus Rick Kerry, with Brad Hutchinson sort of trying to make that sweeping line around the outside, maybe straight line the complex a bit more, get a good exit and go into Allard, just maybe alongside or the inside on Darren Lewis. He hasn't quite got that done, has he, Brad Hutchinson? But I have a feeling he's sort of enjoying his car a little bit more than he did yesterday. We didn't really see any kind of positive attitude from him yesterday, Brad Hutchinson, but now at least he's making moves, he's going forward. I think he's actually fighting for 6th place, which is roughly where we came yesterday, I believe.
Here comes Baldley, good run through the first part of the complex. That's the inside for the second part, but Laidlaw signalling his intent. He's not going to move aside and wave the white flag, and here comes Shepherd nuzzling into the back of Baldley's car now. These two I don't think are on each other's Christmas card lists. They don't seem to get on particularly well. They've had a few fraught battles earlier on this season. I'm not for a second suggesting Shepherd will do anything dirty here, but he ain't going to help Baldley, that's for sure.
I thought he was going to lunge him, and in fact, here he goes. Adam Shepherd up the inside. He was climbing all over the curves through Noble. That quite often means they're setting up a move through Goodwood, and Carl Baldley probably half expected that to happen, but as they're going down towards Church, it's Adam Shepherd who's going to have the inside line. Carl Baldley's demoted down to third.
Yes, he is. So Shepherd goes through, and Baldley, I think, played the percentages there. Didn't want to stand his ground on the outside and risk contact. Let Shepherd go and have a battle with Sam Laidlaw. You never know. The race might fall back in Baldley's hands later on. Hutchison, by the way, past Rick Kerry. I think Darren Lewis has gone through as well as they head towards the chicane. Adam Shepherd then into second position. What can he do now about Sam Laidlaw?
Well, let's keep in mind that yesterday, obviously, Adam Shepherd was potentially on for a bit of a race victory himself. Stuart Lyons goes a little bit deep through the complex. So he's probably thinking, well, the only person that was potentially faster than me was Callum Newsham, who's not there anymore. I've got an opportunity here. There should be no one stopping me, and finally having a car that works, get me to the checker flag, and he wants to get there in first.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you can take a few points out of Carl Boardley at the same time, then you never know what could happen at Silverstone. He's got the run. This is what Boardley tried a lap ago. It didn't work for Boardley. It doesn't work for Shepherd, who has all four wheels over the inside curb. And, of course, by going for those little looks up the inside, he runs the risk of losing momentum and falling back into the clutches of Boardley. It didn't happen on that occasion, but certainly he is all out attack right now. Hutchison has cleared Stuart Lyne, so Hutchison now doing much better than yesterday, up into fourth position, and Darren Lewis now trying to find a way past Rick Kerry.
Oh, and going through Noble, he was all over the curves, and I think he's managed it. I think it looked like Rick Kerry was actually sort of saw what he was doing and got a little bit scared. He went round all the way around the outside, potentially missed the apex and missed the corner a little bit. Darren Lewis has gotten through, which means where is Will Beach? Will Beach is all the way down in 10th place, isn't he? He's not going to catch up to Rick Kerry, I don't think, in this particular race. He doesn't seem to have any kind of pace behind him. But Adam Shepherd's car is once more, looks like it's fallen ill to fuel pressure there, Andy McEwen. And well, you could write it at this point because it becomes quite predictable, unfortunately.
It does really look like the same issue, doesn't it? That car just suddenly did not accelerate out of Church Corner. Pretty much the same part of the circuit where he seemed to slow yesterday. Back up to speed again now. It seems to come and then it goes, then it comes, then it goes. But he may well have to pit, I think, to try and get that sorted. Hasn't yet pitted. Again, did this yesterday, trundled round for another lap and then admitted defeat. So we'll see what happens. Out through Allard they go then. So now Laidlaw leads Boardley again, and Boardley's thinking, I was rather hoping Adam Shepherd was going to go and deal with Sam Laidlaw. Now I've got to do it myself. And, of course, he can't really hang around too much because Brad Hutchison is not a million miles back. And Brad, on the previous lap, was a tenth of a second quicker than Boardley and may yet be able to close in over the remaining 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Brad Hutchison was facing the wrong way at one point during this race, obviously, in the first corner. So it's pretty good going from him to get back up to a podium places. I'm sure his fans will be very happy. And sure Martin Hutchinson as well, the Adrian Newey of TCR, will be very happy with how his car's performing now, because they did make a few changes apparently that he alluded to while I was chatting to him earlier. But it's going very well. Adam Shepherd back behind Stuart Lyne is not where he was hoping to be a lap ago.
No, and again, the car doesn't have the pace heading through Goodwood, does it? So, right, Shepherd out of contention. Boardley starting now to home in on Sam Laidlaw again. We've got 6.25 minutes or so to go. And Carl Boardley now seeing an opportunity to challenge for the lead. Goes to the inside line. He's late on the brakes. Laidlaw, in fairness, that time made life pretty easy for the championship leader. And car number one is back in position number one.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Sam Laidlaw sort of saw that happening, also looked behind him and thought, that's a pretty big gap there. I could just quite happy with second place, to be honest, which I can sort of understand, but equally, yeah, we're here for a Sam Laidlaw potential victory. Let's give us some spice. Come on, Sam. Don't get me wrong, second place is absolutely an achievement, and Carl Boardley gets into the race lead, potentially slightly easier than he was expecting. He's going to be scoring all the points. Here is Adam Shepherd in the bottom right-hand side of your screen in the pit lane. Andy, you pretty much called it, didn't you? And the team just must be exhausted by this car by now.
Yeah, and we were saying at the start of the year, weren't we? Right, he's got rid of that Hyundai that was giving him nothing but grief, mechanically speaking. First couple of rounds, this car looked bulletproof, but once those little niggly issues came in, it just looked like they just could not put their finger on what the problem was, and sadly that still seems to be the case. So Boardley leads, Laidlaw of the Sam variety in second, Brad Hutchison third. Hutchison on the last lap did a 26.220, exactly the same lap time to the thousandth of a second as Sam Laidlaw ahead of him, so not catching him at the moment. Lyne's in fourth then, Darren Lewis in fifth. That could be an interesting battle if the two Midlanders find themselves together. Then Stephen Laidlaw. Now Stephen Laidlaw, another of course who benefited from that safety car. Stephen Laidlaw, a pit lane starter. There he is looking out of Church Corner, sixth place and catching the two days ahead.
We know he is fast, as Adam Shepherd has just screamed past our commentary box, going back out again, probably just trying to use it as a test session, figure out if they've actually found the problem yet. And there's Luke Sargent as well, who has been not enjoying his Thruxton experience, I don't think. He only decided to race, if you didn't catch the live stream yesterday, he only decided to race about 4:30 on Friday when he was down the pub, and he decided that he was going to turn up here at Thruxton. And I have a feeling he's not entirely sold, and that was a great decision by him, because he's not enjoying the track, I don't think, unfortunately for him. But it's good to have him here. We're happy he's here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I don't think he's quite as happy.
He's a great character, though, is Luke Sargent. We love having him here in the paddock, and hopefully he comes out at Silverstone, a track he will have at least driven before, and gives it a good go. Right then, the gap between the Hyundais looked like it was next to nothing as they went through the complex. Not that Hyundai, that's Sam Laidlaw. Hutchison still third. third. It's the battle for fourth I want to see. Stuart Lyons versus Darren Lewis, and Steve Laidlaw almost with them as they headed into the complex last time. So we'll see if we can pick them up in a moment or two. Shepherd staying out of the way there of Sam Laidlaw, but that car does not then seem to pick up a huge amount of speed, so almost as if yeah, I think the car still quite clearly is not working as it should be. Hutchison will blast through, on course for another podium here then, Brad Hutchison, and solidifying his place in third place in the championship. This though is the battle, isn't it really? Stuart Lyons, Darren Lewis, Steve Laidlaw 4th, 5th and 6th respectively, and Stuart Lyons would like to hold on to this place if at all possible. Stuart has had a podium in TCR UK, I'm fairly sure. It would have been way back when in 2018 or 19 or so, but Stuart Lyons has had a win in the has had a podium, sorry, in the championship, but 4th place is what he's battling for right now.
Yeah, Steve Laidlaw is actually crawling all over the back of this little battle now, so all of a sudden this is getting to ignite into something, and they're all trying to chase Brad Hutchison. I don't think Brad's going to have too much of an issue if these well, two Hyundais start falling over each other. Then Steve Laidlaw obviously keen to try and break their way through. Only 2.5 minutes to go. Brad probably thinks he's fairly safe, but Darren Lewis, we saw how aggressive he can be yesterday, clambering all over the curbs, clambering to try and get past and crowbar removed out of the driver in front. Means that Stuart Lyons is probably thinking he's in a little bit of danger here in 4th position, and Darren is going to try his best to just throw it to Hyundai any which way it will offer him, and then all of a sudden you've got Steve Laidlaw to worry about once he thinks about the move going forward.
Well, we know that Darren Lewis isn't afraid to try some agricultural lines to get the move done. He might have to do that now to find a way past Lyons, who parks the car on the apex at Church Corner. There will be probably 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, I reckon, so running out of time a little bit is Lewis, and also Laidlaw, who does now move up to challenge. So Steve Laidlaw to the outside in the newer Cupra. Can he go around the outside of Darren Lewis? He's going to try it. That's the inside line for the left-hand part of the chicane. Stands his ground, but so does Lewis. They lean on each other. That could have been a lot worse, and that really does let Stuart Lyons off the hook, at least for now.
I think that's about as fair as you can go side by side through that last complex. It's a lot fairer than we've seen in previous years. I will say on a note on Brad Hutchison, if he does stay in 3rd place, it'll be his 10th podium of the year. 2 race wins, 3 second places, and 5 thirds. Not the leeway you'd be hoping for as Darren Lewis goes wide. Steve Laidlaw looks at the inside. I think Lewis carried just enough momentum to not have to worry too much about it. But again, like you mentioned earlier, Stuart Lyons is probably, well, looking at his rearview mirrors and breathing a sigh of relief and hoping this carries on.
Yeah, this is exactly what he wants to see in his mirrors. Steve Laidlaw, excuse me, is keen to get past Lewis, so again hops over the curbs, looks to the inside into Goodwood. Lyons won't have it, but then he got the left-hand side tyres on that new slippery bit of tarmac, almost understeered out wide. Stuart, they're just driving around the inside of the track. You will not have the inside line, he's saying to Darren Lewis. But in the wet, of course, Jack, sometimes the outside line is actually where you want to be. Darren has the wide line into Church, and he'll be hoping to convert that into a good run up the hill.
Yeah, it's where all the grip is, isn't it? You can carry an extra couple of miles an hour, and they're going into the final complex. I think this is close enough for a move for any one of the 2 drivers following Stuart Lyons. Darren Lewis is going to try and do the hard way around. Steve Laidlaw's looking up the inside to try and get the back of the rear diffuser of Stuart Lyons. Where's Darren Lewis? Stephen Laidlaw's gone through.
Wow, that was excellently judged. That from Laidlaw, slotted into the gap perfectly, and now Stuart Lyons thinks, I might be in some real trouble now, because Stephen Laidlaw, I think, is the quickest of these 3. They go on to the final lap of the race then. Round Allard Corner they go, up towards the complex, and Carl Bordley well on his way now to another race victory. For Carl, this would be an 8th victory, and that's a significant number because that would tie him with the 2018 champion Dan Lloyd as the 2nd winningest driver in TCR UK history. So if he hangs on for another lap, we'll focus on that later though, because this is the battle to watch. And Stephen Laidlaw in a sandwich now. He's the filling in this Hyundai sandwich, and because he's a little bit distracted by Darren Lewis, who again takes to the curb through Noble, he's not able to focus all of his attention on passing Stuart Lyons.
No, and this is what Stuart Lyons has been living off, really, isn't it, for the majority of this race. Darren Lewis looks to look at the inside, but again, I think it's just because Steve Laidlaw knows there's the grip on the outside, carries that momentum, it sets him up a little bit nicer, whereas Darren Lewis is almost screaming his tyres out and drifting over to that way rather than setting his car up early. Here comes Steve Laidlaw, though, and he's flashing the turf, flashing his lights as much as he can. I reckon there's a move on here.
Yeah, Carl Boardley to the checkered flag, an 8th career victory, one step perhaps closer to the 2024 championship. He takes the checkered flag. Second, and a first ever podium for Sam Laidlaw. Brad Hutchison will come home third, and as you said, that is his 10th podium of the year, his 13th in his career. There's Laidlaw ahead of line, so Stephen Laidlaw into 4th position at the last corner, found his way past Stuart Lyons, and that was a really, really good drive, that from the pit lane. Lyons, he ends up 5th, Darren Lewis 6th, Rick Kerry comes home in 7th and crucially wins in the Gen 1 Cup. So Rick Kerry's 7th position will beat 9th position, and that will now extend the margin at the top of the championship within Gen 1 Cup by at least 5 points. Did Rick Kerry get the bonus point for the fastest lap? His best lap was a 27.2. No, Beach did a 26.8, interestingly. So Will Beach actually faster at points in that race, but not fast enough consistently enough to challenge Rick Kerry. So it will be a 4-point advantage. The gap will double back to more or less what it was at the start of the weekend, I seem to recall. 8 points or so between the two of them. So that is going to keep bubbling away going into Silverstone, isn't it? That is for sure. Carl Boardley, though, a little bit forgotten in the end. Once he hit the front, he scarpered off into the distance. That is an 8th career win and a really important one in the context of the 2024 championship. Boardley then is victorious. Sam Laidlaw comes home in 2nd position, and Brad Hutchison back on the podium again. And for Brad, that is a 13th career podium now, which means he's had more podium finishes than Dan Lloyd, our first ever champion, did back in 2018. Then it's Steve Laidlaw in 4th, Stuart Lyons in 5th, Darren Lewis 6th, and Rick Kerry wins the Gen 1 Cup in 7th. Luke Sargent 8th, ahead of Will Beach and Mark Smith to complete the top 10, with Adam Shepherd, as we saw, a non-finisher in the end. Perhaps most significantly, though, it's another non-finish for Callum Newsham, a 2nd of the season, and that does have big championship ramifications. As I said, he will still score back 24 points that he was previously dropping from that one of 2 5th-place finishes that he had at Snetterton earlier in the year, but Boardley taking 40 points from that race. Well, you do the math, it goes out by another 16 or 17 points or so, and it was only 5 going into that race, so 4, sorry, going into that race between the two of them. So that is not really great news for Callum Newsham, but it is not all over. There's another race to come later on. They need to be working on that car as soon as possible, though, in order to get it ready for the 3rd race of the weekend, because another non-score, well, that would be disastrous. He doesn't have another drop score to fall back on, so the real race now is for that team to get the car fixed and prepared, if they can, for the 3rd race later on, and that will not be an easy feat at all. So Boardley then leads the cars back into the pit lane, and Carl Boardley claiming another victory. That is his 5th of the 6th of the year now, actually, I think, isn't it? 6 wins for Carl Boardley this year, I think. Carl Boardley, no, it might be 5, anyway, he's won more races than anybody else, is my point, and he has done a lot more winning this year than he did in 2023, that is for sure, because in 2023, Carl Boardley won 3 races, all of them in the middle of the season. 1 at Alton Park, 2 at Knock Hill, and he did actually have a 4th then at Silverstone, so 4 race wins. Well, he's already beaten that in 2024, and that means that for a 5th time this year, it is Carl Boardley we'll hear from first in Parc Fermé.
Well, Carl Boardley parks his Cupra in front of the 1st place for yet another podium to his name, the driver with the most amount of podiums. I believe that's his 14th of the season, and one he'll be very, very happy about, I'm sure, as well, because championship-wise, it is absolutely crucial. I believe we need a hat for Mr. Boardley, and as he gives his car a pat on the head, it deserves it, to be fair. It was a hell of a drive from Mr. Boardley, and once he puts his helmet down, or unless you want to just crack on straight with it, I was going to put it on his head because we need to have a chat to Mr. Boardley. Once he's put his helmet in the car, we'll be able to have a chat to him. A little bit of damage on the front end there, actually, isn't it? I mean, it just goes to show that even when you win races, it can get a little bit physical. And Carl, we'll just talk to you in front because someone's going to park here and run us over potentially. I mean, big congratulations. What a race that was. And for you, obviously, championship-wise, it's a big swing in your favour.
Yeah, obviously it all kicked off on lap 1. I don't know what happened with Callum. I don't know whether he had brake failure or just thought he was he just sort of come from a torpedo from back there. That's what that tiny bit of damage is on the corner there. So I don't know, he might have took someone else out, and you know, after that point, I'm the safety car, I'm sitting in 4th place, and it's like, well, it's mine to lose really, isn't it, at that point? So it was just a case of steady, consistent laps and bring it home. And yeah, like you say, championship-wise, that's exactly what we need.
You versus Adam Shepherd has been brewing for the years now, really, hasn't it? I mean, it's fantastic for us to watch, but what did you think when he started coming at you?
It's fantastic for us in the cars as well. He had a little nibble, and to be honest, I was just going to let him go and crack on and get after Sam and then pick up the pieces after that. But obviously his car went sick again, so it made my life a little bit easier. And it was just a case of like do a couple of laps, full commitment through Church, and then drag him up to the hairpin and make the move. And then once you've made the move, you've got to make it stick, stretch your legs for a couple of laps, and then just ease it home.
Sounds like, I mean, you make it sound like motorsport. It's such an easy sport, honestly, Carl. It is when you've got the speed of yourself there. Now, we obviously want to give a little bit of a shout out to Sam Laidlaw because that's his first time, I think, highest ever finish. Great drive from him.
Yeah, very, very good. Didn't do anything silly. He was just picking his lines and, hitting all these points that he needed to hit. So, yeah, fair play to him and big credit because first time up at the sharp end, really, I suppose, for him. And, yeah, he dealt with it very well.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, thank you very much, Carl Baldley. We'll let you celebrate with your fans. Brad's getting a bit of celebration as well. A load of Fiestas have just vacated the assembly area to my left-hand side, so I'll shoot you back over to Andy McEwen to catch you through all of the more tin-top action we got here at the BRSCC.
Thanks, Jack. Well, Carl Baldley pretty pleased with that race win, as well he might be. We'll have more TCR racing to come a little bit later on in the day. Their 3rd and final race of the weekend, due to kick off at around about 10 to 5 to 6 later on this afternoon. So stick around for that. In the meantime, more tin-top action, this time of a one-make variety, and the 3rd race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. They had a race yesterday won by Jensen Mason. They had a race earlier on today won by Jensen Mason. Except it wasn't. He was the first driver to see the checkered flag. He was subsequently given a 5-second penalty for cutting the chicane and gaining a lasting advantage. Jacob Hodgkiss, who finished 2nd on the road, also picked up a penalty for the same thing, and that meant that the championship leader Jensen O'Neill Going actually ended up coming out with the race victory, and with it pole position for race number 3. Henry Foot will line up alongside him. Alfie Garford and Jacob Hodgkiss will be on row number 2, with Finn Leslie and Jensen Mason row 3, because actually Jensen picked up 2 5-second penalties, just the one for Jacob Hodgkiss. That's why he's actually behind Jacob on the grid, despite finishing ahead of him on the road. Thomas Merritt then and Jack Sant on row number 4. Jack Burgess and George Foxlow complete the top 10 on the 5th row, and row 6 for Archie Davis and Billy Blockley. 7th row is Callie Clifford and Harry Lindley, with Hayden Gray and Aaron Beattie next. Maggie Webster will be lining up 17th on the grid, and Ben Doughty will hopefully be there in 18th place. He was a non-finisher, the only non-finisher actually, in fact a non-starter earlier on today, so I'm rather inclined to say he might not be there at the back of the grid for this one. We'll figure that out in a moment or two. Cars then arriving back on the grid, just the one green flag lap. Martin Haven rejoins me in the commentary box, and Jensen O'Neill Going, championship leader, hasn't been having the best of weekends really. I think he will see that as a bit of a result, really.
He definitely should. I mean, he went from 7th to 3rd in the 2nd race of the weekend, the first one this morning, and that was before 9 a.m, so most of you are probably still having your cocoa and biscuits in bed and deciding whether or not you were going to get up. But he was up early, and he was non-penalised, but 3 sets of penalties. Jacob Hodgkiss, Finn Leslie as well. The red car you can see on the 3rd row back there on our left-hand side. He picked up a 5-second penalty, and a car 3rd row back on our right-hand side as we look at it. 2 penalties for Jensen Mason. So there were quite a number of incidents at the chicane with drivers not getting through safely, or getting through straight, at least in the middle, and so that's what the penalties were for. But for Jensen O'Neill Going, his weekend is just going from strength to strength, isn't it?
Well, and on that list of drivers to receive penalties were both of his championship rivals, Jacob Hodgkiss and Finn Leslie. So, doubly pleased, I'm sure, will Jensen be after that last race. And, hopefully the drivers have learnt their lesson. It's not the cutting of the chicane that's the problem. The clerk of the course is perfectly happy for them to cut the chicane if it's to avoid contact. You just can't gain an advantage from it, and that was really the problem. We sort of saw that coming with Jensen, didn't we, when he defended the lead by going across there, picked up an extra second's worth of an advantage. Hopefully lessons have been learnt, though. The red lights go out, and Jensen O'Neill going with a really good getaway there from the front of the grid is going to lead Henry Foote pretty cleanly into the first corner. Side by side further back there, Tom Merritt getting up the inside of a slow starting Jensen Mason, and there is a slow car coming out of Allard. Is that Alfie Garford? I think it might have been the green and black number 88 car that was a little bit off the pace coming around the first corner. We'll get to that in a moment. That's caused a bit of congestion into the right-hand element of the complex. Somehow, Martin, I think they all sorted that out.
Well, they sort of did, but there's contact there. That's Henry Foote and Jacob Hodgkiss. In fact, it's not. It's Finn Leslie, isn't it? The all-red car right up behind Jacob Hodgkiss. And there you can see Tom Merritt on the outside. Tom Merritt likes the outside out of the complex. He's made quite a lot of passes there on lap 1. Well, 2 from 2 races so far. Having a good weekend. Different coloured bumper on that car, because you remember in race 2 he had contact with the front and lost bits of the bumper, and then lost more bits of bumper on the tyre stack, which he just breathed by. But it is Jensen O'Neill going from pole position. He made a good start. Henry Foote did make a really good getaway, but the guys on the inside line, the drivers right of the grid, Alfie Garfield and Finn Leslie, looked like they were all getting away a little quicker.
Yeah, Garford is still going and back up to speed now. Maybe just missed a gear going up through Allard Corner. Maybe the shift from second to third wasn't quite as clean as he would have liked, so that perhaps explained his loss of pace. Here then comes Mason round the outside of both Finn Leslie and Jacob Hodgkiss, so into third position he will go. That was a phenomenal bit of late braking for the number 85 car, who really has been the form man this weekend. He will say that he won both of the races so far this weekend and wants the hat-trick. The record books won't show it as a hat-trick, but he wants to assert his authority. So Jensen O'Neill going leads, Henry Foote second, Jensen Mason with that fantastic move around the outside is into third, but only just. Jacob Hodgkiss wants that third place back.
Now, don't forget that after the ST240 Fiesta race, our top 3 were saying the tyres were definitely going off towards the end, getting really hot. They're using wet weather groove tyres, but it is only a slippery track, as you can see, very slippery, but it's not enough to keep the tyres cool. And there's no room here, no time here to try and get onto damp patches to do that. So you just have to live with it and hope that you're a little bit better at controlling that extra slip when the tyres start to turn into liquid rubber rather than solid rubber.
Oh, Jacob Hodgkiss with a late little jink up the inside of Jensen Mason. Still can't get that third place back though, can he? And Finn Leslie keeping a watching brief in fifth, and then a great battle further back as Alfie Garford was trying to pick his way back through the order. Alfie has had podium pace all weekend as well, but a little bit of a mistake there off the line has left him with some work to be done. Round Church Corner they go then for the second time at speed, and a bit wide for Hodgkiss maybe. Garford there picking his way through. He's gone past Tom Merritt and no, not Jack Sand, that's Jack Burgess, I think, that he was side by side with. Finn Leslie, though, to the outside of Jacob Hodgkiss. Now, can he do to Hodgkiss and Mason what Mason did to them a lap ago? He's going to try it. Look, round the outside of one, round the outside of the second one, inside line for the left-hander, but he's sideways. Ooh, do they come out the other side? Yes, they do. Mason went across the grass. Leslie has the run, but so too does Hodgkiss.
Yeah, and Mason really shutting the door on Hodgkiss. Don't forget, when Jensen Mason straight-lined the chicane about 4 laps from home in race 2, he got a sizable advantage, but they did reel him in, and he was only just in front of the line, so maybe the longevity of his tyres isn't the best. Jensen O'Neill going just out front of Henry Foote, the first of 2 red cars. Finn Leslie up to third after the fastest lap of the race last time round. Jensen Mason just behind him, and Jacob Hodgkiss there as well, but the leader not creeping away. He's not escaping yet.
And no, not at all. I was oohing and ahhing there at Tom Merritt, who did not make the corner into the complex. He ran very wide, will likely have lost a couple of positions, but Henry Foote here is on a bit of a mission, isn't he? Henry, who I don't think has done the full... no, he has done the full season with it, actually. A couple of non-finishes, a couple of top 5s, yet to win a race in the championship, though.
Yeah, hasn't had a podium here in either of the races so far, but he's been there or there. He's been sort of top 5, top 6, hasn't he, in both races. This is definitely him, I think, dialing himself into the circuit, really feeling much more confident. I'm sure this is a is that Tom Merritt? It is. I'm sure this is a really intimidating track when you come here for the first time, whether it's wet or dry, because it is so relentlessly fast.
It is, but he is going pretty quick as well and wants the lead. Finn Leslie, though, he likes this outside move, doesn't he? Tries to make it now for second place. Is it going to be as successful as his move a lap ago? Yes, it is. He shows Henry Foot the edge of the road because he knows that Henry will have no choice but to back out of it.
He sort of worked out that if you go the long way around the outside, you can really bully the driver who's to your right and force him into those tyres. He did it on Jensen Mason. He just did it on Henry Foot as well. So that's definitely his MO there in the chicane, is to go outside and then basically aim straight across, so the driver to your right's got nowhere to go. It is, it's a fairly intimidating move, and it might just be that the stewards want to have a word or two with him to calm things down later, but so far nothing untoward, let's say, even if it is pretty brutal. Jensen Mason under pressure from Jacob Hodgkiss, who's got the run down through on the inside, made just about wheels on the white line, but not quite on the grass. And again, Jensen Mason, the road comes to him briefly, but Jacob Hodgkiss sticks to his guns and he will go through for third place.
Yeah, well, will he? The grip is on the outside line, remember, out here, and that's where Jensen Mason is, so I think they'll still be debating this when they arrive at Church Corner this time around. Inside line, surely, though, is preferable into that quick right-hander, so Hodgkiss should be feeling pretty good about his chances here. Finn Leslie then up into second place. That really did not work, did it, for Henry Foot? He's down to fifth, and now Finn Leslie wants lead. Well, we know what's coming, don't we? Yeah. The inside line is defended by Jensen O'Neill going, but that won't bother Finn Leslie one bit. He keeps on coming round the outside. In fact, he's almost cleared him before they hit the brakes. Jensen will stand his ground, but Finn Leslie is desperately late on the brakes. Jensen O'Neill going is even later, just about makes the corner, parks the car on the middle apex, and will hold on to the lead for now.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Jensen Mason going around the outside of Jacob Hodgkiss, who comes back straight through the chicane in front of him, but Jensen Mason, I thought, made all the running there, and now Finn Leslie goes through ahead of Jensen O'Neill going. So Jensen O'Neill going was left in the collecting area before race 2 literally without a car. The car had not appeared, so he was running around frantically trying to find his car, which definitely got his adrenaline going. Not that you need it in these cars, but he went on in the end to finish on the podium, but ended up with the win from race 2. But right now, it looks like Jensen Mason might just be in a position where he's going to try and pull away from these guys. But Jacob Hodgkiss in the blue car, the red car Henry Foot, Alfie Garford who's there as well, they're all slipstreaming along behind him. And these cars, regulated in terms of their power output, they don't have the grunt that the S2240s do, even though it's essentially the same body shell, the same platform. So they are very much more affected by the aerodynamic tow here at Thruxton.
Yeah, out towards Church Corner they go, and defensive driving here from Mason because Hodgkiss is looking to the outside again, and I think has swept through, hasn't he? Yes, he has. Gets it done before Church Corner. Some real momentum on the outside for Hodgkiss, and actually Mason now under threat from Henry Foot. There's a tiny touch on the exit of Church Corner, not where you want to be making contact, and look, there is fresh rain on the camera lens at Church. It's raining here in the start-finish area as well. Conditions are about to get a little bit worse.
And look who's just come steaming up the hill. That's Alfie Garford, the first of the green and black cars, and right behind him Jack Burgess, and that was perfect bump drafting. They had a really clean run out of Church, absolutely foot to the boards, maximum slipstream effect, and then they got a side tow off the 3 cars they were coming by, and they've all gone by. And so Henry Foot there, 138, dropping down the order, and Jensen Mason dropping down there with him. So in fact they lost a spot to Garfield. There's contact. Jensen Mason on the grass, Henry Foot in the barriers. Just a gentle clang on the barriers, but that will effectively take him out of the points, no question at all. Finn Leslie, I think, had Jensen O'Neill going alongside him there in the complex, comes out in front with Jacob Hodgkiss in third, and Alfie Garford up to 4th place ahead of Jack Burgess. Their slipstreaming move up the order definitely helped them. But all that contact behind will not have helped Jensen Mason and Henry Foot at all.
No, that's a shame, isn't it? That was a great battle until that point. I think they were both just sort of wandering towards the same bit of racetrack, weren't they? Nothing intentional there, but once they got tangled, that was that. So the rain coming down then, of course, Finn Leslie, the first driver now to arrive on the scene at every corner and discover how much or little grip there is. I think that's why Jensen's been able to come back at him here.
And I think the reason Jensen Mason and Henry Foot made contact going down out of Allard is that for the first first time in this race, it was damp and there wasn't the grip they were expecting. I didn't see that as a deliberate push or a shove. That was just somebody drifting wide that caught them by surprise. So Finn Leslie red, Jensen O'Neill going in grey and pink, and he just had a little tap there to get himself online, but Finn Leslie keeps his nose in front. But now Jacob Hodgkiss, Alfie Garford and Jack Burgess are with them, very nearly all together as a gang of 5. And so Jack Sant up to 6th position now. Archie Davis, Ben Doty and the rest will come by. Jensen Mason, I think, rejoined. He did. He's come across the line in 9th, but Henry Foote, if he has moved, the red car is no longer where it was against the barriers, but and he hasn't come past us in the pit lane, but he's a long way down the order wherever he's got to. 16th place now as he rejoins, and there's real trouble.
That's Mason.
And that might be safety car. Let's see if he can get started again. It's the tyre damage that's the problem. The conveyor belting has gone. There's the integrity of the belting gone. And that's a lot of damage on the front of Jensen Mason's car.
And this is Jacob Hodgkiss, look, attacking for 2nd place. Could be just in the nick of time if we get a safety car here. Through on the inside line he will go. And Jensen O'Neill going, nothing he could do about that. So Jacob Hodgkiss then up into 2nd spot. Has he got an answer maybe for Finn Leslie? I'd say at times this weekend he's been a bit quicker than Finn, but that's a decent gap now that the race leader has. That was Alfie Garford on the grass towards Church, and another place lost now by the championship leader. And in this race, both of his nearest rivals in the points are ahead of him, those two being Leslie and Hodgkiss out in front. It's all started to unravel suddenly for Jensen O'Neill going, who suddenly has Jack Burgess for company now, and they soon find himself at the back end of the top 5.
Well, unless he can work with Burgess and slipstream his way past, but he's trying to go around the outside of the green and black car of Alfie Garford, and that is not a move for 3rd place that he pulls off, and he has to straddle the chicane as well, so that's not going to help much because he's got to be careful with that. They're going slowly? No, they're not. No safety car yet, so everything is good. It's still green. Finn Leslie leads from Jacob Hodgkiss, Alfie Garford 3rd, and then Jason O'Neill going. The grey and pink still trying to hang on from Jack Burgess.
Yes, he is up the hill then towards the braking zone. Hodgkiss on that lap, by the way, 2/10 quicker than Finn Leslie, and that was with an overtake, remember, against Jensen O'Neill going. I think he's definitely got the pace to chase down the race leader, as Jensen is desperately trying to defend 4th place, hops over the curb at the complex. Windscreen wipers working overtime, but not too much spray or standing water for now, just a bit damp, a bit greasy, a bit unpredictable maybe, and perhaps the setup on Jensen's car is not really favouring him. He tries to squeeze Burgess, to the grass going into Noble. That was touch and go.
That wasn't a try, was it? That was definitely showing his rival the grass, but Burgess is sticking to his guns. He comes through as well. Whatever he's doing, Jensen O'Neill going, the car is not responding well. Now, he didn't hop the chicanes there, did he, really, in the complex? He basically went straight across the curb, and he's been across the chicane a couple of times as well, so the car's not entirely at its best. Now, whether that's what they're going with tyre pressures with the tyres, everybody's using the same tyre for mixed conditions, but up the hill they come again. 2.25 minutes left. Finn Leslie leads, but under pressure from Jacob Hodgkiss. They've got to learn the Finn Leslie pass, which is to muscle your way through from the outside, and Hodgkiss not quite able to get the overlap. Alfie Garford 3rd behind them. First the green and black cars, and then this battle. Jack Burgess ahead of Jensen O'Neill going, who has slipped back down to 5th place. Still a challenge for the lead from Jacob Hodgkiss in the blue and white machine.
Yeah, and Finn Leslie picks up a bit of understeer there through Allard, almost opened the door, but just got over to the inside line to cover. They're going to be side by side over the crest of the hill into the complex. Hodgkiss shown the outside line. Can he do the Swedish shuffle? It's not quite going to work for him this time, and so still it will be Finn Leslie who leads the way. Notice there was a yellow flag up Woodham Hill that time as well, because there was quite a bit of bodywork right on the racing line. That's not ideal, with now a lap and a half of racing still to go. Jacob Hodgkiss then, well, he's caught Finn Leslie. He's proven he's a little bit quicker, but where and how does he make this overtake? He's got to be careful, though, because Alfie Garford, Martin, I think, is quicker than the pair of them.
Does look it, doesn't he? Even though he's on his own, these two are sort of jinking all over the racetrack. Basically, they're making the lap longer by meandering all over the place, exactly as you would, you know, if you're going down the motorway, you just make your journey longer. So they are adding meters to the distance, and if you're neat and tidy behind, and Alfie Garford definitely is, and Garford's coming in off quite a long run-up. He was 3rd on the grid, but got shuffled right back, didn't he, on the opening lap? And here he is. The yellow flags are out, so he can't make a move here. Now, where does it go green?
Just
Yellow
here,
flag's
I think.
there, and there's the bodywork, so it will be green at the chicane, so a move is on. You can use that yellow flag zone to slipstream up behind, and he is now perfectly placed. They will have 1 to go at the line, so the white flag lap, and it is still Finn Leslie, the red car, Jacob Hotchkiss, the white and blue, and right with them, Alfie Garford. This could be anybody's race.
Yeah, Hotchkiss over the curb. Where does he make the move? Does he want to wait until the last corner? You can't really pull out of line, can you, in that yellow flag zone? That's the problem, because you'll headbutt the front bumper from Jensen Mason's car. So maybe he needs to try and get the move made earlier. Takes a neater line into the first part of the complex, and that gives him a better line through the middle part of the complex, which should give him a good run through the final part as well. George Foxlow's had a spin at the chicane. Hopefully he can... Oh no, he's getting out of the car. That's a yellow flag then at the chicane, and the leaders will have no idea. So that could well be Finn Leslie's race now to lose, as long as he keeps Hotchkiss at bay until that part of the lap. Jacob is looking around the outside at Noble, though. That's the inside line for Goodwood. No, it's not. Finn Leslie gets over to cover. It's a wide line from Hotchkiss into Goodwood corner, building speed, building momentum towards Church corner. They will go. There's a squeeze, there's a rub, there's a nudge, but Jacob keeps on coming. The trouble is, though, Martin, there is only one more corner of green flag racing left.
Yeah, he's not going to get by, is he? Because he's going to run into the yellow flag zone while they're still side by side, and you really can't judge it that close. Finn Leslie doing what he needs to do, offers his rival the curb, but alongside inside comes Alfie Garford. Now, who's in front as they hit the yellow flags and have to try and slow down? Now, the bodywork has moved. This is not a yellow, hasn't moved, but it's not a yellow flag zone. 3 wide into the chicane. I'm not looking.
Oh, Finn Leslie's late on the brakes. Finn Leslie will go through, but will that be deemed to be an overtake under yellow flags? We'll have to wait and see. Finn Leslie leads them off the chicane. There's a bit of elbows out racing. Jack Burgess could end up on the podium here. He's got the run off the last corner, but it will be Finn Leslie the winner at Thruxton, almost neck and neck for second place. The timing screen has it as Hotchkiss from Garford by 28 thousandths of a second, and Burgess coming home in fourth. A terrific finish. What a shame it was under yellow flags, but I mean, good luck figuring that out. Who was ahead at the time they went into the yellow flags? The drivers themselves probably wouldn't have had any way of knowing, and in the end it's Hotchkiss. Oh, it's just been reversed now.
It has.
To Garford by half a tenth, so that's because any time it's that close at the line, they will refer to the photo finish camera, because of course the transponders could be located in subtly different positions in the car, and it's the transponder that measures the gap that we see on the screen, but you can't beat physical photographic evidence. So the photo shows Garford in second and Hotchkiss in third. What a drive that was from Alfie Garford. He was down and out at one point in that race, carved his way through the order, and given a bit more time could well have challenged Finn Leslie for the win. But it's Garford second, Hotchkiss third, Finn Leslie the winner, and Jensen O'Neill going the points leader, only fifth. So the championship very much still alive, I would say, going into Silverstone. I'm sure the Jam Sport team will have done the maths pre-race. They will know whether or not they've done enough to wrap the championship up with a round to spare, but I don't think they have. I think Jensen will still have some work to do when they go to the finale on the Silverstone International Circuit. Rain continuing to come down, and certainly added to the entertainment value of that Fiesta Junior race, didn't it, with the leaders never really knowing what conditions would meet them at each corner. That is Callie Clifford limping home with some damage, I think, to the back of her Jam Sport Mark 6 car. Crawls across the line. Callie's had a bit of a bruising weekend, hasn't she? But at least the car just about still rolling at the checkered flag. So, another breathless race, a fantastic race from the Fiesta Juniors as always, and Finn Leslie it was who came out as the race winner, and well, I'm sure they'll look at that final lap to make some yellow flag judgment calls, but the drivers, I think, would have been really hard pushed to know who was ahead going into the chicane. It was Finn Leslie who was ahead coming out of it, though, and he nets himself another race victory, and for Finn Leslie, that is a only a third win of the year, would you believe, actually, for Finn Leslie, who is still just about in championship contention. Alfie Garford then comes home in second, with Jacob Hotchkiss third by a nose. That was Alfie Garford in second place. Jack Burgess fourth ahead of Jensen O'Neill going. Jack Sant, Ben Doughty, Archie Davis, Maggie Webster and Hayden Gray to complete the top 10. Then it was Aaron Beattie, Billy Blockley, Harry Lindley and Callie Clifford in 14th position. 15th place there's a huge cheer outside the commentary box window. But that was, I think, the arrival of Finn Leslie, the race winner. 15th position was Jensen Mason after his trip into the barriers at the complex. George Foxlow retired with that spin at the chicane in the closing stages. Henry Foote and Tom Merritt were out after dramas earlier in the race too. So, lots to unpack, lots to talk about at the end of that one then, and to do all of the talking, well, not all of it hopefully, but certainly to ask all the questions will be Martin Haven in a moment or two. We haven't yet got Martin ready. Yes, I think we do now. So Martin Haven ready, primed and willing to go and have a chat with our podium finishers.
With our top three, Finn Leslie and Alfie Garford, first and second. Finn, that was a pretty entertaining race from the outside. What was it like from inside the car?
Well, it was very hard work, to be honest. You know, I couldn't escape because of the toe. I think I had a big pace advantage at some points, but, you know, just picked my way through. Just had to hold on at the end. Yeah, it was good.
And then the weather changed, and you're always, as a leader, the first man to find out how little grip there is. You have any problems with that?
No, I knew I had the car underneath me and the tyres to hold with the weather. So, yeah, it was good.
And you worked out going the long way around the outside the chicane and then trying to go straight for the second apex is the way through.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really they can do at that point. We obviously being so tight, they're sort of forced to back out. Yeah, so it was the right thing to do, I thought.
It was, worked every time. Congratulations, victory for Finn Leslie. Let's go over and see if we can feel, while Alfie's busy talking to the track, let's find Jacob Hodgkiss. Now again, stepped out of the car having a bit of a fraught race. Jacob, another busy race for you.
Yeah, it was another close one, coming down to the last two laps. Obviously, it was a bit of contact in the early bit of the race, but, you know, we managed to get back up to the lead and have a good battle in the end.
And the points are critical now. One more race weekend at Silverstone.
Yeah, we always got to be thinking about that first, but, you know, it's a very close battle for first in the Mark 7s, so we'll see what happens at Silverstone.
It's always tough trying to decide whether you're going to go for it with everything or how much you can save for the championship points.
Yeah, you just have to be almost attacking and conservative at the same time. It's a hard balance to have, but, you know.
If it was easy, I'd be doing it. Well done, congratulations. And our final podium finisher is Alfie Garford. Alfie, second place. Well, that was entertaining, wasn't it?
Yes. I mean, it was my mistake at the start, and the car was up for it, so I was able to use it to get back up to the front. So, yeah, thank you to everyone who's put that car together, Vera Tools, Nextbase Dashcams, all my sponsors. They've put in a big effort, again, as they do all the time, so I couldn't ask for any more than they give me. So, yeah, I'm very, very happy.
And you were absolutely flying. You definitely, in the middle part of the race, looked like you had the quickest car on the track.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the car's been mega all weekend. A few slip-ups from me, but it's nice to prove that we do a good job. So yeah, I'm happy.
Nice work bouncing back. Well done, congratulations. Okay, well, it's still raining, not heavily, but it is still raining, and we have our Audis ready to go out. So let's get back and join the commentary.
Thanks, Martin. Cars are in the assembly area then, ready to go, and we've got our Audi TT Cup racers set for their third race of the weekend. 2 races down, 2 wins for Bradley Burns, an extended championship lead, and a rather frustrated Matt Luff, I would imagine, because he's finished second to Brad in both races so far, and in both races, I would say, has demonstrated that he's got the speed to challenge Bradley, but just hasn't been able to find a way past him. And, well, perhaps race 3 could be his opportunity to do something about that, because this is a partially reversed grid. The top 10 finishers from race 2 reversed, and, well, that means that Matt Luff will start 1 place ahead of Bradley Burns. So And, of course, in the championship, that could be significant. Also, Carl Swift, who is fighting with those two for the championship, starts one place ahead of both of them. So much of the action in this race will be found, I think, towards the back end of the top 10, but there is still some good battling to be had at the front as well. Mark Grice has inherited pole position with Ross McCarr in the Martini liveried car alongside him. There's a small delay in getting them out of the assembly area because there is this recovery ongoing of George Foxlow's car. Also, I suspect still a bit of barrier repair work at the complexes there where Jensen Mason went into the wall. So I think that will probably explain the slight delay in getting cars out onto the track. Once they do get out, though, they'll line up on the grid, they'll have their green flag lap, and we will then be good to go racing. Just the one green flag lap required for the Audis because they've had a wet race earlier on today. So championship-wise then, as I said, coming into the weekend, it was very, very close. 3 points only covering Brad Burns, Carl Swift and Matt Luff. That gap has gone out slightly now over the course of the 2 races this weekend. It was Brad Burns who won race 1 with Matt Luff, coming home in second position. Burns had the pole position there, so that was worth a bonus point as well. So he'd scored 51 points. Luff scored 48 points, so the gap doubled. It went from 3 to 6 points after race 1. Then in race number 2, same story really. Burns the winner, Luff second, but neither of them got the fastest lap in that one. Sam Heading took the fastest lap points, so another 3 points gained for Brad there. So I have it at about 9 points the difference, and Carl Swift will be a little bit further back after a 3rd and a 4th place finish in the 2 races so far. But Martin Haven, we now head into race number 3, reverse grid. I've always said it, reverse grid races will make or break a championship. It's so easy to get caught up in someone else's accident, especially as the rain now is starting to arrive once again with a vengeance.
Yeah, I just saw the umbrellas going back up again outside, actually. It was only sprinkling a little bit, even just 2 minutes ago when I was out doing the interviews from the Fiesta Juniors, but it is definitely raining a little bit more. It looked like the track was sort of remaining relatively dry, but I think this will just add an extra little spice to the action. Not that the Audi TT Cup needs it particularly, because these cars have been very close and the competition has been highly entertaining all weekend. So the final time out, this is their 3rd day here essentially. They tested in on Thursday, and then practice qualifying yesterday, and the first of the 3 races this weekend. They raced again earlier, as you said, and last time out, Brad Burns again ahead of Matt Luff and Carl Swift, the top 3. So they will start 10th, 9th and 8th. And so Mark Grice on pole position now. It's going to be interesting to see what he makes of this, because, of course, if you're starting on pole but you're sort of bottom end of the top 10, what you actually need is for it to really rain to make it much, much harder for the cars behind to get to you. I don't think it's quite that wet yet, but it is definitely getting less dry.
Yeah, our pit lane puddle is closer now to the size it was at the start of the day than it was during that slightly extended lunch break. So we're certainly not looking at a waterlogged circuit just yet, but there might be a bit more spray out the back of the circuit. It does seem though sometimes, doesn't it, that when it is fully wet out there are actually more options for which line you can go on, whereas when it's damp and greasy, there does appear to be one line that you need to stay away from at all costs, and that does rather limit your overtaking opportunities.
It does, definitely. And the other thing is when you've got a damp track that is drying, of course, then you've got one dry line, and that really mitigates against going offline to trying to pass somebody. But we saw in that Fiesta race that going high, wide and handsome around the outside and then bullying the car to your right as you aim between the tyre stacks is definitely a very viable option. Let's see who picks up on that. There is Mark Grice, pole sitter, and the Martini livery of Ross McCarr behind him makes him pretty easy to spot. This is a decent-sized grid, isn't it, for a first year of this series as a full championship. 24 cars here on the grid, and that is more than enough to make it highly entertaining.
Certainly is, and hopefully those that were wounded in action in the first race, or the second race of the weekend, first of the day earlier on, have been able to get their cars patched up and back out on track. Right, let's take a look then, shall we, at how they're going to line up for this 3rd race. As I said, top 10 finishers from race 1 are reversed, so it's Mark Grice on pole, it is Ross McCarr alongside him, then Andrew Dyer and Sam Heading row 2, with Luke Handley and Sean Smith together on row 3. 4th row for Charlie Bird, and then the 3 title contenders, Carl Swift 8th, Matt Luff 9th, Brad Burns in 10th position, and Brad with a lot of work to do in this one. He could very easily lose all of the points that he's gained in the first 2 races if things don't quite go to plan. Then Bradley Kaler and Paul Luty share the 6th row, 7th row for Daniel Budd and Jonathan Williams, Morgan Root and Jason Pelosi, row 8, with Steve Foden and Sam Meagher on row number 9. 10th row then, Ruby Smith and Patrick Booth to complete the top 20, Paul Savage and Richard Forber on the 11th row, with Ryan Edgecombe and Oliver Devine King hopefully out at the back. Edgecombe, remember, retired early doors with a mechanical issue in race 2. Oliver Devine King ended up on top of the barriers slightly at the final chicane. That sort of began that little cycle of delays that we had in the middle of the day because there was barrier repair work to be done. Whilst they were doing that, the rain really started to hammer down, and Oliver's car, in fairness, Martin, didn't look too badly damaged at the time though, did it? So hopefully he's back out there.
Yeah, hopefully so. And yeah, the couple of mechanical retirements, Richard Forber pulled off as well, and that's why he's at the tail of the field. Hopefully they will still be making their way round with the rest of the grid. It's been a tough weekend for Morgan Root. Started strongly after qualifying, and then race 1 didn't go well. Race 2 didn't make an awful lot of progress. He only got up to 15th place, so still some way from where you would like to be. And there's been a couple of stories of woe, but right now, for Mark Grice, a golden opportunity. It's actually raining harder now, or more consistently. There is more rain. It's not absolutely steroids. We're not hearing it bouncing off the roof of the commentary box, but...
that's Edgecombe.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Edgecombe at the side of the road at Noble. Well off the road, but have to suspect that is a return of the issue that took him out of the race earlier on today. So Ryan Edgecombe sadly isn't going to be taking the start. He will hang out with the marshals for the next 15 minutes or so and enjoy ringside seats to this reverse grid race for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. The back couple of rows coming in, that is Oliver Devine King at the back. So he will be lining up with a repaired car, albeit right from the tail end of the field. So the rain coming down heavily. Marshals are scrambling to the back where there is a yellow flag being waved. So has someone run into issues as they pulled into their grid position? It's just outside of our view from that camera.
Wonder if that's Richard Forber, because he had a mechanical, didn't he, in the first race as well. We'll wait and see. We might see, actually, halfway through the race as somebody gets wheeled past us past the collecting area and out into the paddock. But at the moment, green flag waves, we are ready to go.
Yes, we are. Mark Grice, the black car on the left, the Martini liveried car of Ross McCarr on the outside. Look at Sam Heading angling his car aggressively to the middle of the road. Is that going to net him a good start? No, not really. He's still in 4th position. A brilliant start by Dyer, though, who goes up the middle of the front row starters. I think maybe a missed gear for Grice. Accelerated well initially and then really didn't seem to go anywhere. So it's McCarr who will lead. It may be Andrew Dyer up into 2nd position. And somewhere in the spray are the title contenders. Into the complex for the first time. That's Grice late on the brakes on the outside line. A challenge for the lead, though, there. And that is car 57. Sam Heading into the lead of the race from 4th on the grid. Grice a little bit sideways. They're all scrabbling for grip. And in the championship battle, it is side by side. Look between Brad Burns and Matt Luff. And Burns, the double winner, has gone through.
Yeah, great start by Brad Burns. That's really important for him to get his nose back in front of Matt Luff. And the rest of it, they can sort out as they go round. But, yeah, 3 different leaders in the first 300 metres. A really dramatic turnaround in event, and going very slowly there, 45. That's Carl Swift.
Well, he was actually lunging Andrew Dyer, went through, but then round the outside of everyone went Brad Burns. He's even got a run on Mark Grice. This would be 4 positions gained in 2 corners for the championship leader, who is not deterred by these difficult conditions one little bit. He's gone through. Grice again is sideways. Brad Burns could well be 2nd by the end of the opening lap from 10th on the grid.
Well, bearing in mind that this is the first time they get to the chicane in these conditions, they haven't experienced this level of wet so far this weekend. He might actually be the leader.
Oh, my word.
Oh, just hanging on in front. Only just hanging on in front is Sam Heading. But, yeah, that was a meteoric rise through the ranks from our championship leader, Bradley Burns. Started 10th, ends lap 1 in second ahead of Ross McCarr.
It's like he's got wet tyres on and the rest are scrabbling around on slicks. He hasn't. They're all on the same tyres. He's just got so much more confidence in the conditions, and surely only a matter of time before he leads. He's up the inside into the complex, and Brad Burns from 10th on the grid leads at the third corner of the second lap. That is astonishing, but now he's sideways all of a sudden, right in front of Sam Heading. Sam could do well here, couldn't he, really, to sit in the wheel tracks of the leader and try to figure out how on earth he's doing it. Carl Swift also a pretty meteoric rise up into third position. The one who's been left behind a bit, really, is Luff, isn't it? He's still stuck behind Mark Grice down in 6th place.
Yeah, he's made up 3 places, which on the opening lap isn't bad from 9th place. As long as you don't take the others into consideration. Ooh, stop.
That's Mark Grice.
It is Mark Grice, our pole man. Well, no chance of a win for him.
Can he get off the grass is the next question. He's got some forward momentum, I think, so hopefully he can dig his way out of the grass, which is rather waterlogged at this point.
And the marshals, who've got Ryan Edgecombe with them already, might have another spectator there from the TT Cup field.
Yep, so no, there we go. He's dug his way back onto the track. A splitter full of grass, but no major damage done by the looks of it. Right, Carl Swift for 2nd place now. Oh, look at the leader drifting his way through the chicane. If Swift can get past Sam Heading quickly here, he might well have a chance at going after Bradley Burns, because this is the most competitive we've seen Carl all weekend, I would say. He looks pretty quick, he looks pretty racy, but at the moment he's got a face full of spray, courtesy of Sam Heading, who he now might be about to move ahead of. Takes a tighter line to Swift through Allard. That gives him a bit more speed up the hill. He'll have the inside line for the complex. And is the former TCR UK race winner going to slot through into 2nd? The answer for now, at least, is no.
No, but he went out wide so he can cut back underneath. There's not quite enough room there, and he's very much the Bradley Burns. Is his Audi TT rear-wheel drive the same as Bradley Burns' appear to be? Obviously it's not, but he definitely is more than happy to pitch it in. And again, in these conditions, very low grip, you just ignore the back end. It's all about getting the front to go where you want it to.
Oh, Swift! Oh, surely can't come back from that. No, he's heading for the grass. He loops it around, and Carl Swift is now sideways in the middle of the road.
Keep your foot in.
Oh, slithers off the track. That was nearly disaster, and that is a big moment in the championship for Carl Swift. He looked quick, he looked up for the fight, but just ran out of rear grip.
Yeah, sometimes you just, it's either by luck or judgment, but if you keep your foot buried, it gives the car the very best chance of getting you out of the trouble you've just got yourself into. In that case, it didn't work for him, so that means that we had a change anyway. Matt Lufford got by Ross McCarr in the Martini car with a rather fetching blue grille. So Matt Luff has now jumped up into what is 3rd place. And that's really important for him. Suddenly, Bradley Burns is not quite so far away. Mark Grice has come into the pit lane and gone straight back into the paddock, so something ailed his car, I think, rather than driver error.
Carl Swift, meanwhile, is just ahead of Jason Pelosi, so that would put him about 13th. There's another sideways car just ahead of him. That's the 87 machine. That is Brad Kaler, who is under threat now from Morgan Root as they come past the pits. You almost have to wonder, Martin, whether or not some drivers, bear in mind, they were in the assembly area, half an hour or more ago. The track was not this wet. It wasn't yet raining at that point. I wonder if a few of them have gone for a drier setup, stiffer rear suspension. That would explain some of the snap oversteer we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. You want as firm a roll bar as you probably can here at Thruxton, because you just want the back to follow. You don't want it lolloping around, but it may be that it's considerably wetter now than it was at the start of the race. The track is really producing a lot more spray and commensurately less grip, you've got to think. So, yeah, I mean, ideally you want the car to be as stiff as possible at the back to give the front end as much chance of staying in contact with the rubber, with the track. But it does lead to some slightly lurid moments if you're trying to rotate the car too much. Bradley Burns pulling away from Sam Heading, Matt Luff giving chase. This is Ross McCarr, again the Martini liveried car ahead of Andrew Dyer. And Dyer not quite able to stay in touch. It looked as though a couple of laps ago Andrew Dyer was heading right to the front, didn't it? And yet, it hasn't quite worked that way for him.
No, but top 5, solid result perhaps in the offing, and he looks a bit quicker than Ross McCarr, I would say. Right, what can Carl Swift do then? How much further up the order can he climb after that pretty scary spin that he had a lap and a half or so ago up at Noble? Well, he's on the tail now. That's Paul Luthi, isn't it, that he's caught? So he's into 11th position now. So Luthi would put him into the top 10. Remember, drop scores do not work in the favour of Carl Swift after that double non-finish that he had at Alton Park earlier in the year. So he needs every point that he can get. He sweeps past Luthi, and a whole group of cars ahead of him as well that he looks a little bit quicker than.
Ross McCarr still hanging on in front of Andrew Dyer. This is the battle for 4th place. Matt Luff, Sam Heading, Brad Burns ahead of them. And again, Ross McCarr, I think once more we're seeing a driver here who's just getting more and more confident at Thruxton and is really putting in a good show here to hang on to this top 4 run.
Yeah, McCarr wide line into Goodwood, just keeping Andrew Dyer off the ideal racing line, really, because Andrew will be struggling to run in the wheel tracks of McCarr. He's getting a face full of spray, can't really see his reference points, so that's why you sometimes see the chasing car taking some odd lines, not because they think it's quicker, but just because they can see where they're going. And that's another one of those little tricks you can use as an experienced racing driver, certainly. If you are the leading car and you believe the car behind you is faster, in these conditions in particular, there are a few tricks that you can pull out of your bag to keep them behind.
Well, at the moment, Ross McCarr seems to have the legs on the pursuing Andrew Dyer up the hill, gets into the chicane. He can use the slightly less damp bits of the track there because he's not under pressure, but he was conservative. Andrew Dyer latched right onto his tail. There's Sean Smith, the father-daughter combination. Sean is in 6th position, whereas Ruby Smith down in 18th. So actually that's pretty much where she started. She started 19th. So she's still learning her trade of circuit racing. She comes from, like her dad, from short ovals, from hot rod racing. It's a very different proposition to be racing on these long, fast tracks. A very different learning experience, and to go as well as a young driver from rear-wheel drive, which is all she's never known, to front-wheel drive, is also part of that learning experience. There's 44 Charlie Budd ahead of Dan Budd, so a family battle going on at the tail of the top 10.
Yeah, pair of brothers, aren't they, I believe, Charlie and Dan, who have raced together on a number of different grids over the years. They've both been overtaken by Carl Swift, though, so Carl into 8th position now. Andrew Dyer throwing the car through Goodwood, just hurling the car at the corner and hoping that it will stick, which it almost did. That little slide just cost him some momentum, and so Ross McCarr hangs on 4 now. You're not missing anything out in front. Burns 4 seconds clear of Heading now, who is 5 seconds clear of Matt Love. Matt just does not quite have the speed in the wet conditions, it would seem. Full wet conditions, anyway. And I think he'll definitely be going to Silverstone hoping for dry weather, because when it's wet, he doesn't quite seem as confident as Brad Burns. In the dry, he can take the fight to the championship leader. In these conditions, though, definitely Brad Burns, the class of the field. And 1:32.8 is a new fastest lap. That is nearly a full second quicker than anything anybody else has done so far.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff, isn't it? And Brad Burns, just by the attitude, the way he was throwing the car around in the chicane on the first couple of laps, you just knew he felt he was all over this. This is Sean Smith under pressure for 6th place from Carl Swift. And Swift goes a long way around the outside, but finds that there isn't quite the track there that he was rather hoping for. So that was another heart-in-the-mouth moment for him. He can really ill afford another off-track excursion. And Sean Smith, he's a very experienced racer, but not so much in terms of circuit racing, and definitely not in terms of front-wheel drive. As we said, coming from short ovals, from hot rod racing, so he knows all about racing discipline, but front-wheel drive is different. And again, Ross McCarr under pressure from Andrew Dyer, but McCarr doing a really solid job here. He's just basically planting the car where he wants to be and going, all right then, big boy, let's see you go around the outside. Dyer is up for the challenge this time. Is he going to make it all the way round, though?
That was a really well thought out pass. If it works, yes, sweeps through into Church Corner. He knew, I think, that McCarr would try to cover the inside line. Dyer is sideways at Church, though. Again, foot flat on the loud pedal, just about keeps the thing going. But now McCarr has the chance to get the place back. So after a brilliant move by Dyer, Dyer committed to the outside, found the grip, wriggled through. He throws it straight back away in at Church Corner, peaks to the outside at the chicane, but that ain't gonna work. And another driver just struggling for rear grip. That, though, Martin, was a cracking save.
Yeah, these two are going to be full of it, aren't they? Absolutely buzzing at the end of the race, because this has been a brilliant ding-dong battle. If there's been more than a car length between them, I can't remember exactly when it was, other than right just now, obviously. But Andrew Dyer, yeah, he committed there to the outside. I think Ross McCarr let him go because he didn't think it was going to work, and in the end, it didn't either. Andrew Dyer got so sideways, starting to climb up the hill. When's the time that you don't want the car to be dragging its tail backwards? When there's a long, fast hill in front of you is the answer. A little further back, Jason Pelosi with Morgan Root just behind him. And that is the battle just outside the top 10. So looking here at 11th, 12th, 13th, and trouble. A spinner.
Ruby Smith.
At the chicane, it is Ruby Smith.
No damage, so she's not made contact with anything significant, I don't think. Bit of a scuff on the left front corner.
Yeah, that'll be a tyre stack scuff, so not much wrong with her precision, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. Unfortunately, though, she will drop pretty much to the back of the pack as a result of that. Now, quick Carl Swift update. As we said, he's into 6th place. He's got past Sean Smith, as we saw a lap ago. He was, at the end of that lap, 4.6 seconds behind the Ross McCarr and Andrew Dyer squabble, but 2.5 seconds quicker than them on the previous lap as they were busy battling. So Carl Swift may yet have a say in that fight with 2.5 minutes or so to go. Round the right-hander at Goodwood comes this next little pack of cars, though, and this is a terrific scrap. Is that Steve Foden now getting in on the action? I think it is. Steve going a lot better in this race.
Yeah, it's Jason Pelosi at the front of that little queue, and that is, again, another multi-car pile. And here, just a little further back.
That's Luke Handley up the inside of Sean Smith. This for 7th place then. Sean Smith, yet again, the leading Masters driver. 4 drivers, I think, in this series over the age of 45. It's either 45 or 50. And losing out there to Luke Handley, who does not run in that same class. Right, here come McCarr and Dyer. On that lap, Swift was about 1.7 seconds quicker than them. 3 seconds back, 2 laps to go. He needs these two to really start knocking lumps out of each other, doesn't he? I don't think he's going to get there on outright pace, but you have to imagine this battle is not yet over.
No, I don't think it is, and you're right. I was just trying to work out whether they'd get only this 1 or 2. I think he will be at the line around 10, 15 seconds, the leader, before we run out of time. So it will be this plus 1. And there is Ruby Smith again, facing the wrong direction. Dad Sean is car number 21. She's 2-1-1.
And this is not a replay from the lap ago. This is the same spot on the circuit. Well, a little bit earlier in the corner, I suppose. But that car didn't look like it was firing up quite as quickly as we might like. Hopefully she can get going, otherwise that will be, again, a no overtaking zone on what is now the final lap of the race. Not that that will bother Bradley Burns. He's 8.5 seconds up the road from Sam Heading, but that could have something to do with the outcome of the battles going on a bit further back.
Well, not showboating quite as much as the XJS Jag in the streaming rain, but definitely putting on an absolute wet weather driving masterclass. Brad Burns, in the dry conditions of the previous 2 races, has been, you know, grabbing the attention, but here he's just absolutely cleared off. Fantastic effort from him. 8.5 seconds clear of Sam Heading.
And I don't think, Martin, that anyone has ever won all 3 races in the same weekend in this championship. I know it's only the first season, but we've had a handful of triple headers already this year. We've had 2 wins from Carl Swift out of the 3 races at Snetterton, and 2 wins from Bradley Burns out of the 3 races last time at Silverstone.
You're saying that now on the last lap, are you? You went there with that.
I never will learn my lesson, will I? Well, let's see. He's got to come through Church Corner and the chicane. What could possibly go wrong, Martin?
We haven't got time to discuss that at all. Brad Burns and a yawning chasm. Still yawning. There's Sam Heading in 2nd, Matt Luff in 3rd. That's likely to be our podium. And the interest not on whether Brad Burns is going to win this, but whether he trips over traffic before he gets to the checkered flag. He won't do. He's out of the chicane safely.
And the checkered flag for the 3rd time this weekend. Waves for Bradley Burns. How important could these 3 races prove to be when we get to Silverstone at the end of the year in the context of the championship? Because he is going to be a difficult man to catch based on his current form. This, meanwhile, is Carl Swift. He has caught Andrew Dyer. He won't have a go at Ross McCarr, but he will try to break into the top 5. He's got the inside line into the chicane. Dyer stands his ground on the outside. That's the inside for the left. There's a bit of of an elbows out moment. Still they are side by side. The momentum though is with Dyer, and despite his very best efforts, Swift is not quite going to get through, is he? They're almost level at the line, but Dyer hangs on in the end officially by a 1/10.5 or so. But Carl Swift gave it a good go.
And Ross McCarr taking 4th in that Martini liveried car.
Yes.
Now, is that his best result of the season?
Oh, now you're
it's
asking.
certainly his best result of this weekend. Sean Smith, 8th place. He's the first of the drivers with snow on the peaks.
I think you're right. I think that is his first, his best position. I think he's had a 6th place earlier on in the year. I don't think he's had a top 4. So, yeah, good stuff that from Ross McCarr. Defended it well, having gone through on Andrew Dyer, and then did not allow Andrew an opportunity to come back at him.
Didn't see much of this mass squabble, did we? But that was entertaining, I'm sure, for all of them all the way through. And that's the top 15. Bradley Kaler coming across the line, 16th place. Lots of little battles all the way down the field. And actually, for those who aren't necessarily racing right at the front of the field, that's important. You know, one of the reasons that people go racing is to race, not just to set quick laps in isolation. And if you've got a bunch of cars around you, you'll get out and go, wow, that was fantastic. And that's all part of the enjoyment of it. So being in a queue like that, even if it's 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, whatever, you're still enjoying racing wheel to wheel with people. And when you sit and watch it, you think, do you know what, I'm going to give that a go. That's exactly what you want to be doing. They've done a great job.
Yeah, 100% agree. There was some great battling up and down the order. It's something this championship has become known for, simply because of the size of the grid. The more cars you have out there, the more chance there is that you'll have somebody to play with, and certainly the case in the Audi TT Cup Championship. So it is Bradley Burns who gets himself another race win. 3rd of the weekend for Brad, a 7th of the year, I reckon, and he extends once again his championship lead, helped of course by the fact that Sam Heading held on to 2nd position, so the nearest of Bradley Burns championship contenders, Matt Luff, was only 3rd and will now be well into the double digits adrift of Brad going to Silverstone. Ross McCarr is 4th, Andrew Dyer comes home in 5th place ahead of Carl Swift in 6th. A great comeback that though, after that pretty hairy moment that he had midway through the race. Luke Handley 7th, Sean Smith, Charles Bird and Paul Luty complete the top 10. Morgan Root 11th, Jason Pelosi 12th and 13th position for Steve Foden. Jonathan Williams came home in 14th. Then 15th place for Sam Meager, 16th Brad Kaler, 17th Dan Budd, with Oliver Devine King and Patrick Booth, the last 2 cars on the lead lap. Paul Savage was a lap down, whilst Ruby Smith, Richard Forber and Mark Rice all retired to the pit lane after various dramas during the race. And Ryan Edgecombe, as we saw, a non-starter, pulling over on the green flag lap. Well, good to see the crowd sticking around despite the pretty inclement weather, and continuing to support the drivers, giving them a cheer and a clap as they come into the pit lane. We have got still plenty of racing to go. We've got 2 more races. The Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s are up next, followed by TCR UK. For now though, let's head down into Parc Fermé, hear from Martin Haven and our top 3 TT drivers.
In the collecting area with our top 3. Brad Burns, we reckon that's the first time anybody's won all 3 races of the weekend. You've got a big grin on your face.
Yeah, that was a mega race. Didn't get a very good start, and then went round the outside, and then, yeah, got heading down into complex, and yeah, that was it really. Even just head down and went forwards. But yeah, it's really good.
Pretty slippery at the beginning. A couple of times through the complex, you were almost on the lock stops.
Yeah, I had some good slides, and yeah, it did dry out at the end, and the lap started coming down. But I didn't want to go too stupid because I knew I had a bit of a lead, but I still tried to be consistent.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. 3 wins for Brad. 2nd place, Sam Heading. Sam, that was pretty entertaining stuff for you.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. A bit of a shame I couldn't get the win. Brad, I think he's had so much more of a grip than me, but yeah, no, it was a good race. It's just so tough keeping it on the track.
And how do you judge just how much to go with the anti-roll bar at the rear, how hard you go, how soft you go?
Well, I just let the team deal with that, to be fair. I don't really know what they are, so I just get in it, drive it best as I can, and yeah, unfortunately didn't get the win this time, but next time, mate.
All right, on to Silverstone. Congratulations, 2nd place for you, and 3rd place, Matt Luff. Well then, that was all entertaining stuff.
Yeah, I'd had a safe car all weekend and it had not helped, so I went a bit more leery, probably a bit too far, and couldn't hold on to it through the fast left, and it chased me all the way down to Goodwood, and by the time I got on, I don't know where I were, but I had fun coming back through.
All right, Carl Swift having a very entertaining time. Now, where's Matt gone? There he is. Right, let's talk to Matt. Come round here. There was all sorts going on in that race, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was a busy one. I mean, the reverse grid races are always fun, aren't they? Coming through the field. Yeah, I mean, I made a brilliant start. I looked at my mirrors and Brad was behind me. I was like, has he done that? I was like, I must have got 4 people off the line. And yes, he was right behind me. I think he did me around the outside in the complex somewhere. And I tried to go with him. And he sent around the outside of Goodwood, made up like 3 or 4 places, and the rest of the race was playing catch up. But it's another podium, it's good points. The championship is slipping away a little bit. Brad's had some really, really decent results. He's won all 3 races. I've had some good results, not quite as successful. So yeah, Silverstone, we really need to make it count.
So it's a one-weekend championship now, isn't it? I mean, that's basically what we've got to.
It's still really close. I haven't counted myself out. I think Carl had a tough one there, so I don't know where that would put him. But yeah, all eyes on Brad at the minute.
All right, well, listen, congratulations, well done. Car's heading out now for our next Fiesta race, so let's get back upstairs and hear from the commentary.
Thanks, Martin. Yep, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship up next. It's a bit of a weird day, this. In the morning, a lot of championships were sitting around waiting a long time before their first race, just because of the nature of the timetable, with the Classic Touring Car Series taking up the bulk of the morning. Now, in the afternoon, it's a bit of a mad scramble. It was only a couple of hours ago that these cars were last out on the circuit for what was a very dramatic race. Now, remember, the big story was Alistair Kellett, the championship leader. He was in a really strong position. Zach Lucas, Gary Miller, his nearest championship rivals, they'd had a bit of a disaster in race 1. They were starting further back in the order. Alistair was due to start from pole position, and then his gearbox broke on the green flag lap. The question is, did the team manage to get that gearbox replaced in time for the second race? The answer we will find out in a moment. I'm looking out of the commentary box window to see whether or not I can see him, and yes, Alistair Kellett is there. So Alistair Kellett from the back of the grid, championship leader. If they've got that gearbox changed and everything is hooked up and connected and working as it should be, then the team deserve a massive, massive pat on the back. It is, not to help his cause really, Gary Miller, one of his championship rivals, who has pole position, because again, we've got this slightly jumbled grid for race number 3. Miller on pole, Joseph Knight second, John Cooper and Simon Horrobin make up the second row of the grid, and on row number 3 it's Sam Reynolds and Zach Lucas. Row number 4 then for Lucas Hayden and Charlie Ellis, Archie Johnson and Henry Howard together on row 5, with James Pope and Harry Hayes on the 6th row. Then row 7 for Dan Lewis and Luke Waugh, Connor Blackburn and Caitlin May together on the 8th row of the grid, Christopher Blackburn on row 9, and he's got Alistair Kellett for company. So Kellett is out there, and that is a big, big story as far as the championship conversation is concerned. Now, having got out there, what can he do? That's the question, because he's got to hope that that gearbox is working properly. I'm not a mechanic, Martin Haven, but I would imagine that 2 hours to change a gearbox in a racing car is probably enough time to get it done, but you must have to cut a few corners. There are a few checks you would ordinarily be making that you might not have had time to make.
Well, you won't have had a chance to run it unless they've driven it round the paddock, but other than that, I think it should be pretty much plug and play. If you've got a spare gearbox, or anybody has got a spare gearbox, then it should be absolutely ready to race, not just a broken one that you dragged out a little bit earlier. So fingers crossed. I mean, you know, these things are pretty reliable, and to actually strip a gear on the warm-up lap is unusual in the extreme. But yeah, I would think that everything, as long as it's gone back together, as long as it's inside the car enough to get it started, it should be enough to finish the race as well. The question is, of course, how far does he get up the order now that he's actually out there?
Well, he's helped a little bit by this sort of jumbled up grid that they do in the Fiesta ST240. So you might remember Henry Howarth was the winner of the race earlier on today. Well, he is starting 10th on the grid. Archie Johnson, who was second, starts from 9th just alongside him. In fact, it is just a straight up top 10 reversal, I think, this team on time, isn't it? Because no, not quite. Gary Miller was 9th and starts from pole. Joseph Knight was 7th and starts second. I think what they do is they take the top 3 or 4 drivers, pick them out of a hat. That's the order they start in at the back of the top 10. Then they take the next 3 or 4 drivers, jumble them around as well. So it's not a complete inversion of the top 10, which does mean sometimes you can end up 3 or 4 places ahead or behind a driver on the grid who actually you were side by side with at the checkered flag in the previous race.
Well, this is a chance of redemption, isn't it, for the man who does start on pole, the all-red car, number 4, Gary Miller. He's not had much in terms of good luck so far this weekend, so he really has got to capitalise on this. He starts on the front, Joe Knight alongside him, and then John Cooper and Simon Horrobin behind him, but he's absolutely got to just fold the mirrors in, ignore the rear view and just go for it, because from where he is, he can salvage something fairly sensible out of his weekend. And as you said, with some of the front runners from the first couple of races behind him, although alongside, Joe Knight was on the podium in race 1, wasn't he? Second in race 1. So it's not beyond the bounds of possibility he'll have a good handler race on his hand. Simon Horrobin, the grey car on the far right of your shot, really didn't have a great start and didn't have a great race, didn't end up too well placed in race 2, but it's John Cooper in the middle with the green nose on that sort of red, white and green car. That might be the major fly in the ointment for Gary Miller.
Indeed so. Simon Horrobin with a 4th and a 10th place finish under his belt this weekend. So race 1 he went well when he started towards the back of the field. Race 2 he started towards the front and slipped backwards. So he's back on the second row again now. Let's see how race number 3 pans out for him and the rest of the drivers in the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Their third 20-minute race of the weekend about to get underway. The red car is Gary Miller. He's on pole position. Alongside him the blue of Joseph Knight. Red lights go out now. They scrabble for grip, scrabble for traction. Gary Miller makes a poor start, so Joseph Knight will get the lead, I think, or maybe John Cooper. John Cooper on the inside and Horrobin on the outside. 3 abreast for the race lead. Hold your breath. And it's Cooper, I think, who came out of that on top. Yes, it was. So John Cooper with the lead. Second place is still up for debate, I think, between Simon Horrobin and Joseph Knight, who's locked up. He's got a wheel on the grass on the inside line. Gets the car stopped, but no! Out of absolutely nowhere comes Sean Reynolds. Wipes out Gary Miller. That has major championship ramifications. And race 2 winner Henry Howarth involved. And now Kellett is sideways. The championship leader tagged sideways by a wounded 777 car. Sean Reynolds, a right front puncture, couldn't get the car turned into the left-hand part of the complex. And Alistair Kellett very lucky to get away with that.
Well, I don't think it was, actually, I don't think it was Reynolds who tagged him. Somebody else coming from behind. Into the lead, though, goes Horrobin. He goes around the outside. And is he going to hang on to that? He is going to hang on in the background. A monster save there. I think that's John Cooper still in second. So his teammate Zach Lucas in third. But sitting in the middle of the row, I think this is going to go safety car immediately, isn't it? We've got 2 cars stranded in a complex, both in highly compromised situations. Safety car will pick them up. So, but the real drama is Gary Miller, isn't it? I mean, made in the shade. He had the opportunity to fight for the podium, maybe even for the win. And from no, I mean, that was wheels on the grass, wasn't it? That was from absolutely nowhere. No chance of stopping there, I'm afraid, from Sean Reynolds. And just, unguided missile completely out of his control at that stage.
And it looks awful. It looks like he's completely wiped 3 or 4 drivers out of the race, but you touch a white line or the grass in the braking zone there, and that car is not going to slow down one little bit.
And there he is. He's out of the car, but he really took a big hit. That's absolutely wrong. And the other thing, of course, is it's not necessarily him trying to take a tight line. He might have had somebody move over on him, and whoa, all he's got is the grass, and it's not slowing down. The grass this wet, you might as well regard it as sheet ice. It's absolutely not slowing down. And in fact, if you're locked up on the tarmac, you're going to slow down faster than if you go onto the grass, because the grass will actually reduce the friction. You will speed up effectively because your retardation will be slowed. So, yeah, major hit. And hopefully Gary Miller is okay as well, because getting a thump like that when you're already on the brakes is not much fun.
And he wouldn't have seen it coming, really, so no time to brace for impact. It would have come out of absolutely nowhere. So, yeah, hopefully they're both all right. The marshal, in fact, there is Gary Miller. I think he's probably all right. He's got the car back into the pit lane, but surely there is damage to the right rear corner of that car. There you can see.
And the front as well.
Yes, but they're sending him on his way, so... Okay, if he's got away with that, then he is a very lucky boy. And he's not really, because he shouldn't have been involved in that in the first place.
Well, the thing, of course, there is that he's hard on the brakes, about to turn, but he gets hit from behind. Now what that does is it basically breaks the traction, breaks the friction circle of the tyres, and on wet track they just skate off. So actually it may not have been as hard an impact on him as it initially looked. And there's the wrecker ready to pick up 777 of Sean Reynolds. I have a feeling that Sean Reynolds is going to be moaning and groaning when he's trying to get out of bed in the morning. That will properly ache.
It will indeed. Simon Horrobin, by the way, leads the race. I don't think we saw through all of that how he got past John Cooper, but he did, so Horrobin leads.
That was coming out of Noble, wasn't it? He was being very, very bold, and John Cooper was trying to hang on to him, and past the scene of the crime goes Gary Miller. But Miller, yeah, he will join the tail of the safety car queue without losing a lap, won't he? But he will be still, 20-plus places behind where he would like to have been.
He will, only a few places behind Kellett, but that's not really the point. He needs to be beating Kellett and not simply following him through the order. Did Kellett escape that without any damage as well? He had that secondary bit of contact, didn't he? He carried on, he hasn't pitted, but you never know, it might have knocked the tracking out slightly, could slow him down in the closing stage. Remember, he cannot afford a non-finish. He's used his 2 drop scores already, and so that was very near to disaster for the points leader. Zach Lucas, of course, is up there in 3rd place. So Zach Lucas, of the title contenders, he sailed through that pretty well. He started in 6th on the grid and is up there in 3rd position, having dodged the worst of the drama. A drama which I believe we can take another little look at in a moment or two as well. Let's see if we can piece together what happened. We're not going to see the start, I don't think. Sean Reynolds, I think they all just sort of stopped in front of him. He ended up on the grass and whack, he got into Joseph Knight, who actually got into Gary Miller. So that softened the blow for Gary slightly. And then look, as Sean comes back on the road, he's got a right front puncture, and I think somewhere here, he can't turn the car, gets into the side of Kellett, but that is because of that right front puncture, I think, on the Reynolds car, and that is why Kellett took a whack. I think Kellett will be fine, but it was actually Joseph Knight who bore the brunt of that impact, and Gary Miller really wouldn't have had any clue it was coming because he was in the middle with 2 cars to his inside. Meanwhile, cars are stopping out on track because they've stopped the race. The red flag is out. I think there's probably debris, there's the car, there might be fluid down on the road up there as well, so this is going to take a few more minutes to get the track ready.
Yeah, there wasn't much left of the front of the Reynolds machine, was there? So I imagine that everything that was in it in terms of coolant has leaked out. And the problem is, this is not predominantly water with antifreeze like it would be in your road car. This is predominantly not water whatsoever. It is a special coolant liquid which has a much higher boiling point. And is kinder on the frictionable materials in your engine, your water pump and so on. But unfortunately, when you spill it on the track, particularly a wet track, then it's basically like washing up liquid. It's got about that amount of grip. And back in the pits.
And out of the car is Gary Miller.
Yeah.
So day done for Gary, championship realistically done now for Gary as well, you would have to say. What was his drop score situation? He hadn't had a non-finish before this weekend.
Well, the problem for him is that he's now, to realistically, have a chance, he's relying on everybody else having a whole host of bad luck in one race weekends, not in the rest of the season. So that then kind of takes everything out of your own hands.
It does, really, but 3 races at Silverstone, mixed conditions likely, you never know. Stranger things have happened, but certainly I think Alistair Kellett will be feeling pretty good about this now. They've sort of bagged up the front of the Sean Reynolds car, presumably because it is still leaking that coolant, so they don't want to make the situation any worse. They also don't want it leaking onto anything hot or, causing any more damage. So the car out of the way, they'll address the track. They've got the sweeper there ready. 5-10 minutes, I think we should be good to go.
Yeah, coolant, possibly oil as well. I mean, you've got oil lines, oil coolers and so on, so may well be lubricant down there as well. Transmission fluid as well, which isn't nasty stuff when it mixes with water. It does spread. It's a little bit like diesel on a roundabout, to put it into road driving terms. It is suboptimal, to say the very least. Suboptimal, probably not the word that most comes to your mind when you hit it. So as they get ready to go again, it will be John Cooper with the red, green colourblind. That's my idiot tablets. With the green noseband, who will lead them away.
Yes, he will. So John Cooper then, having made a really good fist of the initial start to the race, needs to do it all again when we restart, which will be in a few minutes' time. In the meantime, we're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Restart on its way here from Thruxton.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
Welcome back to Thruxton, everybody. Clean-up ongoing at the complex after that fairly calamitous start to our AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race. Lots of fluid down on the middle part of the complex from Sean Reynolds' car. So it's going to be another few minutes, I think, before we get the race ready to go. There is more cement dust, I think that was going down from a big bucket on the exit of the complex as well. So it will take us a few more minutes before we get a race restart. When we do get a race restart, we're anticipating still the full 15 minutes. But the race will start behind the safety car. That is why the Ford Focus Estate safety car is there in position at the front of the grid. It will lead the field around, and it will be a rolling start, single file rolling start, when we do go racing again. So that's the latest update. Shouldn't be much longer, hopefully, before the track is ready to go. We're going to step away for another couple of minutes, and then hopefully we will have cars on the move again here at Thruxton.
These little cars, they're not very fast, but you need to drive them on the edge to be anywhere near the front.
Yeah, good fun. Still enjoy racing them. Still mega fun cars to drive. Just awesome.
There's some very, very good drivers here. Very good drivers.
They're brilliant cars, you know, great fun to drive, and I really enjoy the championship. That's why I'm back.
That was fun. That was fun.
Good pin.
That was fun.
The depth of the field's unbelievable in this. Like, it's beyond anything I've been in or seen before.
You know, this championship is really hard. Genuinely is really hard. There's 10 guys who can win races.
The championship's so competitive. Like, everyone's just pushing and pushing and pushing, and we just seem to get quicker every year.
Those drivers could race anywhere. You know, they could race in touring car.
It's so much fun to drive and really enjoying like being in the race environment. I love it. I love this track. It's great.
The way the whole thing is put together, this is really fantastic.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Welcome back to Thruxton, everybody. Well, once again, a terrific job done by the marshals and the circuit staff to get the track cleared up at the complex after that red flag-inducing incident at the start of the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race, their third of the weekend. And just on cue, as we come back, the track is cleared of safety vehicles. And the safety car is going to lead the field around to the restart. Now, we've been told it will be a safety car restart. That normally means a single file restart. It might well mean that the clock starts to tick down at the beginning of this lap behind the safety car, but we'll wait and see if that is the decision that's taken, as the drivers anxiously wait now to get the race back underway. It will be original grid positions, but of course without anybody who's been involved in that incident. So Sean Reynolds will be a non-starter. Gary Miller, you can see top right of shot, is sat at the end of the pit lane, and he'll be starting at the very back of the field. Alistair Kellett also has to go back to the tail end of the field, and on a single file rolling restart has less opportunity, really, you'd think, to gain a lot of positions at the start as he did the first time around. So Kellett with all to do. The time has started ticking down now, so the race has restarted behind the safety car for 15 minutes, one lap, and then we should have the cars released at speed. So it was a fairly lengthy operation, made more difficult, Martin, of course, because it's a wet track. A spillage of something slippery on a dry track, well, just stick some cement dust on it, sweep it away, job's a good one. But in the wet, it spreads, it gets very, very difficult to clear up. And actually, what was that, 15 minutes or so? Pretty efficient work.
Yeah, really good work by the marshals. Again, they've had a long weekend, some of it pretty miserable with rain running down their necks, easy for me to say. So yes, again, sterling stuff. But it was where Kellett came over. You see on the runoff area just to the right of shot, it's all over there. It came round, looped round the cars where they're following now, and sort of ran out about there where the car came to a halt, and it was basically its entire lifeblood. And I think it was coolant and oil mixed together, and of course that spreads both of them around all over the place. So they're getting going once more. Clock is running. John Cooper leads the field. Simon Horrobin, the grey car, in second place. And the rest of them, I think they are running actually as they finished at the end of the lap where they were red flagged, rather than necessarily back in grid order, because Charlie Ellis and Zach Lucas are fourth and third, aren't they? No, then Zach Lucas is third. Charlie Ellis is not fourth.
Charlie Ellis is
going to be at the restart.
Yes, he's going to be seventh, isn't he?
Yeah,
essentially,
he is. Yeah.
With no Gary Miller. So Charlie Ellis went well in that race earlier on today, though, didn't he? So what can he do from there? Pick his way through the order a little bit more, maybe. Remember, you've got that AM Championship battle that is raging on as well between Charlie and James Pope, and a few others, actually, all pretty close together. Archie Johnson and Dan Lewis were tied at the top of that championship table coming into the weekend, but a couple of good results so far for Henry Howarth as well, and James Pope have put them right in contention. So that AM Championship pretty close. We had lots of AMs at the front of the field in the earlier race, which of course ironically means now in the reverse grid race they're shuffled towards the back end of the top 10, so they haven't really come out of this particularly well, but as we know, they will not back down for an opportunity to make a couple of overtakes. Right then, safety car is destined for the pit lane. John Cooper has stepped on the loud pedal already, turning into the chicane, and he gets our race back underway properly. Like I said, the time was already ticking down, so 12 minutes and 20 seconds will be left on the clock when he gets to the line. Very slow restart further back for somebody. Harry Hayes, I think that split the pack. But John Cooper already 8/10 up the road as they accelerate up through Allard Corner and towards the complex once again.
Yeah, Simon Horrobin was under pressure from Zach Lucas there behind 42. Henry Howarth looking to go around. Archie Johnson just in front of him. All those cars with the yellow background to their numbers, those are the AM cars, so they're fifth place down to, well, almost everywhere. And there he is around the outside. Howarth in the lilac car trying to go around Archie Johnson, car number 10. Didn't quite get there. Charlie Ellis, the red car with the yellow highlights, car number 11, just in front of them. Fifth place. He is the top AM driver. And there's Daniel Lewis, you just saw going through car number 19, the black car with the orange roof, who was leading race 2 and then went off at the complex and ended up at the tail of the field.
Caught a glimpse there of Gary Miller on the tail of Alistair Kellett. Those two already moving through the field pretty efficiently. as Archie Johnson here battles with Henry Howarth. That's for second place in the AM class. Remember, Charlie Ellis is leading that category in 5th place overall. This for 6th position, and Howarth has slipped through on the outside line there, again finding the grip off the traditional racing line. Had a change for second, I reckon. Yes, that's Zach Lucas ahead of Simon Horobin now. Zach Lucas has to be the favourite, I think, for this race. Certainly he's the highest placed of the regular sort of race winners and podium finishers. He will struggle to get past John Cooper. John will put a fight up here, but certainly pace-wise, Zach Lucas should have to stay in a good position.
Yeah, Zach Lucas getting quicker and quicker, I think, as the weekend continues. And now he is placed to try and make a move, decides to tuck in behind John Cooper, not showing his hand too early and not leaving the back door open for Simon Horobin in the grey car with the orange highlights either. Lucas Hayden next up, the white car, but it's starting to drop Charlie Ellis back towards Henry Howarth. Charlie Ellis, the red car, as up the inside comes Horobin. Can't quite get the traction he needs at the apex, so he stays in third, but contact, and that is Lucas Hayden getting knocked sideways by Charlie Ellis. Ellis in that red car with the yellow highlights, our top am, and Henry Howarth in the lilac car behind him, setting the fastest race lap of anyone so far.
Yeah, indeed. Hayden did well to gather that together, and in fairness, I think Charlie Ellis backed off the throttle to make sure that he didn't go past Hayden, gave Lucas the opportunity to gather it together and then carry on from there. Ellis then under a bit of threat now for his AM class lead from Henry Howarth, who was the fastest man on the track last time around. Charlie Ellis up the inside of Lucas Hayden again, and that looked a little bit too easy. It might well be a trick of the camera angle. Yes, I think it might have been, but anyway, he sweeps through without too much of a fight. Zach Lucas, meanwhile, is ahead of John Cooper now for the race lead.
Yeah, good move by Zach Lucas, leads the stream up the hill, and he does seem to have the speed, doesn't he? John Cooper should be absolutely nailed to his back bumper in the slipstream. Did not manage to get that close. Simon Horobin, the grey car, again challenging Cooper for second place. And Howarth runs very wide at the chicane. He'll go straight through the far side. And that means Lucas Hayden will hang on in 4th spot, under pressure from Charlie Ellis. But Zach Lucas leads, and he'll want to pull away. And Charlie Ellis now, with cars in either mirror. He's got car number 10, Archie Johnson, and he's got Henry Howarth, who went past him because he straight-lined the chicane, but I think he must have given the place back.
Yes, I think he did. Oh, look at that, around the outside, Simon Horobin against John Cooper. That was for second position. Not sure how that one was going to pan out. Well, they're leaning on each other through the middle part of the complex, and are they still side by side? Sort of. John Cooper skates through, but then drifts a bit wide. Horobin gets the run, and will pull back alongside him again into Noble. These two have had many a door-handle-to-door handle battle over the years, and they're having another one now in these slippery conditions at Thruxton. Cooper drifting out wide. There's just a Fiesta's width left on the right-hand side of the road, and Simon Horobin will now make that place his, or will he? Skates a bit wide, and Cooper might well have another nibble heading towards Church Corner. Behind them, Howarth is now ahead, or still ahead, I should say, of Charlie Ellis. So Henry Howarth hanging on to the AM class lead, but yeah, a couple of really fierce battles raging here as we approach half-race distance.
Yeah, look both pretty neutral, actually. Simon Horobin leading up John Cooper up the hill, and behind him the lilac car Henry Howarth ahead of Charlie Ellis. They've dropped Archie Johnson, so it's two pairs slipstreaming their way up. You won't see the leader, because Zach Lucas, who was 3/4 of a second in front at the beginning of this lap, I think has probably got further away. There he goes through shot, so he's probably about a second and a half ahead.
Ooh, Lucas Hayden cutting the chicane, had to avoid contact with the tyre stack. And he slips back in now behind Archie Johnson. So Zach Lucas leads by 2 seconds. Look who's arrived on the back of this group, though. Alistair Kellett there at the inside of James Pope. And Alistair Kellett knows every position is crucial here. Remember, you score points not within your class, but within your overall finishing position. So even though he's kind of surrounded by AM drivers right now, he still needs to find a way past them. He's up the inside again now of James Pope into the complex. And does he make the move stick? No, James Pope stands his ground on the outside, buys himself a ticket to the inside line at the left-hander, and Alistair Kellett will be getting a little bit frustrated here.
Yeah, he will be, but he can't afford to. He needs to just keep a clear head. James Pope runs out wide. Kellett trying to take a tighter line, but the momentum is with the white car, number 47. James Pope keeping his nose in front. Alistair Kellett, who's had a fairly Entertaining weekend so far, with his nose on the inside still, and he needs to stay there all the way round in the country, but he can't.
Pretty sure James Pope's car doesn't have a rear windshield in. I think that's been popped out all weekend after maybe an issue yesterday, but yeah, that won't be helping the aerodynamic. Well, mind you, the back of the car doesn't matter. Oh, he's lost it into Church. He's lost it all on his own into Church Corner. The rear wing flies off completely now, and what on earth happened there? James Pope's car suddenly breaking loose on him, turning into Church. We couldn't really see from that angle. Maybe it was a wheel on the grass, but that would have been a heart-stopping moment for him, and probably caught the attention of Alistair Kellett as well.
Absolutely would have. A car suddenly turning sideways in front of you would have got your full attention. Alistair Kellett keeps going. There he is. So he's up to 8th place now. Leader Zach Lucas 2 seconds clear of this battle. Simon Horrobin, the grey car, and John Cooper, the white car with the red and green highlights. So as they dice with each other, they are being caught by the lilac car of Henry Howarth, our leading AM driver at the moment, and he really has left Charlie Ellis behind to deal with the others. Simon Horrobin just getting in a little deep there, digging himself a hole that he probably didn't need to. And John Cooper with Henry Howarth behind need to mind his P's and Q's. Howarth will be looking to get onto the podium again.
Yeah, Howarth's been strong today in the slippery conditions, hasn't he? And come through from 10th on the grid. Henry Howarth, having got that maiden victory earlier on, fancies another one now. He's certainly in contention for a podium.
Now, one car we haven't seen, and we are, I know we're not, that's Ellis. One car we haven't seen, and we is the red car number 4 of Gary Miller, who started from the pit lane, went to the pit exit, came back into the pits, back to the pit exit, back into the pits, and then back into the pit exit during the stoppage. And he's now up to 9th place, 1 spot behind Alistair Kellett. Kellett the fastest lap, and still John Cooper trying to hang on to 3rd place ahead of Henry Howarth. And Charlie Ellis, the red car, ahead of Archie Johnson. Howarth on the outside of Cooper. This is for 3rd.
Ooh, late on the brakes, both cars skating around. John Cooper ushers Henry Howarth to the edge of the road. And now Henry, I think, would have an argument there to say he was forced to skip the chicane that time. John Cooper still doesn't leave him a lot of room on the rejoin, and Howarth settles back in behind. But neither of them were really making the corner there, but particularly Cooper on the inside, I think, did break a little bit too late.
Archie Johnson trying to get around the outside of the red car of Charlie Ellis. This is for 5th position. Johnson had a podium earlier in the weekend. And again, Henry Howarth all over the back of John Cooper. Well, Howarth didn't gain an advantage by having to straight line the chicane, so that's fair enough. Now he can attack Cooper again, but a little closer behind Charlie Ellis in the red car and Archie Johnson. And Alistair Kellett is nearly in touch as well, isn't he? Yeah.
Kellett is flying, fastest lap of the race. How far up the order can he get? Well, a podium could be on the cards. Well, maybe not. 3 3/4 minutes to go. He'll need a bit of shuffling to go on ahead of him, which is happening. Henry Howarth at the inside of John Cooper. Oh, leans on Cooper. That was for the chicane, he says, as he rattles his way through at Goodwood Corner. And Henry Howarth into the podium places again, but in a rather robust fashion.
Not an awful lot of prisoners being taken in this one, are there? Zach Lucas isn't worried about that. 2.5 seconds clear of Simon Horrobin, John Cooper. Well, Simon Horrobin, Henry Howarth now, and John Cooper. And will Cooper be caught by Ellis leading the following train? There's the yellow and blue car of Alistair Kellett. Lucas Hayden got back ahead of Gary Miller, so Miller's been pushed back from 8th to 9th. That was to the end of the last lap. Horrobin hops over the curbs, not as much though as Howarth in 3rd place ahead of John Cooper.
Yeah, Henry Howarth then, behind Simon Horrobin by, what, 1.1 seconds or so, 4.1 seconds off the lead as Kellett now gets past Charlie Ellis. So 5th position for Alistair Kellett. Not a bad recovery drive, this. Gearbox holding strong for the time being, and the team will be rewarded here potentially for all of their hard work with a really good result. I still think a podium is on the cards here with 2 more laps to go. Slip and slide their way through the complex. There's Gary Miller, Martin.
The red car, yeah, just going through shot. In fact, was that Gary Miller? That didn't look like a 4 on the side number on side window, but it is a plain red car. The car of Charlie Ellis behind now as Alistair Kellett has moved up to the top 5. And you're right, I think anyone behind, well, maybe even including Simon Horrobin, might potentially be a victim, but certainly he's hoving in behind John Cooper in the Simply Car Sales car, really closing it at a great rate of knots. Look at the blue and yellow machine drag itself up to the back of the car in front. This is definitely going to put him well placed for an attack at the chicane.
Yes, it is. Good run through Church, bit of a slipstream. Will it be inside or outside, though? We've seen that going around the outside of John Cooper can be fraught with danger. Let's see which way Alistair Kellett decides to go. Again, he and John Cooper will have shared the track on many an occasion in the past. He's not actually close enough just yet to try and make the move into the chicane, through which goes Zach Lucas comfortably in the lead of the race. Simon Horrobin second, Henry Howard third. John Cooper is all over the road in fourth, and that's going to scupper his exit speed. And Kellett looks to try and get the run towards Allard Corner. They're side by side just about, I think, heading for turn one.
Yeah, my thinking was that Kellett wasn't close enough to make a move, but he was close enough to force a mistake, and that's exactly what happened. John Cooper loses the spot. Alistair Kellett moves up to fourth place. I mean, he's got the speed. Another faster race lap from Alistair Kellett than anybody has had, even himself previously, and he is in fourth place. A podium is the target, and that lilac car there, 42, Henry Howarth, he is the man that stands between Alistair Kellett and third place. Behind him, John Cooper, Charlie Ellis, and there Archie Johnson. Been a good week for Ellis, Johnson, and actually Kellett up and down, but Ellis and Johnson have both gone strongly. Gary Miller hanging on to ninth place, so losing ground in the championships. It's been a pretty tough weekend for the Irish driver all the way through.
He's had a run of bad luck really through the mid part of the season, which is why he's dropped back in the championship now, which is a shame, but it's been certainly a good season for him on the whole. Out of Church Corner for the last, oh, that was Kellett sideways, I think, in the background, wasn't it? Did he gather that one together? Hopefully he did. Zach Lucas, though, well on his way to another race victory. It's been a pretty dominant performance, this. Once he got to the front, he was never likely to lose the place. What about second place, though? Henry Howard to the outside of Simon Horrobin into the chicane for the last time. Last of the late breakers is Horrobin, who climbs the curb and fends off Howard on the run to the flag. So Zach Lucas the winner in the third race of the weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. It's Horrobin second, it's Howard third, and Alistair Kellett from the back of the grid survived the skirmish with Sean Smith on the initial start to the race, and with a brand new gearbox freshly installed, he manages to come home in fourth position. John Cooper fifth and Charlie Ellis sixth. Howarth, by the way, with the winner again in the AM class, as here further back Luke Waugh is busy battling with Harry Hayes. This might only be over 13th place, but they are still contesting this pretty fiercely, with Harry Hayes, I think, set to hang on to the line. Yes, he does, just about, from Luke Waugh in behind him. Well, terrific stuff. Zach Lucas is your race winner, and as I said, a very, very successful day for him in the end. It didn't start off brilliantly, admittedly, with the earlier races, but it's been going well for him since then. Zach Lucas didn't start the first race, came from the back of the grid to finish fifth in race two. But really, those results are not going to do justice to the pace that he's actually had. He's been more than quick enough to contend for the win in all three races. In the end, just one win will be his reward from Thruxton. But it is a win in the third race, and Simon Horrobin comes home in second position, Henry Howard third, and Alistair Kellett in fourth, John Cooper fifth, Charlie Ellis sixth, Archie Johnson seventh, with Lucas Hayden, Gary Miller and Dan Lewis to complete the top 10. Conor Blackburn 11th, then it was Caitlin May, Harry Hayes and Luke Waugh, who did not quite find a way past Harry at the final couple of corners. James Pope in 15th place, and we lost Joseph Knight and Sean Reynolds, of course, on the initial start to the race with that spectacular incident up at the complex on the opening lap. So one more race to come here from Thruxton. It's the third race of the weekend in TCR UK, and we'll have the cars out onto the track fairly shortly for that one. We will, though, first, of course, hear from our podium finishers in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Here they come down the pit lane. The teams waiting to congratulate their drivers, and Zach Lucas, well, okay, the championship probably a little bit of a long shot now, but he and Gary Miller aren't going to be separated by a huge amount, I don't think, for second place going to Silverstone. Gary obviously notching up a not brilliant result in that one. Where was he in the end? 9th place, so he will have dropped back a fair bit, but 3 races on the Silverstone International Circuit, you never know. We could see a few surprise results, but it is another win for Zach Lucas. He once again is ready to have a chat with Martin Haven down in Parc Fermé. Let's head over there now.
Well, in 2 parts, but the end result was a good one for Zach Lucas. Victory in the final race of the weekend, and that was a well-judged drive as well. Mate, you got in front and then disappeared. Nobody had anything to show to you.
Yeah, luckily I just made the most of the restart and managed to get ahead of Simon and John pretty quick, and then just left them two battling behind me and managed to create a bit of a gap, so over the moon.
So the day's gone better and better, and it was relatively dry. How slippery was the chicane there in the complex after that stoppage?
Yeah, it was a little bit slippy. There's one part of it especially was slipping out every lap, but other than that, it was starting to dry up around the circuit, so all good.
Good stuff. On to Silverstone. Right, best of luck. We'll catch up in a couple of moments with Simon Horrobin in second place. But on the podium again in the Lilac machine, and you had to really work for that one again, didn't you?
Yeah, that was probably the hardest race this weekend with rain coming down during the race. It made everything really slipping, and yeah, like to fair, the first start was a good start to fair, but then I had a contact that forced me off the circuit. I dropped down, but then the red flag, they reorganised the grid, and that allowed me to work my way through. But yeah, I have to say a big thanks to Jamsport this weekend, because they've been mega this weekend to give me this car, and to do this weekend was mega, and it's great thanks to Jamsport.
Well done indeed. Congratulations, Henry Houth and Simon Horrobin. Let's have a very quick word. The TCR cars are going out, but boy, that was another entertaining Fiesta race.
Yeah, it was slippery, and obviously when we had to stop on the grid, we had to try and reset, and yeah, we done well, team done well, so Zach done well, but you know, we brought them home.
Brilliant. Well done indeed. Right, a very quick word, if I can, with Alistair Kellett. Alistair? Right, from the back of the grid, almost onto the podium. That was a very important drive.
That was hard work. I got hit. I have no idea what happened. I got hit originally down by Sean Reynolds, and I thought it broke the back wheel up. I think it might have bent the back axle. And then I was afraid of the puncher. I just stayed out. And then on the restart, the safety car, Harry Hines, he's new, and he was miles behind the car in front of him, miles. Eventually got past them all and then caught them and just picked them off one by one. But by God, was it slippy. You were inches away of just falling off the road everywhere. Mighty crack, but dangerous.
Don't want to do that too many more times. Well done. It was a brilliant drive. Right, final TCR race of the weekend. Time to get back to the boys in commentary.
Well, it's been a long day, but we are finally here, ready for our final race of the weekend. And it is TCR UK taking centre stage once again for their third and final race of the weekend. We've had two races so far, one won by Callum Newsham, one won by Carl Bordley. The top two drivers in the championship sharing the spoils so far this weekend. However, they have not both come out of the weekend with the same number of points, that is for sure. Callum Newsham taken out in that lap 1 incident in race number 2 up at the complex, which has been the scene of many a calamity already this weekend. And his car, we believe, is not fixable, at least not in time for race number 3. So we won't have Callum Newsham out on the grid. We will have Carl Bordley out there, but Carl Bordley now, after that non-finish for Callum, which was his second of the year, but he'd had a really bad finish at Alton Park earlier in the season as well, which was counting as one of those drop scores. It means that the gap between the two of them now has gone up considerably to 38 points, the distance between Carl and Callum not taking any part in this race. So, really, advantage Carl Bordley now. Brad Hutchison has an opportunity in this race, definitely to move ahead of Callum Newsham now for second place, because Callum will score no points from this one. He's had 2 0 scores, so a third one now in this race he will have to count. So any points that Hutchison scores, he will take out of Callum Newsham. Brad, though, is significantly further behind Carl Bordley than he would like to be. So Carl Bordley in a good position for the championship, just needs to bank some points and play the percentages, really. Adam Shepherd there, out on track. That's the good news. Will he this time, though, see the checkered flag? Because that hasn't been the case in either of the two races so far. He's having plagued with mechanical issues. They thought they'd got them fixed after race 1. That clearly wasn't the case. He retired again with what looked like the same issue in race 2. Jack Oliphant is actually with me in the commentary box. Jack, have you had a chance to catch up with Adam Shepherd post-race 2?
No, I haven't had a chance with Adam Shepherd. I've spoken to quite a few other people, but just one of those things where you just wouldn't be surprised if that car ends up with more ailments. And we're waiting, but I think they need to get it back to the workshop, and they need to pretty much strip it all down to bare bones, don't they? Which is probably what they've done 3 or 4 times, but it's difficult to do that in between 2 races that were only separated by about 90 minutes. So I can't imagine they've had any major breakthroughs.
Right, well, we'll see. They did look like they were going straight to the front of the car when it arrived on the grid, so they might even still be checking a few things.
Well,
but
they were revving the hell out of it over on the assembly area, weren't they? It was the loudest thing in the paddock because they were trying to figure out if that was going to do anything or if there was any signs or any indication of what might happen.
They are not the kind of team who would have just accepted that they can't fix it and left it. They will have done something to the car. What it is, I don't know, but they would have done something to try and, you know, figure out exactly what the issue is and maybe to try and resolve it. It might have been a little bit of a shot in the dark, big shot in the dark probably, but who knows? He's starting from pole position, and I think he's probably the fastest driver here. He just hasn't been able to keep the car running to the flag. No Callum Newsham then on pole position, so we'll have an empty space on row 1. That works into the favour now of Steve Laidlaw, who inherits a podium finish from the earlier race because there was a penalty that was handed out after the race, was there not? Someone was, Sam Laidlaw was disqualified, so son Sam loses a podium and father Steve inherits one. And he is, well, he'll be satisfied with that, but not the way I'm sure that he would have liked to have ended up in 3rd.
I did chat to him, actually, because I had to go and redo the interview with him, because he did win the Diamond Goodyear Award as well. So, yeah, he was happy, the fact that he's got 2 podiums. He's actually got 4 trophies to his name this weekend so far, but I think he would have rather have walked away with 3 after 2 races and had Sam win the other one, which I think you can understand. Most people can anyway. But he also did say that if you know, Sam won it fair and square. Okay, I know the ride height issue is the thing, but I don't think that impacts the performance of the car. No. It's just it broke the letter of the law, so therefore he's going to have to be disqualified, which is sort of fair enough. Sam accepted that, but they were both proud that they both, that Sam, was just at the sharp end fighting with the likes of Carl Bortley.
Let's not forget the Gen 1 Cup as well. Rick Kerry extended his margin by 4 points over Will Beach from the previous race. So he lost 4 points to Will in race 1. He then got those 4 points back again in the previous race. So the gap between the two of them is 8 points once again, heading into the 3rd race. So that's the Capture Motorsport prepared VW Golf, the sort of dark green and pink car you can see to the right-hand side of the road. Rick Kerry starting 1 place ahead of him and has really been the quicker of the two so far this weekend. So cars leave the grid. A damp, greasy Thruxton circuit awaits them. There is no sign at the moment of any fresh rain, so the track is going to get drier. It won't dry out, definitely. It's far too humid for that today, I think. But they might just have to manage those tyres a little bit as we get towards the latter third of the 20-minute race. So, cars then out on the green flag lap. Let's take a look, shall we, at how they're going to line up for this final race of the weekend. It is not Callum Newsham on pole position. He's a non-starter. Adam Shepherd, therefore, inherits essentially pole position, but will still start on the outside of row 1. Steve Laidlaw and Brad Hutchison together on row 2, with Darren Lewis and Carl Bortley on the 3rd row. And Carl, for him, the mission is simple. Stay out of trouble, and you will have one hand on the championship trophy. Rick Kerry lines up 7th on the grid alongside Will Beach, the top 2 in the Gen 1 Cup. Mark Smith starts 9th alongside Luke Sargent, with Stuart Lyons and Sam Laidlaw at the back. Of course, Sam disqualified from the race, so therefore has to start from the back of the grid in race number 3. So, I would ask you to pick a winner here, Jack, but I think a lot of that discussion really does hinge on whether or not Shepherd's car works. I think if he's trouble-free for 20 minutes, he has to be the favourite, right?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Himself and Callum Newsham are the 2 fastest cars that have been here this weekend. For different reasons, they've had a variety of emotions this weekend, let's put it that way. But the more consistent drivers, I mean, Carl Bortley, I think his worst score in this season is 2 5th places.
Yes.
He's been on the podium now a total of 14 times. Going into this weekend, I found a stat that I'm sure you satisfy you and the statistician that you are. And that's the fact that he was on the podium 12 times coming into Thruxton. 4 of them were race victories, 4 of them were 2nd, and 4 of them were 3rd.
Yeah.
And now he's 14 times a podium finisher, and if he finishes 2nd, it'll be 5, 5, and 5. So they're very satisfying. I like it. So I have told him that's his job now. That's his aim, 2nd place. Even if 1st is on the card, just to satisfy Andy McEwen, it's got to be a 2nd place. So yeah, ultimately, Carl keeps his nose clean. He is in for a possible race victory here because I think he's got a little bit more pace and Darren Lewis and Brad Hutchison and Steve Laidlaw. But it's whether or not he can get through them. That's the crucial thing.
And as I said, that win that Carl had earlier on today was his 8th career victory in the championship, level now with Dan Lloyd for the 2nd most wins in championship history. Dan, of course, was our first ever champion back in 2018 at the wheel of a VW Golf. You don't get many Golfs on the grid these days. Will Beach is still piloting one, but yes, the West Coast Racing prepared car won 8 times in one season. Carl Boardley claiming 8 wins over the best part of 2 seasons, but the championship quite a bit more competitive now, it has to be said, than it was when Dan Lloyd pretty much romped away with the title in 2018. There is Sam Laidlaw in the Hyundai coming up the hill, and right behind him is Rick Kerry. So Sam Laidlaw, yes, isn't actually at the back of the grid on the grid sheet, is he? So I think that grid graphic might have been wrong unless I was dreaming something. He will be starting 7th on the grid, just ahead of Rick Kerry and Will Beach, the Gen 1 Cup contenders. What Will's got, has he got an answer for Rick Kerry in this race? Rick does look like the quicker of the 2 in the damp conditions, which is very much what they're faced with now. And also those 2 there, the 2 Cupras, both contenders, I feel, for the win here. And Brad Hutchison knowing that he needs to try and score well to get himself ahead of Callum Newsham for 2nd place in the championship. The gap between them is 16 points, I think. So if he can score any sort of decent points in this one, he will be ahead. Darren Lewis not lining up where he should be on the grid. That may well...
They put him there earlier.
Yeah, I noticed that, but then for some reason he's gone back there again at the end of the green flag. We'll see if anything comes of that. The lights, though, are out, and we're away and racing for the last time this weekend. Steve Laidlaw with a really good start there from the inside, essentially, of row 1. Will challenge Adam Shepherd for the lead, heading through Allard for the first time. Shepherd, though, has the momentum, has the grip on the outside, and will have the lead heading for the complex. It's a Cupra 1, 2, 3, 4 now, as they head towards the braking zone, with Shepherd leading, Laidlaw 2nd, Hutchison 3rd, Boardley in 4th, and Darren Lewis there in 5th position. It's a much cleaner run by the looks of it through the complex this time. In the background, Rick Kerry and Will Beach already doing battle in their 2 Gen 1 Cup cars, but Jack, despite not the best initial launch, it is Shepherd who leads, heading out into the country.
Yeah, I was actually quite impressed with Steve Laidlaw there, because that inside line has not necessarily been the favourable side to start with, and I thought Adam Shepherd was probably going to get away and gone just as he is here, but actually had done that earlier, as I think Carl Boardley looked to the inside of Brad Hutchison's not to be. Brad Hutchison's going to have that slightly wider line, which has been shown to be the quicker line through Goodwood, and he might get a better exit. Having said that, Carl Boardley is all over the back of him, just like Will Beach is on Rick Kerry.
Yeah, Kerry had a little bit of oversteer there, lift-off oversteer maybe through the middle of Goodwood, so Will Beach at the moment is taking the fight to him. Boardley round the outside at Church Corner on Brad Hutchison. I think he's going to go through. Well, they're almost level heading up the hill, but yes, through will go car number 1, I reckon. Yes, Carl Boardley's got the move made, and Hutchison maybe just not quite as confident on cold tyres, feeling out the conditions. Boardley into 3rd.
I think that's one of the moves of the day, though, to be fair, to go around the outside and going through Church. Ultimately, I know there's a lot of grip out there potentially because it's not the racing line, but it's still very impressive. Adam Shepherd, as we have predicted, Andy, has gone away with it. 1.5 seconds is the tune of his race lead as it currently stands, with Steve Laidlaw again in the lead from Carl Boardley now, of course, by 0.6 of a second. Rick Kerry is, in his eyes, he has got the quicker car than Will Beach this weekend. He's proved it in race 2. He didn't quite prove it in race 1. This one's the decider, I suppose, in some regard. But Steve Laidlaw is now going to have Carl Boardley crawling all over the back of him, just like yesterday.
Ooh, Boardley wide there. Boardley's on the grass coming out of the complex. The championship leader's off the road. Can he gather it together? Just about, but that was a heart-stopping moment for Boardley. That was not going according to plan. He rejoins behind Laidlaw. He'll have a grill full of grass. Hopefully not enough to start any overheating issues, but that was a scary moment. He could so easily have lost control there. Yes, OK, drop scores, fine, yes, we know he can afford to have a bad result, but he wouldn't want to have a bad result, and he very nearly had one then.
I think one of the most famous football managers of all time would have probably described that as squeaky bum time, as he was heading potentially towards a tyre wall. Luckily, it wasn't to be, but yes, I think that's going to be a big problem for... not a big problem, but that is Adam Shepherd. That's a big problem right there, isn't it? And one that we're too tired of seeing, Andy.
And at exactly the same part of the circuit again, and about the same distance into the race. In fact, if anything, a little bit earlier this time. So Shepherd, I fear, is destined for the pit lane again. And, well, what else can we say about that, really? He doesn't deserve it. The car just letting him down at the moment. So Steve Laidlaw leaves the way, but Brad Hutchison is now on his tail in 2nd place. And, of course, they've both gone ahead of Carl Boardley, who arguably should have been inherited the lead there. So Carl Boardley then could still be a contender in this. He's still there in 4th position, but Steve Laidlaw is in the lead.
I'm actually surprised that Carl Boardley's still in 4th. I mean, I suppose it would have been 5th, so he did drop behind, but he's only lost the position to Darren Lewis, really. There we can see at the bottom right, Adam Shepherd, not like the previous rounds where he's gone out and tried to fix it. He's given up the ghost this time, and to be honest, you can understand it after such a disheartening couple of weekends.
Yeah, absolutely. His championship challenge really just started to fall apart mid-season, didn't it? With
Croft, really.
Croft with that non-finish in race 1, and then Silverstone didn't really go to plan either when he obviously had the pace to be winning races. And now surely Carl Boardley is the favourite for the title. He's on the inside of Darren Lewis towards Church Corner. This for 3rd place. Darren having absolutely none of it. Darren, by the way, we saw starting out of position on the grid. I've been told by Peter Daly, the clerk of the course, that's because there was oil on the grid. He was told to line up there, and there will be no further action.
Right, that's fair enough. Yeah, as you say, the marshal did tell him to go there, but Carl Boardley is about to move himself back up into 3rd place and take Darren Lewis's potential podium off him.
Is he?
Down the outside, Darren Lewis is nice and late on the brakes, to be fair. He's going to force him to do the hard work, and Carl Boardley is going to slot in there, but that wasn't as easy as potentially it could have been. I think Darren Lewis was keen to try and get his elbows out. Brad Hutchison needs to try and get past Steve Laidlaw, though, because he needs to outscore Carl Boardley as much as possible. And I've been chatting to Brad quite a few times, actually, since the last race. He's still talking about championship.
Yeah,
He's still talking about going to Silverstone, mathematically possible, with at least within a shot of if Carl Boardley has a poor race at Silverstone, he has the opportunity to pounce.
Exactly. As long as he's mathematically in contention, anything could happen. You know, you'll have a reverse grid race. You could well have more inclement weather. Boardley, you know, some will say is maybe overdue a mechanical failure as well. Not wishing it on him, but he's really the only one of the championship contenders who hasn't had that happen to him yet. Law of averages says maybe it could happen at Silverstone. So all Brad needs to do is stay in contention. That was Boardley looking at the inside of... in fact, that was Lewis back ahead of Boardley, wasn't it? Yeah. Did that work? Let's see. Is the Hyundai ahead of the Cupra? Yes, it is. So Boardley back down to 4th position, not having things all his own way in this one.
No, and I'm liking Darren Lewis this weekend as well, by the way. He's been really feisty, hasn't he? He's been all over the curbs. He's been trying moves left, right, and centre. He's been one of the most entertaining cars to watch on the grid. And it seems that Carl Boardley is enjoying racing against him, because really, the pressure is slightly off for Carl Boardley here, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't have to worry about Callum Newsham, unfortunately, although I have spoken to in interviews and stuff with Carl, and he was saying, he'd rather probably have Callum there for a lot of reasons, and one of them is because he pays to come here to race. He wants to race for championships, and he doesn't want to just get... Where is he?
He's in the pits. He's in the pits. Carl Boardley is in the pit lane now. Is the car overheating? Yes, it is. Look, grass in the grille from that moment that he had at the exit of the complex. We had that in one of the support races earlier on. The driver got away with it. Carl Boardley, though, must have had a dashboard lighting up like a Christmas tree. He's had to pit and will rejoin, well, stone dead last, I think. He's behind Mark Smith, so right at the back of the field.
That is fairly shocking in terms of potential championships, but he does still have decent drop scores, I think, to lean back on. However, what it does, there's Adam Shepherd going past our commentary booth. He's driving back into the paddock. What it does do is offer up an opportunity for the likes of Steve Laidlaw, Brad Hutchison, Darren Lewis to all get strong podiums, and also potentially extend on that top step, which Callum Newsham and Carl Boardley have somewhat been hogging this weekend, despite other drivers still doing a damn good job. Speaking of doing a damn good job, Luke Sargent, who wasn't even supposed to be racing here until mid-afternoon on Friday, turned up on Saturday, drove qualifying in greasy conditions over at Thruxton, one of the hardest circuits in the country to really get accustomed to. Qualifying was his first time out on track in the Audi, and well, he didn't really enjoy it, but it looks like he's getting slightly better each and every time. He's ahead of Stuart Lyons. He looks like he's potentially end up with a fight with William Beach.
Yeah, looks that way, doesn't it? Rick Kerry there as well, so the two Gen 1 Cup leaders. Back to Boardley, by the way. He at the moment is dropping, I believe, a 4th and a 5th place, so 24 points for a 5th, 27 for a 4th. He will gain back the bigger of those two scores, so whatever happens in this race, he will score 27 points. Brad Hutchison, though, of course, perhaps on course to challenge for a race win, could outscore him maybe by 13 or 14 points still. So this is now really important. Hutchison needs every point that he can to keep the title alive. It's really now Brad versus Carl, you'd have to say. Callum might be a little way back after that non-start in this race. Boardley does, as you've just pointed out quite correctly, Jack, have the bonus point for the fastest lap, but
every little helps.
Every little helps, as they say. But Brad Hutchison knows now the importance of trying to get past Sam Laidlaw. It's an extra 5 championship points.
Yeah, no, it's I think his car was looking a lot nicer in race 2 as well. He seemed a little bit happier. He He's playing it down slightly. I don't think he really wanted to blame the car for yesterday necessarily, but it wasn't the same Brad Hutchison that we're used to seeing, and now all of a sudden we're seeing a little bit more feisty sort of nature about him. His body language is a little bit more aggressive. He's wanted to go for race victories, but Steve Laidlaw is by no means going to let this one go. Well, why should he? Because look, he is, if anything, slightly quicker on this lap.
I think he's quicker through the quick stuff, you know. I think Hutchison's car's working better through the low-speed corners. I think Laidlaw's car is better out the back, so probably Laidlaw has gone for a more comfortable setup. Hutchison maybe has a car that's slightly more on the edge. That's helping him rotate through the chicanes, but maybe not able to keep it pinned as much out the back. But he closes right back in again towards the end of the lap, and only half a second now separate the two of them. But Darren Lewis behind, every bit as fast as these two right now. If these two start getting into it, the Hyundai driver could join in as well.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, I know, Luke Sargent's getting past Will Beach there, and that's putting a car in between Will Beach and Rick Kerry. So the Gen 1 Cup swings in favour slightly of Rick Kerry once more. Again, probably one of the closest battles that we've got in terms of championships in either the Miltech Sport Civic Cup or the TCR UK, and it's just edging Rick Kerry's way by the end of this weekend. Will Beach needs to keep the car in between, ahead of Stuart Lyons. That's going to be crucial for his race.
Worth pointing out, though, that unlike in some of the championships we've had here today, you score points within your class, not your overall position. So actually, unless Mark Smith comes up and gets ahead of Will Beach, he's guaranteed the points for second place. The trouble is that's lost him track position now to Rick Kerry. That's more the point, isn't it? If Stuart Lyons gets past him, then he has no chance of getting near Rick Kerry, whereas if Luke Sargent decides to put pressure on Rick, that brings Will Beach back into it as long as he stays in this track position. And in the process of being overtaken by Luke Sargent, he's dropped maybe a second or so to Rick Kerry, so the same could happen if Lyonsy comes through. So Will Beach just needs to try and get into a bit of a rhythm here. Try and go after Luke Sargent, but you're right, Luke Sargent looking like a completely different driver in this third race of the weekend, and he's very much looking like he might go up and challenge Rick Kerry anyway, so this might come back to Will Beach in the closing stages regardless. We are halfway through our third race of the weekend here at Thruxton. The lead gap came down again that time to just under 0.4 of a second, and Darren Lewis with a personal best lap was quicker than the pair of them.
Yeah, no, we're excited to see this one. I think Brad, as soon as he sees Darren start to hunt him down, will be keen to try and get past Steve and maybe start taking a few risks and a few lines himself and play with the edge of grip somewhat. I'm just wondering whether, if we speak to the drivers afterwards, Andy, whether it or not, this is sort of considered by them to be a full wet race, if that makes sense, rather than just greasy conditions. This still has spray going on. It doesn't look like it's clearing. I don't think the tyres are going to particularly overheat or anything like that. This is a proper wet race just without the actively falling weather, isn't it? Whereas the previous couple of times they've been on circuit this week, it's just sort of been greasy, and if anything, in the last 5 minutes the tyres have started to overheat. I don't think they're going to have that problem here.
No, I don't think so. It's cooled off a bit, as you'd expect through the back end of the day. The sun is still shining, but yeah, the track ain't going to dry out, is it? There's still quite a bit of spray being kicked up by the cars as they head up towards the chicane. Steve Laidlaw leads the way. The Bondit and Ellen Roofing liveried car of Brad Hutchison in second position. Ellen Roofing sponsors here cheering Brad Hutchison on this weekend, and they will be loving seeing him challenge for a win. Although I'd say, Jack, on this lap he's dropped back a little bit more. Darren is almost as close to Brad now as Brad is to Steve.
Yeah, I think it's about half a second in each. Actually, no, between Steve Laidlaw and Brad Hutchison, there's 0.8 of a second, isn't there? And then, according to the timing screen, it's a second gap as well. So you're absolutely right. It's very, very equal. But Darren Lewis is slightly further off than Hutchison for the time being. But it swings and roundabouts in this race, it seems, doesn't it? With 8 minutes to go, it just needs one mistake. That's all it needs. And Steve Laidlaw, although he's been doing very well this weekend, Darren Lewis almost showing that one mistake could mean everything. Steve hasn't necessarily led many laps here in the TCR UK. And he said that it's a year of getting some education in the championship. He's receiving an awful lot of education leading this race, isn't he?
He certainly is, and driving under pressure as well. Brad Hutchison may have dropped back slightly, but he's still close enough to capitalise should there be a mistake. So up through Church Corner they go. Darren Lewis's mistake has dropped him back again, of course, from Brad, who is sideways. Full commitment at Church. Darren Lewis even wider as well in third. Sam Laidlaw, remember, is a little bit lonely now in fourth position. Rick Kerry is next, but look, Rick has been caught by Luke Sargent. So Luke Sargent on knocking on the door now of a top 5. drive. Rick, if I were Rick, I'd be waving Luke Sargent through. There is no point defending. This is not Rick Kerry's fight. What he doesn't want to do is defend, get into a side-by-side battle with Luke Sargent, and allow Will Beach to start closing in ever further.
Well, Rick is not listening to you because he's parked himself in the inner third of the circuit as they're going into the final complex, and he's overbroke as well. Outbraked himself is probably the correct term I should be using there, and sort of screwed the complex up a little bit. Now, Luke Sargent didn't have the cleanest run either. But you're right, I think the pressure's slightly getting to Rick Kerry, and he could do without that, because the more mistakes he makes, the more easy it makes it for Will Beach to catch up and potentially make some kind of moves on him. Oh, there's the lonely Sam Laidlaw in 4th place. I mean, it's not a bad place to be lonely, is it? 4th, but it's not bad at all. But it's not where he'd quite want to be. Rick Kerry going wide.
And Carl Bordley's back in the pit lane, Jack. So Carl Bordley back in the pits. I wonder whether maybe they've decided to park the car because he's not going to score better, surely, than his current drop score is. Don't put the miles on the car. Don't put any extra wear and tear on it. They are actually looking at the left front corner, though, aren't they? As if maybe there's something damaged or broken under there, possibly as a result of that trip across the grass. But there isn't really a lot of sense, I don't think, in him going back out there now, putting extra stress on the car. Call it a day, bank those 27 points and move on to Silverstone.
Yeah, better to bank the points than it is to call the bank and pay the invoice, isn't it? If it does go horrendously wrong in a race that he doesn't need to put the risk on, he's not going to outscore his drop points. So here is Rick Kerry against Luke Sargent. It's so nice to see Luke Sargent being a bit more aggressive and being stuck in, because that is ultimately what he wants to do, as Carl Bordley ignores us completely and drives out of the pit lane just into a position where we probably expect him to be, which is actually, it looks like 4th place, but of course it's a back marker.
Oh, Rick Kerry did not make the chicane, under a lot of pressure there from Luke Sargent, made the mistake, and I would say gained maybe a length or so out of that, so he'd be wise probably to breathe off the throttle across the line. Here meanwhile comes Stuart Lyons at the inside of Will Beach, so Stuart Lyons into 7th position, got bored of sitting behind the Golf and does now slither through at the first corner. That's frustrating for Will, because he was actually starting to catch the 2 cars ahead on the previous lap, but now all of that hard work has rather been undone. And he's sideways, very sideways. Nice drift, not the fastest way through the corner, but certainly eye-catching.
Yeah, it was one of the coolest ways through the corner, though. Really, that's what counts, isn't it? So, I was actually interesting, really, after talking to Stuart Lyons. If you remember in the last race, Andy, obviously Stuart Lyons versus Steve Laidlaw was quite a thing going into the final corner of the final lap and everything, and Stuart Lyons was in 4th. Ultimately, Sam Laidlaw gets disqualified. We could have seen Stuart Lyons on the podium, but it was Steve Laidlaw who lunged it. We didn't quite see it on the stream. Apparently, it was an epic overtake, as they told me in great length. Leaning on each other, giving each other a little kiss, and then ultimately Steve Laidlaw came out on top in 4th, which then ended up into 3rd. Stuart Lyons wasn't very happy that he didn't get his trophy.
Well, it's been a long time since he had a trophy, Stuart Lyons. In TCR UK specifically, anyway, 2018 was the last time he was on the podium. I did actually work out when that was. It was a 2nd place finish at Donington in 2018. He finished behind Josh Price and ahead of Dan Lloyd in what I think was the final race of the season, in quite similar conditions to these, actually, back in the wheel of a Gen 1 Cupra. Speaking of a Gen 1 Cupra, Rick Kerry's example keeping the Gen 2 Audi of Luke Sargent at bay for now. Stuart Lyons is then a couple of seconds further back with Will Beach in tow. So Rick Kerry at the moment fending off Luke Sargent, but also not really losing any time to his big Gen 1 rival. No,
not at all. It's I mean, Rick's probably he can probably enjoy this a little bit more now that Stuart's gotten through. What have you just do that?
Stuart did not make the corner, but was still there at the next corner, so outbraked himself slightly. No major harm there.
No, I was about to say, I think that allows Rick Kerry to somewhat enjoy it. There's a bit of flapping something or other, isn't there, on the left side of Stuart Lyons' car? It might just be tape. So the Luke Sargent versus Rick Kerry, I'll finally finish my point, could all of a sudden become enjoyable rather than just stressful for Rick. And ultimately, he's a racing driver. He's been racing for a fair few years now, and he wants to enjoy himself. I think he's been racing for about 20 years, actually, as Rick. So, yeah, he's here to enjoy himself. He likes the car. He wants to get involved. But, you know, ultimately, he wants to race hard and win as well. But this is Brad Hutchison versus Darren Lewis, which all of a sudden has sort of reignited and somewhat, and let Steve Laidlaw pull away.
I think Brad Hutchison's running out of tyres. That car doesn't look like it's rotating and changing direction as well as it once was, and Darren Lewis definitely the quicker of the two. Now, Brad really can't afford to be losing this second position, can he? He needs the points, especially because Carl Bordley has just reasserted his position now as the fastest lap holder as well, so he's scoring a bonus point. Brad needs everything he can get out of this race, but those tyres must feel like jelly. He's really struggling to keep Darren behind, and with still a good 2 and a bit laps to go, maybe, lap and a half maybe to go, I just don't see him keeping Darren behind to the flag.
Yeah, it's interesting this, because we saw race 1, Darren Lewis versus a Cupra, didn't we? And we commented about how the Cupra avoids the curves and seems happy through the fast stuff, whereas Darren Lewis's Hyundai loves the curve. He'll launch it over at everything and then try and get the car to grip around them. But ultimately, it's this part of the circuit, isn't it, where he's starting to struggle. The Cupra seems much happier through Goodwood and Church, and then going into the final complex, Darren Lewis is never really quite close enough to make the lunge, and lunging from this distance, Andy, would be, well, kamikaze.
It would, really, especially against the championship contender, but, you know, Darren is known for getting his elbows out, I think it's fair to say, and he certainly will not make this easy for Brad. Closes in again into the chicane. Brad takes a really wide line into the chicane. Most drivers sort of take the shortest route in, pinch the first part of the corner, and then fire themselves across the middle curve, but Brad taking a very different line to everybody else. It seems to be working for him, but again, that tells me the car's generated a bit of understeer. He can't go in tight because the front end's scrubbing. He has to take the wide sweeping line, and that means that if Darren can get close enough, that door could be left wide open.
But also, you sort of have the point of it's almost like a qualification line, isn't it? Because you open that steering wheel, that steering lock earlier to go through the complex. You got the power earlier, you're attacking it a little bit straighter, whereas everybody's sort of relying on the outer grip of the tyres to try and drag the car around. And when it's wet and they've resurfaced the inside of that corner, the grip just might not be there, whereas Brad is trying to generate it from the outside of the corner, as Rick Kerry's finding it's not always there.
No, Rick's car, if anything, going the opposite way of Brad Hutchison. This car looks more oversteery now as the race goes on, and Luke Sargent still hasn't found a way through. They're being caught by Stuart Lyons at the moment, so Stuart in 7th position is only a second or so, less than a second really, behind these two. We are, though, on the final lap of the race. Steve Laidlaw, remember, on course, perhaps for a maiden victory in the championship. Can Brad Hutchison hang on to second? And does Luke Sargent make it to the flag? That's not the best way to ensure that happens. Up to the chicane we go. Carl Boardley has now caught up to these two, but remember, he's laps down into the chicane. Then Steve Laidlaw hops over the curb, scrabbles for grip, accelerates off the final corner, and Steve Laidlaw is a race winner in TCR UK. He wins race 3 at Thruxton. It's a drag race to the line for second, but it's a drag race won by Brad Hutchison. He holds on to second place and scores 35 valuable championship points that might just keep his championship dreams alive. Darren Lewis in 3rd position. 4th place will be Sam Laidlaw. Luke Sargent is very wide at the chicane. Stuart Lyons will try maybe to have a go at him on the way to the line. Rick Kerry, though, wins in the Gen 1 Cup once again. Behind him it is Sargent ahead of Lyons by a 10th and a half or so. And Will Beach will come home in the end, a fairly lowly 8th place overall and 2nd place in the Gen 1 Cup. So he will lose another 5 points at least to Rick Kerry, who had the fastest lap. Rick's best lap was a 26.2. No, Beach a 25.9. So that's interesting. In both races today, Will Beach has looked the slower of the two. He's finished behind Rick Kerry, but has actually set a faster lap. So the bonus point going to Will Beach, it will therefore be just 4 points that he drops once again to Rick Kerry. 12 points, therefore, will be between them going into the final rounds of the season at Silverstone, where everything could potentially still change, because that race that we just witnessed is the last race that drivers can count as a dropped score. If anything goes wrong now at Silverstone, then you have to count that result, and if that means that you drop 40 points to your championship rival, well then so be it. So Carl Boardley will certainly not be going to Silverstone super confident, but he will go there with a decent championship lead. Steve Laidlaw, though, who wins the race, and Steve Laidlaw becomes the 29th different winner in a TCR UK race. Brad Hutchison comes home in 2nd, and Darren Lewis in 3rd position. Sam Laidlaw and Rick Kerry complete the top 5. Kerry the winner in the Gen 1 Cup, with Luke Sargent and Stuart Lyons next. Will Beach is 8th, 2nd of the Gen 1 cars, and Mark Smith comes home 9th place, 3rd in class. Carl Boardley classified as a finisher then, so Carl, it will still be a dropped score for him, so it doesn't really matter too much, but Carl does come home in 10th and crucially set the fastest lap of the race, so a bonus point for him. And for 10th position, he, well, would have scored 11, but actually no, I don't think he'll get the bonus point because he'll have to drop that as well. 12 points will still be his drop score, so actually that fastest lap point, neither here nor there. Adam Shepherd was a non-finisher, and Callum Newsham, as we said, was a non-starter after his shunt at the start of race number 2. Well, it's been a very entertaining weekend, a big weekend in the context of the championship, really, because Callum Newsham, who came in here this weekend snapping at the heels of Carl Boardley, he will be the man the most frustrated leaving Thruxton. He's got the longest journey probably of the season as well to get home, and the whole time he'll be stewing, thinking about what could have been. He had the pace this weekend. He won the race yesterday. He looked quicker than Carl Boardley, looked like he might be able to leave here with the championship lead, and as it is, he will go to Silverstone a whole host of points back from the championship leader Carl Boardley, and that is a big shame for Callum. The Silverstone showdown, remember, will take place over the weekend of the 12th and 13th of October. One race on the Saturday, 2 races on the Sunday as per usual, and the 3 races there could be very interesting indeed. Carl Boardley will go there with a lead to defend, and he'll have 2 or 3 drivers very much looking to chase him down. Now, for some reason, Steve Laidlaw has stopped at the wrong end of the pit lane. He's not actually made it down to Park Ferney. Are they going to run the ride height roller under the car? Now, this is not the normal procedure, I don't think, so we'll just keep an eye on this, see what's going on. Are they suspecting that maybe it's still too low? No, there we go. That doesn't look like a driver who's just been penalised, so back on his way he will go. Steve Laidlaw doesn't look like he's failed the ride height test this time, and Steve will very shortly be heading down to Jack Oliphant in Park Ferney. Well, it's been a pleasure working here at Thruxton this weekend alongside Martin Haven and Jack Oliphant. This is the last you'll hear from me until Silverstone. I'll be back for the final round on the 12th and 13th of October. For now, though, let's head down once more to Park Ferney to hear from our podium drivers.
And here he is, the man of the moment, Steve Laidlaw, with a whole host of fans behind him. Darren Lewis is just walking past him as well. Congratulations, Darren. But Steve Laidlaw, a 3rd place this weekend, a 2nd place this weekend, and as he is about to come out the car as a race winner in the TCR UK Championship, he's got tears in his eyes, and, well, frankly, I could understand that. I think anybody will probably let off the emotions as they step out as the newest TCR UK race winner. Steve Laidlaw gives a big reaction, gets a reaction from the crowd as well, and I cannot wait to have a chat with him. Sam's about to go over there. His son obviously came 4th in himself, 2nd on the road in the last race, but ultimately what a picture that is. Unbelievable scene. Steve as well, one of the nicest blokes you'll ever ask to find. And I think we'll be able to go and have a chat to him as well. Mr. Laidlaw Senior, that was epic. Congratulations. A race victory, the newest TCR UK race winner with a long line of very successful racing drivers. That must feel epic.
Yeah.
Lost for words a little bit.
It doesn't happen often, but yeah.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, I'm going to sound like one of those idiots that overshares when they're really emotional. Man, I watched touring cars since I was a kid, and this is the realisation of a dream. The drivers that you're racing with in here might not be BTCC, but there's no less a quality of driver. That was unbelievable.
That is very well said as well. I mean, you had a little bit of tears coming out of the car there. The emotion is what we race for. Brad Hutchison comes in and congratulates him as well. I mean, that emotion, this high is something that you just don't get anywhere else, is it?
No.
Absolutely epic. Sam came over to chat to you as well. I mean, the weekend you both have had is incredible.
Yeah, despite the about the most atrocious and worst conditions you can hope for as a racing driver, it's been the racing weekend of our lives. To share this with my son, to do it with an unbelievable race team. My wife's cheering him on over there. Like, yeah, everything. It's like Christmas, isn't it?
Well, I can tell you that 3 Goodyear Diamond Awards, a 3rd place, a 2nd place, a race win, and the Carlos Fuels weekend driver as well. Congratulations, Steve Laidlaw. That's absolutely epic.
Cheers, man.
Well,
I managed not to miss any of the apexes by postcode this weekend as well.
He's not going to let that one go. I'll let you go and celebrate while I come and chat to, hopefully, another driver, Brad Hutchinson. Brad, come on. I know we've chatted a lot this weekend, but we're going to come and have another word. Brad Hutchinson, anyway, we'll be fine. With all your fans behind you, it's a great look. I mean, we've chatted to you quite a lot, but at the beginning of this weekend, I didn't think we'd be chatting to you quite as much as we have. But as 2nd place, that was having to hold off Darren Lewis. He was all over the curbs. He was all over the back of you. You must feel like that's proper satisfying.
Yeah, it was about halfway through. We had the old low fuel pressure light. Some issue somewhere, probably electronics somewhere. But obviously we had it in the previous race. But it just came in a bit earlier on this one, so it was really trying to nurse the car, try to keep it settled. And yeah, Darren was just pushing me around the corners the last few laps because I literally had no power. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't be happy with that. It was just, it was a great race all in all. I mean, that first lap going side by side with Carl, that was my eyes were closed. Let's say that. But yeah, I was full lock the other way, sliding it round. I looked over and he was still side by side with me. I thought, oh wow, this is. Right, okay. But yeah, I mean, I just have to say a massive thanks to everyone that gets me here. Obviously, Bondit, Ellen, Roof Supplies, William Wall, everyone that gets me to the grid. You know who you are. It means the world to us so that we can have moments like this. And we got Rita having a moment over here as well. This Ellen, Roofing Supplies, yeah, having a bit of a moment. She's, yeah, quite in touch with Lola. So, yeah, no, it was all good. But no.
So I think there's somebody trying to persuade us to give an interview to Rita before, but I'm going to let you, Rita, off, don't worry, for the time being. Somebody in there has calculated the points, with Carl obviously not finishing that race, drop points in. Their best calculations, it's about 42 or 43 points in it going into Silverstone. I mean, it's 40 points for a race win.
Yeah, it's we started the year on negative points after a bit of an incident with Luke, which was my fault, and we're friends now, so it's all good. But to start the year on so far behind and to claw our way back weekend on weekend, it's testament to the team. You know, it's still a new car to us. It's our first year. We're fighting, you know, touring car legend Carl Bordley. It's quite special. But yeah, no, I'm happy. I'm happy to be in the fight. We wanted to come here. We wanted to get some podiums. We wanted to make sure that we can, you know, take the fight to Silverstone because I'm told it's quite a big grid there and anything could happen. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
I think anything can happen. That is touring car motorsport down to a T. Listen, congratulations. We'll chat to you more on the podium while we have a chat to our final podium sitter, Darren Lewis. I'm just going to wander over. Darren, they've got the fan on the front of the car, which is ridiculously loud. But we're going to get a chat to you now. I mean, you put everything in to try and overtake Brad Hutchison there, didn't you?
I didn't leave much on the table, did I? All weekend when I caught him, he's a great defensive driver. I'll give him that. I just couldn't. I'd got nothing for him really. He just stopped the car in the right places. He was slowed me up where I was fast, and then where he was quick. Obviously, it was. But it was. I reckon a few more laps because I think he was really
struggling on a bit there.
Really struggling with his tyres. I could tell that.
Well, even he admitted that, to be fair. That's the part of the tactical nuance that motorsport that fans maybe don't see very often, do it? But it's a real mental game.
Yeah, no, I mean, his car goes off to the end. I think the Cupras all fall off a little bit towards the end, and the Hyundai sort of keeps its tyres a little bit better. So I started catching him and Steve. But then Brad started defending, and then Steve got away. I had a little mistake, I'd have been a bit closer to him. But
is that where you skirted on the grass a little bit? We noticed that. We were a bit scared for you.
I was trying, mate. I was trying, trust me. But it was mega. To get third, I mean, it was close to getting second. I don't think I'd have caught Steve if I'd have got past Brad at that point because Steve was, you know, he was already checked out, I think. But mega.
No, well, congratulations, Darren. We'll let you get off. We're going to try and chat to Rick Kerry if Rick is still around, which I'm sort of hoping. Oh, there he is. Rick, come on, step in. Big congratulations. I mean, what a race. You yourself, Luke Sargent, obviously beating Will Beach. You had quite a storyline there as well, didn't you?
Yeah, that was got a decent start. New wheels behind me. Could see Luke behind him and was sort of hoping that Luke would catch him. And then obviously when Luke did get past him, I was thinking, he's going to come past me because he's quicker. And at one point I was trying to show him the inside so he could go up the inside, missed the 100-yard, and had to go through the chicane myself. So it's sort of...
Oh, is that why that happened? Because we didn't notice. We were a bit... Oh, okay.
Well, that was like, I'll have to go through. But my tyres are going at the end, but I think everybody's was as well. And then I could see that Stewart's behind him, so you relax a bit. And then the last lap, I thought, I don't know where I am, but I don't want to give up that place on the last lap if I can help it. But yeah, it was a few sideways moments, but it was great fun.
Well, I'd say the Gen 1 Cup has swayed definitely in your favour once more. You've extended that gap just a touch, haven't you, going into Silverstone. It's Silverstone International, which is a circuit we don't often frequent. Have you driven it before much? I mean, you've done a lot of driving all over the place. I assume you have driven on the international circuit.
Yeah, I've won there a few times. I think last time I was there, I think I was second. Had my first win in the V8 there. race and rear-wheel drive. I've not been in front-wheel drive, but I've done a lot of. Yes, it run me over. I've done quite a few like the passion rides and stuff around there. So it's a circuit I know well. I think the Golf being lower than mine and slightly less weight might be an advantage for him because it's a smooth track where it's less advantage here. But you know, let's just go and give it a go, see what we've got.
That's what for it. I was going to say that's what we come for, Rick. Congratulations on that Gen 1 Cup win. Right. That's all we have time for here at Thruxton. It's been a hell of a day, I'll be honest. It's been a hell of a weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure being one of your hosts. Thank you to Martin. Thank you to Andy for being in the commentary box with us. Hope you've enjoyed the BRSCC support packages, TCR, Miltech Sports Civic Cup. A big thank you to everybody for having me as well. And all you guys watching at home, whether you've laughed and enjoyed the commentary we've had or whether you just enjoyed the racing and had us on mute, either way, we've enjoyed having you. So the 12th and the 13th of October is the finale for TCR. It's the finale for the BRSCC and the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. So do keep it subscribed to wherever you're watching this, probably on the TCR YouTube page, because we'll be bringing you all the live action for the season finale. No drop points, straight shootout. We'll see you there.